600 years ago, the sky above the Azure star split open. The colossal scar that spanned the firmament did not bring annihilation, instead it poured down an endless radiance. It was not a meteor, but a surging torrent of energy, its brilliance outshining the blazing sun, its vastness surpassing the sea of stars. An unprecedented form of cosmic power swept across every corner of the planet. Later people named it spiritual energy. The advent of Qi was both a miracle that bestowed mortals with mighty power and a catastrophe that dragged the world toward the abyss. Mountain ranges thrust up from the earth, their peaks piercing the clouds. Rivers changed course, roaring as they carved paths toward newborn oceans. Steel-forged skyscrapers were effortlessly twisted into scrap by wildly proliferating vines. Ancient trees even donned metallic scales. The mutations among animals were especially ferocious. Pets that had been docile only yesterday could overnight tear their owners apart. Deep beneath the sea, horror beasts the size of aircraft carriers began to stir. Humanity's destiny was brutally torn asunder. The frail had their genes severed and their flesh dissolved under the cleansing of Qi, turning into drifting dust. The survivors, however, were reborn amid heartrending agony. The shackles of their bloodlines shattered and ancient power awoke within them. They could shatter solid rock with a single punch and even summon wind and thunder. The old era's order turned to dust amid the claws that tore the earth asunder and the furious roars of warriors overturning tanks with bare hands. Thus, Gene martial arts stepped onto the stage of history upon a path of blood and fire. Over the next 500 years, humanity, struggling to survive, fused Qi with technology and created psionic technology. Relying on this new power, they raised one heavily fortified megacity after another upon the wastelands, allowing the spark of civilization to persist. Yet an even greater disaster arrived without warning. A magical world named Allowen had its continental plates torn from their original universe by an unfathomable force and hurled violently toward the Azure star. The two worlds were forced to merge. The newborn Allowen continent now equaled the combined area of the Azure star's land and seas. The geologic cataclysms unleashed by the impact made the early chaos of Qi's resurgence seem almost gentle. Countless newly risen cities, along with tens of millions of lives within them, were erased from the surface in an instant. What followed was the clash of sentient races. For the first time, humans of the Azure star beheld with their own eyes elves from legend, orcs, and dragons soaring across the sky, casting vast shadows upon the earth. The struggle over living space and Qi nodes, coupled with a deeply ingrained arrogance of civilization, ignited a century-long conflagration of war. Before legendary powerhouses who could move mountains and fill seas, the Azure star's vaunted psionic armaments and gene serums proved as fragile as paper. A single breath of dragon fire could reduce an entire armored division and their steel war machines to boiling molten iron. In the early phase of the war, humanity suffered crushing, unmitigated defeat. The survivors fell back to core cities such as Tindu and Xinhaiqing, clinging to life beneath towering walls and sky-darkening barrages of artillery as they cowered before the spearheads of armies from another world. A century of bloodshed sank hatred deep into the bone. Humans of the Azure star called the peoples of Allowen abominations, while Allowen's intelligent races derisively named humans technological savages. Just as the two civilizations drowned in mutual hatred, locked in a struggle to the death, the spatial scar left by their fusion began to ooze pitch-black pus into the world. Monsters formed from pure negative energy, and resentment surged forth like a tide. They had no fixed form and devoured and assimilated every substance and life they encountered with insatiable greed. They were named the Black Tide. Confronted with this common threat that could annihilate all things, the Azure star's united government and the Allowen continent's radiant empire were finally forced to cease hostilities. A united front accord was signed in haste and suspicion. Thus began the Black Tide era. Two former mortal enemies forged the most fragile alliance the world had ever seen. Year 1 of the Black Tide era. At the front along the world's scar, the first defensive line collapsed completely within 3 days. The Azure star's mech regiments and Allowen's knightly orders fought side by side for the first time, only to turn the battle into an absolute disaster. On the communication channels, nothing could be heard but curses and mutual blame, with not a single effective coordinated command. In just 1 month, the United Front was driven back 1,000,000 kilometers. The casualty numbers broke 9 digits. In Tindu, within the United Government's temporary council hall, a hoarse voice rang out, "We are all going to die." A bearded general from the Azure star smashed his fist down on the table and roared, "The Allowen people have never treated us as allies at all. Their damned sanctuary mages deliberately left our 7th Armored Division behind as bait when they retreated." Across from him, a radiant Empire envoy in luxurious robes glared, his face darkening. "And when have your mobile bombardments ever spared a thought for our knights' formations? Not one of our 13 Diamond Knights died at the hands of the Black Tide. they were all vaporized by your artillery fire. Their fierce quarrel was cut short by a shrill alarm. The giant light screen representing the fourth defensive line dimmed before their eyes and turned a blood-red hue. Silence fell over the council hall like a shroud. The United Government's chief consul, hair gone white, slowly rose to his feet. His bloodshot eyes swept across the chamber as his rasping voice grated like sandpaper. All grudges will be settled later. He paused, each word weighing 1,000 pounds. For now, our only task is to survive. That sentence defined the first decade of the Black Tide era. In the 10th year of the Black Tide era, the United Front finally stabilized the battle lines atop mountains of corpses and seas of blood at the cost of 30 million square kilometers of land and 30 billion living souls. The Azure Star's purification heavy cannons and the Alloan continent's 72 holy light purification arrays achieved their first truly coordinated defense in a decisive battle. In the 20th year of the Black Tide era, the Iron Fortress was completed. This super fortress, forged from both psionic technology and magical arrays, boasted city walls 800 meters high cast from spirit-guided alloys and enchanted adamant. The lofty upper district belonged to commanders and Alloan nobility. The middle district served as barracks for soldiers and technicians, while the vast lower district was crammed with refugees fleeing the front and shadowy forces eking out a living in the gloom. In the 30th year of the Black Tide era, amid heated controversy, the Species Equality Act was passed. It explicitly granted all intelligent races on both sides equal legal status and forbade any form of discrimination. Yet in Zinhaching on the Azure Star, an elven merchant spent a full 3 months being shuttled between departments at City Hall, told to provide a so-called proof of racial purity just to apply for a business license. Meanwhile, under the rule of the Radiant Empire, a gene pharmacist from the Azure Star was summarily expelled from the realm by local nobles on charges of sullying the order of magic with technology. In practice, the act's enforcement rate did not even reach 20%. In the 40th year of the Black Tide era, the first United Academy was founded within the Iron Fortress. The Academy taught gene martial arts, draconic magic, and psionic technology side by side. At the opening ceremony, the principal eloquently expounded on a grand vision of integration and the future. Yet beneath the podium, students from the two worlds sat in clearly divided camps, with only a tiny handful scattered between them, awkwardly out of place. The illusion of peace quietly took root amid the ruins. In the 50th year of the Black Tide era, on the surface, the United Front had even reclaimed 10 million square kilometers of lost territory, and news of victories came in one after another. Trade and cultural exchange between the two worlds grew increasingly frequent. A film about the love between a human mech pilot and an elven archer even surpassed a box office of 10 billion United credits. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, the undercurrents of hatred and suspicion never truly subsided. In the 56th year of the Black Tide era, within Gangtai Fortress Mid-City, with the stark contrast between the lavish upper city and the clamorous lower city, Mid-City operates like a ceaseless, precise machine. A spiritual energy hovercar silently glides along a fixed route between buildings, while on either side of the street the alloy skyscrapers of Wylingxing and the stone spire towers of Alloan stand in an eclectic array. On the walls, flickering neon reflections interweave with luminous magical runes to compose a bizarre yet harmonious tableau. In the special maternity ward of the 7th Central Hospital, however, the atmosphere is in stark discord with the external order. Guyuanting. A clear shout laced with anger echoed through the corridor, causing several nurses to tense their necks and quicken their steps. If you had just given me an egg back, then there wouldn't have been so much fuss. Hiss, this hurts like hell. Su Feiyu's fiery red hair soaked with sweat clung to her fair forehead. Lying on the delivery bed, searing pain turned her face ashen, yet her phoenix-like eyes remained piercing, as if capable of spouting fire. She gripped the alloy handrail by the bed, where several clear finger imprints marred the metal. The man standing beside the bed, Guyuanting, with his striking silver-white long hair, possessed a statuesque bearing and handsome features, his demeanor as cool as eternal frost. Yet at this moment the stoic iceberg revealed a hint of helplessness. He reached out as if to touch his wife's arm, but halted midway, his fingertips slightly curling. In the end, he merely murmured in a deep tone, his voice laced with restrained concern, "Feiyu, guard your heart vein and channel that force." What nonsense! Without my protection, this little brat would have shattered my spiritual vein long ago. Su Feiyu gritted her teeth, veins visibly standing out at her temples. Do your dragon clan offspring really cause such mayhem, even in the womb? Guyuanting fell silent. This child not yet born was already intertwined with two distinctly dominant bloodlines. One force emanated from him, a piercing chill of the Shuai Long, the other from Su Feiyu, a blazing nobility from the true phoenix blood of the Qi UK lineage. The two forces clashed within the tiny body of the fetus, their surging energy ripples even penetrating Su Feiyu's body, stirring an invisible tempest within the delivery room sealed off by specially made lead panels and silencing runes. All vital signs monitoring has failed. The spiritual energy index is off the charts. A doctor from Wailangsing stared intently at a main screen displaying snowflake patterns, his voice shifting in disbelief. Several nurses recoiled in fright, stumbling backwards as they could barely hold their medical instruments. Normal fluctuations, Gu Yuanting remarked coolly, his gaze drifting over the malfunctioning devices, and he calmly ordered, "Shut them down. They're useless." The doctor hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting his deep, profound eyes, he involuntarily nodded and gestured for the nurses to comply. At that moment, Su Feiyu gasped sharply, her entire body tensing like a drawn bow. "It's coming." In an instant, an energy surge far exceeding previous levels erupted from the delivery bed, suddenly sweeping through the room. This was not mere spiritual energy, but a peculiar hybrid force. It was as if both a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry resonated in the room as a crystalline blue radiance intertwined with a scarlet golden flame. The alloy ceiling, empowered by spiritual guidance and adorned with over a dozen defensive runes, proved as fragile as thin paper and was deftly pierced by the force, leaving behind a bull's-eyed, smoothly edged hole. "Wow!" A loud cry shattered the brief silence as every gaze in the room fixed upon the newborn baby. Su Feiyu panted heavily, utterly drained, yet her eyes immediately fell upon her child. A little boy indistinguishable from any ordinary human infant with porcelain skin and a resounding cry. Gu Yuanting moved as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. He stepped forward, removed his outer garment, and gently wrapped the baby, a process executed with the proficiency of countless rehearsals. His eyes, long encased in ice, finally softened completely as he gazed upon the infant in his arms. "It's a boy." Cradling the child, he approached Su Feiyu's bedside, his voice carrying an imperceptible tremor. Su Feiyu managed a strained smile, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with both exhaustion and tenderness. She reached out to lightly caress her son's cheek and muttered, "You little rascal, you finally made your appearance." Outside the delivery room, the sound of hurried footsteps and scolding voices approached. High-energy spiritual response originating from Ward 307. "Seal off this area, level A alert." The alloy door of the delivery room was forcibly unlocked from the outside, and an officer clad in standard Union Defense Force armor, bearing the rank of Major, led a team rushing in, their spiritual energy rifles uniformly aimed at the epicenter of the surge. When they laid eyes on the hole in the center of the room that led straight to the sky, they all drew in a collective gasp. The Major's gaze flashed like lightning as it fixed on Gu Yuanting cradling the child and Su Feiyu on the bed. "Is the earlier energy surge linked to you?" Su Feiyu furrowed her elegant brows, about to react, but was silently appeased by Gu Yuanting's gaze. Cradling the child, Gu Yuanting turned around and calmly met the Major's stare. He exerted no overwhelming aura, nor did he use even a hint of force. He simply observed the other party in silence. That gaze was peculiar, clear on the surface, yet seemingly bottomless, causing the battle-hardened Major's heart to skip a beat. He felt as though he faced not a mere man, but a silent snow-capped mountain and a slumbering giant dragon. Gu Yuanting pulled the baby closer and used his own body to shield against the soldier's gunfire, concluding in a calm tone, "It is a medical accident." "Medical accident?" The Major was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the hole and the heap of discarded expensive equipment nearby, his face twitching slightly. What kind of medical accident could produce an effect akin to a battleship cannon? Before he could press further, Gu Yuanting spoke again. "My wife is from the Qi Yusu family of Wailangsing, and I am an explorer of the Aoluan continent." He succinctly stated his identity. "The child is born, the bloodline awakened, and the energy out of control. I will reimburse any losses doublefold." At the mention of Qi Yusu Jia, the Major's grip on his rifle momentarily faltered as his vigilant eyes turned somber. That surname carries significant weight in the circles of Tindu. Furthermore, this man, self-proclaimed as an explorer of Aoluan, exudes an extraordinary aura and undoubtedly an exceptional background. Such a cross-camp union among top families, producing offspring with innate extraordinary talents and causing a bit of commotion. It all seemed plausible. The Major's mind raced rapidly. To affront two profoundly influential figures over a mere hole would be ill-advised. With that in mind, his taut expression softened slightly. He cleared his throat and waved to those behind him. "It's all right now. The leakage of spiritual power due to equipment aging. Inform the engineering department for repairs. Disperse." Despite their doubts, the soldiers complied and turned to withdraw. Within the delivery room, tranquility finally returned. Su Feiyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Well done. You didn't even need dragon might. A single glance did the trick. Do your dragon clans naturally possess the ability to intimidate?" "Not at all. replied Gu Yuanting as he sat beside the bed with the baby, merely to let him understand that pursuing the matter would be troublesome. TCH pretentious. Su Feiyu snorted lightly, her gaze returning to the child. The little one had ceased crying, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed this new world. His eyes were a pure obsidian black, yet seemingly imbued with specks of stardust, vast and serene. Su Feiyu's heart softened as she observed, his features resemble you, a naturally aloof countenance. His nose and mouth resemble mine, he will surely be well liked in the future. Gu Yuanting allowed a slight curl at his mouth as he lowered his gaze to the son in his arms, seeing in this fragile, yet formidable life the deepest bond with the world. Let's name him, Su Feiyu whispered softly. Gu Yuanting pondered for a moment, his gaze piercing through the hole and toward the distant lofty sky. Gazing at the aperture reaching the heavens, Gu Yuanting spoke in a deep tone, Gu Xiao. May he in this lifetime ascend to the clouds free from all restraint. Gu Xiao. Su Feiyu repeated with a smile, what a fine name. My son Su Feiyu's is destined to soar beyond the clouds. She looked at her husband and son, the pride born of phoenix blood, transformed at this moment into gentle tenderness. In this perilous world, the arrival of this little life seemed to render it not so fearsome. Consciousness stirred, but his body refused to obey. Gu Xiao strained to open his eyes, his vision at first a hazy blur of light and shadow gradually sharpened into focus. What greeted him was utter devastation. A jagged hole gaped in the ceiling, piercing straight upward into the sky, howling with frigid wind. Charred, twisted fragments of metal littered the surroundings. He attempted to twitch his fingers. The tangible sensation, coupled with a deep-seated weariness and gnawing hunger rising from his very soul, confirmed one undeniable truth. His final memory, the spatial collapse within the reincarnation ruins, devouring all in its path. The excruciating agony of his body tearing apart still seared his spirit, yet it was swiftly eclipsed by an entirely different exhaustion and hunger. He was still alive, or rather he had returned, reborn in another form. He was now an infant, and this body, it seemed, was anything but ordinary. Gu Xiao could distinctly perceive two opposing forces flowing slowly within him, one cool as glacial ice, dense and profound, the other blazing like wildfire, agile and untamed. These twin currents chased and danced through his fragile meridians, leaving his entire frame tingling with an unsettling, prickling discomfort. Why are this little one's eyes darting about so wildly? A woman's voice rang out, softened by postpartum fatigue, yet radiating an aura of sovereign authority. Gu Xiao turned his neck, fixing his gaze upon the woman, whose hair blazed like living flame. Su Feiyu. Her name surfaced unbidden in his mind, accompanied by an instinctive, blood-deep kinship. Was she his mother in this life? She did not seem approachable. Perhaps he's observing the world, replied the man holding him, his voice clear and cold, like jade striking stone. Gu Yuanting. Gu Xiao lifted his head and met a pair of eyes as deep and fathomless as frozen abysses. The man's silver-white hair cascaded like moonlight, his beauty was otherworldly, yet his presence exuded a perilous energy that set Gu Xiao's very soul on edge. Observing the world. He's been born for mere minutes. Su Feiyu gave a light scoff and reached out toward Gu Xiao, aiming to pinch his cheek. Come here, son. Give mama a smile. Gu Xiao stared back, expressionless. Smile? He couldn't, not now. He was straining to adapt to the flood of alien sensations flooding his newborn senses. This was not the vision he remembered. The entire world appeared fragmented into countless drifting motes of light. Pale blue luminescent dust and incandescent crimson shards drifted lazily through the air, alongside faint gray-black particles emitting a deeply unsettling aura. His gaze shifted to the ceiling's gaping wound, its edges bristling with tangled luminous filaments silently replaying the violent torrent of energy that had surged there moments before. Was this the world's true visage? Hey, little thing, still ignoring me. Su Feiyu arched one eyebrow, feigning offense as she huffed at Gu Yuanting. See, that aloof, indifferent look. He's your carbon copy. He'll grow up just as taciturn. Like me. Calm, composed, long-lived, Gu Yuanting replied tersely. Su Feiyu laughed, half irritated. So if he takes after me, does that mean I'm short-lived? I once charged through 7 waves of beast tide, and none laid a finger on me. That was luck. Gu Yuanting, do you have a death wish? You've just given birth. Your vital energy remains depleted. Just you wait. Once I recover, I'll strip every scale from your dragon hide and stitch them into an underarmor. Listening to this bickering between his newfound parents, Gu Xiao's heart, tense with the shock of rebirth, settled inexplicably into quiet calm. In his past life, he'd been an orphan, raised amid the cutthroat world of ruin hunters where human warmth was currency and trust was a luxury no one afforded. Now within this seemingly chaotic din flowed an emotion he'd never known home. Suddenly Gu Xiao's gaze pierced through the breach in the ceiling, outward toward the sky beyond. Leaden clouds hung low, their fissures bleeding an eerie violet red glow. Far off, colossal aerial warships cruised like slumbering leviathans, their hulls gleaming with cold metallic luster. And on the distant horizon, a grotesque black rift tore across the heavens, a churning maw of darkness that sent shivers down the spine. The black tide. The instant his eyes fell upon that fissure, the term slammed into his consciousness. Icy absolute, carrying with it a primal tremor of revulsion and dread. He's looking outside, Gu Yuanting observed, noting the infant's unwavering gaze. His eyes are profoundly still. Su Feiyu propped herself up to follow his line of sight. That's the direction of the black, tide-infested zone. Bold little fellow, staring straight at that abomination mere minutes after birth. Gu Xiao withdrew his gaze and yawned. An infant's stamina was fleeting. Even this brief act of observation had summoned overwhelming drowsiness. Yet before surrendering to sleep, he needed to confirm one last thing. With great effort, he stretched out a tiny hand and grasped a strand of Gu Yuanting's silvery hair. It felt icy yet unbreakably resilient. Gu Yuanting glanced down, a flicker of quiet curiosity in his eyes. Gu Xiao locked his gaze onto his father's eyes. Through his newborn perception, his father's vast Staracean-like energy coalesced into the ethereal silhouette of a colossal beast, crystalline, majestic, sacred. A true dragon. Then he turned toward his mother. Though Su Feiyu's aura remained weakened within Gu Xiao's sight, her heart burned with an undying divine fire, the core of which held a scarlet phoenix, wings poised for flight. Magnificent, fierce, untamable. Oh, so that was it. A silent breath escaped him, the small fist clenched tight, relaxed almost imperceptibly. In this perilous world, formidable bloodline was the strongest shield. He seems quite taken with your hair, Su Feiyu remarked, a subtle note of envy threading her tone. Why won't he reach for mine? Perhaps its hue is novel, Gu Yuanting offered, an uncommon concession, and allowed his son to keep hold of the strand. Shall we name him Gu Xiao? Yes, Gu Xiao. Soaring above the clouds. Su Feiyu gently disengaged her son's fingers from her husband's hair and cradled the tiny hand with reverent care. From this day forward, I dare anyone to lay a hand on my son. Gu Xiao silently awarded his mother full marks. Fierce. He liked that. Just then hurried footsteps echoed outside the ward door. Mr. Miss Su, the hospital administration requests an audience. Not now, Gu Yuanting replied without turning his voice low, but ironclad in its finality. The voice outside faltered. But the damages to the room. Compensate fully. Do not disturb us again. Gu Yuanting's gaze swept toward the doorway, carrying with it an invisible pressure that seeped through the threshold. Silence crashed down instantly. The visitor outside froze, voice choked, breath suspended. Gu Xiao watched, comprehension dawning. This father was not only immensely powerful, he understood the fundamental law of survival. The stronger one appears, the fewer troubles arise. In his past life, Gu Xiao had navigated each step with meticulous caution, treading on thin ice. This life, Gu Xiao slowly closed his eyes, feeling the two distinct currents within him, once sharply divided, now beginning to draw toward one another like celestial bodies bound by gravity. Drowsiness rose like a tide. In the final sliver of consciousness before darkness claimed him, only one thought remained. Clear, resolute, unshakable. This life. He would live freer than any before him. The discharge procedures went exceptionally smoothly. Or rather, no one dared to let them be otherwise. Mr. Gu, the compensation list has been drafted, including the repair costs for the walls and equipment. The funds have been credited. Gu Yuanting held the swaddled Gu Xiao in one arm, his steps unbroken, increased by 20% as a hush money. The hospital director bowed to see them off. A completely black, sharply designed hover off-road vehicle glided silently to a stop at the steps. This vehicle had no plates, and aside from a few obscure defensive runes, there were no other markings. Gu Yuanting helped Su Feiyu into the vehicle first before skillfully securing Gu Xiao in the specially designed safety cradle in the back seat. The cradle appeared ordinary, but from Gu Xiao's perspective, at least 3 miniature gathering arrays and a high-level defensive formation were inscribed within. Such a configuration was enough to withstand tactical artillery fire. The doors closed, isolating them from all external noise. Gu Yuanting took his seat in the driver's position, and the vehicle took off smoothly, merging into the bustling aerial traffic. Gu Xiao lay in the cradle, gazing through the panoramic sunroof for the first time, truly examining the super city known as the Iron Fortress. The city's structure was vast, resembling a layered steel beast. Above the clouds was the floating upper district. Their sunlight bathed the area as massive anti-gravity platforms supported crystal-like skyscrapers and aerial gardens, a realm for the powerful and the elite. Beneath their feet lay the dimly lit lower district. Their sunlight was a rarity, and the flickering neon lights struggled against the industrial smog, a haven for the impoverished gangs and illegal modifiers. They currently found themselves in the middle district, nestled between the two. It was crowded and noisy yet brimming with vitality. Giant holographic images projected advertisements for gene medicines, while cultivators' flying swords raced against delivery workers piloting modified hovercraft. By the street there were automatic kiosks selling synthetic nutrient paste alongside ancient shops displaying signs of centennial talismans. Technology and the extraordinary coexisted in a bizarre symbiosis. Still looking up there, Su Feiyu noticed her son's gaze fixed on the clouds. That's a cage for canaries not suitable for us. Gu Xiao's mind stirred. With his parents' strength, why would they choose to reside in the Middle District? Su Feiyu leaned against the back of her seat, her tone laced with disdain. Those people in the Upper District speak in circles full of schemes, wearing 8 layers of masks on their faces. Living there, one would be scanned by hundreds of surveillance devices upon stepping outside and have to deal with those hypocritical banquets. It's much more comfortable in the Middle District. Peaceful. Gu Yuanting succinctly agreed. Gu Xiao understood. The greatest of hidden talents reside in the city. The Upper District was a whirlpool of power with eyes everywhere. The Middle District was a mix of characters, chaotic, yet forming the best natural barrier. For these two who merely wished to live peacefully, nothing was more important than not being disturbed. The vehicle passed through several commercial streets, entering a relatively secluded residential area. Although this place belonged to the Middle District, the environment was not lacking, with many independent houses having private yards. Gu Yuanting parked the vehicle inside a 2-story house's courtyard. The courtyard walls were high, covered in green vines. In Gu Xiao's view, the energy veins of those vines were clearly visible, not mundane, but a mutated plant called ghost face vine. Usually docile, yet would swiftly strangle unauthorized intruders and convert them into nourishment. We're home. Gu Yuanting carried Gu Xiao out of the vehicle. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a head poked over the adjacent wall. It was an elderly man in a floral shirt waving a fan in his hand, appearing amiable, but the sharp glint occasionally flashing in his squinted eyes hinted at an extraordinary identity. A little Gu, little Su back already. The old man's gaze swept over the two before finally landing on the swaddled infant in Gu Yuanting's arms. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered in his squinted eyes. What astonishing vitality. This little one may just pierce a hole through the heavens in the future. Congratulations, son. Gu Yuanting was succinct. A good son with excellent potential. The elderly man leaned in closer, grinning. Has he been named yet? Gu Xiao. A wonderful name aspiring to soar among the clouds. As he spoke, the elderly man solemnly pulled out a stone the size of a fingernail from his pocket and passed it over the wall. Your son possesses dual dragon and phoenix veins. His power is 2 dominant. Ordinary items won't be able to contain him. I have his soul crystal here. It's not anything extraordinary, but it can nurture the spirit. Hang it on him, lest his own power disrupt his foundation while he's young. Gu Yuanting reached out to take it lightly, touching the stone with his fingertip and then nodding slightly. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Upon entering the house, Gu Xiao finally felt the pure spiritual energy contained within that unassuming stone. This was no ordinary item. It was clearly a high-purity soul crystal sourced from the deep mines affected most severely by the Black Tide. This Middle District indeed concealed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Uncle Wang was once an elder of the Martial Alliance. After retiring, he found the upper echelons too full of rules and decided to hide here to enjoy his retirement. Su Feiyu explained casually, hanging her coat at the entrance. Son, welcome home. The interior of the house was simplistic yet stylish. There were no luxurious decorations, and most furniture had a natural wood color. One wall of the living room displayed several ancient swords, while another wall housed a massive built-in bookshelf filled with ancient texts and data chips. The most eye-catching feature was the large white animal hide carpet in the center of the living room, warm and comfortable. Gu Yuanting placed Gu Xiao on the carpet, crouching down, his usually cold eyes now intently scrutinizing his child. He doesn't seem to cry much, Gu Yuanting said, gently touching Gu Xiao's cheek with his finger. Just like you, born with a cold face. Su Feiyu went to the kitchen to pour some water, handing a cup to her husband. That's good, less worry. If he were a crybaby, I might not be able to resist roasting him with fire. Gu Xiao. This was definitely his mother. The room needs to be modified. Gu Yuanting surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. The current defenses are insufficient. He possesses dragon and phoenix bloodlines. An ordinary nursery won't contain him. Exactly, Su Feiyu wholeheartedly agreed. In a few months, once he learns to crawl, he might just tear the roof off. Take out the dragon language talismans you've treasured and reinforce the walls. Also replace the windows with the highest grade spiritual energy crystal panels. Let's get to work tomorrow. Listening to his parents seriously discussing how to turn their home into a military stronghold, Gu Xiao felt quite complicated. While other families had warm and cozy nurseries, his was a fortress of steel and iron. However, this feeling of being solemnly treated and tightly protected wasn't bad. In his previous life, he had floated like a rootless weed drifting through ruins and perilous places, remaining vigilant even in his dreams. Now lying in this home filled with the aura of strong individuals gazing at the gentle lights of the ceiling, an unprecedented sense of peace surged within him. This is home. Gu Xiao yawned, the drowsiness of his infant body washing over him once more. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of slumber, he heard Gu Yuanting's deep voice resonate in his ear. Feiyu, moi. There have been 3 grade A fissures appearing recently in the purification barrier at the front lines. This frequency is abnormal. Su Feiyu's voice turned cold as well. I understand. I sensed that nauseating aura while in the hospital. Are you worried? Now that Gu Xiao is here, the plans must change. Gu Yuanting's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable determination. In the past, we were alone, able to seek answers in dangerous places. Now we must first protect this courtyard and provide him with a safe space to sleep. Su Feiyu let out a light laugh, her laughter sharp, like a blade unsheathed. Who dares to extend their claws into our home? Whether it's the Black Tide or any other force, I will personally chop them off. Gu Xiao kept his eyes closed, the corners of his lips silently curling up. It seems that this life will be far more exciting than he ever imagined. In the rebirth of his life for Gu Xiao, it is a protracted battle with dignity. The greatest challenge is not adapting to the rich spiritual energy of this world, nor is it sorting out the conflicting bloodlines within him, but rather how to elegantly address the physiological needs of infancy. At 6 months old, Gu Xiao had already mastered a remarkable skill conveying instructions through subtle facial expressions. A slight furrow of his brows indicated a desire for milk, drooping eyelids signified fatigue, and when he stared at the ceiling with an indifferent gaze, as if transcending worldly troubles, it meant it was time for a diaper change. Su Feiyu was astonished by this. Old Gu, look at our son, isn't he a bit too well-behaved? Holding a bottle, she gazed at Gu Xiao, who lay in the cradle like a lifeless doll, her tone carrying a hint of unexpressed regret. That kid next door, Wang Ba's grandson, cries like an air raid siren. Ours, aside from eating and sleeping, even thinks making a sound is excessive. Gu Yuanting was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, carefully polishing a damaged ancient sword with a piece of deer hide. Upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze and swept it over the cradle. He is breathing. Isn't that obvious? I mean, he is breathing with a unique rhythm. Gu Yuanting set down the ancient sword and walked over to the cradle. Gu Xiao's heart tightened. The instinctive alertness honed on the brink of life and death in his past life was instantly triggered. He immediately severed the nascent flow of spiritual energy, causing his breathing to turn chaotic, even mimicking a real infant, as he innocently blew out a bubble. Gu Yuanting extended a finger, hovering just above Gu Xiao's brow. Though his fingertip did not touch, Gu Xiao could feel a clear water-like force sweeping through his meridians. The spiritual energy cycle has formed its own system, though weak it has never ceased. Gu Yuanting retracted his hand, and a rare hint of paternal pride appeared on his stern face. No wonder he is my son, he started cultivating on his own in the womb. Su Feiyu raised an eyebrow, leaning down to pinch Gu Xiao's chubby cheek. So diligent. Then you might as well call him Gu Wanwan later. Gu Xiao. He silently retracted the bubble and mentally noted this remark from his mother. At 1 year and 2 months old, Gu Xiao had steadily learned to walk. That day, he seized the opportunity while his parents were busy sorting relics in the basement, and with short legs, he dashed into the study. He had long coveted the book on top of the bookshelf, Fundamentals of Potionology in the Oran continent. For his height, the bookshelf was akin to a sheer cliff. But he used both hands and feet clinging to the edge of the bookshelf and swiftly climbed to the 3rd tier where his target lay. Just as his fingertips grazed the icy spine of the book, a faint footstep sounded behind him. Gu Xiao froze mid-action and slowly turned his head. Gu Yuanting was leaning against the doorframe, holding a cup of hot tea, calmly watching his son hanging from the bookshelf. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Gu Yuanting walked over, single-handedly lifted his son like a kitten from the bookshelf, and casually pulled out the hefty Fundamentals of Potionology to tuck into Gu Xiao's arms. Once you finish, remember to put it back. He ruffled his son's hair, turned to leave, and added a reminder at the door. Don't let your mother see it, as she thinks what you should be looking at now is early childhood literacy flashcards, not how to concoct effective hallucinogens. At 3 years old, life in the Central District was never peaceful, a mix of dragons and snakes. The small yard of the Gu family had become a forbidden ground in the eyes of the neighborhood children, not only due to the man-eating vines on the walls, but also because the head of the household was somewhat eccentric. He did not play, did not fight, and did not even cry. Every day, he simply sat on a small stool at the gate holding a book thicker than a brick. That day, the neighbor Wang Bo brought his 5-year-old grandson Fat Tiger over to visit. Fat Tiger had awakened part of his hill giant bloodline, built like a bear, and was the king of the children in this block. Gu Xiao, let's play ball. Fat Tiger threw a mud ball over. Gu Xiao did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to peruse Introduction to Basic Runes. Fat Tiger, feeling his pride wounded, charged over to snatch the book, leveraging his size advantage. Just as Fat Tiger's muddy hand was about to grab the page, Gu Xiao's body deftly evaded in a manner unbefitting his age, while his right foot seemingly casually extended, perfectly blocking Fat Tiger's center of gravity. Fat Tiger felt his feet give way, and the immense inertia sent him crashing to the ground, mouth full of dirt. He sat there wailing loudly, his snot bubbles swelling and shrinking with his cries. Inside, Su Feiyu, who was drinking tea with Wang Bo, poked her head out. What happened? Gu Xiao closed his book and with an indifferent expression pointed at the sobbing Fat Tiger on the ground. He fell down. Fat Tiger cried, even louder, pointing at Gu Xiao, wanting to say something, but upon meeting those calm, unperturbed eyes, he swallowed his words, leaving only sobs. Wang Bo was quite perceptive. He glanced at his grandson's pathetic appearance, then at the composed Gu Xiao, and meaningfully smiled. Little Gu is steady-minded. He will surely achieve great things in the future. This demeanor, just like his father. Su Feiyu walked out, hugging her son and planting a loud kiss on his cheek. Of course, just look at who gave birth to him. At 7 years old, Gu Xiao had reached the age for school. The United Government enforced compulsory education, and naturally the Central District had its public schools. After 3 days of family meetings with Su Feiyu deciding and Gu Yuanting agreeing, they finally decided to send Gu Xiao to Starfire 3rd Primary School. This school was quite special, specifically accepting children from the middle tier who had awakened their bloodlines or possessed special abilities. In simple terms, it was an officially recognized little monster concentration camp. On the first day of school, the classroom was already a chaotic mess. A girl with wings was spiraling around the ceiling, 2 little wolf boys were tearing at each other under the podium, and a little chubby boy with sparks flickering all over was trying to ignite the teacher's lesson plan with his powers. The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman wearing thick glasses, said to have once been in a special forces unit, and at that moment, even wielding a metal pointer, she could not suppress the chaos. Gu Xiao, with a small backpack on his back, stood at the door with a slight frown. It was too noisy. He walked straight towards the last row by the window, the exclusive throne of protagonists throughout the ages. As soon as he sat down, a small, thin boy in front turned around. His complexion was pale, and his pupils were blood-red, clearly a half-blood from the vampire clan. Hey, new kid. The little vampire showed a sharp fong. Do you understand the rules? This territory is under my protection, the fee for protection. Before he could finish, Gu Xiao took out a thermos from his backpack. He opened the lid and a strong, spicy, and slightly scorching scent wafted out. The little vampire's nose twitched violently twice, and his originally pale cheeks actually flushed with a sickly hue, as if he sensed the presence of a natural enemy. He stepped back, repeatedly trembling as he pointed at the thermos. What is this monster? Garlic juice mixed with chili water, extra strong. Gu Xiao leisurely took a sip, his expression unchanged. Wanna try? The little vampire covered his nose and almost rolled away to the other corner of the classroom. Gu Xiao calmly tightened the lid of the thermos. Of course, there was no garlic juice in this cup. It was the special tomato juice his mother prepared for him, containing a herb beneficial to phoenix bloodlines called firegrass. To him, drinking it felt warming all over, but the extreme yang energy contained in the firegrass must have been more terrifying than holy water to these vampire descendants. The far corner of the back row in the classroom had long become an invisible forbidden zone. After Lu Kai, the so-called little vampire, fled to the front row, pinching his nose, even the few rebellious students who had once coveted that sunlit window seat cast their glances aside with newfound restraint. After all, no one wished to provoke a 6-year-old eccentric who carried a concentrated garlic tonic in his backpack. Gu Xiao found this outcome thoroughly satisfactory. He tightened the lid of his thermos and reopened his copy of Fundamentals of Rune Analysis. For someone housing an adult soul, elementary school life was sheer torment. Were it not for his mother Su Feiyu threatening him with a feather duster before leaving home, he would have much preferred scouring the black market for discarded spirit energy crystal cards. The din inside the classroom swelled steadily. A chubby boy crackling with arcs of electricity attempted to ignite the ponytail of the girl seated before him, only to be drenched head-to-toe by her precise water orb technique. At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the classroom's front door, followed by a narrow gap opening. The clamor did not cease until Teacher Zhang's alloy teaching rod slammed onto the lectern with a piercing metallic shiver. Only then did the pack of overenergized little monsters grumble into silence. Take your seats. She tilted her chin toward the doorway. Come in. The door swung wider. First came a faded canvas sneaker, then a slender figure. Gu Xiao lifted his gaze from the page, raising his eyelids just slightly. A girl, slender, swallowed by an oversized uniform. Her jet-black short hair was neatly combed. A modest fluorescent stone pinned a tiny braid behind her right ear. Her fingers gripped the straps of her school bag so tightly that her knuckles whitened. Faced with dozens of eyes, curious, appraising, hostile, her body instinctively recoiled, her breath catching mid-inhale. Gu Xiao's gaze lingered for a heartbeat on those whitened knuckles, then withdrew, settling once more upon his book. Introduce yourself. Teacher Zhang tapped the blackboard. The girl parted her lips. Her voice was barely a whisper. I'm Yi Weiniang. Louder. Are you related to mosquitoes? Jeered a werewolf boy from the back row. Laughter erupted across the room. Yi Weiniang's cheeks flushed crimson, her neck blooming with matching color. Flustered, she bowed her head, fixing her gaze rigidly on her own toes, her frame taut as a drawn bowstring. Xiao, shut your mouth. Next time you're standing outside the door. Teacher Zhang's sharp rebuke quelled the commotion. She gestured vaguely around the room. Find an empty seat. As if granted reprieve, Yi Weiniang clutched her bag and hurried down from the podium. Yet few seats remained vacant. Her eyes swept the room and settled finally on the quiet corner of the back row. No rogue fireballs flew here. No werewolves wrestled. Just one boy reading in serene stillness. Though his aura carried a certain chill to Yi Weiniang, who only wished to vanish, cold detachment felt infinitely safer than open malice. She drew a slow breath and walked forward stiff-legged. A shadow fell across his page. Gu Xiao did not look up. Only reached sideways, lifted the backpack resting on the adjacent chair, and hung it neatly on his own chair back. Yi Weiniang paused, faintly startled. She hadn't expected such effortless courtesy from a classmate who seemed so aloof. She eased the chair open with meticulous care, lowered herself into the seat without a sound, and curled inward, shrinking her presence to the smallest possible footprint. Between them stretched an unspoken boundary. Gu Xiao, read. Yi Weiniang began arranging her stationery. It wasn't the act itself that caught his attention, but its unnerving precision. Pencil, eraser, ruler aligned along the desk's edge by length and size, each item spaced with the exactitude of a calibrated ruler. From the corner of his eye he noticed the tarnished brass shell casing dangling beneath a silver chain at her throat, an artifact of the old epic, rare in this age. Hey newbie. Lu Kai turned around from the front row. Having lost face before Gu Xiao, he now sought restitution on fresh ground. A clumsy smirk twisted his pallid face. Know the rules. This seat's prime real estate. You want it, you pay protection. Yi Weiniang's hand stilled over her textbook. She said nothing, only lowered her head further, seeking refuge in silence. I'm talking to you, mute. Lu Kai's hand shot across the aisle, aiming for the shell pendant. That's a curious trinket. Let me have a look. Yi Weiniang jerked her head up. Fear flickered in her eyes, but beneath it burned something resolute. She snatched both hands to her chest, pressing the pendant close, her spine locking rigidly against the chair back. And no, not allowed. Her voice trembled, but her grip on the shell remained ironclad. Humph. Still defiant. Enraged by her resistance, Lu Kai flipped his palm, his nails elongated into jagged obsidian-tipped claws slashing straight for her wrist. Had that strike landed, her delicate skin would surely bear deep weeping gashes. Yi Weiniang instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. Snap. A light, clean sound. The anticipated pain never came. She opened her eyes to see a hand gripping Lu Kai's wrist. Small, slender-fingered nails immaculately trimmed. It rested there with casual ease, yet held him fast as though bound in forged steel, freezing his monstrous claw midair. Gu Xiao paused mid-turn of the page, but did not lift his eyes. Too noisy. Lu Kai's face flushed from pale to livid purple. He strained with all his might to wrench free, only to find the other's strength overwhelming. Worse still, a subtle, yet primordial pressure surged up his arm, striking deep into his consciousness. Dragon's aura. Faint as it was for a low-tier bloodline, it was ancestral terror, etched into his very genes. I'll let go. Lu Kai's voice cracked. Gu Xiao finally closed his book and looked up. His eyes, dark as polished obsidian, held no emotion whatsoever. Merely the detached regard one affords an irritating insect. Get out. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Lu Kai tumbled backward, landing flat on his back, with all four limbs splayed. Teacher Zhang whirled from the blackboard, a piece of chalk flying like a bullet to strike Lu Kai squarely between the eyes. Lu Kai, what are you doing now? Out. Stand in the hall. Clutching his numb wrist, Lu Kai blinked back tears, yet dared not utter Gu Xiao's name. That blood-deep suppression had stripped him of every shred of courage. He scrambled upright and fled the room, humiliated. Silence returned to the corner, deep, undisturbed. Gu Xiao lifted his thermos, unscrewed the cap, and took a slow sip of his special tomato juice. A soft rustle sounded beside him. Yi Weiniang sat up straighter. Her complexion remained pale, but her gaze, when it met Gu Xiao's, now held a fragile, glimmering light. Thank you. Her voice was hushed, but clearer, steadier than before. Gu Xiao offered no reply. His eyes simply drifted back to the page. About 5 minutes passed. A folded note was silently pushed across the invisible boundary on the table. Gu Xiao's gaze shifted from the book to the note. The note featured a simple drawing of a small turtle, its shell adorned with a sword stepping on an ugly bat with one foot. The drawing was somewhat juvenile, yet the lines flowed surprisingly well, particularly the expression of the small turtle, which bore a striking resemblance to the haughty demeanor Gu Xiao had moments ago. Below the drawing was a line of elegant handwriting. "You are a good person." A good person. Gu Xiao chuckled. This was the most absurd compliment he had ever heard. "And why a turtle?" He turned his head. Yi Weining immediately buried her face into her arm, revealing only her bright apricot eyes, quietly observing his reaction. When her gaze met Gu Xiao's, she hurriedly averted her eyes, her ears burning with embarrassment. However, she did not take back the note, leaving it on Gu Xiao's desk. Gu Xiao stared at the note, remaining silent for a moment. He picked up a pen and added a few strokes next to the small turtle. Yi Weining felt the note being pushed back. She cautiously lifted her head to take a look. Next to the lonely little turtle, there was now a simple drawing of a firefly. The drawing was a bit hasty, but the firefly was perched on the turtle's hard shell, its tail emitting a glow. Beside the drawing was just a question mark. Yi Weining was momentarily stunned, but then she understood. She glanced at the question mark, then at Gu Xiao's expressionless face, and suddenly felt that this aloof desk mate was not so hard to approach. She picked up a pen and carefully wrote beneath the question mark, "Because it glows, you won't be afraid of the dark." After finishing, she pushed the note back over. Gu Xiao read the words, and the muscles in his face twitched slightly. Afraid of the dark. With the dragon sparrow bloodline, he was naturally attuned to light and fire. In his past life, he had survived alone in a core pollution zone devoid of light for 30 years. That word had long been excised from his vocabulary. Yet he did not refute it nor discard the note, but instead casually tucked it into the pages of basic rune analysis. Gu Xiao. He looked straight ahead, his voice neither high nor low. Yi Weining was taken aback for a moment before realizing he was introducing himself. "My name is Yi Weining." She immediately responded, her voice still soft, but her tense demeanor had dissipated. Yi as in leaves, Weining as in the night, and firefly. Gu Xiao acknowledged, indicating he understood. Yi Weining hesitated, pointing at Gu Xiao's thermos. "Is it really garlic chili water inside?" Gu Xiao glanced at her and pushed the cup half an inch toward her. "Want to try?" A rich tomato aroma wafted out. Yi Weining inhaled deeply, her eyes lighting up instantly. "It's tomato juice. I love drinking this too." She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a small package wrapped in oil paper, cautiously placing it on the edge of Gu Xiao's desk, making sure the edges aligned with the table. "These are cookies baked by my grandmother. They don't have sugar, but they are very fragrant." She looked at Gu Xiao, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. "For you to eat." Gu Xiao's gaze fell on the package of cookies. In the past, he would never accept food from unknown origins. In this perilous world, anything ingested must undergo the strictest scrutiny. But the gaze beside him was hard to ignore. Those bright apricot eyes brimmed with pure expectation, mixed with a trace of fear of rejection, causing her fingers that held out the cookies to instinctively curl up. He extended his hand, took the paper package, tore it open, and placed a piece in his mouth. The texture was somewhat hard, with the taste of coarse grains, indeed devoid of sweetness, only the pure aroma of wheat melting in his mouth. "It's not bad," he commented. Yi Weining visibly relaxed, her brows curving into a smile. That was the first time Gu Xiao saw her smile. Unlike the boisterous laughter of other children, her smile was quiet, like a cluster of fireflies that quietly lit up in the grass at night, its glow faint, yet possessing a comforting power. "Can I sit here from now on?" she asked eagerly. Gu Xiao turned to a new page of the book, not lifting his head. "As you wish." The light outside slanted in, bathing the corner of the last row of the classroom in warm hues. The boy focused on his book, his expression indifferent. The girl, meanwhile, leaned on the desk, her fingertips gently tracing the brass shell casing, occasionally glancing up at the boy, a faint smile on her lips. That year they were both 7. One was responsible for driving away annoying bats, while the other quietly shone beside him. The next day, when Yi Weining walked into the classroom again, she found the corner of the last row still remained a no man's land. Just like yesterday, she walked up beside Gu Xiao holding her backpack and softly greeted, "Good morning." Gu Xiao was flipping through a thick book titled Introduction to Spiritual Energy, merely responding with a nasal HM. However, Yi Weining noticed that there was an extra piece of draft paper on his desk covered with pencil sketches of intricate rune arrays accompanied by a series of symbols she couldn't comprehend. She did not disturb him, quietly taking out her textbook to preview the lesson. Teacher Jiang entered the classroom holding a spirit stone no larger than a fingernail and began to explain the most basic principles of perceiving spiritual energy. "Class, close your eyes, empty your thoughts, and try to sense the energy flowing through the air." The room fell silent at once. All the children shut their eyes, faces variously intent as they strained to catch that elusive spiritual energy. Yi Weining obediently closed her eyes. After a moment, she furtively opened a slit, and found that Gu Xiao had never closed his. He was still bent over his copy of Introduction to Spiritual Energy. Teacher Jiang came to the last row, and seeing this was about to frown. Gu Xiao suddenly lifted his head. His voice was low, but remarkably clear. Teacher, sensing like this is too vague. Teacher Jiang paused, studying him carefully, then asked, "And how would you have us do it?" Gu Xiao was silent for 2 seconds. He remembered the wasteland of his past life where ordinary people without talent groped for crude but effective ways to awaken. Have them place a hand over their chest, and first find the rhythm of their heartbeat, he said. Then try to match their breathing to it. Breathe in counting 4, hold for 2, then take 4 counts to exhale. Repeat this dozens of times, and the power within the body will begin to respond. Teacher Jiang's eyes brightened. The method was simple, concrete, and eminently practical. All right, class, let's try a different approach. She clapped her hands and began to guide them according to Gu Xiao's suggestion. This time, within 10 minutes, several children excitedly raised their hands. Teacher, I felt it. It's warm. Yi Weiniang felt it as well. It was a wonderfully strange sensation, as if a warm, slender current flowed slowly through her body, rising from the place of her heart and following an invisible trail to her limbs. She opened her eyes and by instinct glanced at Gu Xiao. He happened to be looking at her. Thank you, she whispered. Gu Xiao offered no reply. His gaze returned to the book. Yi Weiniang noticed, however, that his fingers turned the pages a fraction quicker than before. On the 3rd day, Yi Weiniang brought another small parcel wrapped in oiled paper. What is it? Gu Xiao asked, eyeing the thing she had set at the corner of the desk. Sweet potato cakes, Yi Weiniang said in a thin voice. Gu Xiao fell silent for a moment, did not refuse, and took a piece to taste. It was sweet with a faint roasted fragrance. Your grandmother cooks well, he observed. Yi Weiniang smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. Then he'll bring you something delicious every day? She promised. Gu Xiao made no reply, yet he did not decline. From that day on, an unspoken agreement took root in the corner of the last row. She brought a homemade snack each day, and he ensured nothing careless disturbed her. A quiet pact between 2 6-year-old children formed without fanfare. Sunlight streamed in day after day, illuminating that overlooked corner. No one could know that the small connection born of a parcel of cakes would amid future storms blossom into a radiance far more dazzling. The days at the Spark 3 were passing faster than Gu Xiao had anticipated, and they were somewhat less monotonous. This was largely thanks to the quiet feeder in the corner. Since the bag of sugar-free biscuits broke the ice, the upper right corner of Gu Xiao's desk had become a designated offering area. On Wednesdays there were dried sweet potato strips, and on Thursdays a small jar of sweet and sour wild fruit jam. By Friday the offering was upgraded to a thumb-sized fragrant dried meat stick. That was meat from a mutated corner rabbit. Although it was a low-level exotic beast, it could be exchanged for several nutritional potions in the black market at the edge of the wasteland. Gu Xiao pinched the jerky and glanced at the side. Yi Weiniang was burying her face in her book, pretending to read seriously, but her ears were flushed red, and even the fine hairs were clearly visible in the sunlight. Where did this come from, he asked. The girl shivered slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Old Li next door went scavenging in the wasteland and got injured. I helped him bandage it. He insisted on giving it to me. Gu Xiao didn't press further, tossing the jerky into his mouth. It was chewy, but a little too salty. Lu Kai in the front row was now completely silent. Every time Gu Xiao walked past him, the little vampire would instinctively hunch his shoulders, wishing he could embed himself in the wall. The group of werewolves also kept their distance, avoiding the back corner of the classroom. Gu Xiao was quite satisfied with this newly established ecological balance. When the school bell rang, he picked up his backpack and strolled out of the school gate. His father's car was already waiting at the usual spot. Before he even stepped through the door, an overwhelming aroma hit him. It was the explosive pepper native to the dead volcanoes of the Oran continent mingling with the oil from the flame bowl of the Azure Star, creating a unique fragrance at high temperatures. For ordinary people this was akin to tear gas, but for the Gu family this scent was known as mother's call. Gu Xiao sighed silently and pressed his fingerprint on the door control. Beep. Identity confirmed. Welcome home, young master. Before the electronic voice of the smart butler faded, a fiery red figure flashed from the kitchen to the entrance. Stunned, Gu Xiao barely had time to drop his backpack on the floor before being scooped up by a powerful force, his vision spinning before he landed in a fragrant, warm embrace. His mother Su Feiyu was dressed in her signature dark red home outfit with her sleeves rolled up, revealing strong and smooth forearm lines. In her hand, she held a dripping oil alloy spatula. Let mom take a good look. Have you lost weight again? Su Feiyu lifted Gu Xiao to her, eye level, her bright, upward slanting phoenix eyes filled with unabashed affection. Mom, I've only been to school for 2 weeks. Gu Xiao hung in midair expressionless as he stated the fact. Also, the oil from your spatula is about to drip onto my head. Oh dear, my mistake. Su Feiyu casually set him down and playfully ruffled his hair. Gu Xiao straightened his disheveled collar as he walked through the entrance. In the living room, his father Gu Yuanting was quietly sitting there, meticulously wiping a palm-sized black scale with a special soft cloth. Hearing the footsteps, the man looked up. His deep, starry eyes seemed to thaw like glaciers at the sight of Gu Xiao. "Dad," Gu Xiao greeted, his gaze sweeping over the scale, a sixth-tier abyss walker from the Black Tide Front. "The scale has strong corrosive properties. Oh, aren't you afraid of dissolving the coffee table?" Gu Yuanting's lips curled into a slight arc as he casually tossed the scale into a special isolation box beside him. "Good eye. I happened to encounter a lone one on the way back and dealt with it conveniently." The family of three quickly settled at the dining table. The dishes on the table were nothing short of hardcore. A large pot of boiling red oil water-cooked fire beef accompanied by a plate of steaming snow lotus fruit exuding coldness, as well as several legs of roasted mutant birds that were golden and oozing oil. The fusion of ice and fire was akin to the composition of this family. Su Feiyu served Gu Xiao a piece of beef larger than his face, officially starting the interrogation segment. "So son, how are you adapting in Spark 3? Are there any troublemakers bullying you? Tell Mom, and he'll draw a few warmth talismans on their windows tonight." Gu Xiao bit into the tender Kirich beef. "No one is bullying me. But the homeroom teacher might be a bit troubled." "Oh." Gu Yuanting leisurely sliced the snow lotus fruit on his plate, his movements as precise as a delicate surgical operation. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything." Gu Xiao swallowed his food. "The methods of the teacher who teaches spiritual guidance are too outdated. I couldn't stand it, so I helped her optimize the lesson plan." Su Feiyu was momentarily stunned before bursting into a clear, ringing laugh, her palm slapping the table with a resounding thud. "Ha ha. No wonder you're my son, Su Feiyu." Her face was brimming with pride, then her tone shifted as a hint of gossip sparkled in her eyes. "What about your classmates? Have you made any new friends? For example, a pretty little girl?" Gu Xiao's hand paused for a moment while picking up food. "No," he quickly denied. "Lying," Gu Yuanting remarked without raising his head, his voice flat. "You have the scent of an unfamiliar plant on you. It's not from home. There are also food crumbs in your backpack's net pocket made from coarse grains." Gu Xiao. He had forgotten that the old dragon at home had a nose sharper than a military detector, and that Fiery Sparrow's instincts were more accurate than a lie detector. Su Feiyu's eyes instantly lit up, shining like two powerful searchlights. "Really? Quick, tell Mom. Which girl's family is she from? How old is she? Is she human or from another race? Is she pretty?" Gu Xiao helplessly set down his chopsticks. He knew that in this family, honesty was the only way to avoid punishment. "She's just a deskmate." He downplayed the situation. "She's very timid and often bullied. I found those people too noisy and dealt with the trouble. She probably brings me some snacks every day to thank me. That's all." "Timid." Su Feiyu stroked her chin, analyzing seriously. "That's not good. If she really comes to our house in the future, won't your dad's cold aura scare her to tears?" "Mom, you're overthinking it. She's only 6 years old." Gu Xiao tried to forcefully halt this dangerous topic. "Besides, her family is not well off. They live in a shanty town. But she's very considerate. Being considerate is good." Su Feiyu completely ignored the latter part of his statement's importance. "What does it matter if she's poor? Our family has plenty of resources. As long as she's not a descendant of those old fossils from the Oran continent, it's all good." Just then Gu Yuanting suddenly interjected. "You used your dragon might." "Yes, I used a little." Gu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yuanting set down his knife and fork, his star-like eyes fixed on his son. "Dragon might is not derived from roaring, nor is it reliant on brute force. It is the manifestation of your will. When you use it, do you feel that the energy in the entire space is stirred?" Gu Xiao thought for a moment, and it was indeed so. "That is the most basic usage. It is a waste." Gu Yuanting extended a finger and lightly tapped the table. There was no sound, no airflow. Yet Gu Xiao's heart tightened suddenly. At that moment, he felt no overwhelming pressure. Instead, he sensed an invisible needle piercing his spiritual core, plunging him into an icy abyss. This feeling lasted less than a second before vanishing into thin air. Gu Yuanting withdrew his finger. On the table, a nearly imperceptible tiny dent appeared where he had just tapped. "Concentrate the pressure into a point and strike the vital point directly." Gu Yuanting's tone remained calm. "This weekend, I will teach you concentration." Gu Xiao adjusted his breathing, calming the momentary agitation. This was the mark of a true powerhouse. Oh, every move was a lesson. "All right." A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Su Feiyu was excited about her son's campus gossip and suddenly recalled something. "By the way, I saw on the school notification that there will be a parent-teacher meeting next week." Gu Xiao's heart sank. Let these two attend the parent-teacher meeting. One could turn the classroom into an ice cellar, while the other could ignite the desk when overly excited. "Isn't that unnecessary?" He made one last attempt. "No way." Su Feiyu slammed the table, her attitude resolute. "This is my son's first parent-teacher meeting in his life. It must happen. I want to see what that little girl who brings you jerky every day looks like." Gu Yuanting, sitting nearby, wiped his mouth with a napkin and leisurely agreed, "I'll go too." Additionally, Gu Yuanting wiped his mouth with a napkin, his gaze fixed on Gu Xiao. "Since you've accepted someone else's kindness, it's customary to return the favor. Our family does not owe anyone favors. There's a bottle of Moon Dew on the third shelf of the study which is good for ordinary people to enhance their physique with no side effects. You should take it to her on Monday." Gu Xiao looked up at his father's distinctly contoured face. "Got it," he replied, a subtle smile curving his lips. At 5:58 in the morning, Gu Xiao opened his eyes punctually. Even though he had changed worlds and bodies, the biological clock, deeply engraved in his soul, remained as precise as a Swiss watch. However, he could not get up immediately. An unusual chill permeated the entire room. Despite it being early summer, delicate frost flowers had formed on the window, and even the breath he exhaled turned into a clear white mist. The door slid open silently. Gu Yuanting appeared at the doorway. He stripped off the training clothes from the previous night and changed into a fitted dark gray combat suit, his silver hair tied up high, resembling a sharp sword freshly honed, its edge yet to be sheathed. "Awake." "You froze me awake," Gu Xiao said as he wrapped the blanket tighter around himself and sat up, rubbing his arms. "Dad, this is home, not your snow-capped dragon nest. Tone down the dragon's might." Gu Yuanting ignored his son's complaints, leaving behind a commanding order: "Wash up in 3 minutes. He'll be waiting for you on the terrace." As soon as his words fell, his figure had already vanished from the doorway. Yes. 3 minutes later, Gu Xiao appeared punctually on the second-floor terrace. The sky was just beginning to brighten, with the eastern horizon tinged with a pale gray. The outline of a distant steel fortress reflected a cold, hard sheen in the morning light, and the air was laced with the unique scent of machine oil and dust. Gu Yuanting sat cross-legged on a suspended stone slab, which was composed of ice elements he had casually conjured. "Sit." He pointed to the floor opposite him. Gu Xiao complied and sat down cross-legged. "I mentioned yesterday that your dragon's might is used too roughly." Gu Yuanting got straight to the point with a translucent ice orb rotating up and down at his fingertips. Dragon's might is the resonance of mental will and bloodline power. It does not rely on roaring, nor is it an energy leak caused by emotional loss of control. "How should I do it?" Gu Xiao asked. "Gaze at it." Gu Yuanting opened his palm, the ice orb hovering 3 inches above his palm. "Use your mind to grasp it, not your eyes." Gu Xiao's gaze locked onto the ice orb. "Mind." He attempted to concentrate, envisioning an invisible hand in his mind, trying to grasp the ice orb. However, the ice orb remained motionless in the morning breeze. Too scattered, Gu Yuanting's assessment was cold and direct. "Your spiritual power is like a net full of holes. You need to imagine it as a needle or a hammer. There's no need to cover everything, just attack a single point." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuanting's eyelids drooped slightly. Snap! A soft sound erupted, and the ice orb, as hard as iron, instantly turned into the finest powder, evenly ground, as if by a precision instrument. Gu Xiao's pupils constricted slightly. He sensed no energy fluctuation, it was purely a force on the mental level. This is concentration. Gu Yuanting conjured another ice orb and tossed it to Gu Xiao. "The moment you can leave a crack on it with your mind, you'll get an extra egg for breakfast." Gu Xiao caught the ice orb, the bone-chilling cold seeping in, but he held on tightly. For the next half hour, the terrace fell into absolute silence. Gu Xiao stared intently at the orb until his eyes grew sore and a dull pain throbbed in his head, yet the ice orb remained as pristine as ever. But he did not give up or complain, only continuously adjusted his breathing, attempting time and again to harness the intangible force known as spiritual power. Gu Yuanting kept his eyes closed in meditation, only opening a slight gap to glance at his son. This level of patience was quite commendable. "Rest for 5 minutes." Gu Yuanting suddenly spoke. Gu Xiao let out a long sigh, slumping back and pressing his temples. "This is harder than deciphering the rune array." Naturally, Gu Yuanting's reply was concise. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiao voiced his confusion. "Dad, what level are you right now? How is the power system of this world defined?" Gu Yuanting glanced at him, seemingly weighing his words. "That is the martial arts classification of the native realm of Azure Star." He calmly explained, "Hundreds of years ago, when spiritual energy first emerged, humanity created a complex and chaotic system for self-preservation. Later, the world I belong to, Oran continent, intersected with this realm, bringing along our complete legacy of magic and martial skills. So it became chaotic." Gu Xiao immediately grasped the crux. "Exactly," Gu Yuanting nodded. "During the Black Tide era, the most troublesome aspect was not killing enemies, but rather the coordination of combat power. When a commander from Azure Star calls for master-level reinforcements, Oran sends a golden knight, and the two must first establish superiority on the battlefield, resulting in both becoming fodder for the Black Tide. The masters of Azure Star believe they can take on 10, yet they are erased by a single forbidden spell from Oran's legendary mage. Meanwhile, Orin's Golden Knight disdains technological weapons only to have his skull pierced by a spiritual energy sniper. Such examples are countless. Gu Xiao's lips twitched slightly. Although his father's tone was flat, the scenes he depicted were exceptionally grim. After the war, the United Government and the Radiant Empire argued for 3 months over this, ultimately deciding to abolish all complicated titles. Gu Yuanting raised a finger, tracing it in the air. They unified the system to the simplest and most direct method: numbers. From level 1 to 99. Gu Xiao sat up straight. This was what he truly cared about. This is the currently common combat power assessment standard for the 2 major factions. Gu Yuanting explained. It assesses based on spiritual energy values, physical strength, mental thresholds, and practical destructive power. How is it divided? From level 1 to 10, it's the entry level. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow. What about Lu Kai? Level 6. Gu Yuanting evaluated without emotion. Not even qualified to be cannon fodder. At best, he's a moving blood bag. From level 11 to 30, they are the backbone of society. Ordinary soldiers in the military and low-tier professionals in the city fall within this range. They can skillfully wield spiritual energy and can handle low-tier mutated beasts alone. Level 30 is the first threshold. Gu Yuanting paused slightly. Crossing it is known as pulse shaping in Azure Star and corresponds to Silver Knight or Official Mage in Orin. They can glide, briefly project energy, and possess genuine combat prowess. Levels 30 to 59 are the main forces against the Black Tide. Among them, levels 40 to 49 correspond to Core Gathering and Golden Knight High-Level Mage. Levels 50 to 59 correspond to Breaking the Ordinary and Diamond Knight Magister. Level 60 is the second Great Divide. Gu Yuanting's voice deepened a bit. Azure Star refers to it as Master Realm, where life forms begin their transition. In Orin, it touches upon domains. At this step, the artillery positions that Azure Star prides itself on become mere decorations. With one person's strength, toppling a fortress without a comparable stronghold is not an exaggeration. Gu Xiao looked at the frost marks on the ground, having a clear comparison in his mind. Oldly the Scavenger was probably a retired soldier of around level 10. And that teacher Jiang in school was likely below level 30. From level 70 to 79, it's the Starlight Realm, corresponding to paladins and mystic mentors. They can channel the power of the stars or touch the edges of the laws, being guests of honor in any super metropolis and deterrents for major factions. Above level 80, Azure Star calls it Mooncrown Realm, while Orin refers to it as Warlord and Sanctum Mage. Existences at this level can permanently alter landscapes with their full force and even trigger regional weather anomalies. As for those above level 90, you refer to them as Sunwheel Realm, while we name them Legends. According to publicly available information, the United Government has 6, and the Radiant Council has 11. Most of them have long been stationed at the forefront of the Black Tide, at the Abyss nodes rarely appearing in the world. Each one is a strategic-level existence capable of turning the tide of battle. The morning wind on the terrace suddenly ceased. Gu Yuanting did not respond immediately. He simply turned around, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the distant city of steel and glass, a colossal beast of urbanity. The dawn light outlined the cold and hard contours of his profile. His eyes, usually bright like stars, were now unfathomably deep. He extended a finger and gently traced it across the cold metal railing. There was no sound, but the moisture in the air instantly condensed into a row of delicate frost flowers glistening with a cold light where his fingertip had passed. 72. Starshine Realm. Gu Xiao felt a buzzing in his mind. This number and the title behind it felt like 2 mountains crashing down upon his understanding. The kind of existence his father spoke of, one that could mobilize the power of the stars and touch the edge of the laws, was his own mother. Can she really single-handedly take down a military fortress? Gu Xiao's throat felt dry as he asked the question, tinged with a sense of unreality. This is not a description. Gu Yuanting turned his head, his gaze calmly settling on his son's face. It is a report of battle. In the No. 7 corrosion zone of the southern continent, she single-handedly advanced and incinerated 3 abomination Lord-level nests. Gu Xiao's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He could not imagine what the woman who usually cooked for him and would nag him for coming home late looked like. And what about you? He finally asked the question that had been swirling in the depths of his heart, staring intently at the man before him. Gu Yuanting's lips moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. It was not a smile, but a form of absolute confidence derived from the essence of life, as if the sky was inherently lofty and the sea inherently vast, unquestionable, and irrefutable. I am slightly higher than her. 76. When Gu Yuanting uttered this number, it was as if he were deciding whether to have bread or steamed buns for breakfast. Gu Xiao felt as though he were being overwhelmed by an invisible aura, making even breathing feel heavier. 76. At the level of the Starshine Realm, the difference between each number represented an insurmountable chasm. After all this family is the most dangerous place in the world. Gu Xiao muttered under his breath, yet deep within his eyes a spark was ignited, growing more intense. Don't be deceived by the numbers. Gu Yuanting's voice grew cold like a basin of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of excitement in Gu Xiao's heart. An experienced hunter can take down a giant rhinoceros with a poisoned dagger. And you right now are that giant rhinoceros cub with brute strength. Tell me, how much value does your flashy power hold in numbers? Gu Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. He recalled how a mere hint of dragon might had made Lu Kai tremble in fear. That feeling of overwhelming strength had indeed given him a fleeting illusion of I am strong. Level 9. Or level 10. He replied uncertainly. Level 12. When Gu Yuanting stated this number, Gu Xiao was left dumbfounded. It was far higher than he had anticipated, already beyond the entry level. Surprised, Gu Yuanting's tone held a hint of mockery. Your mother has the Phoenix bloodline, and I have the Crystal Dragon. From a single cell, you have been absorbing 2 of the highest forms of power. The moment you were born, your spiritual energy base was already at level 10. But he shifted his tone. Having power without the means to control it can lead to self-destruction before harming the enemy. I understand now. Gu Xiao raised his head, the confusion in his eyes cleared away. There was no ecstasy, no smugness, only a near-icy clarity. Gu Xiao ceased to speak, further tightening his grip on the ice orb. The cold was piercing. This time he did not attempt to resist with willpower, but instead fully immersed his consciousness into the chaotic sea of energy within. He could see those 2 powers. One was blazing and violent, carrying the will to incinerate all. That was his mother's Phoenix power rampaging through his veins. The other was profound and refined, exuding absolute zero and silence. It was the dragon bloodline from his father, constructing his bones and foundation like a glacier that had stood for millennia, serene and lofty. They formed a fragile balance within him, and what he needed to do now was become the reins that would guide these 2 powers. This time he no longer pursued a broad mental impact, but learned to compress every thought, further compressing it, condensing it into an invisible needle. Time passed second by second. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping to the ground, instantly turning into ice beads. The intense concentration of his mind made his brain feel as if it were being kneaded by a hand, sending waves of sharp pain. But he gritted his teeth. In the world of the mind, the internal structure of that ice orb was magnified infinitely, and he could see the flow trajectory of every strand of energy. He was searching for the weakest point. There it was. Break. The silent intention stirred a roar in the mental realm, and the needle, compressed to the extreme, struck fiercely. Crack. A faint yet distinct cracking sound. The ice orb, condensed by a level 76 powerhouse, had a hairline crack appear in Gu Xiao's palm. Gu Yuanting opened his eyes, a fleeting expression of approval crossing his face, his tone still deadpan. You've made a start. Your control is still as crude as a piece of scrap metal, but at least you know how to strike sparks now. Gu Xiao let out a long breath, feeling as if he had been pulled from water, collapsing onto the ground, yet wearing an unprecedentedly radiant smile. Dad, add an egg. I want a double portion. That depends on your mother's mood. Gu Yuanting stood up, the oppressive dragon might vanishing without a trace, reverting to that ordinary family man. Just then a clear and robust voice echoed from downstairs. Gu Yuanting, you old thing, are you up there messing with our son again? Hurry down for dinner. If the 3-tiered firebird egg I just fried gets cold, do you believe I will peel off your 2 precious reverse scales to line the pot? Gu Yuanting, who had just been exuding an imposing presence, visibly stiffened. Without a word, he vanished from the terrace in a flash, leaving only a whispered remark to drift in the wind. Hurry up. If your mother truly sets the kitchen ablaze, I won't be able to stop her. Gu Xiao looked at the empty terrace, shaking his head in resignation. He leaned against the railing to stand up, his body weary, but his spirit was so full it felt like it would overflow. He gazed towards the city, bathed in the golden morning light, with only one thought in his heart. Level 12 is just the beginning. One day he too would go see what the scenery above level 90 looked like. Coming, he called out loudly, stepping forward towards the home that was both a place of worldly warmth and a den of dragons and tigers. The air downstairs was significantly warmer than on the terrace, laced with the savory aroma of searing meat and the distinct clean bitterness of medicinal herbs. As Gu Xiao stepped into the dining room, he saw Su Feiyu standing before the stove, wearing an apron adorned with pink cartoon bears, her spatula moving with practiced ease. This domestic image was profoundly deceptive. No one would suspect that the woman humming softly while cooking possessed the power to incinerate entire battlefields, a 7th-rank cultivator in her own right. 3 place settings had already been arranged upon the dining table. Gu Yuanting sat upright at the head of the table, his posture as formal as if attending the highest joint government summit. Yet in his hands rested a printed morning newspaper. In an era where holographic projections were ubiquitous, this was a quiet, old-world insistence. Wash your hands, Su Feiyu said without turning, her spatula striking the wok with a crisp, rhythmic chime. And you, heat the milk. At her words, Gu Yuanting set the paper aside and lightly tapped the glass pitcher containing the milk with a fingertip. No incantation, no luminous aura. Yet instantly delicate wisps of perfectly tempered steam rose from its surface. Gu Xiao washed his hands and took his seat. His gaze settled upon the dish before him, a massive ash-gray egg the size of a fist veined with deep crimson markings, the extra course his father had promised. Beside it lay 2 golden brown steaks, their marbling fine and delicate, still faintly sizzling with rendered fat. The staple was a bowl of rice, each translucent grain gleaming like polished jade, radiating a soft, ethereal luminescence. Thunder-spotted serpent's egg, an exotic beast of the 3rd rank, Gu Yuanting stated succinctly. Arrived by air yesterday. The steaks are tenderloin from the wasteland wild ox. The congee is made from jade crystal rice grown in Spirit Field No. 2. Even as heirs to apex cultivators, raised with deliberate autonomy, their daily sustenance never compromised on quality or potency. What are you waiting for? Eat. Su Feiyu placed the final dish upon the table, slipped off her apron, and draped it casually over the back of her chair. I bargained for half an hour with that portly black market dealer just to secure this egg. Gu Xiao wasted no more time. He cracked open the shell. The albumin was silken and tender, the yolk a vivid, unusual tangerine. With the first bite, not a trace of gaminess lingered. Only an intense, rich fragrance bloomed across his palate, then dissolved into a radiant warmth that surged downward into his stomach and swiftly flooded his limbs. The spiritual fatigue he'd accumulated on the terrace seemed nearly half restored by that single mouthful. Delicious, Gu Xiao remarked, his pace quickening noticeably. Su Feiyu nodded in quiet satisfaction, then turned to her husband. Old Gu, how did our son fare earlier? Gu Yuanting sipped his milk, then dabbed his lips with a napkin. Acceptable. Speak plainly. Su Feiyu arched a delicate brow. 40 minutes, to form the first fissure. Her chopsticks paused midair. Her brilliant phoenix eyes blazed with sudden fierce light, and in the next instant she delivered a resounding slap across Gu Xiao's back. Cough. Gu Xiao nearly choked on a mouthful of beef. Brilliant boy. You've got my fire in your blood. Su Feiyu laughed, unrestrained and joyous. I told you, my phoenix lineage fused with your father's draconic essence could never yield mediocrity. Faced with his wife's unapologetic claim of credit, Gu Yuanting didn't so much as lift his eyelids, remaining wholly absorbed in his steak, each motion precise, unhurried, immaculate. Gu Xiao gulped down a mouthful of milk to clear his throat. Mom, easy. I'm your biological son. Enough talk. Eat. Su Feiyu replied, her mood radiant. She added another generous portion to his plate. More dragon whisker grass. It clears the meridians. The atmosphere at the table was warm, yet it hung like the hush before a storm. True to form, halfway through the meal, Gu Yuanting set down his utensils. Regarding your upcoming arrangements. Gu Xiao immediately laid down his chopsticks and sat upright, spine straight. He knew. This was the moment the conversation shifted to gravity. You're currently ranked level 14. Your foundation is solid yet fraught with a fatal flaw. Gu Yuanting held his gaze steadily. Do you know why your mother and I have deliberately restrained you? Why we've withheld advanced combat arts from you? Gu Xiao shook his head. Because you are a hybrid, Su Feiyu interjected, her expression shifting from mirth to solemnity. I am a mutated descendant of the Phoenix lineage of Azure Star. Your father belongs to the Dragon clan of Orin. Phoenix energy embodies fire, dragon essence embodies ice, 2 fundamentally antagonistic forces. Gu Yuanting's fingers tapped once softly against the tabletop. At lower cultivation tiers, total energy remains modest. The conflict remains latent. But once you break past level 30, your internal energy pathways will fully crystallize, and those opposing attributes will transform you into a walking detonation, unstable, volatile, perpetually on the verge of self-annihilation. Gu Xiao stared at his own palms, sudden clarity dawning. No wonder in his past life's memories most hybrids perished young or descended into madness. Their very bloodlines waged war within them. Thus these next 3 months are pivotal, Gu Yuanting declared. Your objective isn't mere advancement. It is purification and fusion. How? By eating. Gu Yuanting gestured toward the abundant spread before them. From today onward, your entire diet will be restructured. Every ingredient selected specifically to fortify your physical vessel, especially the resilience of your internal organs. Just eating won't suffice, will it? Naturally not. Gu Yuanting withdrew a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and slid it across the table to Gu Xiao. This is your schedule for the next 90 days. Follow it precisely outside of mandatory academic instruction. Gu Xiao unfolded the page. Dense, meticulous script filled every inch. 0600 YM mind-focusing training. Nighttime medicinal bath, 1 full hour. Before sleep visualization practice, 1 full hour. Gu Xiao's eyes lingered on the page. Everything else was manageable. except the words medicinal bath, which sent an involuntary twitch rippling across his temple. He pointed to the tiny characters. This medicinal bath. My personal formulation. A glint of mischievous anticipation flickered in Su Feiyu's phoenix eyes as she eagerly seized the thread. All premium ingredients, dragon blood grass crimson flame fruit, plus powdered bark from my private stock of phoenix paulownia wood, and oh yes, several rare mineral powders. She paused, her smile, deepening voice stretching languidly. The process may prove lively. Just endure it. It'll pass quickly. Gu Xiao's temples throbbed rhythmically. Lively. He knew exactly what his mother meant by a little lively. To Su Feiyu, a little translated roughly to half your life force. Gu Xiao drew a slow, steadying breath and met his mother's gaze with grave intensity. He asked the question that weighed upon his very survival. Mom, is this formula legitimate? Brat, don't speak nonsense. Su Feiyu rapped the table sharply, though her eyes sparkled with irrepressible amusement. Do you think we're stewing pork ribs? This is tempering. Do you understand? She extended a single finger and tapped it gently over Gu Xiao's heart. That ice and fire coiled inside you. They've been skirmishing endlessly in your meridians, launching guerrilla raids. Better to cast them both into a great crucible. My formula is that crucible, the flame, the hammer. It forces them into direct, brutal confrontation, until one yields or both shatter. Pain is inevitable. You'll lose skin, and perhaps more, but you won't die. Su Feiyu spoke with serene, unassailable authority. Yet if you endure the first violent collision between these forces will etch indelible battle scars into your body. These scars become the very bedrock upon which future fusion rests. As a secondary benefit, your physical strength will double, without question. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanting finally swallowed the last spoonful of jade crystal rice kanji and with unhurried elegance dabbed his lips clean with his napkin. He had remained silent throughout, his demeanor suggesting casual disinterest in domestic chatter. Yet that final subtle nod carried the weight of a dragon's seal upon this audacious, perilous plan. With such affirmation, even the most outlandish proposal gained absolute legitimacy. Gu Xiao fell silent. He no longer dwelled on how excruciating the process might be. In his past life, he'd been shackled by his body's frailty, stagnant, helpless, until fate claimed him in despair. This lifetime his parents had forged for him a path impossibly arduous, yet one that led unerringly to the summit. Pain. Compared to the suffocating hopelessness and bitter regret of his former existence, it was nothing. I understand. Gu Xiao lifted his head, his eyes blazing with unshakable resolve and raw, incandescent battlelust. When do we begin? Seeing his swift, unwavering assent, Su Feiyu's smile widened, radiant and triumphant. She sprang to her feet and clapped her hands together. Better now than later. I say tonight. She tossed her utensils aside with infectious enthusiasm. Come, full stomach means full strength. Son, let me show you something extraordinary. Oh, and one thing. Su Feiyu suddenly remembered, withdrawing a pale green jade slip from her spatial ring. This is my early cultivation manual, Spirit Chi Condensation Art. Study it well. It'll help you grasp the fundamentals ahead of time, smoothing your breakthrough when the moment comes. Gu Xiao accepted the slip. A wave of cool, refreshing energy flowed instantly into his mind. He closed his eyes briefly, sensing its resonance, then opened them again, astonishment unmistakable in his gaze. This technique can simultaneously refine both ice and fire spiritual energies. Sharp perception. Truly, my son. Su Feiyu snapped her fingers in approval. Its core principle is balance. I recovered this fragment from an ancient cultivator's ruin and spent 20 years reconstructing and perfecting it. Though not peerless for you, right now, it is the optimal path. Gu Xiao fell silent, contemplating. Ice and fire, conflict and convergence. This was his curse, and it would become his crown. Gu Xiao pinched the azure jade slip between his fingers, his thumb gliding over its smooth, warm engravings. In the Gu family, the notion of rest was evidently a fiction. Go to the study and memorize the first-tier incantation. Half your lunch if you fail, Su Feiyu remarked, coldly stacking dishes without looking up, her words sharper than shards of ice. Gu Xiao sighed and resigned himself to the ascent to the second floor. The study held none of the ostentatious antiques or calligraphy favored by nouveau riche families, only walls lined with trophies. A shattered sword from the Aoluan continent, the intact skull of a high-tier magical beast, and several slabs of source energy were sealed within lead-lined boxes. Gu Yuanting sat behind the desk polishing a matte silver revolver with a piece of deerhide cloth. The sidearm issued to him on the Azure Star, a spiritual energy weapon modified to its absolute zenith. Father, this jade slip, Gu Xiao began. Your mother unearthed it from an ancient tomb, burned half a mountain of zombies to secure it. Gu Yuanting did not lift his gaze. Practice diligently. Don't disgrace your mother. Gu Xiao fell silent and obediently settled into a corner. His spiritual sense pierced the jade slip, and instantly a torrent of arcane information from the primordial chi condensation art flooded his cerebral cortex. Unlike the crude, standardized foundation forging manual taught at school, this art demanded precision spiral compression. It required one to twist the spiritual energy within the body like rope, compressing, refining, and coiling it relentlessly until a vortex formed in the dantian. For ordinary cultivators, it was painstaking, grinding labor. But for Gu Xiao, whose meridians already seethed with volatile opposing energies of ice and fire, it was akin to lighting a fuse inside a munitions depot. All afternoon he struggled to coax even the faintest trace of chi sensation. Sweat soaked through his shirt, repeated missteps sent needle-like jolts of agony racing along his channels. Then as dusk fell, Su Feiyu's voice rose from downstairs. Come down. Faith. This was no tender familial ritual. The guest bathroom on the first floor had long been converted into a dedicated interrogation chamber. A massive black ironwood tub stood at its center, filled with water the color of dried blood, bubbling ominously and exhaling a pungent melange of sulfur, mint, and scorched feathers. Su Feiyu stood beside it, holding a glass vial from which she dispensed 2 drops of violet liquid. A sharp hiss erupted. Purple vapor billowed from the surface. Get in, she commanded, gesturing toward the tub with the serene, benevolent smile of a mother who truly believed she was doing what was best for her child. Gu Zhao's throat bobbed. Mother, I'm only 6. This temperature, approximately 46 degrees Celsius. Not fatal. Su Feiyu urged him impatiently. Hurry, the efficacy halves once it cools. That entire vat costs several 100,000 credits. At the mention of hundreds of thousands, pragmatism instantly overrode protest. He gritted his teeth, stripped off his clothes, and stepped in. HSSSS. Instantly his skin flushed crimson as the medicinal potency surged inward through his pores. Focus your mind. Circulate the incantation. Gu Yuanting appeared silently at the doorway, his voice as unyielding as tempered steel. Gu Xiao clenched his jaw until tendons stood out on his forehead, forcing consciousness through the white-hot agony as he began reciting the primordial chi condensation art, memorized just hours before. He remained submerged for a full hour. When he finally crawled out, he resembled a drowned hound, too spent even to twitch a finger. Yet strangely, the once unruly ice and fire energies within him had quieted ever so slightly, and beneath his skin a faint silvery luminescence shimmered. Acceptable, you didn't faint. Su Feiyu nodded in approval and tossed him a towel. Tomorrow again. Gu Xiao blacked out on the spot. For the next 3 days, Gu Xiao lived a bifurcated existence, hellish by night, saintly by day. By day, he was the guardian of Little Firefly. By night, he was the sole subject of the Gu family's infernal training regimen. This continued until Friday, the day of the parent-teacher conference. Gu Xiao stood before the bathroom mirror, studying his own haggard reflection. 3 consecutive days of medicinal baths and cultivation had left his complexion pale, but his gaze sharpened, now held a new, unsettling intensity. The ice and fire energies within him had at last ceased their wild rampaging. Under the guidance of the primordial chi condensation art, they reluctantly coalesced into a fragile, trembling vortex. Gu Xiao, hurry. Your mother's already left. Gu Yuanting called from downstairs. Coming. Gu Xiao snatched his backpack and dashed down, only to find the dining table empty. Gu Yuanting stood in a sharply tailored black suit, adjusting his cufflinks, the uniform of his upright citizen persona. She departed early for the school, he stated expressionlessly, to assess the environment. Gu Zhao's heart lurched. Given Su Feiyu's methods, such assessment likely heralded imminent misfortune for some unfortunate soul. Gu Xiao followed his father outside. Early autumn light gilded the parking lot where his father's modest black levitating SUV rested silently in its space. Get in. Gu Yuanting unlocked the doors. Gu Xiao slid into the front passenger seat, the interior still faintly redolent of tea, a habit of his father's, who always kept a small pouch of leaves to purify the air. As the vehicle eased out of the residential complex, Gu Yuanting asked how has cultivation felt these past few days. Fine. Gu Xiao replied, tersely, eyes fixed on the streets blurring past the window. Just exhausting. Exhaustion is expected. Gu Yuanting said coolly, your mother's medicinal bath formula is lethal to all but those bearing the dragon and phoenix bloodline. It is her bespoke creation. You've endured 3 days and still walk upright. Your foundation is sound. The car turned onto a second street, and ahead loomed the familiar gates of Xingho No. 3 Primary School. Its tangerine yellow sign gleamed vividly in the morning sun. Today the school's parking lot had transformed into an exhibition hall of elite vehicles. From levitating spirit energy sedans to armored off-road behemoths, the narrow entrance was choked to capacity. With one hand, Gu Yuanting guided the black levitating SUV, a shadow without weight, sliding with impossible grace into the razor-thin gap between 2 parked cars, its clearance measured precisely to the millimeter. He glanced at the chaotic jumble of vehicles around them unmoved, merely murmuring disorder. Unbuckling, he removed the matte silver revolver from his waist and locked it securely in the glove compartment. Today he was a law-abiding civilized parent. Xiao pushed open the door backpack slung over one shoulder, surveying the opulent, battle-hardened parents around him, and gave a wry, silent twist of his lips. This was no parent-teacher conference. It was a coliseum where factions clashed. Let's go. Gu Yuanting adjusted his tie, his perpetually stern face straining to summon the benign, unremarkable expression of an ordinary citizen. Remember, today we are a family that resolves matters through reason. Xiao said nothing, only quietly buried his copy of Fundamental Rune Analysis deep into the bottom of his backpack. Reason? He could only hope his mother refrained from reducing the entire teaching building to ash before the day ended. Inside Classroom 1A of Xingho No. 3 Elementary, the atmosphere hung heavier than that of a frontline command center facing the black tide. Less a parent-teacher conference, more a battlefield where myriad arcane arts clashed. In the first row, a middle-aged woman in bespoke Taoist robes sat motionless, with eyes closed, her fingers idly rotating two walnut-sized pieces of thunderstruck wood. Faint arcs of electricity flickered across her silhouette, causing the multimedia screen on the podium to glitch intermittently. At the rear, near the window, a burly man sat half-submerged in shadow. One of his arms had been replaced by a grotesque alloy prosthetic, its hydraulic conduits pulsing with cobalt light like living veins. Now those crackling alloy fingers tapped rhythmically upon the desk, each impact eliciting a muffled groan from the frail classroom table, its surface fracturing further with every strike. The air mingled the cloying sweetness of cheap perfume, the acrid tang of machine oil, and the musky scent of some unknown beast's hide. Xiao followed his father Gu Yuanting into the room, and instantly spotted his mother seated in the farthest corner by the window. Su Feiyu had set aside her usual combat fatigues today, donning instead a well-tailored beige trench coat. Her flamered hair was loosely coiled, lending her an almost deceptive air of quiet grace. Yet those phoenix-shaped eyes gleamed with predatory curiosity as they lingered on the nape of the man before her, the one with the mechanical arm, as though assessing a fascinating specimen, calculating the optimal angle for disassembly. "You're here." Su Feiyu waved them over lightly. "Sit." Gu Yuanting gave a slight nod, expressionless, and settled beside her, carving out a silent, self-contained sphere untouched by the surrounding chaos. Xiao deftly arranged his small student desk, placed his thermos in the corner, then quietly shrank into the wall shadow, perfectly embodying today's designated role, the classroom's auspicious mascot. "How was the assessment?" Gu Yuanting murmured, gently adjusting the collar of her trench coat. "Boring." Su Feiyu curled her lip, lowering her voice further. That portly fellow in the front row just bragged that his son awakened stone skin, then asked what our boy awakened. I said he hadn't awakened yet, and the man actually laughed, calling him doomed to mediocrity. Gu Yuanting adjusted his glasses. "Didn't you incinerate him on the spot? Am I truly such an unreasonable brute?" Su Feiyu shot him a languid, knowing glance. "I merely offered kind counsel. Stone skin, a low-tier ability, is highly vulnerable to strong acid. He ought to limit his child's carbonated drinks, for the sake of both teeth and epidermis." Xiao silently unscrewed his thermos and sipped warm water to steady his nerves. Just then a commotion erupted at the classroom door. "Move. Make way. Blind are you?" A colossal figure filled the doorway, entirely swallowing all light behind him. Merely standing there, he seemed to devour illumination itself. He stood well over 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall, bulging muscles strained against a custom leather jacket threatening to burst its seams at any moment. A gold chain as thick as a thumb draped around his neck. Yet on him it looked no sturdier than common twine. "Where's Xiao Chong?" That little brat said there'd be a parent-teacher meeting. "Where the hell is he?" His voice roared like a beast of the untamed steppe, detonating within the cramped classroom, vibrating the ceiling so fiercely it seemed poised to collapse. The previously arrogant man with the glowing mechanical arm instantly retracted his aura, tucking that cobalt-lit alloy hand deep into his pocket. "Mr. Zhao Dagong, this is a school. Please moderate your language and suppress your oppressive aura." Teacher Zhang adjusted her thick-rimmed spectacles and rapped her alloy teaching rod sharply against the podium. "Zhao Chong is currently serving detention in the hallway for disrupting class. Please find a seat." Zhao Dagong exhaled a disgruntled snort, scanning the room, his gaze finally settling on the Taoist nun in the front row. Well, if it isn't the old goat from Qingqing Mountain." "Oh, pardon me, Master Zhang. Has your boy yet avoided being roasted by his own lightning?" The nun did not open her eyes, her thunderstruck would turn slowly in her palms. "Master Xiao, I cultivate thunder arts, not culinary techniques. As for your son, I hear he couldn't even retract his tail during last week's transformation class. Perhaps the circus would offer him a steadier position." Zhao Dagong choked on his retort. just as an elegant icy cough cut through the tension behind him. "Excuse me, you're blocking the entrance." Xiao Dagong turned to see a middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored black tailcoat, his pallor unervingly, one holding a pristine white handkerchief to his nose with visible distaste. Behind him, Lu Kai stood with head bowed, his face even paler than his father's, lips tightly pressed. Humiliated beyond measure, yet too terrified to speak. What a rank, unrefined, bestial stench. The man fanned the air before his nose with the handkerchief, his voice soft, yet venomously clear throughout the room. Truly the threshold of Xingho No. 3 elementary sinks lower each year. Lu Changfeng, you blood-sucking bat. Just who the hell are you insulting? Xiao Dagong's eyes blazed crimson, his pupils narrowing into vertical slits, blackened claws erupting from his fingertips. Whoever answers knows I speak of them. Lu Changfeng cast a contemptuous glance at him, then fixed his frigid gaze upon his son. Where's the one who bullied you? Point him out. Lu Kai timidly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping past the crowd, until it locked onto the far corner of the classroom, where Gu Xiao sat cradling his thermos, watching the spectacle with quiet, detached calm. Is it him? Lu Changfeng narrowed his scarlet eyes, studying Gu Xiao for a long moment, detecting no noteworthy energy fluctuation whatsoever. Kai, over such an ordinary mortal, you have utterly disgraced our bloodline. Father, he feels deeply wrong. Lu Kai faltered, struggling to articulate the primal dread rising from his very marrow. Worthless. Lu Changfeng sneered coldly, dismissing his son outright, and strode toward the back row. Passing Xiao Dagong, he deliberately jostled him with his shoulder. Though dwarfed by Xiao Dagong's hulking frame, the impact sent the bear-like man staggering sideways. You damned bat, you seek death. Xiao Dagong exploded with fury, roaring from deep in his throat, every muscle coiling tight, unleashing the savage, overwhelming aura of a 5th-rank, beast-shifting esper, flooding the entire classroom. Several ordinary parents in the front rows paled to ash. The Taoist nun remained unperturbed, though the crackling arcs around her now snapped with renewed ferocity. Lu Changfeng met his challenge without flinching. Behind him, a vast spectral pair of crimson bat wings unfurled, their chilling pressure colliding violently with Xiao Dagong's raw bestial might. Enough, cease this instant. Teacher Zhang bellowed, slamming her alloy rod onto the podium hard enough to carve a deep crater. Fight outside, if you must. Teacher, please rest. You'll get your apology later. First I'll dismantle this bat, piece by piece. Xiao Dagong roared, launching a fist the size of a mortar shell straight at Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng smirked, dissolving into a blur, dodging effortlessly, then struck back with a precise jab of his cane toward the man's ribs. Crude beast. A full-contact brawl was about to erupt in Classroom 1A. But just as fist and cane were about to collide, cutting through the cacophony came a single exasperated, perfectly crisp tisk. She rubbed her temples, her brow faintly furrowed. Su Feiyu spoke softly, her voice not loud, carrying a hint of lazy impatience, as she said, Yuan Ting, it's too noisy. Her voice, though soft and cold with annoyance, clearly penetrated the ears of everyone in the noisy classroom. Xiao Dagong, who was just about to throw a punch, paused and turned to the corner, sneering. Who is this woman? This is not your place to speak. His words were left unfinished. Gu Yuan Ting, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. There was no emotion, no killing intent, not even focus. Only an extreme depth of coldness akin to a starry sky in the depths of a polar night. There was no outward release of energy, nor any earth-shattering effects. In that moment, everyone's heart abruptly contracted. It was merely a pure, absolute suppression that originated from the essence of life. At that instant, every hair on Xiao Dagong's body stood on end. As a beast transformation ability user, his instincts were 100 times sharper than ordinary people. His beast-like intuition screamed in alarm, warning him to flee immediately. In his perception, the silver-haired man was not human, but an ancient giant dragon lying in wait. Just the aura released from the opening of his eyes was enough to crush him into dust. The fear that sprang from the depths of his genes caused him to lose control of his body in an instant. Thud. The towering man, who stood at 2 meters 3 and was previously arrogant, suddenly softened at the knees and knelt on the ground, his knee cracking the tiled floor. On the other side, Lu Changfeng was not faring any better. Blood clan members were particularly sensitive to the bloodline pressure from higher beings. At the moment Gu Yuan Ting opened his eyes, he felt as if his blood had frozen. His crimson eyes shrank to the size of pinpricks, and the massive shadow of bat wings behind him let out a mournful cry before dissipating. He clutched the edge of the desk tightly, his knuckles turning white, barely managing to remain upright, unlike Xiao Dagong. But the cold sweat on his forehead had already soaked through his carefully chosen collar. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. The walnut in the Taoist priestess' hand cracked into dust with a loud snap. Gu Yuan Ting indifferently withdrew his gaze as if he had merely swatted away 2 buzzing flies. Su Feiyu rested her chin on one hand and glanced at the two pale-faced individuals with a smile in her phoenix eyes leisurely saying, "My son still has to attend school. If the classroom is destroyed, it would delay the renovation and disrupt the curriculum progress. Don't you agree, Teacher Zhang?" Teacher Zhang finally snapped back to reality, giving a deep look at the couple in the corner, taking a deep breath, and displaying the professionalism of a homeroom teacher. Ahem, Gu Xiao's mother is right. She cleared her throat and continued, "Zhao Dagong's parent, the ground is cold, but it's better to find a place to sit and listen attentively. Lu Changfeng's parent, if you are feeling unwell, there are nutritional supplements in the infirmary." Zhao Dagong did not dare to say anything further and obediently sat cross-legged on the ground. Lu Changfeng trembled as he pulled out a chair to sit down, not daring to glance back, let alone help his son retaliate. As for Lu Kai, he had buried his head into his chest, wishing he could turn invisible. "All right, now that everyone has calmed down, let's begin discussing the exam situation." Teacher Zhang turned on the projector, casting the presentation onto the blackboard. The subsequent parent-teacher meeting displayed an unprecedented harmony. No matter which child the teacher pointed out for criticism, their parent would cooperate extremely well, with a demeanor so proper it was almost outrageous. Especially Zhao Dagong, when the teacher mentioned that Zhao Chong had eaten the classroom's white mice raw during natural science class. He even led the applause, indicating that he would definitely mix it up with them later and not let it pass. Gu Xiao sipped the specially mixed juice from his thermos, his gaze falling on the empty seat beside him. Yi Weining's meticulously organized desk appeared particularly lonely amidst the chaotic surroundings. That child isn't anyone coming from her home. Su Feiyu followed her son's gaze and asked softly. She used to be picked up by her grandmother, but it seems her uncle has been coming these past few days. Gu Xiao replied softly. Su Feiyu's gaze subtly softened for a moment as she looked at her husband. The two exchanged a glance, and Gu Yuanting imperceptibly nodded. After the parent-teacher meeting concluded, Su Feiyu waited for most of the other parents to leave before she stood up and called out to Teacher Zhang, who was preparing to pack up. "Teacher Zhang, could I take a few minutes of your time? I would like to understand the situation of Gu Xiao's deskmate." Teacher Zhang was taken aback for a moment, adjusting her glasses and asking, "Are you referring to Yi Weining?" "Yes." Su Feiyu's tone softened considerably. "The child said she usually lives with her grandmother. Since her parent didn't come today, I wanted to ask if there's anything we can help with." Teacher Zhang's eyes flashed with gratitude as she sighed. Weining's situation is a bit special. Her parents are martyrs of the Joint Defense Force who sacrificed at the front lines, and she has been raised by her grandmother. However, the elderly lad's health has recently deteriorated, and she has been hospitalized. So, she continued somewhat awkwardly, "We don't know much about her uncle's family either. This child is very sensible and never causes trouble for others, but she's a bit too solitary, and we are quite worried about her." "I understand." Su Feiyu nodded. "If it's convenient, could you give me her grandmother's contact information and the hospital address? Also, if her grandmother needs anything such as medical resources, please feel free to contact us at any time." I really can't thank you enough." Teacher Zhang excitedly rummaged through her drawer and handed over an information card. "But Weining is very proud, you see." "Don't worry, I will be mindful of the boundaries." Su Feiyu took the card with a smile. As they walked out of the teaching building, Gu Xiao looked up at his mother and asked, "Mom, how do you plan to help her?" "Directly giving money would hurt her pride. We need to think of a good way." Su Feiyu pinched her son's cheek. Gu Yuanting, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "In my name, we will establish a targeted scholarship at the school." "That's a good idea." Su Feiyu smiled approvingly. "Let's call it the Explorer Scholarship in your name. Let that child earn the money based on her abilities, so it would be justifiable and no one could say anything. As for the medical expenses..." Su Feiyu gently tapped her finger on the holographic wristband, pulling up some information. "I remember the Tree of Life Foundation under Tianqing Technology has a support program specifically for the families of heroes. Yuan Ting, I will anonymously submit Weining's grandmother's information to the foundation, letting them go through the process to cover all expenses." Gu Xiao watched as his parents arranged everything in just a few words, and a warm current surged within him. He remembered Yi Weining often eating alone, the old textbooks she borrowed on her desk, and the occasional hint of fatigue flashing in her eyes. Days later, on a clear morning, Yi Weining walked into the classroom. When she saw the steaming thermos lunchbox on her desk, she froze. Gu Xiao was sprawled over the desk, sleeping soundly, as if everything was none of his business. On the lunchbox, a small sticky note swayed gently in the wind with 2 lines of childish yet earnest handwriting. "You must eat breakfast well, otherwise you won't grow tall. Your deskmate." The lid of the thermal lunchbox twisted open, releasing a plume of steam first. Then the sharp alkaline aroma of preserved eggs mingled with the savory richness of minced meat, finally enveloped and softened by the gentle, comforting fragrance of steamed rice, flooding her nostrils without invitation. In an era where synthetic nutrient paste was the daily norm, such an intensely vivid scent, born purely from real slow-simmered ingredients, felt almost surreal in its richness. Yi Weining held a small sticky note between her fingers, pressing just enough to curl its edges. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting toward Gu Xiao seated beside her. His face was buried deep in the crook of his arm, his breathing was steady, and even his shoulders rising and falling with quiet rhythmic precision, a posture so flawlessly composed it seemed deliberately staged. Yi Weining knew full well that his hearing was feline sharp. The classroom's ambient murmur stood no chance of lulling him into true slumber. She pressed her lips together and said nothing. Instead, she folded the note with reverent care, twice, then slipped it gently between the frayed, worn cover of her dog-eared copy of Foundations of Spiritual Energy Theory. A searing pang of hunger flared in her stomach, right on schedule. She lifted her spoon and scooped a portion of congee, thick and velvety, studded with tender rice grains, finely minced meat, and diced preserved eggs, suspended evenly throughout. Warmth slid smoothly down her throat, instantly filling the hollow ache in her belly before radiating outward through her limbs and veins, dissolving the morning's accumulated chill. Just then Xiao Chang abruptly swiveled around from the front row. Yi Weining stiffened instinctively, drawing the lunchbox closer to herself, her eyes sharpening with sudden wariness. Xiao Chang forced a smile, so strained and unconvincing it resembled a grimace more than goodwill. Recalling yesterday's brutal double beating from his father, and glancing at Yi Weining, now clearly under someone's formidable protection, his survival instincts surged to full alert. Yi classmate, he stammered, voice trembling. Would you like some water? I can go to the water dispenser and bring you one. Bring one for you too. Yi Weining froze completely, the spoon hovering midair. No, no thank you, she replied, flustered and unaccustomed to such deference. Got it. Just call me anytime if you need anything. Xiao Chang exhaled as if released from execution, whirled back around, and sat ramrod straight. A faint derisive snort drifted over from beside her. She turned. Gu Xiao had rolled onto his side, offering only the smooth curve of his nape. For the first-class homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang entered carrying her lesson plan, her expression unusually complex. Her gaze swept slowly across the rear of the classroom before she spoke. Before we begin, there are 2 announcements. The classroom fell utterly silent. First, regarding this semester's Spark Scholarship, Ms. Zhang continued, the Board of Trustees and Parent-Teacher Association have convened urgently and decided to add 3 special awards, fully funded by an anonymous benefactor. Eligibility will consider both financial need and, more significantly, personal integrity and consistent conduct. Yi Weining. The girl jerked upright, her pen slashing a long dark streak across her textbook. Given your exemplary performance, the school has awarded you the full scholarship for this academic year, covering all tuition, meal fees, and spiritual energy training consumables. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Lu Kai's face flushed, alternately pale and green, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Xiao Chang shrank slightly, casting a relieved sideways glance at Gu Xiao in the back row, grateful above all for having apologized so swiftly. Yi Weining's ears rang. Her thoughts scattered, unable to coalesce. Though education was universal on Azure Star, the cost of spiritual cultivation was a bottomless abyss. To name just one expense, the weekly issue body tempering solution cost over 1,000 United credits per vial, not to mention the high-energy nutritional meals required for advanced practice. She lived frugally, even rationing her lunchtime nutrient paste to the most basic grade. And now, someone was telling her every single fee had been waived. Yi Weining opened her mouth, but no sound emerged, trapped deep in her throat. Additionally, Ms. Zhang gave her no time to process. This benefactor has also established a family medical aid fund open to students of outstanding merit whose immediate family members face critical medical needs. Yi Weining, your application has already been approved. The first disbursement will be credited to the hospital account where your grandmother is admitted this very morning. Silence swallowed the classroom whole. It was too coincidental, uncannily precise, as though scripted exclusively for one person. Staggered by the magnitude of the news, Yi Weining instinctively turned toward her seatmate. Gu Xiao had at last awakened. He stretched, languidly yawned, and with practiced ease retrieved a bottle of tomato juice from his desk drawer. Twisting it open with sleepy nonchalance, his expression utterly guileless, as if none of what had just transpired concerned him in the slightest. Why are you staring at me? He caught her gaze and arched a brow. Did I grow flowers on my face? No, she murmured, lowering her head, her fingers tightening around the cool brass bullet casing pinned to her chest. The metal's chill steadied her spiraling thoughts. In this world, no stroke of luck fell from the sky without cause. Every perfectly timed coincidence concealed a silent, deliberate hand behind it. And in her world, beyond family, there remained only Gu Xiao. Thank you, she whispered, voice raw and thin, trembling just beneath the surface. Thank whom? Gu Xiao spun his pen, idly feigning indifference. The benefactor. Then write your gratitude to the board of trustees. Gu Xiao. Moi. This problem. I don't understand it. She slid her exercise book toward him. TCH. So clumsy. Though his words were dismissive, his hand moved without hesitation, reaching for the pen. Sunlight spilled across his clean, unlined profile, softening the habitual distance that usually clung to him like mist. Watching him, Yi Weining suddenly realized this solitary, aloof classmate carried deep within a warmth quietly vast and enduring. At lunch break, Yi Weining hurried to the rooftop and dialed the hospital on her aging communicator. The nurse's voice burst forth, unusually warm and bright. Weining, we were just about to call you. This morning a dedicated aid fund arrived, specifically designated for your grandmother. We've arranged a specialist consultation and transferred her to the VIP ward. She's receiving top-tier medication, and her condition is markedly stabilized. The moment she hung up, the taut thread of her nerves snapped. She sank to the floor, burying her face in her knees as tears streamed silently, soaking her sleeve. It wasn't sorrow. It was the sheer bone-deep exhaustion of releasing a burden she'd borne alone for years. When her tears finally subsided, she wiped her eyes and rose, bracing herself against the wall. Wind roared across the rooftop, whipping her clothes into sharp, fluttering shapes. She looked down at her own slender hands, pale and fragile from chronic malnutrition, then closed them tightly into fists. She would accept this weighty kindness. But Yi Weining had never been one to shelter passively beneath another's wings. One day, she would stand beside that person not as a debtor but as an equal. When Yi Weining returned to the classroom, her eyes were still a bit red, but the fragile feeling that could shatter at any moment had vanished. She walked to her seat and pulled out the chair. The faint sound of a chair being dragged made Gu Xiao's ears twitch slightly as he pretended to be asleep. He did not raise his head, still burying his face in his arms, but he pulled back the arm that had occupied half the desk, making room for his deskmate. On a clean tissue lay a peppermint candy unwrapped, which was silently pushed to the center of the table. Gu Xiao's eyelids twitched, but he did not move. In the front row, Xiao Chong suddenly turned his large head, as if equipped with an alarm radar, tightly gripping an expensive spiritual energy drink in his hand. Ye classmate, you're back. Xiao Chong smiled, his features contorted. By the way, I saw the sun was harsh earlier, so I pulled the curtains for you. If you feel stuffy, I have a handheld fan. It blows really well. Yi Weining was momentarily taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm and instinctively leaned back, saying, No, thank you. Hey, no need to be polite. From now on, we are like siblings from different parents. Xiao Chong patted his chest, his posture akin to making a sworn brotherhood right then and there. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, they are also going against me, Xiao Chong, and my family. This logic was utterly flawless. Gu Xiao finally could not stay down any longer. He sat up sleepily, ruffled his hair, and casually tossed the peppermint candy on the table into his mouth, crunching it loudly. Xiao Chong. Hey, what can I do for you, brother Xiao? Xiao Chong almost leapt out of his chair, feet together and back straight, his posture more standard than that of a sentry in a joint defense force. It's too noisy. Gu Xiao's voice was lazy, revealing no hint of emotion. Xiao Chong immediately made a zipper motion across his mouth, quickly sat down, and straightened his back like a steel plate. Even his breathing became lighter. The surrounding students, who had been eavesdropping silently, turned their heads back, pretending to be engrossed in their books. Yi Weining watched this scene and couldn't help but curve her lips. She turned her head to look at Gu Xiao. The young man rested one hand on his chin, twirling a black pen, with the other his gaze falling on the phoenix trees outside the window, his profile appearing somewhat nonchalant in the afternoon sunlight. The candy is quite sweet, he said. Yi Weining lowered her head and opened her textbook, saying, Yeah, I bought it on sale at the supermarket. Next time get lemon-flavored. Okay. The school bell tore through the classroom's tranquility, instantly filling the space with a cacophony of noise. The energy that had been suppressed all day burst forth. The screeching noise of chairs being dragged, the dull sound of textbooks being stuffed into backpacks, and the loud laughter among classmates filled the entire space. Gu Xiao methodically organized his backpack, first stowing away the important talisman book in the compartment, then carefully twisting the lid of his thermos cup, his orderly actions starkly contrasting with the frantic classmates around him. Brother Xiao, is your backpack heavy? Can I help you carry it? Xiao Chong's large face leaned over, smiling widely. Ever since he got a beating from his father yesterday, his servility had skyrocketed almost to the point of wagging his tail. Gu Xiao didn't even lift his eyelids, slinging the backpack over his shoulders, saying, No need. All right then. Xiao Chong responded brightly, quickly returning to his seat to pack his things. Yi Weining was already done packing. Her backpack was very old, its edges worn and white, but the shoulder strap was gripped tightly. She instinctively stuffed the brass bullet shell pendant into her collar, as if trying to hide this sudden stroke of good fortune or perhaps wanting it to be closer to her heart. See you tomorrow. Her voice was very soft. If it weren't for Gu Xiao's keen hearing, it would have likely been drowned out by the surrounding noise. Gu Xiao replied. Yi Wenying pressed her lips together, tightened her grip on the backpack strap, and quickly turned to leave the classroom. She walked hurriedly, the small firefly stone at the end of her hair, swaying with her steps. Gu Xiao watched her figure disappear at the doorway before slowly standing up. Stepping out of the school gate, the sunset was filtered through the industrial district's floating dust, turning it into a sickly orange hue, casting a layer of weary paint over every hurried passerby on the street. Gu Xiao stood on the steps, his gaze crossing the surging crowd, precisely locking onto the small figure beneath a withered landscape tree by the roadside. Yi Wenying did not leave, she was waiting for someone. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in gray work clothes jogged over. He appeared to be just over 40, but his back was already slightly hunched and his temples were graying. The faded work clothes still carried the pungent smell of mixed engine oil and low-quality coolant. He seemed to be running a bit awkwardly, as if his right leg was not functioning properly. Xiao, the man shouted from a distance, his voice hoarse. Yi Wenying quickly approached him, the tense lines on her face softening instantly. Uncle, is the site at the Black Tide Front busy today too? Busy is busy, but we got paid today. Uncle Yi wiped the sweat off his face with a rough hand, rubbed it on his oil-stained pants, and dared to take his niece's backpack. Uncle Yi thought first go to the hospital to see your grandmother, then buy some meat at the market. You're at the age of growing, so you can't eat nutrition paste every day. I'm not tired, I can carry it myself. Plus the nutrition paste is quite tasty, the strawberry flavor. You child. Uncle, the bus is coming. Following the direction of her finger, a huge vehicle belching black smoke slowly approached like a weary steel beast. It was the 109 Public Spiritual Energy Bus that ran through the civilian district. That was the 109 Public Spiritual Energy Bus. Z. The sound of the air valve releasing pressure sounded, and before the doors were fully open, the crowd at the platform surged in like a flood. What are you pushing for? Are you rushing to be reborn? The driver's furious shout through the loudspeaker was drowned out by the crowd. Xiaoying, stick close to me. Uncle, yes, hunched back, straightened instantly as he opened his arms, using his frail body to carve a path through the crowd for his niece. Some cursed, others pushed and shoved. Yi Wenying was protected in front of her uncle, head down, as the brass bullet shell pressed against her collarbone, leaving a red mark. She remained silent, quietly helping her uncle fend off a fat arm reaching out from the side. Gu Xiao stood high above, watching quietly. Watching the girl who would smile at a piece of candy in the classroom, now struggling like a small boat in the storm named life. Accompanied by the shrill sound of alarms and friction, the bus clumsily started and merged into the never-ending flow of traffic, ultimately disappearing into the shadows cast by the towering buildings. Gu Xiao's gaze shifted away from the end of the street, settling on the steps at his feet. After about 2 minutes, a faint tremor could be felt from the ground, a low-frequency hum, unique to the operation of intricate machinery. The crowd that had originally gathered on the platform, unable to board bus 109, quickly and tacitly retreated to the edge of the platform, clearing the most spacious and level waiting area. A silvery white, streamlined bus glided silently into the station. This was a maglev bus. There were no jarring sounds of brakes, no hissing of air valves. It stopped as steady as a rock. The luminous energy strips on both sides of the bus emitted a soothing light blue color. Through the almost spotless one-way glass, one could vaguely see the spacious airline seats and the temperature control system inside the cabin. The doors slid open, accompanied by a pleasant electronic prompt. Welcome aboard Line Starfire 1. Please present in a level or higher citizen card or status card for verification. A refreshing breeze tinged with a faint lavender fragrance poured out from the open door. On the other side of the platform, several professionals in neatly pressed uniforms and a few students with designer backpacks ambled past. They did not need to shove or shout. Even their pace maintained an elegant rhythm. A boy in a private school uniform casually threw his half-finished energy drink into the nearby recycling bin, saying, "If I had come a minute later, I would have had the butler drive me here." "Don't rush, the bus is here, isn't it?" said his companion, adjusting his hairstyle. The two chatted and joked as they swiped their cards to board. The card reader emitted a crisp beep, granting permission for the privileged class. The doors slowly closed, isolating them from the noise and dust outside. The silvery bus gracefully merged into the fast lane of the main road, leaving behind the crowd still waiting for the next bus, 109. There was no smoke, no noise. Gu Xiao watched the scene with a blank expression. This was the middle-class zone. One road, two worlds. What are you looking at? So engrossed, a bright female voice sounded from behind, carrying a hint of casual languor. Gu Xiao turned around. Su Feiyu had somehow appeared behind him. Her beige trench coat was unbuttoned at 2 spots, revealing the black collar of her combat uniform underneath. Her long red hair was casually tied back, and she held the designer handbag that had appeared at the parent meeting earlier. Gu Yuanting stood half a step beside her holding 2 bottles of water. He opened one and handed it to his wife, his movements so practiced, it was almost alarming. It's nothing, Gu Xiao replied, pulling his gaze back, unwrapping a peppermint candy and tossing it into his mouth, mumbling. I was watching some people take the bus while others are in a can. Su Feiyu raised an eyebrow, following her son's gaze to the Line 1 bus that had just sped away, a half-smile playing on her lips. What? Do you want to ride the luxury bus? Not interested, Gu Xiao replied. Su Feiyu ruffled his hair, further disheveling his already untidy hairstyle. Let's go home. Gu Yuanting opened the driver's side door, and Gu Xiao climbed into the back seat. The moment the door closed, the world outside fell completely silent. The latter half of the 109 bus ride was a struggle against inertia. The cabin was not only crowded but also stifling. The stifling feeling was not merely due to the lack of airflow, it was a mixture of tobacco, the burnt smell from an overheated engine, and primarily the human smell produced by so many people crammed together. With each bump the smell intensified, making one feel nauseous. Yi Weiniang was squeezed by the window while her uncle, Yi Cheng, braced himself against the wall, creating just enough space for her to stand safely. Uncle, I'm fine, Yi Weiniang whispered. Don't move, Yi Cheng replied without turning his head, his voice half swallowed by the surrounding noise. There's a big guy in front with a smell, don't let it bother you. Yi Weiniang said nothing more, merely tugging at a loose thread on her uncle's clothing. Half an hour later, the bus finally stopped at the entrance of the 7th hospital in the central district. As soon as they got off the bus, a cool breeze hit them. Yi Cheng let out a sigh of relief and moved his stiff shoulders, the sound of popping joints making one wince. He didn't take the time to rest, grabbing Yi Weiniang's backpack and heading towards the hospital. Yi Weiniang followed behind, observing her uncle's slightly limping right leg. Her uncle said it was from a work injury 3 years ago, exacerbated by rainy days, but to save money, he only ever used cheap, low-quality ointment. The two navigated the crowded hallways with familiarity, heading straight for the C block of the inpatient department. This was the general ward area where family members often slept on the floor with their bedding. Upon reaching the door of room 302, Yi Cheng was about to enter when a nurse stopped him. Hey, you're from Yi Rongchun's family, right? The nurse, holding an electronic pad, had an unusually polite demeanor. Don't go in there, the old lady was transferred this afternoon. Yi Cheng froze instantly, the color draining from his face. His lips trembled as he instinctively grasped the nurse's arm, his voice shaking. Transferred? Transferred where? Is my mother okay? The nurse chuckled lightly. It's not a deterioration. She was transferred to the A block's special care unit. Yi Cheng's mouth fell open, unable to close for a long time. The A block was the hospital's noble area with single rooms, 24-hour climate control, and even the caregivers were certified intermediate nurses. It was said that staying there for a night cost as much as 2 months' wages. Uncle, let's go. Yi Weiniang gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice steady. It's true. The floors here gleamed brightly enough to cast shadows, and the walls were adorned with elegant decorations with not a hint of noise to be heard. Passing doctors and nurses walked briskly, their uniforms crisp with a faint scent of plants lingering in the air. Pushing open the door to room 806, the room was spacious with a small garden visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the center, a large medical bed held an elderly lady with silver hair reclining slightly while holding a cup of warm nutritional drink. On the adjacent screen, the waveforms of various vital signs were stable, bringing a sense of peace. Grandma. Yi Weiniang hurried over, tossing her backpack onto the sofa and squatting by the bed. Hearing the commotion, the elderly lady turned her head. Although her complexion was still pale, the sense of pallor had faded considerably. Upon seeing her granddaughter, a glimmer of light returned to her murky eyes. Xiao, you're here. The elderly lattice voice was faint but much stronger than before. Cheng is here too. Come sit down, don't just stand there. Yi Cheng rubbed his hands, awkwardly standing at the door. Mom, how are you? They said someone is sponsoring her. The elderly lady patted the side of the bed, gesturing for her granddaughter to sit down. Several doctors came in the afternoon, discussing and changing the medication. After the infusion, the big stone in my chest feels like it's been lifted. Oh, I feel much better now. Yi Weiniang buried her head in her grandmother's palm, rubbing her cheek against the elderly lattice rough skin. It was warm. Previously, her grandmother's hands had always been cold. Now they finally had warmth. It's a scholarship from school. Yi Weiniang lifted her head, presenting the excuse she had long prepared, this time with much more confidence. And there's a special medical fund. Uncle, you don't have to worry about the money anymore. The man bent low beneath life's crushing weight, trembled for a long while before fiercely wiping his face with the back of his hand. With bloodshot eyes, he turned to Yi Weiniang and asked in a hoarse voice, Xiao, tell your uncle the truth. Just who is this noble benefactor helping us? The elderly woman also gazed at her granddaughter. Her kind smile gradually faded, and a piercing, world-weary sharpness flickered across her clouded eyes. Xiao, She murmured softly, gently stroking the braid beside her granddaughter's ear. Tell Grandma the truth. Was this money truly given freely by the school? Yi Weining froze mid-motion. Yes, and no, she murmured, lowering her head as her fingers unconsciously tightened around the brass bullet casing hanging at her chest. It was my deskmate, he helped. The elderly woman fell silent, watching her intently. After a long pause, she sighed deeply. What an immense debt of gratitude. Our family may be poor, but our dignity must never be compromised. This kindness we cannot repay now, but it must be etched into our hearts forever. I remember. Yi Weining whispered, her voice barely audible. Every single detail. I've written it all down in my notebook. What's his name? Xiao. At the mention of that name, an image rose unbidden in Yi Weining's mind. The boy slumped over his desk, feigning sleep, and the cool, minty tang of the candy he'd once shared. The elderly woman nodded, committing the name to memory. These old bones have little to offer, she said, her gaze drifting to the fruit basket on the nightstand. That's the hospital's ration. I can't even bite into it. Inside are 2 crimson apples, precious here where such fruit is rare. Take them to that young man when you return to school on Monday. Yi Weining looked at the 2 glossy, radiant apples, hesitating. He saved my life. 2 apples feel almost insulting. Take them. Yi Weining nodded solemnly. Also, the elderly woman paused to catch her breath before continuing. Now that the money is secured, you mustn't go back to the frontline construction site. That place is unsafe. I've had this persistent fluttering in my eyelid these past few days. All right. Yi Weining carefully lifted the 2 heavy apples from the basket and wrapped them securely in the innermost compartment of her school bag. Once everything was packed, the nurse entered to remind them that visiting hours had ended. Tucking the blanket snugly around her grandmother's shoulders, Yi Weining whispered, rest well. There's still a long road ahead. Go on, study hard. The elderly woman closed her eyes, weary. As long as you're safe and sound, Grandma would depart this world content. Even now. Don't say such things. Yi Weining gently clasped the elder's hand. There's still so much time ahead. Outside the ward, Yi Cheng squatted beneath the corridor's far window, a cigarette unlit between his fingers, merely held in his mouth for the illusion of comfort. Smoking was strictly forbidden in Zone A. He remembered that well. Uncle, you heard what Grandma said. Don't go back to the frontline site, Yi Weining said as she approached. The medical expenses are fully covered. Yi Cheng rubbed his palms together, his simple, honest smile edged with quiet resolve. No, that won't do. This money was granted because Xiao excels, not because our family deserves it. What if it stops one day? The more I work, the more secure I'll feel. Money in hand, peace in heart. Later, when we can, we'll find a way to repay at least part of it. Yi Weining's nose stung with sudden emotion. All right, let's go. Yi Cheng waved dismissively. She didn't press further. She truly needed to return home and review especially those problems Xiao had patiently explained. The No. 77 night bus rattled along its familiar route, whined whistling through gaps in the windows, carrying the damp, soot-laden air unique to the old city district. Yi Weining sat in the last row, hugging her school bag tightly. Up beside her, Yi Cheng sat with his injured right leg awkwardly angled, still struggling to believe his mother had been admitted to the special care ward. Uncle, we're here. Yi Weining gently tugged his sleeve. As they stepped off the bus, their shadows stretched long and thin beneath the amber glow of the street lamps. Before they even reached their door, the comforting aroma of braised tofu and seasonal vegetables drifted down the stairwell. Yi Cheng fumbled for his keys, but the door swung open from within. His wife Lu Chui stood there in her apron, flour dusting her hands. How's Mom? She asked anxiously, her tense expression softening slightly upon seeing her husband safely home. She's fine. Mom's been transferred to Zona. Yi Cheng kicked off his shoes at the threshold, his voice suddenly richer and stronger. How is she? Lu Chui pressed her gaze, darting urgently between her husband and niece. The hospital called this afternoon. I couldn't focus on work and rushed straight home. She's fine, Yi Cheng repeated, stepping inside and slipping off his shoes, his voice noticeably brighter than usual. She's been moved to Zona. Lu Chui dropped her cloth with a soft thud. What? Zone A? Yi, did you borrow from loan sharks? Nonsense. Yi Cheng shot her a stern look and gently pushed Yi Weining forward. It's our Xiao scholarship funds, and a special grant awarded by the school. Auntie, it was specially approved by the school, Yi Weining said, slipping on her slippers and flashing 2 small bright incisors. Grandma's medical bills are fully covered. From now on, we needn't worry about them again. Lu Chui stood frozen for several seconds, then suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh, I knew our Xiao was extraordinary. This is truly momentous news. Haven't eaten yet. I'll whip up some stir-fried meat. We must celebrate tonight. From the kitchen came a higher, livelier pitch than Lu Chui had ever used before. Chopping, humming laughter, all bubbling with unrestrained joy, as though the very roof might lift off. The inner door opened and a youth emerged, about Gu Zhao's age. Seeing his gaunt cousin, Yi Weiniang seated on the sofa, the tight line of his mouth finally relaxed. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was unusually light. Yi Cheng, for the first time in memory, poured himself a small glass of baijiu, and Lu Chui did not stop him, instead relentlessly filling Yi Weiniang's bowl with meat. Yi Chuan ate quietly, his gaze sweeping the table. His father Yi Cheng's face, usually drawn tight by years of hardship, now glowed faintly with the warmth of that single sip of liquor. And his mother Lu Chui. Tonight her chopsticks seemed magnetically drawn only to Yi Weiniang's bowl, piling meat until it formed a miniature mountain. Eat more, you've grown so thin. You're still growing. Schoolwork is demanding too, Lu Chui murmured tenderly, her eyes lingering on Yi Weiniang. Her cousin's cheeks appeared even more hollowed, yet when she bent her head to eat, the gentle puff of her cheeks made her seem for just a moment like an innocent child untouched by worldly cares. A quiet heaviness settled in Yi Chuan's chest. This girl always bore every burden alone. Before her family, she wore nothing but a serene, unwavering smile. Auntie, stir-fried meat is the most delicious, Yi Weiniang mumbled through a mouthful. Then eat more. Lu Chui laughed, her crow's feet softening with warmth, though her smile dimmed slightly as her eyes brushed over her husband's stiff, unyielding leg. After dinner, Yi Weiniang quietly cleared the dishes. Back at her small study desk, she twisted the faulty lamp switch until the light flickered awake, then retrieved the 2 apples from her school bag. They gleamed vivid red under the pale glow, lustrous and inviting. She fetched a clean velvet cloth and wiped them, again and again, with meticulous care. Xiao. The girl rested her chin on her arm's fingertips, idly turning the brass bullet casing at her chest. The cool metal had long since warmed to the steady pulse of her skin. The desk lamp flickered twice before finally succumbing to the burden and extinguishing. Yi Weiniang sat quietly in the darkness for a moment, reaching out to pat the cold lamp base, but received no response. This old spiritual energy lamp had finally reached the end of its life. With the faint streetlight seeping in through the window, she silently closed her exercise book. She still couldn't solve the last rune construction problem. Xiao had taught a similar type of question with solutions that were wildly imaginative and completely unconventional. She drew a little turtle peeking out on a scrap of paper and wrote a tiny Gu character on its shell. The next moment her cheeks flushed slightly as she felt this act was too childish and hurriedly used the pen tip to turn the turtle into a blob of black ink. She carefully placed the 2 apples, still dazzlingly red in the dim light, in one corner of the desk right next to the cold brass bullet casing. After packing her backpack, Yi Weiniang quietly climbed into bed. This was the only large room in the house, with her aunt sleeping on the other side, breathing steadily. The small room was given to her cousin Yi Chuan, while the sofa in the living room was where her uncle would make do tonight. The bedboard was as hard as ever, pressing against her bones, but she was already used to it. She closed her eyes, yet her mind was filled with the scenes from the hospital during the day. Those steady life curves were no longer the death knell, but a soothing melody. Yi Weiniang turned over, burying her face in the somewhat musty pillowcase. She must repay this debt, though she had to find a way to do so. As she thought about it, exhaustion surged over her like a tide, pulling her into a deep slumber. When she awoke again, it was the deep thirst in her throat that roused her. Yi Weiniang groggily sat up, the electronic clock by the bed displaying 1 o'clock in the morning. The city outside was not asleep. The distant low hum of machines in the industrial area was the unceasing heartbeat of this city. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, instantly becoming alert. Pushing open the door, the living room was shrouded in darkness. Only a faint crimson glow leaked from the direction of the balcony. Yi Weiniang paused in her steps. So late her uncle was still awake. Just as she was about to speak, a deliberately lowered voice came from the corner of the balcony. It was her Aunt Lu Chui with a heavy nasal tone, as if she had just been crying. This money is too hot to handle, Lao Yi. Even if it's hot, it must be taken. Yi Cheng's voice was hoarse and weary, mingled with the faint sound of burning tobacco. Damn it, my life was salvaged. Oh, as long as she can be well, even if it means to serve the Gu family like a cow or a horse, I accept it. Yi Weiniang held her breath, quietly retreating and hiding herself in the shadow behind the door. That's not what I meant, Lu Chui sighed, her voice filled with helplessness. I'm afraid. Afraid we won't be able to pay it back. That is hundreds of thousands in aid, not just a few dozen. What do people like us have to repay? Xiao takes after her parents with great talent. As long as she gets a chance, she can soar. What we need to do now is to ensure she doesn't break her wings before taking off. All you know is to depend on Xiao. Lu Xue's voice suddenly sharpened, then she pressed it down forcefully. That child is so sensible, it breaks my heart. At dinner today, she didn't even dare to take more than 1 piece from the meat dish. My heart felt like it was being sliced with a knife. If that compensation had still been around back then. Yi Weiniang's heart skipped a beat. Compensation. Those 3 words pierced the air like nails, nailing the originally heavy living room into silence. Leaning against the cold wall, Yi Weiniang subconsciously held her breath. Why bring that up? Yi Qing's voice suddenly sank. That's ancient history. Why can't it be mentioned? Lu Chui suppressed her voice, yet it twisted with extreme anger. That was 800,000. Not a penny less, 800,000. It was the sacrifice money for Xiao Ying's parents. But what remains in our hands? Not even a fraction. What happened to the rest? There's still the regular compensation, right? Not a single hair was seen, all swallowed by those beasts. Yi Weiniang's fingers unknowingly dug into the rough walled dust. 800,000. She had always thought that her parents left behind only that bullet casing and a few yellowed commendation letters. Her uncle said that due to the chaos of war the files were lost, and only the basic burial fees were issued. It turned out it wasn't that there was none. It was swallowed by someone. Back then, when you went to find that grandson with the surname Xiao for an explanation, what happened? Lu Chui's questioning was like a blood-curdling cry. As soon as you stepped out of the department office, you were dragged into an alley and had a leg broken. She pointed at her husband's leg, which appeared particularly stiff in the darkness, her voice trembling. Were they trying to hit you? No, that was to silence us, to make us accept our fate. And there's also the matter of the old lady's illness. Xiao Ying's parents left early, and the old lady's heart had already collapsed. It was because of this money, because of your leg, she couldn't take a breath and completely collapsed. If it weren't for this grievance, could her health deteriorate this quickly? Lu Xiao's voice grew lower, finally turning into suppressed sobs. When the younger siblings were still around, our family was doing so well. At that time, Xiaoying was also a little princess, how unlike now. Behind the door, Yi Weiniang felt a wave of nausea rise in her stomach, as if icy water had been poured in, freezing her limbs. It turned out that her uncle's leg was not an industrial injury, and her grandmother's illness had its roots here. Everything that should have been hers had been brazenly taken away. And her family, in order to let her grow up, safely, silently swallowed all their blood and tears. Only a dead silence remained in the living room. After a long while, Yi Qing's hoarse voice finally spoke again. It's all in the past. He stood up, walked to his wife's side, and awkwardly patted her back. As long as Xiaoying as well can get into a good university and leave this hellhole, then this leg of mine won't be in vain. He paused for a moment, his voice lowering further, as if it were a vow that had exhausted all his strength. That Xiao surname is now in charge of the Urban Affairs Department of the United Government. We can't afford to provoke him. Let this matter rot in our bellies, and no one should mention it again. Lu Chui leaned on her husband's shoulder, silently sobbing, her shoulders trembling violently. I just feel for Xiaoying, this child. Yi Weiniang quietly retreated back into her room, gently closing the door without making a sound. She lay back down, covering her head with the blanket, completely wrapping herself in darkness and silence. All along she had thought she was facing the injustice of fate. Only tonight did she realize this was not fate. Someone had deliberately taken away her and her family's lives. The person in charge of the Urban Affairs Department of the United Government. The one with the surname Xiao. Yi Weiniang stared into the darkness, fixating on the void. She did not cry, not a single tear. Only her eyes felt dry and painful, and a bone-chilling coldness spread from her heart to her entire body. She awoke on a weekend morning to the low hum of aging appliances. Yi Weiniang sat at the slightly wobbling dining table, her chopsticks suspended midair, motionless for a long while. Across the table, Yi Cheng and Lu Chui exchanged a glance, both instinctively slowing their chewing. Uncle, Aunt. Yi Weiniang spoke softly yet distinctly. I'd like to thank Gu Xiao and his parents, in person. But what can we possibly bring? Lu Chui rubbed her apron, anxiously at a loss. It would be improper to go empty-handed. To bring something, our family. I've brought it. Yi Weiniang stepped out from her room, holding a clean cloth bag, plump with contents. She opened the bag, revealing 2 glossy crimson apples. Grandmother gave these, she said, looking at Yi Cheng, and told me one must remember kindness is received. She wouldn't even eat them herself. She insisted I deliver them personally. Yi Weiniang turned to Lu Chui, and I know what worries you. But we cannot hide forever. They helped us, yet we dare not even show our faces. That isn't integrity, it's ingratitude. She emphasized the word integrity with quiet, unyielding force. Yi Cheng remained silent for a long time, then slowly ran a hand over his stiff, disabled leg and exhaled a heavy, weary breath. I'll go with you. Monday's dawn failed to pierce the ashen clouds overhead. Yi Weiniang rose early as always, helping her aunt set breakfast on the table, then hurried back to prepare washing water for her still sleeping uncle. She buried the blood-soaked secret, the one about manager Xiao and the compensation payment, deep in the darkest trench of her heart. As she entered campus, she quickened her pace deliberately and flashed the gatekeeper an effervescent trademark smile. Good morning. She waved cheerfully at the security guard by the gate, her ponytail bouncing lightly behind her. Entering the classroom, she glanced deliberately toward the back row. Gu Xiao hadn't arrived yet. His seat stood empty. Yi Weining breathed a quiet sigh of relief, yet felt strangely hollow inside. She touched the slight bulge at her satchel's side, 2 apples tightly wrapped in 2 layers of newspaper shielded from even the faintest bruise. The morning reading bell shrieked as if poised to rupture eardrums. Xiao crossed the threshold precisely at the final second. He shoved his backpack into the desk compartment and slumped into his chair with a long, languid yawn. Yesterday's training and medicinal bath had left his entire body boneless. Morning. A voice soft as a mosquito's whisper came from beside him. Xiao tilted his head. Yi Weining sat with her head bowed, pretending to read. Her book held high, concealing most of her face, revealing only a slender pale neck and the gleaming brass bullet casing dangling there. Her fingers gripped the page's edge, her knuckles whitened with tension. Morning, Xiao replied absently, reaching into his backpack for his textbook. Around them the classroom buzzed with the drone of recited passages. The teacher stood at the blackboard back, turned writing. Seizing the moment the teacher turned, she swiftly slid the newspaper-wrapped parcel to Xiao's side. For you. Xiao glanced at the oddly shaped object, still faintly redolent of ink, and brushed his finger along its coarse fibrous edge. What is this? A new kind of spirit energy bomb. Apples, Yi Weining murmured, cheeks flushing. From my grandmother. Distributed by the hospital. Huh. Xiao arched a brow. He didn't refuse, merely nudged the crumpled newspaper deeper into his desk drawer. Thanks. Yi Weining exhaled in quiet relief. She'd wanted to say more, how she'd repay the debt, how deeply she thanked him for saving her grandmother's life. But the words dissolved before they reached her lips. The day's lessons passed in a blur. Each break, she found herself glancing instinctively toward Xiao's desk, where those 2 apples swaddled tight in newspaper rested silently in the depths of his desk compartment. At dismissal, the classroom erupted. Chairs scraped, voices surged, students spilled forth like tired birds returning to roost. Xiao hoisted his backpack with one hand rising, only to feel the hem of his uniform shirt gently tugged. The pull was so faint it nearly vanished, yet it halted him mid-motion. Yi Weining clutched his sleeve with trembling fingers, her knuckles bleaching white with strain, a hesitant, tentative tug. Xiao paused where he stood, not turning immediately, giving her space, a breath, a moment to gather herself. Her voice trembled. Yi Weining drew a deep breath and lifted her gaze. I'd like to meet your parents. The words drained her completely, the grip on his sleeve slackened just slightly. Silence hung for a beat. Who? Xiao asked. Your parents. Yi Weining's voice dropped nearly an octave. At last she summoned her courage and met his eyes directly. This money, it's technically from a fund, but I know adults were involved. There's human kindness behind it. Grandmother said one must uphold propriety. I want to thank them, face to face. Her eyes shone with fierce, unwavering resolve. He thought again of those 2 apples carefully wrapped in newspaper resting deep within his desk. He paused, silent for a moment. My mother's picking me up today. That was all. No elaboration, no explanation. Yi Weining froze, utterly stunned. Every phrase she'd rehearsed all afternoon, every contingency, every polite turn of phrase, vanished entirely from her mind. Instinctively, she raised her hand to smooth her already neat bangs, fingers fumbling nervously through her hair. Oh no, I'm meeting them now. What do I say first? Bow first, or offer the fruit? What if they dislike apples? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos. Watching her flustered state, Xiao's lips flickered upward, then settled back into composure. She followed half a step behind him, matching his pace exactly. The school gate teemed with people, cars of every hue, overlapping voices, a surging tide of parents. Uncle Yi Chung stood beneath the gnarled old tree, straining onto his toes, scanning the shifting crowd for his niece's face. His faded work jacket stood out starkly among the polished attire of other parents. In his hand, he held a bulging black plastic bag tightly knotted at the top. Inside lay several years' worth of aged liquor, and a slab of cured pork glistening richly smoked over fruitwood. Perhaps such things would not impress the elite. Yet they embodied everything this family possessed: dignity, sincerity, and quiet pride. Uncle. Spotting him, Yi Weining grabbed Xiao's arm and hurried forward. Xiao's gaze settled on the man. One leg clearly bore impairment, his stance was awkward, his face etched with weathered lines. Yet his eyes held the humble, hopeful earnestness of an honest man. When his gaze fell upon Xiao beside Yi Weining, that humility sharpened with sudden nervousness. This is Xiao, right? Yi Chung rubbed his palms together instinctively, drawing the black plastic bag farther behind his back, as though ashamed to present it. Yi Chung stood nervously on the curb, his right hand gripping a black plastic bag that was nearly damp with sweat. Instinctively, he tucked it further behind his back. Inside the bag were homemade cured pork belly, glossy with rendered fat, and a bottle of vintage Laojiao Baijiu he had treasured for over a decade. Classmate Xiao, perhaps we should reschedule. Yi Cheng glanced at the other parents, some clad in branded tactical suits, others wearing expensive exoskeletal armor, and felt his spine buckle under invisible weight, his voice barely a whisper. Yi Weiniang pressed her lips together in silence, gripping her cloth bag tighter and edging closer to her uncle. Before Gu Xiao could speak, a deep sonic boom echoed from the distant sky. A streak of crimson tore through the ashen horizon. A heavy-duty levitating off-road vehicle, its body painted in an aggressively vivid scarlet, its aerodynamic frame sharp as a battle blade poised to draw blood. Four sets of thrusters flanked its sides, exhaling faint cerulean auric particles. The red lightning bolt hurtled straight toward the school gate. Damn it! Who's the lunatic risking their life? The security guard dropped his teacup, fumbling frantically for the emergency lockdown button on the barrier control panel. Just 50 meters short of the gate, the thrusters abruptly reversed thrust, unleashing a thunderous roar. The crimson SUV defied inertia with breathtaking grace, carving a flawless airborne screeching halt before hovering steadily half a foot above the ground, stirring not a single grain of dust. The window descended. A slender arm sheathed in black, fingerless tactical gloves rested casually on the sill. Then a face emerged, its sunglasses removed. Fiery red hair loosely gathered into a high ponytail, striking features radiating an innate commanding elegance, fierce without fury. She didn't glance at the stunned crowd. Her gaze, like a high-precision radar, locked unerringly onto Gu Xiao, then swept lightly to Yi Weiniang and Yi Cheng beside him. That look held no contempt, no scrutiny, only the quiet, inescapable pressure of natural authority, as if it could pierce flesh and bone to lay bare the soul within. Yi Cheng's already slightly hunched back slumped further under that single glance. The black plastic bag trembled in his grip, as though he sought to bury it within his own shadow. Su Feiyu's eyes flickered over the visibly flustered Yi Cheng, then lingered on the young girl beside him. Head bowed, stealing furtive glances from the corner of her eye. She swung open the door, stepped out with long, deliberate strides, and stood directly before Gu Xiao. "Mom, my seatmate." Yi Weiniang, Gu Xiao stated succinctly, then gestured toward Yi Cheng, her uncle. "They came to thank you." Yi Weiniang's heartbeat had shattered into chaos, her mind went utterly blank. She had seen Gu Xiao's mother before, not up close, but from afar after school on several occasions. Yet distance and proximity were two entirely different experiences. Up close, she realized Su Feiyu's crimson hair wasn't merely red. It shimmered with flecks of molten fire in the twilight, dazzling and almost unbearable to behold. When those upward slanting phoenix eyes swept over her, Yi Weiniang felt like a hair pinned beneath a hawk's gaze. Every inch of her skin prickled, her breath catching involuntarily. Only then did Su Feiyu shift her gaze from the Yi cousins and glance sidelong at her son, giving a soft snort. "Do I look terrifying?" "Not terrifying," Gu Xiao replied honestly. "Just conspicuously flashy." Su Feiyu's eyelid twitched. She drew a slow, deliberate breath, already plotting stronger herbs for his next medicinal bath. More students and parents gathered, murmuring among themselves about the flamboyant levitating vehicle and its formidable owner. "Get in the car." Su Feiyu offered no further preamble, her consent to Yi Cheng and Yi Weiniang's visit implicit in the command. Yi Cheng froze the plastic bag, suspended midair. "Thighs is far too much trouble. We only wish to express our gratitude in person." "Uncle," Yi Weiniang whispered, gently steadying his arm. She could feel his body trembling faintly. Gu Xiao said nothing more. Stepping past them, he opened the rear door, slid and then patted the seat beside him, gesturing wordlessly for them to follow. Su Feiyu had already settled into the driver's seat, her fingers tapping a quiet rhythm on the steering wheel. Yi Weiniang took his arm and murmured, "Uncle, let's go up." Yi Weiniang bit her lip, guiding Yi Cheng into the cavernous cabin. Inside, there were no conventional leather seats, only cool, memory-responsive biogel upholstery. The dashboard held no ornate instrument cluster, just a floating crystal orb projecting a seamless 360-degree holographic view of the vehicle's surroundings. Yi Weiniang and Yi Cheng seated themselves with cautious reverence. "Hold on tight." The moment Su Feiyu spoke, the thrusters roared anew. The vehicle shot vertically skyward, piercing directly into the city's aerial express lanes. The world outside dissolved into streaks of light. With one hand on the control lever, Su Feiyu reached into a storage compartment, pulled out a lollipop, and popped it into her mouth, then glanced into the rearview mirror. Yi Weiniang pressed her cheek against the window, transfixed by the cityscape blurring past below, a vista she'd never imagined possible. "Sharp eyes, little one," Su Feiyu remarked suddenly. Yi Weiniang startled, snapping upright, hands folded neatly on her knees. "No need to be nervous. I don't bite." Su Feiyu crunched the candy between her teeth with a crisp snap. "I hear Gu Zhao's been putting you to work at school." "No, not at all." Yi Weiniang shook her head vigorously, cheeks flushing. "He's helped me countless times. He should help you." Su Feiyu cast a knowing glance at her son. This boy takes after his father, quiet on the surface, brimming with mischief beneath. If he ever dares bully you at school, tell Auntie. I'll beat him for you. Mom, am I even your biological child? Gu Xiao sighed. If you weren't, I'd have been tossed into the black tide to feed the abyssal eels long ago, Su Feiyu retorted with a light dismissive hum. The vehicle glided past bustling commercial avenues, then turned into a quieter residential enclave. We're here. At Su Feiyu's soft announcement, the crimson SUV decelerated smoothly and descended, settling silently onto the open ground before a modest villa. Yi Cheng stepped out, clutching the black plastic bag, legs unsteady. The air itself carried a subtle, palpable aura of oppressive majesty. Yi Weining felt it too. Her brass-casing pendant grew faintly warm, pulsing, as if warning her of latent danger. Gu Xiao, show our guests in. Su Feiyu tossed the keys to her son and strode, without looking back, toward the side entrance. I'll check the kitchen. Pray that clumsy dragon hasn't boiled rare spirit herbs as firewood. Before her words faded, a muffled, thunderous explosion erupted from the main building's kitchen, as if something had detonated under immense pressure. Then came Su Feiyu's voice, storm-charged, shattering walls with sheer force. Gu Yuanting. Did you just toss that century-old Xian ice into the high-pressure spirit energy cauldron as if it were rock sugar? This broth is meant for human consumption, not for tempering divine weapons. Was that an explosion? Yi Cheng's legs felt as if cast in lead, rigid, rooted to the spot, while an uncontrollable tremor surged from his soles all the way to his fingertips. The bag of aged wine in his hand crunched audibly under his tightening grip. Not an explosion, just routine. Gu Xiao pushed open the door with a blank expression, instinctively stepping half a pace sideways. His voice was utterly flat, devoid of inflection. He didn't even glance back, merely shifted his body half a step aside as the door swung open, carving out safe space for the two behind him. The instant the door parted, a torrent of white, frost-laden mist, pungent with the acrid scent of scorching, gushed forth, instantly frosting the lawn outside with a delicate silvery sheen. From within the house boomed Su Feiyu's thunderous, vibrant shout, Gu Yuanting, who stirs centuries-old frost marrow into soup like it's rock candy. That pressure cooker is military-grade, not your alchemy cauldron. Then came a low, resonant, yet faintly bewildered male voice. The manual states, slow simmering requires yin-yang harmony. This pot is simply subpar. Subpar. It's forged from military composite alloy. Yi Weining cautiously poked half her head out from behind Gu Xiao and froze, utterly speechless at the sight before her. The living room, absurdly vast, shimmered with countless minuscule ice crystals suspended midair, each glowing with a soft cerulean luminescence, as though summer itself had surrendered to an impossible, surreal blizzard. At its center stood a tall, silver-haired man, motionless and serene. In his hands he held a stainless steel lid warped beyond recognition, twisted into a grotesque, unidentifiable scrap of metal. His deep-set eyes were fixed upon it with quiet intensity, his expression one of thoughtful inquiry, as if pondering an enigma too profound for words. Had one overlooked the incongruous apron tied around his waist, a pastel pink apron adorned with smiling cartoon bears, this would have been the unmistakable portrait of Gu Xiao's father. Gu Xiao sighed, tossed his school bag onto the entryway shelf, and announced calmly, Dad. Mom, guests have arrived. That greeting fell like a musical fermata, sudden, decisive, absolute. Su Feiyu's scowling expression dissolved in an instant. She swept a strand of crimson hair behind her ear and flashed a dazzling, radiant smile. Oh, don't just stand there. Come and sit down. She strode forward, pinching Gu Yuanting's waist sharply, then whispered fiercely, stow that wreck away. Don't embarrass us. Gu Yuanting's wrist flicked with effortless grace, the air above his palm rippled faintly, and the mangled lid vanished as if swallowed by still water. He smoothed his collar, reasserting his ageless glacial composure as he stepped forward. Had one ignored the cartoon bear on his apron, still grinning innocently, the sheer aura of authority would have been overwhelming. Gu Xiao, long accustomed to such spectacles, opened a ventilation window, without hesitation venting the frigid air outside, then stepped aside to clear a path for the stunned uncle and niece frozen behind him. Dad, this is Yi Weining, my classmate. And this is her uncle Yi Cheng. Gu Xiao's voice echoed crisply through the cavernous living room. Hello. We're terribly sorry to intrude. After a long, strained silence, Yi Cheng finally managed to squeeze those words from his throat. Yi Weining peeked out from behind her uncle, and seeing Gu Yuanting's jarringly mismatched attire, her fear dissolved, replaced by quiet, dawning curiosity. This didn't quite match the image of a peerless martial sovereign she'd imagined. Pleasure, Gu Yuanting offered, 2 terse syllables, no more. The air thickened into an even heavier, more suffocating silence. Just as Yi Cheng teetered on the edge of paralysis, crushed beneath the weight of that oppressive quiet, Su Feiyu's voice pierced through once more, sharp and commanding from the kitchen. Gu Yuanting, are you planning to pose as a glacier now? She barked. Get our guests seated. Gu Yuanting stiffened almost imperceptibly, then raised his long arm, and and pointed wordlessly toward the sofa sit. Seeing the two guests still rooted in place, stunned into immobility by Su Feiyu's thunderous rebuke, he added with quiet economy, "She's still occupied. Rest a while." Yi Cheng crept forward to the charcoal gray leather sofa perching precariously on its very edge, barely daring to make contact. Yi Weining, however, adapted swiftly. She sat obediently beside her uncle, gripping her hem so tightly her knuckles whitened. Her gaze lowered, her posture withdrawn, slipping effortlessly into classic energy conservation mode. Gu Yuanting peeled off the pink bear apron and took a seat across from them. His initially detached gaze swept over Yi Cheng, then paused ever so slightly upon the black plastic bag. His eyes lingered last upon the bottles of rustic time-worn vintage wine, their humble packaging belying decades of patient aging. And for the first time a subtle ripple stirred in his deep, inscrutable eyes. "That is wine." He spoke unprompted, his tone cool yet stripped of its usual crushing gravitas. "Yes, indeed." Yi Cheng hurriedly unpacked the bundle, aged over a decade in our own cellar. "And this cured pork belly, home cured. Nothing extravagant, just a small token of gratitude. Please don't think it beneath you." Gu Yuanting reached out, not with his hand, but with unseen force, and a bottle floated smoothly into his grasp. He uncorked it, inhaled the rich, complex bouquet, and for a fleeting moment genuine appreciation softened his features. "Fine wine. Fiery, potent, imbued with the depth of time. You truly don't mind." Yi Cheng beamed, flustered, and honored, his face lighting up as decades of worry lines relaxed. "I am an explorer. I judge only by quality, never price." Gu Yuanting set the bottle down and met Yi Cheng's gaze. "How fares your mother?" "Much improved. Yesterday she walked around the courtyard." His voice brightened, warmed by filial affection. "Without that special grant our family truly wouldn't have crossed this threshold." Gu Xiao approached bearing a tray of steaming pale green tea. He placed a cup before each guest, then slid a glass of fruit juice sweetened with double cubes of sugar directly before Yi Weining. Yi Weining pressed her lips together and murmured softly, "Thank you." At that moment the kitchen's commotion subsided, and Su Feiyu emerged carrying a large platter of braised meat radiating an eerie, pulsing crimson glow. She wore loose, comfortable loungewear now, her fiery red hair cascaded over her chest, softening her warrior's edge into something warmly domestic. "What's all this lively chatter about?" She set the platter down with a gentle thud. "This may look unusual, but it's braised spine meat from a third-tier heteromorphic beast. Highly beneficial for the body." "This is far too generous." Yi Cheng rose halfway before Su Feiyu lifted a single eyebrow. "Sit down. If you insist on politeness, I'll have old Gu escort you out, personally." Yi Cheng sank back down rigid as a statue. "Weining, don't just stare." Su Feiyu turned, her sharp phoenix eyes melting instantly into tenderness as they settled upon the girl. She reached out and gently stroked Yi Weining's braid, her fingertip brushing lightly against the faint luminous gleam of the fluorite hairpin. "Far more endearing than that boy Gu Xiao." Su Feiyu's sudden intimacy sent a wave of heat surging from Yi Weining's nape to her ears. Instinctively she clenched her hem tighter, fingertips pressing deep into the fabric. Her head bowed so low she dared only glimpse from the corner of her eye the hand resting tenderly upon her braid. "Eat, don't be polite." Su Feiyu used the serving chopsticks to lift a large trembling slab of meat and placed it directly atop the white rice in Yi Weining's bowl. The rice was instantly stained an enticing soy red. "Thank you, Auntie," Yi Weining murmured, her voice thin as a whisper. She was unusually well-behaved today, both hands modestly bracing the rim of the bowl, sitting with impeccable posture. She picked up the meat and took a small bite. Gu Xiao, ladle in hand as he served soup, caught sight of it from the corner of his eye. His hand paused ever so slightly, prepared at a moment's notice to summon an ambulance. Mom's cooking was nourishing to the extreme, yet the fire element within it could be overpowering for ordinary folk. Still, the anticipated breath of fire reaction never came. Yi Weining's cheeks puffed as she chewed with steady rhythm, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. "Delicious." She swallowed and could not help but exclaim, then realizing her lack of propriety in a stranger's home, she bowed her head quickly, her ears flushing a bright crimson. "If it's good, eat more." Su Feiyu laughed, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing into slits. The more she watched the girl, the more fond she grew. "This cut is from the nape of a lion pig. I tempered its fire so it isn't harsh." Su Feiyu explained. "Mister, you should try some too. This will dispel damp cold." Yi Cheng was flattered and hastily lifted his bowl. At the first bite, a bomb of warmth surged down Yi Cheng's throat into his stomach, then spread through his limbs and sinews. The dull ache in his old cold legs was instantly banished by heat. Miraculous. Yi Cheng widened his eyes and, abandoning restraint, shoveled in 2 more generous mouthfuls. Gu Yuanting had remained silent throughout. He methodically sliced a piece of steak on his plate with elegant, unhurried motions. Yet those deep-set eyes of his drifted now and then across the table, quietly resting on Yi Weining. Though she appeared soft and tender, an innate resilience could not be concealed. Particularly those eyes, clean, lucid, devoid of the murk and schemes so common in this wasteland era. Gu Yuanting set down his knife and fork, tapped the table twice with long fingers, and pushed the steaming soup bowl before him a little closer. The scrape against the tabletop made a faint sound. Yi Weining looked up and met Gu Yuanting's ocean-deep gaze. "Drink the soup," he said succinctly. Gu Yuanting was laconic. Gu Xiao's eyelid twitched. "Dad, that's your experimental brew stewed with Bani and Hansui century-cold marrow. It's a tonic." Gu Yuanting corrected his tone, flat yet definitive. "I wanted to observe the tolerance threshold of an ordinary constitution to cold energy. No, I mean it is beneficial for the body." "Gu Xiao, you absolutely just said tolerance threshold, didn't you?" Yi Weining, however, did not overthink it. When an elder offers soup, one does not refuse. She ladled a small bowl obediently. The broth was crystalline to the bottom, flecked with thin blue slivers like shards of ice. When she leaned in, a fine white frost crystallized on her lashes. She lifted a spoonful to her lips. Gu Yuanting's body inclined forward unconsciously, his gaze sharpened with attention. Su Feiyu paused mid-bite, her phoenix eyes narrowing. Her phoenix bloodline was sensitive. She could sense a peculiar power within the girl, quietly and gently neutralizing the soup's razor-cold intensity. SSS. Yi Weining gave a startled shiver. The sensation was as if one had swallowed liquid nitrogen in the height of summer, a cold that leapt from the tongue to the crown of the head. But in the next instant, that extreme cold transmuted into a clear, refreshing sweetness. The heat that had built up from the Liang pig meat settled into a wondrous balance. "Nice." Yi Weining exhaled a puff of white breath, her eyes crescent moons. "Sweet." Gu Yuanting's taut mouth eased imperceptibly, a faint trace of satisfaction passing over his features. "Looks like the proportions are just right," he murmured, and pushed a small plate of a few green leaves toward Yi Weining. Though the meal's atmosphere had been odd, it had become unexpectedly harmonious. Su Feiyu took charge of feeding her, chattering without pause, school lunches, recent weather, keeping the conversation light and steady. She never pried into the Yi family's means nor adopted a condescending air of concern, as she treated the child like any neighbor's kid, and gradually, Yi Cheng's taut nerves relaxed. Gu Xiao sat beside them, watching his parents play the roles of wolfish aunt and odd uncle, and quietly sped up his own eating. He realized his parents genuinely liked Yi Weining. Su Feiyu admired her good manners and latent toughness. His father, it seemed, simply regarded her as a perfect little guinea pig to verify his culinary experiments. After the meal, Yi Cheng insisted on leaving. Heading off so soon? Su Feiyu sounded reluctant. She had been about to drag Yi Weining onto the sofa and muss her hair some more. "Really, I'm sorry to intrude, it's late, and the child has school tomorrow." Yi Cheng hesitated by the unopened bag of cured meat and, embarrassed, did not press the point. Their household had dined on third-rank aberrant beasts. His humble offerings felt inadequate. Gu Xiao noticed his awkwardness and casually picked up the black plastic bag. "Dad, where should I put this cured meat? Didn't you say you wanted to try a rustic cure?" Gu Yuanting, wiping his hands with a napkin, paused, then nodded in cooperation. "Place it beside the liquor cabinet. And don't break that bottle of wine." The creases of worry smoothed from Yi Cheng's face, and he straightened his posture noticeably. Su Feiyu rolled her eyes at the father and son, turned to the shelf, took down an unmarked silver metal box, and without asking thrust it into Yi Weining's arms. "Take it. This. I can't accept it." Yi Weining felt the box's reassuring weight and faint warmth. It was plainly no ordinary trinket. "It's nothing of great value," Su Feiyu waved it off. "Just some jerky I made. Decent enough. If you get hungry at school, have it as a snack. This will stave off hunger." It was a special compressed field ration made from the heart meat of a fourth-rank aberrant, the Ronyan giant beast. One fingertip-sized piece could keep an elite soldier sustained through a day of intense field operations. "Just take it." Gu Xiao chimed in. "My mom isn't great at daily cooking, but when it comes to preserved rations, she's skilled." "You brat, getting cheeky." Su Feiyu laughed and feigned a swat. Gu Xiao sidestepped with practiced ease. "Well, thank you, Auntie." Yi Weining held the box and bowed deeply. Enough of the formalities. Su Feiyu reached out and finally ruffled Yi Weining's short, obedient hair, marveling at its softness. "Come by often. If Gu Xiao bullies you, come and tell us." Gu Yuanting hailed a hovering taxi, prepaid the fare, and saw Yi Weining and her uncle into the vehicle. As the villa receded in the rear view, Yi Cheng exhaled a long, relieved breath. Yi Weining slowly loosened her grip on the metal box. It was warm to the touch, as though it still held the impression of Su Feiyu's palm. She turned to the window and looked at the small, brightly lit building slipping into the night. For the first time, her eyes pricked with tears. It was not a cold mansion, it was home. A place that would quarrel over a bowl of soup and yet remain overwhelmingly warm and strong. She looked down at the box in her arms and then touched the shell casing at her throat. Suddenly she understood she could no longer be content with merely not being a burden to her family. She would become stronger, strong enough to measure up to this weighty kindness, strong enough that one day she could shelter both herself and those who had sheltered her. 3 months flew by. The bathroom was shrouded in mist infused with a medicinal scent that sent shivers down one's spine and a whiff of sulfur. Gu Xiao sat in a specially crafted alloy bathtub, the water's surface displaying an eerie purplish red hue, occasionally bubbling up with a soft pop as a bubble burst. The scene resembled some kind of forbidden biochemical experiment. The medicinal bath concocted by Su Feiyu was indeed as effective as she claimed. Simple, brutal, and even somewhat unreasonable. In the first 2 weeks, the contrasting energies of ice and fire clashed within his meridians, a sensation so painful it made him wish for death. However, as the vitality refinement technique was set into motion, those two energies, initially as opposing as water and fire, began to truly soften. Today marked the last day of the 3-month treatment. Gu Xiao closed his eyes, his breathing slow and steady. He could clearly see the situation within his body. The once distinctly separated red and blue vortices were slowly merging. It was not a matter of one devouring the other, but rather an exquisitely subtle interlocking. Crack! It seemed as if some invisible shackles within his body had shattered. The purplish-red medicinal liquid in the bathtub instantly boiled, rapidly turning clear at a visible speed as all the medicinal potency was drawn out of his body, as if a great whale was drinking water. Gu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up. Level 1, level 15. The second layer of the vitality refinement technique was complete. After getting dressed, he walked out of the bathroom to the familiar sounds of laughter and joy from downstairs. Oh no, this piece won't do if the texture is off. Let old Gu have it. Xiaoying, you eat this piece, it's tender. Ansu, I'm not picky. That's not acceptable. You're at a stage where you need to grow. Listening to Auntie's advice, eat more of this rock sheep meat to grow taller. Today was Saturday, the feeding day. Since that meal over 2 months ago, although Yi Cheng did not wish to intrude on the Gu family, he could not resist Su Feiyu's enthusiasm, which eventually turned into a weekly routine of sending Yi Weining over for a whole day of excellent environment immersion only to pick her up in the evening. In these 3 months, Yi Weining's transformation was nothing short of remarkable. The frail girl who had hidden behind her uncle, too timid to even lift her head, had long since vanished. At this moment, she sat at the dining table helping Su Feiyu wash and prepare spiritual vegetables. Dressed in a light yellow hoodie and jeans, though still simple, she radiated vibrant energy. The most noticeable change was in her eyes. They truly sparkled with light, bright, and focused. Occasionally, when Su Feiyu made her laugh, 2 small sharp tiger teeth would show, making her incredibly adorable. Oh, you've emerged from your retreat. Su Feiyu, with her keen eyes, was the first to spot Gu Xiao descending the stairs. She tossed the vegetable leaves in her hand into the bowl, dashed up to the staircase, and without a care for the water still on her hands, reached out to ruffle Gu Xiao's hair. Su Feiyu squinted, her eyes nodding with satisfaction. Though you've only leveled up 3 ranks, your foundation is solid. It seems my medicinal bath formula is indeed perfect. Primarily due to your son's extraordinary talent. Gu Xiao stepped back, nonchalantly avoiding his mother's attempt to pinch his cheeks. Gu Yuanting sat on the sofa, reading, raising his head at the words. His eyes deep as the ocean swept over Gu Xiao. There was no need for verbal communication. The two exchanged a glance. Gu Yuanting slightly nodded, closing the thick tome titled The Origins of Ancient Oran Language, saying acceptable. Time for dinner. This was his approval. Gu Xiao. Yi Weining saw Gu Xiao sit down and immediately put down what she was holding, smiling as she greeted him. Gu Xiao sat opposite her, sizing her up, and casually remarked, you've gained weight. Yi Weining's face flushed as she instinctively touched her cheek, saying, Aunt Sue's cooking is just too delicious, and I've gotten so much stronger. With a weekly meal of mid-level beast meat coupled with the occasional snacks Su Feiyu would sneak her physical condition had long since surpassed that of her former self. How's school? That Gu Xiao brat isn't bullying you, is he? Su Feiyu inquired. Bullying? Gu Xiao picked up a piece of rock sheep meat and placed it in his mouth. The meat was firm and chewy, bursting with rich spiritual energy in his mouth. He chewed slowly, swallowing, lifting his eyelids to glance at his mother. At school, either reading or sleeping. How could I have time to bully her? Su Feiyu eyed her son suspiciously. A mother knows her child best. She was well aware of the mischief he was capable of. Really, Xiaoying? Su Feiyu turned to Yi Weining, her tone instantly softening as she added a spoonful of beast bone soup to Yi Weining's bowl, saying, if this brat dares to give you a hard time, just tell Auntie. Don't be fooled by his swagger at school. Once he's home, Auntie will put him in his place. Gu Yuanting, who was sipping tea, paused, slightly glancing at his wife, but remained silent, continuing to drink his tea calmly. Yi Weining felt slightly flustered by Su Feiyu's enthusiasm. She instinctively glanced at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was focused on tackling the lamb chop on his plate, and sensing her gaze, turned his head, raising an eyebrow. His look seemed to say, go ahead, try complaining. Yi Weiniang shrank back, vigorously shaking her head, her voice soft, yet firm. No. Gu Xiao is very nice to me. He even taught me that breathing method. It's very useful. Breathing method. Su Feiyu paused, looking at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao remained unperturbed. An improved version of the basic breathing technique, the one taught at school, is too slow and a waste of time. Su Feiyu scrutinized her son thoughtfully for a moment. She did not press further, but diligently added more vegetables to Yi Weiniang's bowl, saying, in that case, eat more. During this meal, Yi Weiniang filled her belly to the brim. After dinner, Su Feiyu dragged Gu Yuanting upstairs, and one could vaguely hear phrases like the alchemy lab exploded again and limited edition pot. Only the two youngsters remained in the living room. Gu Xiao leaned back on the sofa, holding the first volume of the Azure United World Basic Encyclopedia, yet his gaze did not settle on the text. He glanced at Yi Weiniang, who was sitting beside him on a small stool, digesting her food. This girl had indeed gained weight. Her face had developed a hint of baby fat, her complexion rosy, no longer the malnourished pale figure he had first seen. That timid smile that used to linger on her lips had also become much more relaxed and natural. Hey! Gu Xiao extended his leg, gently kicking her small stool. Yi Weiniang jumped in surprise. What's wrong? The sweet potato cakes from yesterday had too much sugar, Gu Xiao stated flatly. I don't like things too sweet. Yi Weiniang paused for a moment, her cheeks puffing up slightly as she poked her chopsticks into the rice in her bowl, quietly retorting, but Grandma said that a little sweetness can improve your mood. Besides, you usually eat without any expression. How would anyone know what you like? The last part of her sentence was said in a very soft voice, almost a mumble. But what kind of hearing did Gu Xiao possess? He slammed the hefty volume shut and sat up straight. An invisible pressure enveloped the space in an instant. Gu Xiao leaned forward, his deep black eyes seeming like an unfathomable cold pool, locking onto her intently. With a grim expression, his gaze turned dangerous. Yi Weiniang, have you gotten bold enough to challenge me? Daring to concoct stories about me? As he drew nearer, an invisible pressure descended upon her. To Yi Weiniang, whose senses were exceptionally acute, it felt as though Gu Xiao were breathing directly onto her. Instinctively, she recoiled, but the wall behind her left no room to retreat. I didn't. She stammered, her ears burning crimson, fingers twisting anxiously at the hem of her garment. Watching her cower yet stubbornly deny, Gu Xiao's eyes flickered with a near imperceptible trace of amusement. In truth, he did not dislike sweets. He simply found teasing Yi Weiniang endlessly entertaining. Come here. He crooked a finger. She hesitated, then obediently shuffled forward, stopping precisely 1 meter before him, eyes sharp with wary vigilance. Gu Xiao's fingertip halted 3 inches from Yi Weiniang's forehead. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, curling herself into a small tense knot. Open your mouth. His voice held no inflection, no warmth, no warning. Yi Weiniang trembled, hesitated for barely a fraction of a second, then parted her lips just enough to form a narrow slit. A cool crystalline cube slipped effortlessly onto her tongue. No punishment followed, only a burst of crisp, refreshing sweetness that exploded across her taste buds, cascading down her throat and settling warmly in her belly, igniting a gentle, radiant heat. Yi Weiniang snapped, her eyes open, dazed and bewildered, staring up at Gu Xiao. Her cheeks puffed full, instinctively chewing twice. A crisp, clean crunch echoed softly. Its texture resembled sugar, but the spiritual energy it contained was astonishingly pure, dancing joyfully through her newly open meridians, nourishing every sinew and bone. What is this? She mumbled, words thick with the mouthful. Rootstock of the dragon's breath grass. Gu Xiao withdrew his hand, leaning back lazily against the sofa, and reopened his book. Leftover scraps from Mother's alchemy session, too precious to discard. Consider it a chew toy. Yi Weiniang froze. She had never heard of dragon's breath grass, but any material bearing the word dragon commanded astronomical prices on the open market. Even its rootstock was a coveted tonic among low-tier cultivators. And what he casually called scraps had been meticulously cut into bit-sized pieces, each coated in a delicate glaze of spirit honey. Too sweet. Gu Xiao glanced at her. No, not at all. Terrified he might retract his gift, she shook her head frantically, clutched her mouth, and hurriedly chewed and swallowed the rootstock. The warm current flushed her cheeks, though whether from the herb's potency or something else entirely, she could not say. Stealthily, she stole a glance at Gu Xiao. The youth sat with eyes lowered, long lashes casting soft shadows beneath them, his expression, as ever, deeply focused and profoundly distant. Yet Yi Weiniang's heart refused to still. Gu Xiao, speak. Those sweet potato cakes. I won't add sugar next time. Gu Xiao turned a page without lifting his gaze. Only the crisp, rhythmic sound of chewing lingered in the quiet living room. As she swallowed the last fragment, a violent surge of heat erupted violently from her dantian, flushing her pale neck with an unnatural rosy hue that swiftly climbed to her ears. Gu Xiao closed his book. He knew the girl's foundation was frail, and though this rootstock was mere residue, it had undergone Su Feiyu's refinement. Its potency far surpassed ordinary market-grade herbs, dangerously volatile. Hot? Gu Xiao asked. Yi Weiniang nodded dumbly like a tipsy quail. Her gaze unfocused, her tiny hands fluttering at her collar, fine beads of sweat glistening at her nose. Gu Xiao, I think I'm going to combust. Don't sit, follow me. He tugged her sleeve and led her out. The bluish stone slabs of the rear courtyard were demon-sealing stones, transported by Gu Yuanting from the Aoluan continent, specifically forged to withstand the spiritual pressure of transcendent beings. Stand still. Gu Xiao released her wrist. Use the breathing technique I taught you. Guide that heat downward into your dantian. Yi Weiniang stood ramrod straight, her body trembling faintly from the inner blaze. Don't fidget. His tone darkened. She froze instantly, eyes sealed shut, straining to sense the wild, surging energy within. Gu Xiao stood nearby. His fingertips twitched, then a sliver of silvery light shimmered into being, the faint, ancient aura of dragonkind. That pressure did not strike her directly. Instead, it formed an invisible field around her, gently coaxing the errant spiritual energy back into alignment. Imagine it as a brook, not a flash flood. Your task is to channel it into its proper course, not let it breach its banks. Sweat traced glistening paths down Yi Weiniang's temples, dampening the collar of her tunic. After an indeterminate span of time, the flush receded from her face, her skin now glowing with the soft, luminous luster of polished jade. Huh. She exhaled deeply, opened her eyes, and they shone brighter than before. Gu Xiao, I can see the veins on the leaves, she cried, pointing excitedly at a dwarf shrub by the courtyard wall. You've reached the first tier. Gu Xiao turned toward a strength-testing stone at the edge of the slab. Try it. Yi Weiniang blinked, stunned. I'm already first tier. The tier system on the Azure Star was brutally hierarchical. Without resources, most mortals spent lifetimes struggling to break past the third tier. Yi Cheng, a man who'd labored in the underbelly for years, had only just attained the third tier himself. And she was 6 years old. Gu Xiao, how many tiers are you? She whispered. 15th. Oh. Yi Weiniang looked down. The chasm between 10th and 15th tier was indeed vast. Gu Xiao paid no mind to her fleeting dejection. He spread his palm, feeling the swirling violet-purple vortex within, fused from dragon blood and phoenix flame. At that moment, Yi Cheng's voice echoed from the front courtyard. Your uncle has arrived. Gu Xiao glanced at the visitor image flashing on his wristband, then spoke. Yi Weiniang hesitated, reluctant to leave, yet knew it was time to return home. Just as she turned to dash back, Gu Xiao called out. Wait. He pulled a sleek metal cylinder from his pocket and tossed it to her. Keep it. She fumbled and caught it, its weight substantial, engraved with the emblem of deep-sea genetics. What is this? An inhibitor. Residual potency from the dragon's breath grass may trigger spiritual overload tonight, if it does spray once. Gu Xiao's expression remained impassive. Don't burn yourself into idiocy. I'd rather not share a desk tomorrow with a drooling classmate. Yi Weiniang clenched the cylinder tightly in her fist, biting her lower lip. Thank you. She whirled and sprinted toward the front courtyard. In the main hall, Yi Cheng stood stiffly exchanging formalities with Gu Yuanting. Owing to the staggering disparity in cultivation, standing before Gu Yuanting felt like confronting an endless, suffocating ocean, even when the elder merely sat in silence sipping tea. Even then, motionless, silent, he radiated such overwhelming presence that Yi Cheng bowed deeply. These past 3 months have been an immense burden on you, Master Gu. Gu Yuanting set down his teacup and lifted his gaze, those abyssal eyes sweeping over Yi Cheng, sending a jolt through his chest. A trivial matter. His voice was archaic, resonant, and deep. This child is uncut jade. Should she tarnish in your care, it would be a grievous waste of heaven's grace. Yes, I will do my utmost. Yi Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow. He knew this debt would shadow him for life. The figure of Yi family's elder and his daughter vanished at the doorway, and the hall instantly fell silent. Su Feiyu looked at the empty plate on the table with satisfaction, her lips curling upward as her bright phoenix eyes turned into crescent moons. This child really can eat. While tidying up the dishes, she hummed an unknown tune, her mood visibly cheerful. Gu Yuanting sat on the sofa holding the cup of tea that had long gone cold, his gaze fixed on the void, the coldness in his eyes fading away, leaving only a calm as deep as an ancient well. Yuanting. Su Feiyu tossed the dishes into the automatic dishwasher, wiped her hands, and sat beside him on the single sofa. What do you think of that girl? Acceptable. Gu Yuanting replied with just 2 words, sparing his words like gold. Acceptable. Su Feiyu raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with the assessment. I used Phoenix True Fire to refine the fiery sun pork. A regular child would be overwhelmed after just 1 bite, but she devoured nearly half a plate, without changing expression. That soup you made with a century-old cold marrow, not to mention ordinary people, even a third-tier warrior would need to lie in bed for half a day after drinking it, yet she treated it like sweet water. She paused, leaning slightly forward, her tone becoming serious. Her physique is not simple. Her affinity for fire elements is very high. And there's that light element, gentle, yet incredibly resilient. These two powers within her not only do not conflict, but rather complement each other. Gu Yuanting finally pulled his gaze from the void, resting it on his wife. She's a raw gem. The high affinity for fire and light elements combined with earth elements is typical of a paladin prototype. The Dragon Clan's perception of bloodlines and talents is far more precise than any instrument. Su Feiyu became interested. How does she compare to our son? Xiao's situation cannot be measured by common sense. Gu Yuanting's tone remained steady and unwavering. He set down the teacup, his long fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. I just used dragon might to roughly probe her spiritual pulse foundation. Gu Yuanting's voice was deep and steady. Her bones are extraordinary. Her spiritual pulse is resilient, but her postnatal development is poor, having long been in an environment with thin spiritual energy, and her nutrition has not kept up. The meals from these 3 months, along with that piece of dragon breath herb root you provided, have forcibly made up for about 30% of the deficiencies she has faced over the years. Only 30%. Su Feiyu was somewhat taken aback. Her body is like a parched sea. The greater her potential, the more energy she requires. Gu Yuanting continued, today, she can break through because of accumulated momentum, and the dragon breath herb is merely the spark that ignited the fuse. Su Feiyu fell silent. She thought of the Yi family's difficult circumstances, that stubborn yet pitiful man, and the yellow brass shell warmed by the girl's body temperature around her neck. Yuanting, do you think? How far can this child go in the future? Gu Yuanting glanced up at Gu Xiao's room upstairs, his gaze unfathomable. That depends on her fortune. He provided an ambiguous yet incredibly realistic answer. What do you mean by her fortune? Su Feiyu said, somewhat impatient. It means what kind of resources and guidance she can obtain. Gu Yuanting explained, his tone as calm as ever. If she can enter the best martial arts academy on the Blue Star with top-notch mentors to guide her, and a continuous supply of resources practicing techniques tailored to her talents. He paused as if calculating some possibility. 7th tier is just a threshold. 8th tier might not lack hope. But if... Gu Yuanting shifted, his tone a hint of regret seeping into his voice. If she only follows the curriculum in an ordinary school, studying the foundational techniques promoted by the military, relying on meager subsidies, and the little income earned by her uncle with his life. He did not continue, but Su Feiyu had already understood. She will be buried. She voiced what he had not said, her voice somewhat cold. Gu Yuanting nodded slightly. Her talent will allow her to stand out in the initial years, perhaps becoming a top student in the school, even being accepted into a decent school. But as time goes on, the demand for resources will become increasingly enormous. Without sufficient energy purity to support her, her fire and light will not be able to undergo qualitative changes. Ultimately, her limit will be capped at the 5th tier. Throughout her life, she will never glimpse the mysteries of the 6th tier. This is the cruel reality of this era. The living room was silent for a long time. Regarding her affinity for earth elements, what do you think? After a while, Su Feiyu finally broke the silence. It's a good thing. Gu Yuanting said, fire and light focus on offense, pure and explosive, but their defense is weak. This earth element, while not reaching high tier, can serve as her strongest shield, balanced in offense and defense with no obvious weaknesses. It's just that she doesn't seem to have realized it yet. She needs the correct method to guide and stimulate it. A cluster of golden red true fire quietly ignited at Su Feiyu's fingertips, dancing quietly in the air, casting flickering light and shadow on her beautiful face, revealing her emotional turmoil. I cannot watch such a good seedling go to waste. Gu Yuanting glanced at her without speaking. Su Feiyu stood up, pacing back and forth in the living room. No, I need to think of a way. Techniques. The heaven-burning record that my family passed down is not suitable for her. It's too domineering for her delicate frame. Your dragon language magic is out of the question. What if I hack a set out from the Martial Arts Alliance's database? Nonsense. Gu Yuanting's gaze sharpened, his voice carrying an undeniable warning. The Heavenly Book Pavilion of the Martial Arts Alliance is guarded by old-timers. You might get in, but you may not get out. Then what do you suggest we do? Su Feiyu halted, her intense gaze locking onto Gu Yuanting, filled with indignation. We can't just watch, can we? Gu Yuanting picked up the teacup, took a sip of the already cold tea to moisten his throat. Don't rush. He said slowly, that child has a resilient nature and knows how to be grateful. Xiao has already provided her with an improved breathing technique, which serves as a guide. In the future, we should feed her more to solidify her foundation. As for the techniques, there will always be a way. Su Feiyu's restlessness began to calm down. She knew that although her husband appeared cold, he understood more than anyone. Since he said there's a way, there definitely is. She sat back down on the sofa and casually opened the holographic screen floating on the wall, tuning into the central news channel. Now we present to you the latest announcement from the frontline command of the United Front. A serious-looking news anchor dressed in a United Defense Force uniform appeared on screen. According to the statistical analysis of dark tide activity data over the past 3 months, the United Front confirms that the expansion speed of the dark tide erosion zone in the eastern sector of the Storm Sea, as well as the activity frequency of high-energy units, has increased by approximately 10.3% compared to the last cycle. The screen switched, showing footage captured by high-altitude drones. Under the dim sky, the black mycelium spread across the land like a plague. Countless bizarre dark tide monsters gathered into a surging tide, violently crashing against a steel fortress shimmering with an energy shield. The camera zoomed in on a massive entity known as the Bone Decayer, formed from countless bones and resentments as it trudged heavily, trampling the defenses. Wherever it passed, both the steel fortress and the energy shields corroded and decayed at a visible rate. It is reported that the area-level command unit of the Abomination Lord has been observed 21 times during this cycle, double that of the same period in the past. This indicates that the Dark Tide's offensive is becoming more organized and strategic. The smile on Su Feiyu's face completely vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Gu Yuanting also set down his teacup, quietly watching the hellish scene on the holographic screen, his unfathomable eyes reflecting the explosions, yet remaining eerily calm. It has started to become active again, Su Feiyu murmured. Just a tide. Gu Yuanting dismissed it lightly, yet his tone carried an undeniable heaviness. It will come. The Hell's Cape on the luminous screen froze at last upon the ashen, bloodless face of the United Front spokesperson. The news segment ended, dissolving into soothing music and commercial advertisements. On screen, a radiant actress smiled sweetly while promoting the latest nutrient solution from deep-sea genomics. This jarring kaleidoscopic shift exuded an almost unbearable absurdity. Humph. Su Feiyu let out a short, icy laugh and switched off the screen with a flick of her wrist. Silence reasserted itself in the front hall, yet the oppressive weight of the news footage seemed to congeal in the air, pervasive, inescapable. 13 years ago, the United Front reclaimed the Bone Scar defense zone. Gu Yuanting broke the silence, his voice devoid of inflection. That was the first true decisive victory since the onset of the Black Tide era. The capital celebrated for 3 days. Su Feiyu folded her arms and leaned back against the sofa, her flamered hair cascading like liquid fire, half veiling her sharp, striking features. I remember. Back then, everyone believed the war was over. It had been a brief, delirious interlude. Euphoria, intoxicating reason. People began to believe the Black Tide was not invincible. For some, the chime of victory is a triumphal anthem. Gu Yuanting's gaze rested on the empty coffee table. For others, it is merely the dinner bell. A flicker of golden crimson true flame burst momentarily from Su Feiyu's fingertip, sharp, volatile, then vanished just as swiftly. So someone built a business atop the bones of the fallen. Her voice dropped 8 degrees, glacial lethal. Gu Yuanting said nothing. His silence was answer enough. The front lines were both the hero's final resting ground and the hyena's banquet hall. When war shifts from desperate survival to a seemingly balanced, grinding stalemate, someone inevitably turns their gaze, not toward the enemy, but toward the pockets of their own. The air grew perceptibly colder. Yuanting, you said that girl's foundation is severely depleted. Something clicked in Su Feiyu's mind. She sat upright, her brilliant phoenix eyes locking onto Gu Yuanting with razor-edged intensity. Weren't her parents heroes who fell on the front lines? By United Front regulations, the dependents of fallen heroes, even if not living in luxury, should never have sunk into such dire straits, should they? A faint, frigid curve touched Gu Yuanting's lips, nearly imperceptible. The official casualty report does not describe them as such. Su Feiyu's brows snapped together. What do you mean? Yi Weiniang's father Yi Zheng was a 4th-rank mid-tier martial cultivator and squad leader of the 7th Outpost on the front lines. Her mother Lin Wei was a 4th-rank lower-tier battlefield medic. Both perished 5 years ago during the Crimson Moon defense campaign at the 7th Outpost. Gu Yuanting recited the facts with unflinching calm. I know the Crimson Moon defense campaign. It was brutal. The 7th Outpost suffered near total annihilation, yet they bought the rear defenses a full 3 hours for deployment. It's enshrined in military textbooks as a classic delaying action. Su Feiyu knew her war history well. Wasn't that a monumental feat? It was. Gu Yuanting nodded. Yet their deaths were officially classified as casualties resulting from individual operational error during tactical withdrawal. What? Su Feiyu's voice spiked sharply. Withdrawal? The 7th Outpost received no withdrawal order, only a direct command to hold at all costs. That is the art of language. Gu Yuanting's tone remained level, yet carried the piercing chill of an ice spike. To twist fighting to the death into failure to withdraw transforms merit into misconduct. The 80,000 United credits in special bereavement compensation and 2 third-class Stellar Radiance medals were reduced in the end to a mere 15,000 in basic relief. Bang! Su Feiyu slammed her palm onto the coffee table. They dare. 2 words wrenched from between clenched teeth. Furious murderess. Her beautiful phoenix eyes now blazed with infernal fury. Gu Yuanting glanced at her, then continued. Her uncle Yi Cheng, a second-rank martial cultivator, approached the military department's logistics division. You can imagine the outcome. That leg. Su Feiyu's chest heaved violently. It was broken, deliberately. They exercised restraint, no spiritual energy, used only brute physical force, shattering the tendons and bones of his right leg. He lay hospitalized for 6 months, afterward chronic disability set in, and he lost his job. Gu Yuanting's tone never wavered, yet laid bare a raw, bleeding truth. He was also warned should he persist in this groundless disturbance, his frail, ailing mother and his 7-year-old niece might suffer unfortunate accidents beyond their doorstep. Filthy bastard. Su Feiyu spat the curse, rare for her, and found no other word fierce enough to contain the inferno raging within her chest. Who did it? Xiao Tan. He paused, then added, a departmental overseer in the Central District Affairs Bureau of the United Government. Central District Affairs Bureau? Su Feiyu blinked, then laughed, a sound edged with venom. A toothless bureaucratic office. She surged to her feet. Her crimson hair billowed without wind, sparks of golden crimson fire danced at its tips. A wave of scorching heat erupted outward, spiking the parlor's temperature instantly. I'm going now. Her voice held no trace of jest, only absolute chilling resolve. I'll drag him from behind his desk and incinerate him to ash before every witness. Then what? Gu Yuanting didn't stir, not even lift his gaze, merely asked quietly 2 words. Killing a petty functionary is easy. Gu Yuanting continued, calm and terrifyingly lucid. The United Government won't mobilize its full apparatus over a maggot, but rules are rules. They will investigate, and all of Iron Bastion will learn that a powerful beast blood descendant has executed a government official within city limits. They will trace it back, to us, to Xiao. The searing aura around Su Feiyu gradually subsided. She sank heavily back onto the sofa, breath still ragged. She knew he was right. For her son, she could not act in haste. So we just let it go. Her voice brimmed with bitter refusal. Let it go. Why would we? Reducing him to ash is purification, far too merciful for him. Gu Yuanting's voice lowered, soft, yet devastating. Make him watch, helplessly, as everything he prides himself upon crumbles to dust. Then hurl him from his gilded pedestal straight into the cesspit he dug himself, and let him suffocate slowly in utter despair. Watching him writhe is infinitely more compelling than hearing a single detonation. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Tell me, how do we make him vomit up what he stole? This debt is noted, not urgent. Gu Yuanting shifted focus. More pressing is that girl. Her foundation cannot wait. Su Feiyu nodded, her expression hardening into focused gravity. Indeed, vengeance could wait. But a genius's golden cultivation window, once missed, would never return. Heat around Su Feiyu finally subsided, yet her tone remained composed. What do you intend to do? First, stabilize this girl's foundation. Gu Yuanting set down his teacup, eyes deep with thought. The martial system of Waylon Star emphasizes genetic optimization and the extremes of physical conditioning. Her affinities to fire, light, and earth, if guided from childhood, would allow her achievements to far exceed the 5th tier. He continued, the magic system of the Aoluan continent stresses law resonance and bloodline development. Her talent, if both paths are nurtured. You mean have her come to our home every day for training? Su Feiyu understood his implication, and her eyes brightened. Gu Yuanting nodded faintly. She needs an environment removed from the world's clamor, a place where she can grow without distraction. Yi Cheng is a man of loyalty, but his means are limited. We must help, and we must also make him understand this is not charity, but an opportunity. I understand. Su Feiyu rose and walked to the French windows, watching Gu Xiao and Yi Weining depart across the courtyard. I will speak with him tomorrow. Front yard. Yi Cheng stood awkwardly before Gu Yuanting, clutching Yi Weining's small hand. Gu Xiao stood quietly a short distance away, inscrutable. Mr. Yi. Su Feiyu's voice rang clear and pleasant from within the house. Yi Cheng stiffened and turned his head. Su Feiyu stepped forward with measured grace. Her flamered hair shimmered in the sunset, yet she carried an authority that brooked no argument. Su. Miss Su, Yi Cheng stammered. For a moment, Yi Cheng did not know how to address her. Su Feiyu waved him off. I would like to speak with you about Weining's training. Miss Su, you and Mr. Gu have already helped us so much, Yi Cheng began. For Weining to receive Gu Xiao's guidance and such good provisions is already an immense blessing. His voice trembled with guilt and struggle. Su Feiyu interrupted calmly, Mister. You what kind of child do you think Weiniang is? Yi Cheng froze and looked at Weiniang's profile. Her clear apricot eyes were serene in the evening glow. Complex tenderness and pride shone in his gaze. Weiniang. She is kind, sensible, and most of all resilient. She never complains. Indeed, she has extraordinary talent. A raw jade, Su Feiyu said without reservation. But raw jade uncarved remains merely a stubborn stone. I can see you wish her a better future, can you not? Yicheng nodded on instinct, tears welling in his eyes. That was his greatest wish and the heaviest burden on his heart. Very well, Su Feiyu's tone shifted. From tomorrow onward after school, Weiniang will come to my home. I will send her home each evening. During this time, we will design a bespoke training regimen tailored to her talents. Lodging, food, clothing, everything will be provided. You need not trouble yourself over anything. Yicheng looked up sharply, scarcely believing his ears. Was this not essentially placing his child with the Gu family and providing free training? Miss Su, this cannot be. The favor is too great for our family. Favor? Su Feiyu's lips curved with a meaningful smile. Mister, you seem to have misunderstood. She stepped beside Gu Xiao and gently patted his head. Gu Xiao unusually did not flinch. The reason I wish to train Weiniang is neither charity nor repayment. Su Feiyu's gaze stretched to the horizon, as if piercing through steel bastions to where the black tide erodes. She is Gu Xiao's first friend in this world, and his only companion he can trust. She paused, then her expression grew stern. This world is becoming ever more dangerous. The black tide's corruption is intensifying. Open and covert struggles arise in endless succession. Gu Xiao's bloodline is unusual and his origins complex. The ordeals he will face will be beyond ordinary imagining. I want someone dependable at his side, Su Feiyu said, looking straight at Yicheng. This. Yicheng was utterly stunned. He had never envisioned such a motive. Of course, such forging is not costless, Su Feiyu added. Her growth and power will become closely entwined with the Gu family's future fate. Mister, do you understand? I understand. Miss Su, thank you, Mister. Gu. I Yicheng swear that so long as I live, the Gu family's great benevolence will never be forgotten. Yicheng bowed deeply to Su Feiyu and Gu Yuanting. He knew this was Yi Weiniang's only path forward. Su Feiyu patted Yi Weiniang's head with satisfaction. The little girl's eyes held a touch of bewilderment, but more so an eager anticipation for the future. She liked the child very much, not only for the raw jade of innate talent that already shimmered within, but for a resilience that had clawed its way from the mud and yet remained pure and unspoiled. Sympathy, pity, she felt both. Moreover, Su Feiyu's gaze flicked between her son and Yi Weiniang, and a glint passed through her bright phoenix-like eyes that only she understood. She had already made a quiet calculation in her mind. Come on, son. Where to? Gu Xiao felt an ominous premonition. To pick out some decent training gear for you and Weiniang. Su Feiyu's smile was dazzling in a way that felt dangerous. From tomorrow, your easy days are over. Gu Xiao's eyelid twitched. He could already sense the tenor of the next 3 years. Yi Weiniang stood there still somewhat bewildered, her small face written with anticipation for new clothes and hope for what lies ahead. Su Feiyu gave the two children little time to rest. Change your shoes, let's go. 10 minutes later at the Tianqing Technology flagship store. Ms. Su, welcome. Su Feiyu nodded and swept her fingers decisively along the racks. Bring out the autumn line of Spirit Energy Load training suits. The self-adaptive models that operate from Tier 1 to Tier 3. 2 sets. The saleswoman glanced at Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang behind Su Feiyu, then respectfully retrieved 2 sets in different sizes and held them on her arm. This is the Luyan series, a collaboration between Tianqing Technology and the Aoluan Dwarf Artisans. Woven from micron-scale alloy filaments blended with celestial silkworm spirit fiber, it can automatically regulate body temperature. Most importantly, according to the wearer's spiritual energy flow, it provides roughly a 10% burst augmentation. Su Feiyu lifted one garment and showed it before the two. Go try them on. 5 minutes later, Gu Xiao emerged first. The black combat suit clung to his frame, outlining the erect silhouette of a youth beginning to take shape. The bespoke fabric shimmered with a faint metallic sheen in the light, lending a particularly austere air. Then Yi Weiniang shuffled out slowly. The pale gold suit set off her complexion, making her skin appear even fairer. Her previously baggy hoodie had been replaced by a sharply tailored slim cut, with dark energy-absorbent material reinforcing the waist and joints. Standing before the full-length mirror, she could hardly recognize the girl looking back. It was a polish and poise she had never before encountered. Not bad. Su Feiyu admired the two figures in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction, then snapped her fingers at the saleswoman. These 2 sets. Add the matching cloud step boots and windbind bracers. 1 set each. Charge the bill to my husband's card. A sleek black hovercar glided silently into the night, leaving the city's shimmering lights far behind. In the rear seat, Yuanian clutched several oversized shopping bags, her small frame taut with quiet tension. The fleeting price displayed on the holographic screen was enough to heal her uncle's injured leg and afford her grandmother the finest medicine available. Sit up straight. Su Feiyu's voice drifted from the front seat, cool, composed, edged with subtle amusement. Her sharp phoenix eyes gleamed in the rearview mirror. From tomorrow onward, you two are bound together, like grasshoppers on a single thread. Gu Xiao, if you slack off during training, Xiaoing will be your overseer. And Xiaoing, if he dares bully you or go easy on you, tell me. I'll hang him up and whip him myself. Gu Xiao didn't so much as lift his eyelids. Yi Weiniang, however, instantly straightened her slender spine and nodded firmly yes. Outside the window, the cityscape blurred past at dizzying speed. The crisp, refined fragrance of the car's air system gave way to the acrid blend of cheap nutrient paste and damp metal, an abrupt, jarring transition between two worlds. The hovercar came to a smooth, silent halt before an exceptionally aged residential building. Its hushed engine hum stood out starkly against the surrounding cacophony of urban noise. We've arrived. Su Feiyu released the safety lock. Yi Weiniang gripped the handles of her shopping bags so tightly her knuckles whitened, momentarily frozen in uncertainty. Gu Xiao cast a brief glance at her, said nothing, and pushed open the door, stepping out with effortless grace. He surveyed the surroundings. Dim street lamps stretched the narrow alley's shadows into grotesque, elongated shapes. Xiaoing, we're home, Su Feiyu said softly, not loud yet imbued with an unshakable calm. Only then did the girl stir, awkwardly shuffling down from the vehicle while clutching bags nearly large enough to swallow her upper body. A figure burst hurriedly from the building's entrance, Yi Cheng. His steps faltered visibly upon spotting the sleek obsidian-black hovercar. Seeing Su Feiyu, he stiffened, flustered and ill at ease. Miss Su. He rushed forward, his gaze falling upon the shopping bags clutched by his niece, each emblazoned with the bold, unmistakable logo of Tianqing Technology. His throat bobbed nervously. Mr. Yi, I've brought the children back safely, Su Feiyu replied, her tone even and devoid of condescension. I also arranged their training gear. This is far too generous. Yi Cheng stammered, his face flushing crimson as he stared at the bags, fully aware of their staggering value. We can't possibly accept. These are necessities. Su Feiyu cut him off. Intensive training without proper equipment risks permanent damage to their foundations. These items are integral to their regimen, not gifts. I hope you understand. Her words were direct, yet strangely soothing, easing the tautness coiling within Yi Cheng. I understand. Thank you, Miss Su, he whispered hoarsely, bowing deeply before her. Su Feiyu accepted the gesture, then waited until he rose before speaking clearly. Stand tall, Mr. Yi. This debt isn't meant to bend your spine. She withdrew a palm-sized black metal disc from her pocket, unmarked, austere, and utterly enigmatic. An emergency communicator. Press and hold for 3 seconds if you face a problem beyond your capacity to resolve. Remember, only problems you cannot solve. Yi Cheng hesitated before accepting it. The metal felt cool and weighty in his palm. Gu Xiao's gaze flickered over Yi Cheng's instinctively rigid right leg, then swept across the pitted, uneven concrete steps of the stairwell. Without a word, he stepped forward and took the largest shopping bag from Yi Weiniang's arms. The sudden gesture stunned both Yi Weiniang and Yi Cheng. She tilted her head upward to look at him, but Gu Xiao averted his eyes, uttering only one quiet command: let's go upstairs. Oh. Yi Weiniang blinked, then hurried after Yi Cheng, cradling the remaining bags. At the stairwell entrance, she turned back, soft-spoken yet profoundly earnest. Goodbye, Aunt Su. Goodbye, Gu Xiao. Su Feiyu raised a hand in farewell. The hovercar lifted once more, vanishing soundlessly into the perpetual neon glow of the steel metropolis. Inside, silence reigned. Remember that man's legs, Su Feiyu murmured from the front seat, her gaze fixed on the ribbon of light flowing ahead. And remember where they live. That is the fate of those who possess reason, but no power. Observe closely, Xiao. Her voice remained steady, unwavering. See what becomes of those who lack the strength to protect themselves. Carry this feeling of helplessness, and vow never to let yourself or those you guard fall so low. Gu Xiao grunted softly, his gaze withdrawing from the window. In his eyes, the crumbling apartment block resolved with impossible clarity, the trajectory of every fissure, the precise pattern of each rust stain. His bloodline granted him sight deeper, truer than any ordinary eye could perceive. The Yi residence. Xiaoing. Yi Cheng's voice was raw, his eyes bloodshot. This is your chance, and ours as a family. Your uncle knows it's too heavy a burden to place upon your shoulders. But your uncle is useless. He slammed his fist hard against his unresponsive right leg. Uncle. Yi Weiniang darted forward, gripping his hand tightly. It doesn't feel heavy, she said, lifting her face. In those clear, almond-shaped eyes, once clouded with confusion and fear, now burned a fierce, unwavering resolve. She rose onto her toes, her fingertips brushing lightly over the brand-new training uniform laid out on the table, then instinctively closed her small fist around the warm copper bullet casing nestled against her chest. Father, Mother, can you see? A sliver of light has pierced through the dark. I will seize it with everything I am. The Gu residence. Rear courtyard. Gu Yuanting stood beneath an ancient tree watching as a faint crystalline luminescence gathered and dispersed above his palm. The hover car settled gently onto the ground. Su Feiyu and Gu Xiao approached, one step apart like two notes in perfect harmony. Their settled, Su Feiyu said, pouring herself a glass of water. Gu Yuanting's gaze passed over his wife and rested on his son. He asked only one question: what did you see? The building is old. Its internal steel framework is corroding. Fire-retardant materials have begun to flake away. Gu Xiao recited the observation with quiet precision. The stairwell carries a draft at night, laced with scents of various budget nutrient pastes and traditional herbal remedies. One of them, Qingfei San, is used to treat pulmonary fibrosis. Su Feiyu arched a brow, impressed. She hadn't noticed half of those details. Her son truly was a prodigy. A faint, rare smile finally softened Gu Yuanting's stern features. He gestured Gu Xiao forward. As his son stepped closer, he declared, starting tomorrow you'll train alongside her. Both the gene martial arts of Azure Star and the elemental magics of Orin. Yes, but your first lesson differs from hers. Gu Yuanting extended a single finger, the faint crystalline dragon force coalescing into a pinpoint of radiant light at its tip. She is a spark capable of igniting a wildfire, requiring guidance lest her own brilliance consume her. You, however, are dragon scale concealed within its sheath. Your first lesson is not release, but control. Master the innate sharpness you were born with. Never let it run wild, not when it might wound those beside you. The afterglow of the setting sun coated the training ground of the Gu family's backyard in a warm golden hue. The air was slightly cool, carrying the freshness of grass and trees. Yi Weining, dressed in a light golden training outfit, stood on the grass. The anxiousness from yesterday had vanished from her small face, replaced by solemnity and anticipation. She imitated Gu Xiao beside her, standing with a straight back. Gu Yuanting stood with his hands behind his back, saying nothing, merely pointing his finger into the air. A droplet of water leisurely rose in the teacup on the stone table, hovering at his fingertip, crystal clear, reflecting the small figures of the two children. Your first lesson is control. His voice was as cold as ever, targeting the essence control. It let it move according to your will, changing forms, yet never dissipating. When you can achieve this, your first lesson will be considered complete. Gu Xiao stepped forward, his deep pupils reflecting the droplet of water, concentrating like his father. However, the water surface in the cup merely rippled a bit, and the droplet that barely formed before him fell apart, with a pop, dispersing into a mist of vapor. Gu Yuanting remained silent, turning to walk to the other side, where Su Feiyu was watching Yi Weining with great interest. Little firefly, come here. Yi Weining jogged over and stood still. A cluster of crimson flames suddenly rose in the palm of Su Feiyu's hand, lively and dancing, yet not emanating scorching heat, instead radiating a gentle vitality. Your talent lies in affinity, not control. Su Feiyu flicked her finger, and the flame flew before Yi Weining. We will discuss the martial arts of the Azure Star later. Now close your eyes, feel it with your heart, treat it as a partner, not a tool. Try to make it like you. Your talent is excellent, with affinity for light, fire, and earth. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Oh, let's start with light and fire, which you can sense more easily. Su Feiyu flicked her finger, and the cluster of flames hovered in front of Yi Weining. Yi Weining followed her instructions to close her eyes, her long lashes quivering, and carefully extended her small hand. There was no burning pain, only a warm sensation. She slowly relaxed, no longer trying to command, but simply feeling the warmth and vitality. Gradually, the flame that was under Su Feiyu's control tilted gently towards the direction of Yi Weining's fingertip. Though it was barely perceptible, Su Feiyu's bright phoenix eyes instantly lit up. This child is truly a born element affinity user. As spring turned to autumn, the leaves of the ancient trees by the training ground turned green and then yellow. 3 months passed quietly in this monotonous persistence. In the backyard, the droplet of water floating before Gu Xiao had progressed from merely existing for a moment before exploding into mist to now being able to condense into sharp spikes and transform into thin ice under his will. Under Su Feiyu's guidance, the light spots around Yi Weining had gathered from scattered points into a warm and bright river of fireflies swirling around her. The daytime school life was uneventful, while the Gu family after school became the exclusive training ground for the two. At dinner time, Gu Yuanting's explorer's special dish always challenged the limits of their taste buds. Tonight, it was a pot of dark green thick soup floating with purple tubers and silver fish, exuding a peculiar aroma of mixed earth and herbs. Dragon scale lichen stew with silver-lined fish. Gu Yuanting introduced succinctly. Yi Weiniang's small face turned a bit pale, but Gu Xiao expressionlessly scooped up a spoonful and drank it down quickly, taking a second spoonful. Su Feiyu elegantly rolled her eyes, smiling at Yi Weiniang. Don't be afraid. Although this tastes indescribable, it is extremely beneficial for your body and spiritual veins. Yi Weiniang mustered her courage to take a small sip. The strange taste exploded in her mouth, but immediately after a warm current surged from her stomach, flowing to her limbs, instantly dispersing the fatigue of the day. Her eyes brightened, and she silently began to drink as well. The nightly medicinal bath had become a daily routine. Gu Xiao's tub was filled with pitch-black medicinal liquid, refining his muscles and bones. Yi Weiniang's tub contained a clear amber-colored medicinal liquid floating with a faint floral scent used for nurturing her meridians and purifying her elemental affinity. At first the two would almost fall asleep in the medicinal bath, but after several months their bodies had completely adapted to this rhythm. Gu Xiao's height had increased significantly, his once somewhat frail shoulders had broadened, and beneath the black training outfit were smooth and powerful muscle lines. His gaze had grown increasingly profound. Just standing still, he exuded a calm aura uncommon for his peers. Yi Weiniang's changes were even more pronounced. Her previously malnourished sallow skin had become fair and translucent, radiating a healthy glow. Her almond-shaped eyes, nourished by ample spiritual energy, sparkled even brighter. She was no longer the timid little girl hiding behind others. Instead, her brows held a newfound confidence and vigor. Her fireflies could now steadily provide boosts within a 10-meter range. Though still weak, they were beginning to take shape. Such calm and fulfilling days seemed as if they would last forever. Until one evening 3 months later. The two had just finished a day of training and were sitting at the dining table waiting for Su Feiyu to serve dinner. Yi Weiniang was quietly sharing amusing incidents from school with Gu Xiao, who listened half-heartedly. Suddenly, beep. A sharp, short, buzzing sound pierced the tranquility like a blade. The source of the sound was the black metal piece on the living room shelf, which was now flashing an alarming red light. Su Feiyu was walking out of the kitchen with a plate of fragrant roasted meat, a teasing smile on her face, when the shrill noise suddenly pierced her eardrums. Her wrist stiffened, and the white porcelain plate, filled with delicacies, crashed heavily onto the table, splattering hot chunks of meat and broth everywhere. The phoenix eyes that had been alluring a moment ago were now filled with a chilling malice. Yi Weiniang's cheerful laughter stopped abruptly, her small face drained of color. She stared fixedly at the red light. Her uncle had said that it would never ring unless the sky were to fall. Su Feiyu grabbed the coat from the rack, her voice devoid of emotion, yet carrying a terrifying pressure akin to that before a storm. Gu Xiao Weiniang, follow me. Action was the only answer. The black hovering vehicle tore through the night, showing no signs of delay. Inside the vehicle, there was a deadly silence. Yi Weiniang, who had been sharing amusing stories a moment ago, was now curled up in the corner of her seat, clutching her knees tightly, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Xiao sat beside her motionless, his gaze passing through the car window and landing on the rapidly retreating neon lights outside. Yet his attention was wholly on the girl beside him. He could see that the once bright and warm aura of spiritual energy surrounding her was violently fluctuating, on the verge of extinguishing. He said nothing, merely extending his hand to grasp her icy wrist. Su Feiyu's knuckles were slightly protruding due to the force. She said nothing, but her beautiful face had shed all traces of laughter and laziness, leaving only the stillness before a storm. At this moment, her bright phoenix eyes were colder than the most frigid winter night in a steel fortress. A black hovering car tore through the night, its engine a scarcely audible hum, yet it sliced into the narrow alley with astonishing speed and unerring precision. The landing struts descended softly, and the craft settled without even disturbing the puddles. The door swung upward. A bitter night wind rushed in, lifting Su Feiyu's flamered hair like a living blaze. She strode straight toward the residential block. Her bespoke combat boots struck the pitted pavement with a crisp, menacing clack. Su Feiyu's silhouette vanished into the stairwell. Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang followed close behind. They halted outside as a smooth, overconfident male voice from within pierced the corridor. "Mr. Yi, our Shanghai Jian comes with the utmost sincerity. You must understand. This is Miss Weiniang's chance, and it is an opportunity for your entire family. How many children from Gangtai Baluo can enter the core training pipelines of the three great conglomerates each year? What we offer is a direct ticket to the inner circle." Yi Weiniang's little face drained of color. She gripped Gu Xiao's sleeve instinctively, her knuckles whitening with the force of her hold. Gu Xiao turned his hand to clasp her cold fingers. His palm was dry, yet warm, bearing a composure beyond his years. He lifted his gaze and drank in every detail of the room. Inside the apartment, 3 men in expensive suits formed a triangle, hemming Yi Chengyan. The leader wearing gold-rimmed glasses wore a practiced smile as he leisurely projected a contract into the air. Examine our terms in a level training contract with preferential access to internal resources guaranteeing that before she turns 30, she will have a 70% chance to strike for the 5th rank Pafan realm. Sign the agreement, and 500,000 Waylon Bai will be transferred to you immediately. Your mother's illness. We will cover it all. You can even move out of this wretched place and into an elite apartment in the 2nd ring. Each word struck the most fragile nerve in Yicheng. A vein bulged at his temple, the anger in his eyes twisted then yielded to pain and helplessness. I will say it again. Wanying is going nowhere, he roared. Why be so obstinate? The gold-rimmed man countered, his smile sharpening and his voice turning colder. Naturally gifted children are precious. But the lower districts of Gangtai Baluo are rife with accidents. After all, a genius who never gets to grow is no different from a stone, is he not? The threat lay bare. You dare. Yicheng trembled with fury. Of course we would never dare, the gold-rimmed man protested, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. We are law-abiding citizens. It is precisely because accidents are unexpected that they are called accidents, is it not? He had barely finished speaking when the last heel click fell at the doorway. The apartment fell utterly silent. The gold-rimmed man's smile froze. He turned back displeased. Who? His words choked off. Su Feiyu stood in the entrance, not entering, but leaning quietly against the doorframe. In the dim light, her red hair flared like living fire. Having seen his share of scenes, the gold-rimmed man quickly recovered his composure and offered the habitual professional smile. Good evening, ma'am. We are from Shunhai Jin. We are handling some internal matters, please. At last, Su Feiyu lifted her eyelids. Her bright phoenix-like eyes swept across him. Her gaze carried no malice. It simply slid from Lin Yuan's tie to his polished shoes and finally to the staff badge on his chest. Lin Yuan, Client Relations Department Level 3 Manager. She read aloud with a trace of amusement. And a level contract, and you send a level 3 manager to negotiate. Lin Yuan's face altered. It was not the reaction he had expected. There was no outrage, no interrogation. Only a reduction of him by virtue of the name she had spoken. Madam, you must be mistaken. For such origins, my level already demonstrates our sincerity, he stammered, trying to preserve his dignity. Is that so? Su Feiyu, impatient with words, stepped into the room. Her voice was low but clear to every ear. My husband's name is Gu Yuanting. The name detonated in Lin Yuan's hearing. His pupils shrank. You. Lin Yuan's voice went dry. This child and her family are under my protection from this day forward. Su Feiyu's tone was not loud, but it brooked no argument. Now take your people and disappear. I'll give you 3 seconds. You cannot. Lin Yuan tried to bluster. This was a matter of the group's face. 1. Su Feiyu began to count. Madam, you are making an enemy of Shunhai Jin, he cried, his bluster thin. 2. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Su Feiyu's mouth. The 2 bodyguards behind Lin Yuan tightened their grip on their weapons. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. The pressure was not the crushing aura of spiritual energy, but a perched superiority, the indifferent gaze of one who observes ants below. Cold sweat soaked his shirt in an instant. 3. At the last number, Lin Yuan trembled. He could bear the invisible pressure no longer. Let's go, he snarled and fled in disarray. 2 ashen-faced bodyguards squeezed after him as they tumbled out the door and disappeared around the stairwell corner. Silence returned to the room like a shroud. Yi Weiniang's tense body slackened, and her tears fell in quiet, soft plinks. Yicheng could not hold himself any longer. With a thud, he sank to one knee and gazed at Su Feiyu, his lips quivering, yet no words coming forth. Su Feiyu sighed and stepped forward to help him up. I told you your back is not meant for bowing. Her voice regained its usual clarity, shaded now with a complex undertone. She glanced at the contract still suspended in midair, snapped her fingers, and a thread of scarlet flame leapt out to consume the data, reducing the agreement to nothingness. Shower, she called softly. Gu Xiao, who had stood silent beside her, stepped forward and withdrew a compact metal spray from a side pocket of his combat suit, offering it to Yicheng. The latest bodily restoration serum. It will help your leg, he said tersely. Yicheng accepted it, dazed. Su Feiyu's eyes swept the cramped, oppressive room and finally rested on the tearful Yi Weiniang. Pack some things, she instructed. Huh. Yi Weiniang looked up. Tonight you will move into our home. Su Feiyu's tone allowed no debate. You cannot stay here any longer. Shunhai Jin came today. Our tomorrow representatives from Tianqing Keiji and Yuaning Dongli will no doubt call as well. Yicheng remained frozen in place, his mind utterly blank. A creak echoed as the inner door swung open. His aunt Lu Chui and cousin Yichuan stepped out, their faces pale with lingering shock. Lu Chui still clutched a kitchen knife tightly in her hand. She and her son had been hiding just behind the door, ready to fight for their lives. Old Yi. Her voice trembled as she gazed at the scene inside the room. It's over. Yi Cheng turned back, his voice hoarse and ragged. His eyes shifted from Su Feiyu to the two children beside him, his lips parted slightly, but shame, gratitude, and bewilderment tangled within him, leaving him speechless. Su Feiyu paid no heed to the adult's turbulent emotions. Her gaze settled solely on Yi Weiniang. Go pack your things, she repeated, calm and unyielding. There is no room for negotiation, Su Feiyu cut her off. Deep sea genetics is like a swarm of flies. They will come the moment they catch a whiff. Today, it was a level 3 manager. Tomorrow, it could be a level 2. They have countless ways to make your uncle slip fatally on a construction site or have your grandmother suffer an infection in the hospital. You cannot afford to gamble. Each word struck like an ice spike, piercing deep into Yi Weiniang's heart. She hesitated no longer and bolted into her narrow partitioned room. There wasn't much to pack. A few faded, well-worn clothes, several dog-eared textbooks, and the desk lamp on her table, its wiring faulty, flickering unpredictably. She left the lamp behind, stuffing only the books and clothes haphazardly into her school bag. In the living room, Lu Chui finally grasped the gravity of the situation and frantically began packing. Pots, pans, ladles, old quilts. She seemed determined to haul the entire household away. Those pots and pans aren't necessary, Su Feiyu's cool voice interjected. Lu Chui froze mid-motion. Then, what will we use? She whispered, her voice laced with the shrewdness and anxiety of a small-town woman. I have them. 3 simple words silenced Lu Chui completely. She stared at the red-haired woman before her, whose seemingly plain outerwear likely cost more than everything in Lu Chui's home combined. Yi Cheng knelt silently on the floor, carefully tucking a yellowed family portrait into his chest pocket, the only item he carried. Yi Chuan, who had remained silent until now, quietly helped his mother pack a few changes of clothes. He glanced first at Gu Xiao standing by the doorway, then at his cousin emerging from the partitioned room. He noticed something had changed in her eyes. Before, those almond-shaped eyes had held quiet resilience veiled in uncertainty, but now that uncertainty had been incinerated in a fierce blaze, leaving behind only tempered, unshakable resolve. Done. Yi Weiniang stood before Su Feiyu, her backpack swollen with belongings. Gu Xiao glanced at her, then swept his gaze over the 2 battered suitcases Yi Cheng's family carried. Saying nothing, he turned and walked downstairs. The black levitating vehicle glided smoothly through the night, so effortlessly that motion itself seemed imperceptible. In the rear compartment, the 3 members of the Yi family sat pressed together, stiff with unease, even their breathing subdued. Yi Weiniang sat beside Gu Xiao. She did not look out the window. Instead, she kept her head lowered, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cold brass shell casing resting against her chest. Its icy metal offered no warmth, not even to her equally chilled fingertips. So this was how it felt to be crushed beneath the heel of power, as effortlessly as stepping on an ant. All logic, all law. Before absolute might, they were no more than discarded scraps of paper. Gu Xiao could see it. The warm aura of spiritual energy surrounding the girl beside him flickered violently. He could feel the subtle, uncontrollable tremor running through her body. A hand reached out, not to grasp but to gently brush the warmth of its fingertips against her cold wrist. Yi Weiniang lifted her gaze and met Gu Xiao's steady stare. His eyes, deep and obsidian black even in the dim cabin light, held hers without a word. And slowly, her trembling ceased. Yes, she was no longer alone. She was no longer the little girl who clutched her parents' relics and wept silently in the dead of night. She had companions now, and she too must become someone worthy of their trust. Meanwhile, in the mid-city district of Iron Fortress, a grimy alleyway reeked of rust and decay. Lin Yuan leaned against the soiled brick wall, hands shaking as he fumbled repeatedly before finally lighting his cigarette. A harsh drag of nicotine brought fleeting calm, but could not still the tempest raging within him. Manager, are we really just walking away? A young bodyguard asked bitterly. They merely named one person, and we fled. What kind of face does deep sea genetics show after this? Slap. An older bodyguard seized the youth's collar and slammed him hard against the wall, hissing low and furious, "Shut your mouth. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The younger man staggered, dazed, still clutching his head as he tried to retort. Do you even know who Gu Yuanting is? Lin Yuan finally spoke, his voice raw and strained. No, you don't. Even at my rank, I'm permitted only the name and one command. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, its haze blurring his ashen, shaken face. When I was transferred to the mid-city branch of Iron Fortress, my direct superior, the director of client relations, summoned me personally to his office. He showed me no documents, only told me there were certain names in this city I need never understand the meaning of nor their addresses. I needed only to carve them into my bones. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted unfocused. The director said if during any operation you happen, by misfortune, to intersect with any of these individuals or their families, even the slightest contact, you must cease all action immediately. Forget your mission. Forget company pride. Disappear fast, and pray they didn't notice your face. Gu Yuanting's name was on that list. Both bodyguards turned bone white. Then that woman. The younger man's voice quavered. Su Feiyu, his wife. Lin Yuan ground the cigarette, but hard into the wall, scorching a black mark. We got lucky today. It was her who came, so we're still standing here speaking. She gave us a chance to walk away. He paused, and lowered his voice further. But if Gu Yuanting himself had come, Lin Yuan twisted his mouth into a grimace worse than tears. A monster who slays a 7th-rank lord of loathing as casually as crushing roadside vermin. Do you think he'd care whether we live or die? The company would receive only a report titled Unexplained Disconnection during mission execution, and wouldn't even bother processing survivor benefits. Cold sweat slid down both men's temples. Only now did they grasp how narrowly they'd escaped the jaws of death. Seal the girl's file immediately. Elevate access restrictions to maximum. Annotation high-risk association, permanent contact termination. Lin Yuan adjusted his damp collar, regaining a sliver of managerial composure. From today onward, we never visited that derelict building. We never saw that girl. Understood. Understood, they replied in unison, voices thick with relief at having cheated fate. The hovering vehicle did not land, but remained suspended half a meter above the ground. The doors silently lifted upwards, and what flowed in was not the humid air mixed with exhaust fumes and inferior nutrient solutions from the lower city, but a kind of freshness that was almost chilling, the scent of grass and trees. The 3 members of the Yi family stood outside the vehicle, momentarily forgetting to take a step forward. Before them, there were no towering buildings, no dense neon lights. There was only a courtyard wall built from ancient stones, within which several ancient trees with gnarled branches grew wildly towards the night sky, as if silently drawing in the moonlight and spiritual energy. The estate was so quiet that it made one uneasy, with not a trace of the noise belonging to the human world. Get down. Su Feiyu's voice broke the dead silence. She had already stood before the courtyard gate, which slid open automatically as she approached. Yi Cheng was the first to regain his senses. He took a deep breath, the fresh air filling his lungs, yet it made his chest feel heavier. He supported his wife Lu Chui and was the first to step down. Lu Cui's feet landed on the smooth stone path, her whole being tense. Yi Weining was the last to get out of the car. She stood beside Gu Xiao, looking up at the door. It was not a door, it was the entrance to another world. Gu Xiao's gaze passed over them and fell into the courtyard. His father Gu Yuanting stood beneath the largest ancient tree, moonlight filtering through the branches and casting mottled silver light upon him. He did not look over, but stared quietly at the moon above. Su Feiyu led them through the front yard around a shadow wall. A 3-story main building came into view. The guest room area is on the east side. There are 3 vacant rooms on the 3rd floor. Choose for yourselves. Daily necessities are provided in the rooms. If you need anything, just tell the butler robot. Su Feiyu added, pointing to a round metallic figure in the corner that was charging itself. Lu Cui's eyes widened. She had only seen a butler robot in holographic advertisements. Su. Miss Su. Yicheng opened his mouth, but his throat only produced a dry sound. He instinctively clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, as if trying to draw strength from the pain to speak. Su Feiyu turned around, her phoenix eyes meeting his for the first time. Mr. Yi, I brought you here not to hear you say thank you. Her words were direct. I need Xiaoing to focus on training in the best state without distractions. You staying here will allow her to do so. It's that simple. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Yichuan, ultimately landing on Yi Cheng's still somewhat unnatural right leg. As for you starting tomorrow, help out in the herb garden at the back mountain. My husband has some flowers and plants that need tending. Meals and accommodation provided with a monthly salary of 10,000 Azure coins. The work isn't heavy, but it requires attention. Yicheng suddenly looked up, disbelief filling his eyes. This was not charity, it was a job. Su Feiyu had given him a reason to stand tall and remain here. Yicheng's eyes glistened, a thank you almost escaping his lips, but he swallowed it back. He simply nodded vigorously. Yichuan, right? Su Feiyu looked at the silent boy. Yes, Yichuan replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Starting tomorrow, you will train with Gu Xiao and Waning. How much you can keep up with depends on your own abilities. Yichuan's body shook slightly as he clenched his fists. All right, everyone go rest now. Su Feiyu waved her hand. Waning, your room is next to Gu Xiao's. With that, she turned and walked towards the main building, her fiery red hair tracing a bright arc in the night breeze. Night deepened. Yi Weining stood before the floor-to-ceiling intelligent glass in her room. It was larger than her entire home. Soft carpets, temperature-controlled air, and intelligent panels within reach. With just a thought, the view outside could switch from the night scene of a steel fortress to the starry sky of the Oran continent. But she merely stared at her pale face reflected in the glass. Scenes surged and exploded uncontrollably in her mind. Lin Yuan's face wearing a hypocritical smile, her uncle's desperate shout as he was pushed to the brink, Aunt Sue's fiery figure descending like flames, and finally all the chaos froze in the carriage of warmth that brushed against her hand. She slowly raised her hand, gripping the brass bullet shell against her chest. Father, mother. It turned out that without power, she didn't even have the qualification to take revenge for them. She couldn't even protect the people around her. Light had come in, but if she wasn't strong enough, this light could go out at any moment. She could not hide under someone else's wings forever. She closed her eyes, and in the surrounding air, those usually gentle and warm light elements seemed to carry a sharp determination in her perception. She needed to grow stronger, not to become someone's pride, but to become her own armor, to be a shield for her family. Under the same night sky in the training ground of the Gu family's backyard, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged in the middle of the grassy field. He did not look at the moon or at the guest rooms lit by several unfamiliar lights. His consciousness was immersed in bloodlines. Under the eye of truth, the energy flow of the entire estate was clearly visible. He could see the spiritual energy auras of the Yi family members in those rooms on the east side of the third floor. Yi Cheng's aura was a grayish blend of humiliation, gratitude, and a touch of deathly silence. Lu Xiao's aura was murky, mingled with fear and a hint of hidden joy. But Yi Chuan's aura was the one he cared about most. It was a dark red color, suppressed to the extreme, silent, yet filled with an angry power. Finally, there was the light and shadow of Yi Weining in the next room. It was no longer the warm and bright firefly of before, but had taken on a layer of hardness like a crystalline outline. The light was much more subdued, yet more condensed, more pure. A drastic change had burned away her unease and ignorance and tempered her sharpness. Gu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The events of tonight had once again deepened his understanding of his mother's teachings. The outcome of having reason, but no power. Why did the people of the Deep Sea Gene flee? It wasn't because Su Feiyu said anything reasonable, but simply because she mentioned the name Gu Yuanting. A name is power. Power is the only truth in this world. In his past life, his desire to grow stronger stemmed from an adventurer's instinct, wanting to explore the unknown of this world. But now his goal had become incredibly clear. He wanted to grow strong enough that his name would also become a form of power. Strong enough to instill fear in anyone daring to encroach upon those around him when they utter his name. He stood up and walked to the training power measurement post. No flashy moves, just the simplest and most basic straight punch. Bang! The dust stirred up by the punch slowly dispersed under the moonlight. In the guest room, Yi Chuan stood before the bathroom mirror. The water from the faucet flowed noisily. He looked at himself in the mirror, a tall, thin boy with a somewhat waxy complexion. This face bore a resemblance to his father. He remembered the silence of his father lying in bed with a broken leg day and night. He recalled his mother secretly wiping her tears in the kitchen. He remembered facing those debt collectors, only able to clench his fists, yet feeling powerless to do anything. Today, in front of that man with gold-rimmed glasses, he experienced that feeling once more. He hated his own weakness. Su Feiyu said to train with Gu Xiao. This was an opportunity. The only opportunity that their family had earned through dignity. He turned off the faucet, cold droplets of water dripping down his knuckles. He raised his hand, looking at these hands that had only done farm work and odd jobs. He needed to use these hands to grasp power. No longer to prove anything to anyone, but simply so that one day, when danger struck again, he could stand in front of his family rather than hide behind them. That night the Gu family was large and quiet. But 3 boys in 3 different rooms lay awake, gazing at the same deep night sky, their hearts burning with the same insomniac flame. Dawn had just broken, and Lu Chui awoke abruptly into an eerie, deathly silence. It was too quiet here. No greasy aroma or vendor cries from the breakfast stall downstairs, no habitual morning quarrels between the neighboring couple, not even the familiar groan of aging pipes. She jolted upright, heart hammering wildly, and shrank into the corner of the bed. A plump metallic figure glided soundlessly across the floor, effortlessly vacuuming several leaves that had drifted down from nowhere. Lu Chui flinched, then remembered this was the household management robot Su Feiyu had mentioned. She rose silently. Her husband Yi Cheng and their son Yi Chuan still slept on the other bed, exhausted no doubt from last night's emotional upheaval. She stepped out of the room. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead. In the kitchen, Gu Xiao was already at work, deftly operating cookware she could not begin to comprehend. Yuan Feng was there too, sipping delicately from a cup steaming with white vapor. "Good morning, Auntie," she said, springing to her feet the moment she saw Lu Chui. "Oh, good morning, good morning." Lu Chui stammered, nervously rubbing her hands together. "Are you preparing breakfast? Let me help. Please let me help." "No need, Auntie." Gu Xiao turned and handed her a bowl. Inside lay unremarkable rice porridge, but the moment it touched her tongue, warmth bloomed in her stomach and radiated outward, instantly dispelling her fatigue and unease. "This?" Lu Chui gasped. "Spirit rice porridge. replenishes qi and blood. Gu Xiao explained, then fell silent. Soon Yi Cheng and Yi Chuan joined them. The family sat huddled at one corner of a vast dining table, large enough for 20, and sipped their porridge in quiet, charged silence. Su Feiyu descended the stairs to find precisely this scene. Ignoring the adult's stiff reserve, she strode directly to the head of the table and seated herself, her gaze sweeping over the three children. I have an announcement. Everyone froze mid-motion. Starting today, none of you will return to your former school. What? Yi Cheng blurted out, first leaping to his feet, then immediately recoiling, flustered by his own intensity. Miss Su, how can this be? How will they manage in the future? Lu Chui's lips trembled, her voice cracked with tears. Miss Su, people like us, we have no path forward without education. Without schooling, we truly have no way to survive. For her, admission to an academy and securing stable employment represented the only future she could envision. Su Feiyu lifted her gaze. Those brilliant phoenix eyes held him steadily. Will what your schools teach allow you to stand tall before a manager from deep sea genetics? Her words choked Yi Cheng's protest in his throat. I'll have Gu Xiao compile the foundational theories, history and geography taught in schools, and deliver 1 hour of instruction each evening. Her voice remained calm, devoid of inflection. But what you lack most now is not knowledge, it is strength. Her gaze shifted to Yi Wanfeng and Yi Chuan. Strength sufficient to crush Lin Yuan's face into the ground the next time he dares confront you. Your schools cannot grant you that. Yi Chuan's breath caught. Unconsciously, he bent his spoon in his grip. Yi Wanfeng set her bowl aside and met Su Feiyu's gaze squarely, the clarity of her almond eyes undimmed by doubt or light, instead with fierce, unshakable anticipation. After last night, she understood better than anyone that Su Feiyu spoke truth. In the backyard training ground, emerald grass shimmered beneath air so thick with spiritual energy, it seemed almost tangible. Yi Wanfeng and Yi Chuan stood there feeling lighter, as if gravity itself had loosened its hold. Gu Xiao meanwhile stood utterly unperturbed. All three of you are at the golden stage of physical development, the optimal time to forge your foundations. Su Feiyu had changed into sleek black combat gear, her flamered hair drawn high into a tight knot. On this Azure Star, gene-based martial cultivation and Orion's arcane combat techniques offer divergent paths, but whichever you choose, a sufficiently powerful physique remains the essential vessel for holding power. If the vessel is too frail, even greater power will only tear you apart from within. Her teaching method was stark and uncompromising. Now run. Circle the training ground. Huh. Yi Chuan blinked, stunned. Run until you collapse, Su Feiyu added. Don't think of cheating. The gravity here is only and a half times standard. Gu Xiao, you run at double gravity. With that, she settled onto a lounge chair at the field's edge and began sipping tea leisurely. Yi Chuan bolted forward first. He would pour every ounce of last night's humiliation and helplessness into this stretch of grass. Yi Wanfeng followed closely behind, a faint luminescence flickering around her form. Gu Xiao stretched casually, then ambled after them at a measured pace. At first Yi Chuan led, but soon something felt wrong. Each step demanded unbearable effort. His lungs screamed like bellows, sweat drenched his clothes in seconds. Within 10 minutes he stumbled and collapsed onto the turf. Yi Wanfeng fared slightly better. Her faint glow appeared to offset some of the pressure, but her complexion paled rapidly, her breathing growing ragged and shallow. Only Gu Xiao maintained his steady rhythm, breathing evenly as though strolling through a garden. Double gravity seemed to weigh upon him not at all. Su Feiyu's voice cut across the distance, soft yet piercing into Yi Chuan's ears. Is this the full measure of your so-called resolve? Merely a single fall. Can't even keep pace with a girl. Yi Chuan lay face down, fists slamming violently into the grass. Lifting his head, he watched Yi Wanfeng pass him, unsteady yet unwavering. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every shred of strength to rise once more. His muscles shrieked, his bones groaned. He ignored it all, fixing his gaze solely on that distant black silhouette, and forced himself forward step by agonizing step. 2 hours later, Yi Chuan and Yi Wanfeng lay sprawled on the grass like fallen stars, utterly spent, unable to twitch a single finger. Every muscle fiber felt torn apart, then slowly, tenderly reknit by a warm, soothing energy. Aching, burning, throbbing, tingling. The sensations were overwhelming, indescribable. Gu Xiao stood nearby, perspiration barely glistening on his brow. How do you feel? Su Feiyu asked, stepping before them. I want to die. Yi Chuan rasped, the words scraped raw from between clenched teeth. Excellent. To their astonishment, Su Feiyu smiled. Wanting to die means you've reached your limit, and only at the limit can you break through. She tossed them 3 water flasks. Drink up. This is no ordinary water. It's a medicinal infusion prepared by Gu Yuanting using the spirit spring from the mountain's rear. It maximizes bodily repair and replenishes expended energy. Resume training in half an hour. Yi Chuan nearly choked. Again, Gritting his teeth, he seized the flask and drank. Cool liquid slid down his throat, then exploded into radiant heat surging through his limbs and rapidly dissolving the hollow, drained sensation. Su Feiyu's gaze shifted to her son, her lips curving with dangerous amusement. Shower, don't imagine you'll get away with strolling today. Your bloodline isn't meant for casual walks. Double your training load. You may speak of exhaustion only after you've run until you vomit. Gu Xiao nodded. While we're still here, Su Feiyu said, looking meaningfully at all three, hammer this foundation solid. Your father and I cannot protect you forever. Somehow Gu Yuanting had appeared at the edge of the training ground. Leaning against an ancient tree, his silver hair stirred softly in the wind, his gaze distant, serene, immeasurable. Half an hour later, when Yichuan rose again, he sensed something subtly different within his body. Still sore, yet deep beneath the ache, a new strength stirred, nascent and alive. He glanced at Yuan Feng beside him, also rising, and then at Gu Xiao, already beginning weighted drills on the far side of the field. By nightfall, the shame and bitterness had been washed clean by sweat. In their place burned a fierce, unquenchable flame, named longing. Nightfall swallowed the last trace of twilight. Yi Cheng and his wife kept their heads nearly buried in their bowls. Yi Cheng had spent the entire day tending the medicinal herb garden, his clothes still dusted with soil, yet his eyes held a newfound steadiness, calmer than yesterday. Lu Chui, by contrast, tried to help, but faltered even at basic waste sorting, nearly triggering the smart steward's hazardous material protocol. That profound sense of helplessness deepened her silence at the table. Eat more, Su Feiyu said, placing a golden slab of exotic beast meat into Yi Weining's bowl. This afternoon's training was grueling. You can't replenish it with spirit elixir alone. Yi Weining pushed rice around her bowl, her chopsticks trembling faintly as she murmured a quiet assent. Yichuan sat beside her, movements stiff and mechanical. He had fallen 17 times on the training ground today, each time rising unaided, uttering not a single sound. Gu Xiao ate with unhurried composure. For him, running under double gravity was merely a warm-up. What truly taxed his mind was the ancient beast-hide scroll his father Gu Yuanting had handed him. A scroll devoid of script, inscribed instead with archaic diagrams depicting the turbulent flow of energy through the human body, profoundly esoteric and inscrutable. Understood? Gu Yuanting asked calmly, setting down his chopsticks across the table. 7 or 8 parts, Gu Xiao replied. Run it tomorrow at dawn. The terse exchange made both Yichuan and Yi Weining lift their heads simultaneously, eyes clouded with bewilderment. Gu Yuanting offered no further explanation. Rising, he strode silently into the rear courtyard, his figure dissolving into the night. Su Feiyu wiped her lips, then swept her gaze over the three youths. Her eyes first settled upon Yi Weining. Weining. Yi Weining instinctively straightened her spine. Tomorrow's run, no more flailing like a headless fly. Light isn't mere plaything for fireflies, it is the foundational fabric of reality. Learn to condense light dust beneath your feet, so every step lands upon power itself. Step upon light, upon power. A resonant boom echoed inside Yi Weining's skull, as if an entirely new door had been kicked wide open. The almond-shaped eyes, dulled by exhaustion moments before, blazed anew with fierce, incandescent light. And Yu Yichuan, his body locked rigid. Yu Yichuan. Su Feiyu's gaze shifted sharply toward him. Don't tell me your affinity for earth elemental energy is mere ornamentation. Gravity is burden to others, but your domain. Stop letting it crush you. Command it. If you don't understand, run until you do. She turned and walked away, leaving the three youths seated in stunned silence. For years past, within the Gu family's rear courtyard training ground, they condensed into nothing but the howl of fist winds and the shriek of spiritual energy. Yichuan let out a guttural roar, dropped into a firm horse stance, and surged yellow-tinged spiritual energy into his right fist, launching it forward like a cannonball. Boom. A muffled impact reverberated. The alloy force testing post, newly replaced this month, bore a distinct sunken fist impression on its surface. A vivid crimson numeral flashed across its screen, level 24. The boy who 4 years prior could only endure gravity with raw physical endurance now wielded spiritual energy with precision at his knuckles. His gaze, once uncertain, now carried the unwavering resolve and cool composure of a seasoned warrior. On the opposite side of the training ground, Yi Weining hovered midair. Eyes closed, hands crossed before her chest, gentle luminescence streamed and wove between her fingertips. Moments later, a lotus blossom, exquisitely structured, composed entirely of light and flame, bloomed slowly in her palm. With a soft command, it scattered into countless motes of radiance, rekindling life in several withered spirit plants. Her tester displayed level 26. In those almond eyes, anxiety had long since yielded to a warm, formidable self-assurance. Only Gu Xiao stood motionless at the center of the field, not approaching any testing apparatus but closing his eyes. Instantly, within his unique, true sight, perception, the entire training ground dissolved into a boundless ocean of energy. He could precisely see how earthen elemental energy surged from the ground into Yi Chuan's meridians with each punch, and perceive the delicate, perilous equilibrium of light and flame particles within Yi Weiniang's lotus blossom. These 4 years had forged his physique through Su Feiyu's merciless regimen, while Gu Yuanting's ancient scroll had unlocked the dormant treasures of his bloodline. His primordial qi refinement art had reached the 4th layer. His mind-focusing technique could instantly daze even third-tier adversaries. His own cultivation level had ascended to level 29, perfection's threshold. One final step remained: to open his spirit channels and ascend to the 3rd tier. At that very moment, 2 figures appeared behind him, silent as shadows. It begins. Su Feiyu's voice arrived, weighted with unprecedented gravity. Gu Yuanting's gaze rested upon his son, his deep-set eyes reflecting the restless, turbulent spiritual energy swirling around Gu Xiao. Yes, Gu Xiao nodded, the omen far more intense than he'd anticipated. Let's go, Gu Yuanting said, simply turning toward the depths of the main building. Su Feiyu addressed Yi Chuan and Yi Weiniang, who stood frozen in place. Training ends here today. Arrange your own time. They exchanged a glance, each seeing unmistakable envy reflected in the other's eyes. They knew the transformation awaiting Gu Xiao was beyond their current comprehension. Passing down the corridor, Gu Xiao approached a colossal black stone door, one he had never seen opened in 4 years. Gu Yuanting placed his hand upon it. Ancient dragon motifs glowed one by one, and the stone door slid open soundlessly amid a low, resonant hum, revealing absolute, devouring darkness beyond. Enter. Gu Yuanting stepped aside. Without hesitation, Gu Xiao stepped forward into that ravenous void. The instant his form vanished, the massive stone door engraved with coiling dragons slammed shut behind him with a thunderous, soul-shaking crash. As he crossed the threshold, the door sealed behind him with a resounding boom. Silver runes embedded in floor and walls ignited one by one with his breath, forming a vast luminous formation. At its center rested a simple meditation cushion surrounded by dense viscous mist of spiritual energy. The 3rd tier marks the first true crucible of genomic martial Tao. Opening spirit channels is akin to carving rivers within the body, fraught with peril. A single misstep may trigger spiritual energy backlash. Mild cases shatter meridians, reducing one to a cripple. Severe ones cause explosive death. Su Feiyu's voice filtered in from beyond the door, not stern as usual, but edged with rare tension. Xiao, will calm your heart. This dragon sealing well is both your sanctuary and your prison. Remember, the ice and fire within you require a crucible to fuse, not a battlefield where they tear each other apart. Shower. Gu Yuanting's voice came next, from outside. Every transcendence is a confrontation with life and death. His tone remained unwavering, yet carried penetrating force, as though breaching stone itself. We stand guard beyond this door. But the path within, you walk alone. Question. Strive. Claim your answer. The voice faded. Within the chamber, only the soft pulse of the formation's light and Gu Xiao's steady heartbeat remained. He approached the cushion and settled into full lotus position. He knew his parents waited just beyond the door, yet he knew too that from this moment forward, he would face utterly alone the slumbering Chaofeng bloodline, dormant within his veins for 11 years, now stirring, awakening, and demanding to be claimed. He settled into a cross-legged posture. The chamber known as Suolong Jing was less a room than a vast vessel for containing energy. The spiritual energy was thick as early morning mist. With every breath, a warm, nourishing power flowed into his chest. Gu Xiao closed his eyes and, following the diagram drawn on the ancient beast hide, began to guide the spiritual energy within him. At first, everything progressed smoothly. Under the control of his formidable willpower and the aid of the Yuanqi refinement technique, the nearly liquefied spiritual energy, like a docile stream, began to scour open the meridians he had yet to carve. This was the opening step of the pulse-shaping realm, the most conventional, knocking at the gates. Yet when the first strand of spiritual energy struck an invisible barrier deep within his body, a sudden aberration erupted. An intense chill detonated from his spine without warning. The stream of spiritual energy froze instantly. A dank cold surged backward through the meridians of one half of his body, and a fine crystalline frost even formed upon the skin. Bones groaned under the low temperature as if unable to bear the strain. And that was not all. Almost at the same moment, an altogether opposite force detonated from the region of his heart. It was a concentrated adamantine gold flame, imperious fierce, carrying the pride of incinerating all before it. The force of the flames surged like molten rock, roaring along the meridians of his other half, where it passed blood boiled and muscles seared. One side was ancient Tindu ice, the other magma from the earth's heart. The gene martial path of Weilon Star was essentially about excavating potential from one's own genes. Gu Zhao's genes were split half from a crystal dragon of the Olan continent, half from the crimson-feathered sparrow of Waylon Star. These two bloodlines, which should never have met, had lain dormant within him for 11 years. Now provoked by advancement, they bared their savage fangs. They did not fuse, they fought for dominion over this body. His consciousness peeled away as if the body were a rag being torn by two monstrous jaws pulling in opposite directions. The left half of his body numbed from the cold, while the right half was consumed by searing flames. Gu Xiao clenched his teeth so hard veins stood out on his forehead. One side frosted, the other soaked with sweat. He finally understood what his mother meant when she said a crucible is needed. Either of these forces alone was a supreme bloodline talent. But when they coexisted in one vessel, they became the deadliest of poisons. Under the crossfire of ice and fire, his consciousness began to blur. He felt his body on the verge of being torn apart. Exploding and dying seemed imminent, as if the next breath would be his last. Outside the stone door, Su Feiyu could no longer keep calm. She paced the central hall, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on the stone door, her fingertips unconsciously flared with clusters of adamant gold sparks that she swatted away in irritation. Too long, she growled. Even with a solid foundation, the pulse-shaping realm should not take this long. Gu Yuanting remained at the door. He reached out a hand and pressed his palm to the cold stone, eyes closed, feeling the energy fluctuations coming from beyond the portal. Then another wave rushed back, an oppressive blast of heat, as if a volcano were about to erupt behind the door. Su Feiyu clenched her fist so hard the knuckles popped. She stared at the door and spat through gritted teeth. Damn it. It's out of control. She sobbed, her voice breaking with pleading as she looked at her husband. Open the door. I shouldn't have. If this continues, he will die. Gu Yuanting did not move. His hand remained on the door, sensing the two forces beyond colliding and tearing at one another. He could almost imagine the agony his son was enduring. Aren't you afraid? Su Feiyu's temper flared, but her voice trembled with suppressed fear. He turned and gripped her shaking hand so tightly that the tension made the knuckles glint like crystal. Feiyu, his voice was low and steady. Trust him. She knew the logic, but reason and emotion were different things. Behind the door, her son fought on the razor's edge between life and death. Then abruptly, the violent energy fluctuations inside stilled, not weakened, but utterly, deathly silent. One moment a tempest, the next a calm sea. Su Feiyu's heart plunged. She swayed as if struck. Is it over? Has he failed? For the first time, a crack appeared in Gu Yuanting's eternally composed face. The hand on the door pressed so hard the knuckles jutted out, catching a faint crystalline sheen. Inside the chamber, Gu Zhao's consciousness hovered at the edge of darkness. The war of ice and fire had drained his last reserves. He could no longer feel his body, only an endless tearing. Give up, a voice whispered in his mind. End it this way, and the pain would cease. No. Another voice, weaker yet unwavering, rose stubbornly from the corners of his soul. He remembered Yi Weining's hopeful, trusting eyes, and Yi Chuan's defiant, desperate silhouette. He remembered the concern hidden beneath his mother's stern words, his father's silent shoulder that had always been there to rely upon. He had promised to protect them. He had promised himself he would stand at the pinnacle of this world and behold the full vista of this merged realm. What was a little pain compared to that? I will not accept this. In the last instant before his consciousness dispersed, Gu Xiao summoned every scrap of will and let out a wordless roar. At that very moment, a gentle breeze arose without warning, born from the deepest seam of his bloodline, from a fissure within his soul. It brushed tenderly across the frozen meridians, and the frost melted. It deftly threaded around the burning flesh, and the flame subsided. The frost remained aloof, the flame remained imperious. Yet under the harmonizing touch of that wind, they ceased to annihilate one another. It was as if invisible hands guided them, coaxing them into an esoteric dance, entwining, spiraling, coexisting. Ice as bone, flame as flesh. A brand new energy, both stable and explosively potent, began to coalesce within that wondrous balance. Gu Zhao's body, on the verge of collapse, was swiftly repaired and remade by this nascent force. Meridians once blocked were easily opened, widened, and strengthened under its currents. His consciousness brightened. In the vision granted by the eye of truth, he saw a prodigious being standing upon the precipice of a shrine. Head held to the sky, its body adorned with patterns neither scale nor feather, yet evocative of both. Its eyes held no hunger for battle or bloodshed, only vastness and a sovereign gaze. It seemed born to stand on heights, to face the fiercest winds, and to peer toward the farthest horizon. Its name rose unbidden in his mind: Xiaofeng, one of the dragon's 9 sons, fond of peril and of gazing afar. This was the true visage of his bloodline. They transformed into the purest filaments of energy, and under the guidance of that breeze, like master artisans, wove and rebuilt his body. It turned out his blood was not meant for war and destruction, but for harmony, and ascending to behold the distance. With a thunderous surge, the energy within him flowed unimpeded, forming a perfect cyclical circuit. Pulse-shaping realm, accomplished. His rank having completed level 29, leapt across that chasm and came to rest firmly at level 30. Outside the chamber, the deathly silence was broken. A wholly new majestic aura, as if overlooking the heavens, emanated from beyond the door. This aura was neither the Dragonkin's austere chill nor the Phoenix's lofty pride. It was harmonious and vast, tinged with a streak of untamed insolence. Su Feiyu and Gu Yuanting exchanged a glance, both reading the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. The heavy stone door, bathed in the glow of ancient runes, silently slid open to either side. A figure emerged slowly from the darkness beyond the door. It was the same youth. Ink-black hair, cropped short features, clean and decisive. Yet some things have changed. Those obsidian-black eyes seem even deeper than before. When he quietly gazes at others, it feels as if he can peer into the depths of their souls, where all things are transformed into the purest patterns of energy. Su Feiyu stared at him intently, stepping closer with each cautious movement. She reached out her hand as if wanting to touch him, yet fearful that everything before her was merely an illusion. It was not until Gu Xiao spoke, his voice hoarse as if just freed from an energy storm, that she reacted. "I'm back." Su Feiyu's eyes instantly turned red, all her pride and strength crumbling into dust. She lunged forward, not to embrace him, but to punch Gu Xiao in the chest, though her strength was surprisingly light. "You little rascal. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Then she could no longer contain herself, pulling Gu Xiao tightly into her embrace, burying her head in his shoulder, as the fear and worry that had been suppressed for so long turned into scalding tears, soaking his clothing. Perhaps this was the first time in her life she had lost composure so openly in front of others. Gu Yuanting approached as well. He said nothing, merely extending his bony crystal-like hand and pressing it heavily on Gu Xiao's other shoulder. His hand was trembling slightly, and within those eternally deep eyes, turbulent waves churned that outsiders could not decipher. After a long pause, he finally squeezed out a few words from deep within his throat. "It's good that you're back." Gu Xiao was sandwiched between his parents, feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace and the strength of his father's hand. That heart, which had never wavered even amidst ice and fire, was now utterly soft. He gently patted his mother's back. "It's okay now, Mom." Su Feiyu ignored him, holding him even tighter. After a while, she finally released him abruptly, hastily wiping her face dry before regaining her regal demeanor, though her reddened eyes betrayed her. She scrutinized Gu Xiao from head to toe, frowning in critique. "Why do you still look like this? Didn't grow an extra head or arms?" Gu Xiao chuckled. He knew this was the mother he was familiar with. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." "Humph." Su Feiyu huffed from her nose, but the smile that she could not suppress at the corners of her mouth revealed her good mood. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at her husband. Yuaning. Gu Yuanting's gaze had never left his son. Feeling the unprecedented harmonious and mighty aura within Gu Xiao, he slowly shook his head. "I don't know." This renowned Dragonbone explorer from Dragon Valley, knowledgeable and experienced for the first time, gave such an uncertain answer. His bloodline has changed. No longer merely a conflict of ice and fire, but forcibly unified by a power I cannot comprehend. It is wind. Gu Xiao explained. When it felt like I could no longer hold on, a wind was born from the deepest part of my bloodline. It has no attributes, yet can harmonize everything. Wind. Su Feiyu and Gu Yuanting exchanged glances, seeing deeper confusion in each other's eyes. The Qiyu Sparrow bloodline governs fire, while the Crystal Dragon bloodline controls ice. The combination of these two top-tier bloodlines is a gamble. They had envisioned countless outcomes, the best being one bloodline dominating while the other acts as support. The worst is a loss of control that results in explosion. But the emergence of this wind is completely beyond their comprehension. In the ancient heritage of the Dragon clan, there has never been such a record. Gu Yuanting pondered. The wind-based dragons are the rulers of the skies, yet their power is in stark contrast to what you describe as harmonization. My lineage is even less likely. Su Feiyu shook her head, as while the phoenix's rebirth either burns everything or is reborn through fire. Gu Xiao did not explain further. An image of the mysterious creature standing on the edge of a perilous cliff, gazing up at the heavens, surfaced in his mind. He did not recognize that mystical being, but an ancient, desolate syllable reverberated naturally within the depths of his soul. Xiao. This was not a memory from a bygone era, but rather an imprint, an instinct stemming from the deepest part of his bloodline, as if he was destined to know this name. In that instant, he understood that this name, along with all it represented, was something he was meant to know. Later that night, the Yi family also learned of Gu Xiao's successful breakthrough. Yi Chuan silently doubled his training load in the training ground. Yi Weining in her room looked at the old-world brass shell in her palm, revealing a sincere smile. In the stillness of the night, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged in his room. The breakthrough at the Dragon Lock will propelled him directly to level 30, the Pulse Sculpting Realm. The spiritual veins he opened within were several times wider and more resilient than those of ordinary warriors, as the Xiao Feng power born from the fusion of ice and fire surged within him like mighty rivers. He tried to feel this brand new power. With a thought, a transparent ice crystal formed in the palm of his left hand, exuding a chilling aura. With another thought, a ball of blazing golden flame rose from the palm of his right hand, searing in its heat. Ice and fire coexisted perfectly in his hands, no longer clashing. But that was not all. Xiao closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness deep into his bloodline, seeking the wind that brought new life. He actively guided that essence that harmonized all things, allowing it to flow throughout his body. In the next moment, a wondrous sensation enveloped him. He felt his body growing lighter, not lighter in weight, but resonating with the environment around him. He heard the sound of the wind brushing through the grass in the backyard, saw the trajectory of moonlight spilling onto the roof, and could even perceive the steady, elongated breaths of Yi Weining and Yi Chuan in the neighboring room. The entire Gu family manor appeared in his mind in an unprecedented three-dimensional energy-infused form. Was this a higher perspective? His spirit surged, instinctively intensifying his manipulation of that wind. The Xiao Feng power within him instantly boiled. No longer a gentle river, but a flood breaking through a dam. Xiao's body trembled violently as he felt his bones stretching and reshaping like countless light points dancing beneath his skin. An irresistible impulse originating from the most ancient instincts of life swept over his will. He uncontrollably stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night breeze brushed against his face, bringing the scent of the distant world. Suddenly, he felt an urge to leap onto the rooftop, facing the fierce wind surveying the vast land. The power within him roared, yet did not manifest as ordinary wings. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched infinitely, twisting away from human form, becoming a divine silhouette perched upon the unseen spine of the palace. Beneath his feet, the entire manor scenery seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, transforming into a miniature sand table where every flow of energy and breath of life was visible. An invisible pressure radiated from him, not merely a suppression of power, but a kind of oversight and repression derived from the rank of life, as if he was born to cast aside all malevolence from sight. At that moment, far on the other end of the continent, deep within the forbidden zone known as Dragon Valley, a pair of golden vertical pupils sealed for thousands of years slowly opened. This phenomenon lasted for less than 3 seconds. The light wings dissipated and the pressure faded. Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. That fleeting moment had nearly drained all the power from his body. He looked down at his hands, his eyes filled with shock. Though it was merely a vague outline, the wondrous sensation of merging with heaven and earth, overseeing all things, was deeply etched into his soul. So this is the true power of the Xiao Feng bloodline. It not only harmonizes ice and fire, but also allows him to temporarily break free from the mortal shell and observe this world from a higher state of being. The first ray of dawn pierced through the gaps in the curtains, gently casting light upon Xiao's eyelids. He did not open his eyes, however. An unprecedented world quietly unfolded in his mind. In his perception, the breathing of Yi Chuan in the adjacent room stirred the earthy yellow energy particles, heavy and rhythmic. In another direction, particles of light and fire playfully danced around Yi Weining like mischievous sprites. Even the old bullet casing around her neck emitted a soft, warm light, imbued with a sense of protection. The energy circulation of the entire estate was vividly apparent. This was the new world brought forth by looking far and wide after stepping into the third tier. He no longer needed to deliberately stimulate it. This perception of overseeing the whole situation had become almost instinctual. He rose from his bed, the mocking wind power within him flowing ceaselessly. The exhaustion from the previous night completely vanished, replaced by an absolute sense of control over his strength. As he pushed open the door towards the backyard, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Yi Chuan was already bare-chested, repeating the most basic punching drills, sweat rolling down the contours of his developing muscles, each punch resonating with a dull thud that shook the air. Upon seeing Xiao, he merely nodded heavily, and his punching speed increased by a third. Not long after, Yi Weining also arrived, handing Yi Chuan a bottle of water before stepping to the side to begin her daily routine of meditation, channeling her affinity with the light elements. The 4 years spent together had made words unnecessary among the three, until the figure of Su Feiyu appeared at the entrance of the training ground. Today she wore a more capable dark red combat suit, arms crossed, her gaze locked directly onto Xiao. Feeling good. She raised an eyebrow. It's okay. Xiao flexed his wrists. Then let's try this. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Feiyu casually waved her right hand, and 5 dormant, floating artillery platforms at the edge of the training ground were instantly activated, their crimson indicator lights locking onto Xiao. The rules are simple. Su Fei's voice carried her usual chill: survive for 10 minutes or dismantle them all. Yi Chuan and Yi Wanning immediately halted their training and stepped back to the sidelines, their expressions tense. They were well aware that even facing a single one of those platforms would be extremely challenging for them. Aunt Fei, this. Yi Wanning couldn't help but want to say something. Just watch, Su Fei replied without turning her head, uttering 2 words. In the next instant, the sharp sound of piercing air shattered the morning tranquility. 5 compressed spiritual energy beams intertwined into a net, cutting off all of Gu Xiao's escape routes. If it had been yesterday, he would have had no choice but to roll away in embarrassment. But today, Gu Xiao merely tilted his body slightly, and he floated through the narrow gaps between 2 beams like a leaf lifted by the wind at an incredible angle. Child of the Wind's bloodline talent under the activation of the Mocking Wind power was no longer just about speed, but resonated with the airflow. Before the artillery could focus again, Gu Xiao had transformed into an afterimage, charging straight towards the nearest target. The artillery quickly adjusted its angle, the barrel glowing with a dangerous red light. The platform immediately recalibrated, gathering a stronger energy. Gu Xiao stood firm, left hand thrusting forward as a translucent crystal ice wall rose from thin air, while his right hand ignited into a blaze of scarlet gold flames. Boom! The spiritual energy beam collided with the ice wall, exploding into ripples of energy. The ice wall instantly became covered in cracks, yet it ultimately withstood the blow. Just as the ice wall was about to shatter, Gu Xiao's right fist had already pierced through the residual energy waves enveloped in flames and heavily struck at the core module of the artillery. Ziz! Lightning flashed, and the floating artillery emitted black smoke as it plummeted from the sky. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 3 seconds. Yi Chuan and Yi Wanning, standing at the side, were left dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. Defense and offense, ice and fire could be woven together so seamlessly in his hands. Interesting, Su Fei remarked with a smirk, though her gaze grew increasingly serious. Warm-up is over. She snapped her fingers. The remaining 4 floating artillery platforms underwent a sudden shift in attack mode, shooting not straight beams, but cunning energy projectiles with tracking arcs, as well as a wide-ranging energy net. The difficulty of the training ground instantly escalated a level. Gu Xiao felt the pressure surge, yet the world in his eyes grew even clearer. Under the inside of the Eye of Truth, every trajectory of the energy projectiles and the weak points of the energy net were laid bare. He felt like a dancer on the tip of a blade, each evasion perfectly timed, each advance targeting the vital points. 10 minutes later, with a loud boom, the last floating artillery was frozen by frost, then pierced through by flames. Gu Xiao stood amidst the wreckage, his chest slightly rising and falling, yet his gaze shone with brilliance. Su Fei slowly broke into applause. Not bad, she genuinely praised. Your bloodline has forged a path we never anticipated. From today on, your training volume increases by 3 times. Oh, Yi Wanning gasped softly. Gu Xiao merely nodded sure. He could feel that the Mocking Wind power within him had become more active and refined during this high-intensity battle. He craved more battles to explore the limits of this power. That night, the atmosphere at the dinner table was unexpectedly relaxed. The Yi couple gradually blended in. Gu Xiao, congratulations. Yi Cheng raised a glass of juice and said sincerely, "Thank you, Uncle Yi. You really are becoming more and more like a monster." Su Fei placed a large piece of exotic beef steak on Gu Xiao's plate, teasing him while her eyes were filled with pride. She glanced at Gu Yuanting, a hint of flaunting in her voice. How about that? I taught him well, didn't I? Gu Yuanting did not respond. He merely watched the 3 children quietly, his deep-set eyes harboring not only approval, but also a weight of emotion that others could not comprehend. Eventually, he slowly set down his utensils. Shower Yi Chuan Wanting. Gu Yuanting's voice was steady, but carried an undeniable weight. You have all embarked on the martial path, and the road ahead is still long. The time we can protect you is limited. He paused, his gaze sharpening. In 2 years, there are things we must do. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. The Yi couple looked confused, while Yi Chuan and Yi Wanning felt their hearts tighten, sensing a hint of farewell in those words, which was unsettling. Only Gu Xiao's hand holding the chopsticks froze midair. He looked up to meet his father's deep, starry eyes, understanding clearly that his father was not joking. What must be done? With his parents at the 7th tier, what could possibly require 2 years of preparation? Yuanting. Su Fei called softly, sensing that this talk was premature. Gu Yuanting merely looked at Gu Xiao, speaking each word clearly. You need to grow up quickly. The world will not grant you much time for peace. These words were like an invisible mountain weighing heavily on Gu Xiao's heart. The joy of breaking through to the 3rd tier dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of urgency. For the first time, he clearly realized that becoming stronger was not only for protection, but also to hold up this sky alone after his parents were gone. That night, Gu Xiao sat quietly in his room for the entire night. He did not practice. Instead, he gazed at the heavy night outside the window, repeatedly pondering his father's words. 2 years, he muttered softly. Half a year's time is sufficient to carve the deepest imprints of growth on the boys amidst the howling winds of fists and the radiance of elemental forces. Gu Xiao's figure grew increasingly tall, and straight, his serene demeanor concealing a sharp edge. Yi Chuan had transformed into a robust young man, his every gesture embodying the weight of an earth element warrior, while Yi Wanning, the girl's cheeks, had shed their baby fat, with her almond-shaped eyes still as clear as ever. In the backyard of the Gu family estate, the training ground was as pristine as new, the ground replaced with a special composite material capable of absorbing high-intensity energy impacts. Today, the training ground unusually ended practice early. The Yi family was busy in the living room from early on. Yi Cheng directed Yi Chuan to place a brand new soft mat on the main sofa, then personally checked the ceiling of the windows. Su Fei Yu personally handled the rehabilitation of his leg that had once been harshly broken. Coupled with the best medical conditions and ample nutrition, he now walked steadily, just like any other person. Dad, we've checked 3 times already. Yi Chuan replied helplessly, yet still carefully patted the mat to flatten it. What do you know? Yi Cheng glared at him, then stepped forward to tug at the curtains. Grandma just got discharged from the hospital. Her body is frail. She can't be exposed to the wind. In the kitchen, Lu Chui was stewing a pot of exotic beast bone soup, the aroma filling the entire house. While stirring the soup, she called out, "Wanting, go check if the car has arrived." "It's here," Yi Wanning responded, jogging out from her room. The brass bullet shell pendant around her neck swayed gently as she ran. Instead of going directly to the front door, she first circled around to the backyard. Gu Xiao stood quietly under a tree, observing the bustling activity of the family. In his perception, the ordinary vitality within Yi Cheng had solidified significantly compared to 6 months ago. Lu Xiao's joy was palpable, and Yi Chuan appeared steady and reliable. The entire Yi family was enveloped in a warm and bright aura. "Aren't you going to join them?" Yi Wanning asked softly as she walked over to his side. "Today's protagonists are you all," Gu Xiao replied. Yi Wanning shot him a sparkling glance, suddenly stood on her tiptoes, and pinched his sturdy arm hard. "What are you daydreaming about? My grandmother is coming back, and you, the great contributor, aren't going to welcome her." Her voice was laced with mirth, her cheeks slightly flushed. After speaking, she turned and dashed towards the front door, her ponytail tracing a lively arc in the air. Gu Xiao looked down at his arm, where he could still feel a trace of the soft touch and the unique fragrance of the girl. He chuckled softly and stepped forward to follow. Before long, a rented hover vehicle came to a smooth stop at the estate's entrance. The door opened, and Yi Cheng and Yi Chuan carefully helped the elderly lady down, one on each side. The elderly lady had gray hair, but the pallor on her face had completely faded. Dressed in soft new clothes, she appeared spirited, no longer resembling the frail figure from her hospital bed. "Grandma." Yi Wanning was the first to rush up, wrapping her arms around the elderly lady's other arm. "Oh, my little Ing Hua," the elderly lady beamed, her clouded eyes sparkling with life. Slow down, don't trip." "Mom, take your time walking." Lu Chui also came over, her eyes slightly red. "Why are you crying? I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" The elderly lady patted her daughter-in-law's hand, then looked at her son's now agile leg, and finally at her taller grandchildren, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Good, very good, all is well." The family surrounded the elderly lady, slowly walking towards the house. Gu Xiao did not follow, merely watching from afar. This feeling was quite peculiar. It was neither the blood rush of a victorious battle nor the ecstasy of a breakthrough. It silently flowed through his heart, melting away some of the coldness and aloofness brought by the mocking winds. It turned out that this was the most solid purpose of strength. He recalled his father's words. "You need to grow up quickly." Indeed, he must grow up quickly, to become strong enough to ensure that this warm scene before him is not scattered by the storms of the future. In the living room, laughter and joy resonated. "Mom, look at this house, thanks to Mr. Gus family. Otherwise, where would we have such a nice place to live?" Lu Chui handed a cup of warm water to her mother-in-law. "Yes, we should properly thank them." The elderly lady nodded, looking towards Yi Wanning. "And the scholarship for littling my life has been earned back by her." Yi Wanying's face flushed, instinctively glancing towards the backyard, mumbling, "It's the school's good policy." "The school's policy." The elderly lady took a sip of water, her mind clear despite her age. She placed the cup on the coffee table, surveying the spacious and bright living room, her gaze sweeping from the brand new furniture to her son's agile leg, and finally landing on Gu Xiao, who had just entered from the backyard. The young man stood tall and straight, his demeanor calm. The elderly lady's gaze shifted between Gu Xiao and her granddaughter, a knowing smile appearing on her wrinkled face. She did not ask about the scholarship further, merely beckoned Gu Xiao over. "Young man, come here so Grandma can take a look at you." Gu Xiao stepped forward. The elderly lady held his hand, examining him closely with her weathered eyes, and exclaimed in wonder, good child, you look really handsome. Just like your parents, not ordinary people. Yi Cheng and his wife looked somewhat awkward, wanting to say something, but the elderly lady changed the subject, patting Gu Xiao's hand again, turning her gaze to her son, Yi Cheng, her tone becoming serious. Cheng'er, remember, our family is not ungrateful. The Gu family is our benefactor, and in the future, if anything happens to them, you must risk your life to repay their kindness. Do you hear me? Mom, I know, Yi Cheng nodded solemnly. This declaration rendered the living room quiet for a moment, and Lu Chui hurried to ease the tension. Mom, you just got back, why bring this up? Come have some soup, I've been stewing it for several hours. Wow, it's really lively here. Su Feiyu, who had unknowingly leaned against the staircase railing, observed the cheerful scene in the living room. Her usually sharp phoenix eyes softened for once. She raised an eyebrow at Gu Yuanting behind her, silently mouthing, "Look, it's like New Year's." Amidst the laughter downstairs, Gu Xiao's perception clearly captured the two familiar and powerful auras around the staircase corner. His mother's aura was like a lively, warm flame, while his father's remained as tranquil and deep as a silent abyss, silently overlooking all of this. Watching the three children, the elderly lattice smile deepened. She held Lu Xiu's hand, whispering, "This family has vitality now." As night fell, Gu Xiao declined Lu Xiu's kind offer to stay for supper and quietly leaped onto the roof of the estate. The night wind ruffled his hair. Compared to the warmth in the living room, he preferred the absolute calmness of this moment of overlooking the world. In the Yi family's rooms, the lights were warm, filled with the laughter and joy of home. He cherished this feeling. A figure quietly appeared beside him, carrying a hint of cool, woody fragrance. Gu Yuanting's words were light, yet they fell into Gu Xiao's heart like a boulder. Survival with a severed tail. He raised his eyes, gazing at the warm lights emanating from the nearby side building, where the laughter of the Yi family could be faintly heard. That warmth was what his father referred to as the most precious thing, and it was also the hull that needed protection when the storm approached. And he was the one who had to make the choice, steering against the tempest as the helmsman. Gu Xiao withdrew his gaze, looking at his father beside him, his heart already clear. He did not ask again. The father and son stood silently on the rooftop in the chilly night wind, overlooking the small, warm tranquility below. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. The 2-year deadline was nearing its end, and the training grounds of the Gu family manor were filled with intense fighting spirit. As the last towering mech puppet, standing 3 meters tall, was pierced through the core of its chest by a spiraling spear of ice and fire, Gu Xiao's figure slowly descended from midair, the raging power of the Taofeng gradually calming, yet at that moment his aura broke through barriers and steadily stepped into level 34. The gift of gazing far and wide had already become part of his instinct, and the energy flow throughout the manor felt like an extension of his senses. He could hear the messages carried by the wind and read the subtle changes of spiritual energy in different materials. This sense of overarching control allowed his predictions and reactions in battle to reach an almost uncanny level. The training difficulty set by Su Feiyu kept rising, yet he always found the most exquisite ways to resolve it. The powers of ice and fire in his hands had long ceased to be mere impacts, but rather an art of endless transformations. The power of Taofeng, this wind that harmonized everything, became the foundation of all his tactics. Yi Chuan poured all his stubbornness and unwillingness into the ground beneath him. Through days of arduous training, his affinity with the earth element grew increasingly solid and substantial, each punch and kick carrying the steadiness of a boulder, and he finally approached the threshold of the 3rd tier, reaching level 28. Yi Weining was still the attentive girl who would hand Gu Xiao chilled drinks, but during training, the light and fire dancing in her palm exhibited a sharpness that had not been there before. She no longer contented herself with being an assistant. Amidst the intertwining flames and light, there was now a brilliance capable of scorching formidable foes. After more than a year of training, she had reached level 31. In this past year, life in the manor seemed as tranquil as ever on the surface, but beneath that order, everyone felt like a tightly wound piano string. The sweat shed on the training grounds and the furrowed brows during meditation stemmed from the increasingly alarming battle reports displayed on the living room's holographic screen. Now the channel was permanently locked on United Front Daily Battle Report. This is a frontline reporter. We are located at Section C7 of the Purification Wall. 3 hours ago, the Black Tide launched a new wave of offensives with a new type of monster called Weaver appearing for the first time. The corrosive black threads they spewed posed a significant threat to our spiritual energy shields. In the dim footage, the black fungal blanket covered the ground as countless monsters charged against the colossal wall of light. On the map, the black, representing the Black Tide invasion zone, pushed insignificantly, yet shockingly forward into human territory. That insignificant advance concealed millions of lives behind it. Gu Yuanting and Su Feiyu grew busier, taking turns to go out for several days at a time. They spoke little, but Gu Xiao could sense the increasingly heavy pressure from the heightened anger in his mother's brow upon her return and the never-dimming light in his father's study. At that moment, Gu Yuanting's figure appeared at the entrance of the training grounds, just returning from the front lines, still carrying the lingering scent of gunpowder. He looked at the three young boys, his deep gaze carrying a hint of fatigue and determination. "Come here," his voice was hoarse. "Tonight, we will have dinner as a family." The atmosphere at the dinner table felt somewhat unusual. Su Feiyu served each of the three children a large piece of exotic beast meat, then set down her chopsticks and broke the silence. "After this meal, pack your things." Her voice betrayed no emotion. "You all have to leave." "Where to?" The dinner table erupted into chaos, yet Gu Xiao remained calm, swallowing his food before slowly lifting his head to meet his parents' gaze. His father's words, "You need to grow up," quickly echoed in his mind for 2 whole years. To Tindu. This time it was Gu Yuanting who spoke. Clatter. Lu Su's chopsticks fell onto the table, her expression momentarily dazed as she instinctively looked at her husband. Tindu, that was the absolute center of the Azure Star domain, the headquarters of the United Government, the heart of this era. But that place was too far and too vast. To Tindu. "Why?" Yi Weiniang asked softly, her clear eyes full of confusion as she instinctively leaned closer to Gu Xiao. "Because the pond here is too small." Gu Yuanting's voice was steady. "You need to go into the real ocean to experience true storms and waves." His gaze swept over the three children, finally landing on Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang. Tindu has a special academy with no public name and no standardized entrance examination. Those who enter must possess both background and talent. Feiyu and I have secured 2 spots for you, he said. You, and Yichuan's heart sank, his fingers gripping the bowl and chopsticks turning pale. As expected, Gu Yuanting's gaze shifted towards him. "Yichuan." "Yes, Uncle Gu." Yichuan set down his bowl and chopsticks, sitting up straight. "Your path is different from theirs." Gu Yuanting's wording was careful, devoid of any condescension. "A rock never forms on a sheer cliff. It requires the heaviest earth and the dullest pressure. I have already contacted the 7th High Martial Arts Academy in Tindu, one of the best public academies in the Azure Star domain. There your opponents will be the civilian geniuses and heirs from across the entire star domain, and the competition will be more brutal than anywhere else. That will be the sharpening stone most suited for you." The dining hall was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Lu Su's eyes turned red. She wanted to say something, but was restrained by Yi Cheng's hand beneath the table. Yi Cheng shook his head at her, understanding that this was the best arrangement Gu Yuanting could secure for his son. It was also the most suitable arrangement. Yichuan remained silent, his head bowed, making it hard for others to see his expression. After a long while he raised his head, his face devoid of the disappointment or unwillingness everyone expected, instead holding a kind of ignited, almost stubborn calm. "All right." He only said one word, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. Gu Xiao looked at him, knowing that this decision for Yichuan was not abandonment, but a challenge. A challenge that allowed him to chase after everyone in his own way with dignity. Su Feiyu had remained silent until this moment, when she tapped her chopsticks against the rim of her bowl, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Eat. It's not a matter of life and death." Su Feiyu did not urge again, just quietly watched them. Outside the window the night grew deeper, and the manor remained tranquil. Yet everyone understood that after tonight the 3 fledglings would leave this warm nest, each soaring toward the vast sky, known as Tindu, where opportunities and crises coexisted. Su Feiyu's simple words, "Let's eat," shattered the frozen air at the dinner table. She pointed with her chopsticks at the largest plate of beast meat. This piece of ironback rhinoceros tenderloin was brought back by Yuan Ting from the front lines. "I marinated it for 3 hours. If you don't eat, soon it will get cold." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Yi Cheng and Lu Su's faces with no special expression, yet it caused the tension in their shoulders to ease. "Indeed, even the gravest matters must begin with filling our stomachs." Lu Chui quickly served another bowl of soup for her mother-in-law, while Yi Cheng picked up his chopsticks and helped his son with a piece of meat, his silence conveying a clear message. Yichuan glanced at his father and silently began to eat. The meal concluded amidst this strange atmosphere of silence interspersed with chewing sounds. After the meal, Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang tidied up the dishes together. In the kitchen, the sound of running water flowed loudly. "Are you really going to that nameless academy?" "Yes," Gu Xiao replied, stacking the clean dishes neatly. "Then I will too," she said, even quieter, as if speaking to herself. Gu Xiao did not respond. He knew that this small kitchen could not contain the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Going to Tindu was not merely about changing their living place, it was in a true sense of farewell to their youth. In the living room, the meeting of the 2 families had already commenced. Su Feiyu leaned back on the sofa, fiddling with a spiritual communicator, and directly got to the point. "The housing in Tindu has already been arranged. It's about the same size as here, but with a higher security level." "Yi Cheng, Aunt Lu, what are your opinions?" Yi Cheng rubbed his hands together, looking to his mother for help. The elderly lady took a sip of water and said calmly, "Go." "Why not go?" She looked at her son. "Chungar, now that your leg has healed, you cannot continue to be so passive. Mr. Gu's family has pointed us toward a clear path, and we must follow it." She then turned to Lu Chui. "Xiao Chui, I know you're worried. But Tindu, no matter how big it is still part of the Azure Blue Stars territory. There the wages are higher, and it's safer. It's better than staying here and letting the children worry about us." The elderly lady had never traveled far in her life, but her words resonated with clarity. Lu Xiao's eyes reddened again, but this time she did not shed tears as she simply nodded heavily. "Mom is right, we will go." Yi Cheng finally spoke, his voice hoarse, yet exceptionally firm. He looked at Gu Yuanting. "Mr. Gu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. From now on, my life is yours." "That's too much." Gu Yuanting waved his hand, more accustomed to communicating through actions than words. "In Tindu, you will have new jobs, the children will have schooling, and everything will start anew, that's all." And so the decision was made. Over the next 2 days, the manor bustled with activity. Su Feiyu, who disliked procrastination, gave the Yi family a strict order: except for necessities and items of sentimental value, nothing else is allowed. This is about starting a new life in Tindu, not a team-building exercise for a moving company. Thus the packing scene at the Yi family turned somewhat chaotic. Lu Chui wanted to bring pots and pans that had been used for over a decade, but was stopped by a single glance from Su Feiyu. Yi Cheng attempted to stuff his well-repaired old toolbox into the luggage, but it was ruthlessly rejected. In the end, it was the elderly lady who showed wisdom. She chose only a few yellowed old photos and the family's change of clothes, then sat in the yard basking in the sun, watching the younger generation busy themselves. Yi Wanting hesitated for a long time while organizing her room. There were too many small trinkets from Gu Xiao in her room: a whistle carved from beast bone, a glowing moss nightlight, and a smoothly polished shell of a black tide monster. In the end, she carefully attached the brass bullet casing pendant to herself, leaving everything else behind. It was as if doing so would prove they were not truly leaving, merely going on a short trip and would return soon. Gu Xiao's luggage was the simplest: a few sets of combat uniforms, a short knife for practice, and an encrypted data terminal. He stood by the window on the second floor watching Yi Chuan struggle to fit an old recliner into the storage box. It was his grandmother's favorite seat. Yi Cheng gestured beside him. Both father and son were saying one should go left and the other right, ending up stuck at the doorway. Gu Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. This clumsy atmosphere filled with warmth was something he had never experienced in his own childhood. Night fell once more. All the luggage was packed, loaded onto the scheduled cargo hover vehicle, and would be sent to Tindu early the next morning. The manor was empty, exuding a sense of desolation, as if no one remained. Gu Xiao found Yi Chuan at the training ground. Unlike his usual self, he did not punch Gu. Instead, he sat on the ground, leaning against the composite wall he had beaten countless times, gazing at the 2 moons in the sky. Gu Yuanting, unbeknownst to him, also arrived at the training ground. He did not approach, but quietly observed Yi Chuan's silhouette. After a long time, he took a step closer. "With arrangements like this, do you feel any discontent?" Gu Yuanting's voice was soft, mingling with the night wind. Yi Chuan's body stiffened momentarily. He did not turn around, but replied sullenly, "No. You are 2 years older than Xiao, and in terms of diligence you are not inferior to him," Gu Yuanting continued, "but your path is destined to be more difficult." Yi Chuan abruptly turned around. For the first time, this sturdy young man's eyes reflected a complexity not befitting his age. It was neither anger nor jealousy, but a bewilderment, as if he had been seen through. He remained silent for a long time, long enough that Gu Xiao thought he would not speak again. Uncle Gu. Yi Chuan's voice was somewhat dry. "Before you all came, I thought my life would just be taking over my dad's job, working as a repairman in the factory, marrying a girl from the central district, and having a child who would continue being a repairman." He gave a self-deprecating smile. "I thought that was all there was to my life. Until you all appeared. My dad's leg healed, and my grandmother's illness got better. My sister, she won't be taken away by those people in white coats to undergo experiments I can't even understand. Our family even has the opportunity to go to Tindu and see what the world is really like." He raised his head, looking straight into Gu Yuanting's deep eyes, speaking each word clearly. "I don't have great talent, I'm just a stone on the ground. But stones also have their uses. In the past, I was just a stone that could be stepped on, unable to pave any road. It was you and Aunt Feiyu who dug me out of the mud, cleaned me up, and told me I could become a true cornerstone. So why should I feel discontent? I'm grateful beyond measure." The youth bowed his head heavily, not out of submission, but out of respect. Gu Yuanting listened quietly, the moonlight flowing over his silver hair. He simply reached out and patted the broad shoulder 3 times with strength. As he brushed past Yi Chuan, he left behind a whisper that was almost inaudible: "Tindu, don't let me down." Having said that, he turned and left, his back as solitary and cold as ever, yet somehow carrying a touch more warmth than usual. Yi Chuan sat in place for a long time before finally raising his hand to touch his shoulder. Gu Xiao stepped out from the shadows, handing Yi Chuan a bottle of water. Yichuan took it and gulped down more than half. Sorry for making you laugh. Not at all. Gu Xiao sat beside him. You spoke very well. Of course, Yichuan grinned, showing a set of white teeth. I've been holding it in for years. The two boys, one 13 years old and the other 15, sat side by side in the empty training ground, neither saying another word. Yet they both understood that from this night forward something had changed. Yichuan grinned, showing a set of white teeth, and extended his fist toward Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao looked at him, raised his hand as well, and their fists met with a firm thud under the cold moonlight. Let's go, Gu Xiao said to Tindu. At dawn, the first rays of morning light struggled to tear apart the leaden gray sky, casting a faint golden hue over the Gu family manor. The yard was silent, with only the gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. A subtle tension hung in the air, as if even time held its breath, waiting for an important journey to commence. At the entrance of the manor, a sleek black hover train awaited, its heavy and solid body exuding a cold aura unique to spiritual energy technology. The train windows were semi-transparent, occasionally revealing the faintly glowing energy circuits inside. The three members of the Yi family were already waiting there. The elderly lady sat quietly on a suitcase, her back straight, yet she did not lift her head. Lu Chui stood nearby, habitually smoothing out the elderly lattice, slightly wrinkled clothes. Yi Cheng turned back multiple times, his gaze piercing through the morning mist, deeply staring into the depths of the manor, his eyes filled with heavy reluctance, yet also a hint of ease. He watched Gu Xiao and Yichuan carefully carry several small suitcases into the train compartment. Su Fei Yu leaned against the train door, her fiery red hair dancing lightly in the wind. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Yi Waning, who was approaching with a small potted plant. It was a luminescent grass growing in the shade behind the manor, its leaves shimmering with a faint blue glow in the dim morning light. Little firefly, once we reach Tindu, you can plant any rare thing you want. Su Fei Yu chuckled lightly, her fingers deftly flicking a glowing stone in Yi Wanying's braid, a trace of subtle affection flashing in her eyes. Yi Waning did not respond. She carefully placed the potted plant beside her seat, as if that luminescent grass, glowing faintly blue, was the only treasure she carried on this journey. Her fingertips gently brushed over the leaves, as if touching the passage of time, the unspoken longing deeper than any words. Gu Yuanting strolled out from the depths of the train compartment, his silver hair shimmering with a cold luster in the morning light. His deep-set eyes swept over every face, as if trying to imprint everyone's emotions in his heart, and then he silently stood beside Su Fei Yu. Everyone boarded the train. The compartment was spacious and comfortable, with panoramic windows ensuring an unobstructed view of the outside scenery during the journey. This train was specially approved by the United Government, going directly to the core area of Tindu. Mom, sit here. The view is great. Lu Chui helped the elderly lady sit down thoughtfully, handing her a cushion made of exotic beast fur. The elderly lady looked through the window, glancing back at the gradually shrinking manor, a glimmer of emotion in her eyes, before she calmly withdrew her gaze. The train started accelerating smoothly, with almost no bumps. At first, the view outside was familiar stretches of wasteland, occasionally passing a few patrols of spiritual energy armored vehicles. However, as the train's speed increased, the scenery rapidly changed. The desolate land was replaced by orderly spiritual energy farms, with rows of massive spiritual wind turbines standing tall, their blades slowly rotating, as if resonating with heaven and earth. In the distance, the outline of a city began to emerge, a hallmark of the Azure Star region's super city group, the stronghold of human civilization. Good heavens, can those buildings really reach the sky? Yi Cheng stared blankly at the towering structures outside the window, his mouth slightly agape, as if he could swallow a spirit stone. He had never imagined that human civilization could reach such heights, his heart disturbed. These buildings have expanded their internal space using spiritual energy formations and spatial technology, far exceeding the exterior, even forming a complete ecological cycle. Gu Xiao sat beside, Yi Waning softly explaining to her. His gaze also shifted with the scenery outside the window, but the shock he felt in person still flickered subtly in the depths of his calm eyes. Yi Wanying's almond-shaped eyes were filled with wonder as she pointed at a giant floating farm outside the window. Gu Xiao, look. An aerial farm. The textbooks say it can produce 3 times more food than the surface. Yichuan silently gazed out the window, his robust figure involuntarily tensing, his fists slightly clenching. The splendor and power of Tindu rushed at them through those towering skyscrapers and aerial farms. He felt an indescribable pressure, as if what lay before him was not a city but an immense and boundless universe. At that moment, he realized that Tindu was the true sharpening stone, and he had only just begun. This pond is indeed of a different magnitude. Yichuan murmured softly, his voice light, yet carrying a spark of ignited combat spirit. Gu Xiao glanced at him, offering no comment. The train passed through a visible energy shield which rippled like water before returning to calm. Afterward, there were even more dazzling lights, denser aerial traffic, and a rich spiritual energy that felt comfortable to both body and mind. Tindu revealed itself before them in a grand and shocking manner. The sky was not the usual gray haze found in other regions of the Azure Star, but rather a faint fluorescent blue with enormous airships and spiritual drones weaving through it. The architectural styles in the city were diverse, featuring towering metallic spires, floating sky gardens, and even spires in relief styled after those from the Oran continent. Technology and magic blended so naturally here. So beautiful. Yi Wanning sighed softly, the luminescent grass in her hands seeming to shine even brighter under the abundant spiritual energy. The elderly lattice face displayed an unprecedented flush, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Chui busily recorded everything outside with her terminal, wanting to bring it all back home to her future self. Yi Cheng was amazed by Tindu's efficient transportation system. The aerial traffic flowed like an invisible river, while the ground's magnetic levitation tracks extended to the horizon. Every so often, a spiritual energy tower stood tall, providing the city with ceaseless power. That is the floating tower of Tianqing technology, the energy and information hub of Tindu. Gu Xiao pointed towards a massive tower that pierced the clouds. And that sculpture with wings is the Song of Wind from the Silver Moon Forest's elven tribe, rumored to be a living work of art. He looked at Yi Wanning, his obsidian-black pupils reflecting the colorful city outside the window. Yi Wanying's eyes sparkled even more upon hearing this. She knew that Gu Xiao had always been interested in such curious tales. During their time in the manor, Gu Xiao often shared stories about the world outside with her. Su Feiyu stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the extravagant steel city. Tindu is indeed the center of the Azure Star region. Su Feiyu's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of scrutiny. Her gaze pierced through the glass, as if seeing the undercurrents swirling beneath the city's splendid exterior. But the more dazzling it is, the more it attracts the covetous darkness. Gu Yuanting's voice resonated steady as ancient stones, each word carrying undeniable weight. The train began to slow down, eventually coming to a smooth stop at a massive underground platform. The platform was forged from spiritual energy alloys, emitting a cold metallic luster. The train doors opened and bright white light flooded into the compartment. Gu Xiao stepped out of the train, standing on the platform as he took a deep breath. This was Tindu. Gu Xiao turned back, looking at the Yi family members who were disembarking one after another, along with their parents following behind. Yi Wanning saw Gu Xiao turn back and hurried over to his side, whispering, "Gu Xiao, this place is so big." Gu Xiao's lips unconsciously curled into a slight arc, his gaze lingering for a moment on her sparkling eyes before he gently nodded, as if silently affirming her. Gu Yuanting's gaze met Gu Xiao's, and in each other's eyes there was a fleeting understanding. No words were needed. That invisible, profound inheritance had already crossed bloodlines, connecting in that moment. "Let's go, little ones." Su Feiyu stepped forward, her fiery red hair dancing in the light of the platform. "The real ocean won't wait for you to adapt slowly." Her words carried her usual cheerfulness and nonchalance. Yet deep within her upturned phoenix eyes burned an undeniable flame capable of piercing through all illusions. Tindu, this giant city forged from steel and spiritual energy, finally unfolded before them. Two entirely black low-profile hover cars silently glided to a halt before them. One was for their new home, while the other would take the three of them to enroll in school. Su Feiyu succinctly assigned Yuanting, "You go with them. They'll take the three little ones." Gu Yuanting nodded slightly and approached the somewhat awkward Yicheng family. His cool demeanor inherently eased the tension brought by the environment. "Granddaughter, when you get there, make sure to study hard." The elderly lady was surprisingly carefree, firmly grasping Yi Wanying's hand before getting into the car. After saying this, she confidently boarded the car with her son's assistance. In the other vehicle, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Yichuan sat up straight, silently gazing out at the towering buildings. "Nervous?" Su Feiyu's voice came from the front seat. "A bit," Yichuan replied honestly. The 7th Advanced Martial Arts Academy in Tindu, 70% of the students come from common backgrounds, relying on talent and hard work to squeeze in. Su Feiyu's tone was hard to discern as either encouragement or admonishment. Every year some are crippled, even losing their cultivation and dropping out. Of course, those who manage to graduate alive are at least junior officers of the United Defense Army. Yichuan's breathing grew heavier, his fists clenching unconsciously. The hovercar finally stopped in front of a massive building complex with a rugged style. The stone tablet beside the school gate bore the words 7th Advanced Martial Arts Academy in Tindu in bold flowing script, exuding a sense of unyielding dominance. The youths coming and going at the entrance had eyes that sparkled with a wolf-like ferocity, brimming with unabashed competitive spirit. Su Feiyu led the three of them out of the car, her flamboyant fiery aura starkly contrasting with the somewhat green youths around her, instantly becoming the center of attention. She strode directly towards the registration office, and the mixed gazes of awe and curiosity swept over her fiery hair, but Su Feiyu didn't even spare a glance. Ignoring the winding queue, she simply swiped at the terminal, and a special emblem radiating golden light flashed momentarily. The staff member who had initially looked stern changed his expression, first hesitating briefly before immediately bowing respectfully and opening a special side passage for them. "Go ahead." She didn't look back, only lightly pointed at Yi Chuan's back with her fingertip and said, "Don't embarrass yourself." Yi Chuan took a deep breath and stepped through the heavy metal door. Entrance test. Yi Weiniang looked at the energy runes flickering on the door frame, asking softly, "Yes, it's a tradition of combat-oriented academies." Gu Xiao's gaze swept over the promotional video playing on the adjacent holographic screen. In the footage, students fought against exotic beasts on a simulated battlefield, their moves concise and effective, each strike aimed directly at vital points. It seems this place abides by the law of the jungle. The testing grounds simulated a wasteland environment with its rugged terrain. On the high platform stood a man in a dark gray uniform, arms behind his back. He appeared to be in his 30s, his expression devoid of any excess emotion. Yet his eyes were sharp like those of a hawk, seemingly able to see through every muscle reaction under the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Simply standing there, he added a weighty pressure to the entire venue. Yi Chuan, 15 years old, affinity with earth elements. The instructor's voice was devoid of emotion. Test rules: withstand 3 minutes under my control or force me to step back 10 paces. Begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than a surging wave of powerful spiritual pressure swept over. Yi Chuan did not rush to attack. Instead, he slightly parted his feet, bent his knees, and closed his eyes to sense the strength of the earth beneath him. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of earthy yellow light darting through his pupils. "Huh!" He let out a low roar, stepping forward, and the ground trembled slightly. He did not employ any flashy martial techniques. Rather, he used the most straightforward fist strikes, yet they carried a tremendous force. Each punch released a dull sound of wind breaking, as if it could shake mountains. Even before his fist reached, a solid pressure of earth elements had already surged towards the instructor. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, the instructor advanced, instead of retreating, his palm meeting it like a butterfly dancing through flowers. His palm did not clash hidden with Yi Chuan's fist. Instead, at the instant of contact, a spiral vortex of spiritual energy instantly formed, accurately wrapping around Yi Chuan's striking force and abruptly directing it downward. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the ground beside Yi Chuan suddenly caved in, with most of the force being absorbed into the earth by the instructor. He had to slightly sidestep to avoid Yi Chuan's direct strike. This evasion counted as a small step back. However, Yi Chuan's fist still carried a stubborn follow-through force that made the instructor's arm feel slightly numb. The instructor's gaze sharpened as his feet imperceptibly slid back a fraction, avoiding the center of Yi Chuan's fist. One step. Seeing this, Yi Chuan said nothing, but only accelerated further, the force of his punches growing fiercer. By the end of the first minute, the instructor had already been forced back 5 steps. He possessed only the purest and heaviest of strength. With each punch, the sand and earth beneath him were disturbed by his restrained earth element force, forming small depressions. 1 minute had passed, and the instructor had been forced back 5 steps. In front of the monitoring screen, Su Feiyu's arms, which had been crossed, unconsciously relaxed a bit. She watched the boy in the footage, who was stubbornly clashing with the examiner, and a rare glimmer of genuine admiration flickered in her usually sharp phoenix eyes. Her red lips parted slightly as she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "Silly boy, you really do have a bit of the essence of a boulder. Warm-up is over." The instructor's voice resounded in the venue. He no longer held back his strength, his spiritual energy erupting explosively as his form transformed into countless afterimages, sharp gusts of wind and slicing hands attacking Yi Chuan from all directions. Offense and defense switched. Yi Chuan crossed his arms in front of him, thick, earth-colored spiritual light quickly condensing into a heavy arm shield. His feet felt as if they had rooted into the ground, allowing the instructor's attacks to rain down upon him like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of impact echoed incessantly. Yi Chuan's body trembled continuously, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yet the earthy light circle beneath his feet grew brighter and more stable, as if under immense pressure this boulder was becoming increasingly indestructible. Remarkably, the instructor discovered that the boy was actually honing his control over earth elements by leveraging his own attacks. The 3-minute countdown reached 0. The instructor retracted his aura and took a step back, and the spiritual energy storm in the venue instantly calmed. The spiritual light surrounding Yi Chuan dissipated, his face pale and arms trembling, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Congratulations, you passed." The instructor's tone carried a hint of approval. "Solid foundation, and your will is exceptional. This is your admission certificate. Come to register tomorrow. A chip shimmering with faint light flew towards Yichuan. He received the chip, the cold metallic touch, causing his heated palm to tremble slightly. He did not speak, but took a step back, standing firmly, and performed a standard martial salute to the instructor, his back straight as a javelin. As Yichuan exited the testing ground, Su Feiyu was already waiting at the door. She patted Yichuan on the shoulder, her smile carrying a hint of satisfaction. All right, little stone, your battlefield has been set. With that, her sharp phoenix eyes swept over Gu Xiao and Yi Weining beside her, the corners of her mouth curling into a mysterious arc. Let's go, it's your turn now. Leaving the 7th Martial Arts Academy, the hovering vehicle did not head towards the bustling heart of Tindu, but rather turned around and dove into a completely different area. The towering metallic giant was replaced by ancient banyan trees, and the radiant energy billboards transformed into mottled stone walls. The sound of traffic gradually thinned, leaving only the faint hum of wheels rolling over the bluestone pavement. This is the old district of Tindu, an island forgotten by time. The vehicle finally stopped at the end of a narrow alley in front of an inconspicuous courtyard door, its vermilion paint peeling with a thin layer of green rust on the bronze ring. Get out. Gu Xiao and Yi Weining followed her out of the vehicle. Su Feiyu turned around and spoke to Yichuan in the car. Little stone pedestal, your trial has ended. Now it's their turn. You must carve your own path here, wait for us, and contemplate how to establish yourselves at the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. Yichuan, upon hearing this, calmed down from his previously anxious demeanor and solemnly nodded. I understand, Aunt Feiyu. Behind the door was not the courtyard as imagined, but a space surrounded by high walls. In the center of the space stood a massive mirror. The mirror was less of a mirror and more like a window embedded in the void. The frame, cast from an unknown bronze, was adorned with ancient patterns not belonging to either the Azure Star or the style of the Oran continent. The surface of the mirror was not smooth, but was gently and silently rippling. In front of the mirror stood a small wooden table where an old man was dozing, his breathing long and steady. Beside the table crouched 2 half-human tall stone lions, their craftsmanship rough, yet exuding an inexplicable fierce vitality. At this moment, Gu Xiao's ascend and look far instinctively operated at its peak. He could not see through, whether it was the mirror or the dozing old man in his vision that could perceive energy flow. They both presented a chaotic nothingness. The little phoenix of the Qiyu family has brought newcomers. The old man did not raise his head, his voice muffled. Su Feiyu, unlike her usual flamboyance, slightly bowed to the old man. I have met Elder Fong. These 2 children are Mai and Yuanting's juniors, seeking an opportunity at the Mirror Sea Academy. Oh. The old man slowly raised his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes. His eyes were murky, yet at the moment they made eye contact, Gu Xiao and Yi Weining felt a chill running up their spines. The old man did not look at Su Feiyu, but directed his gaze straight at Gu Xiao and Yi Weining, sizing them up several times. Children of the dragon and sparrow. How rare. He smacked his lips and looked at Yi Weining. The girl has a flavor of light and a hint of moonlight. Not bad. Elder Fong, this is the token. Su Feiyu handed over 2 crystal pieces as thin as a cicada's wing. The old man couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, merely extending 2 bony fingers to grab them and tossing them onto the table, producing a crisp sound. The rules you understand. Understood. Su Feiyu nodded, turning to Gu Xiao and Yi Weining. This place is called the Mirror Sea Academy, and the dean is a 9th-tier powerhouse. My and your father's prestige is only worth these 2 entrance tickets. Whether you can enter and how far you can go inside all depends on yourselves. Her gaze swept across both their faces, finally resting on Gu Xiao's face. This academy exists within a separate subspace managed in a semi-closed manner. If you regret it now, it's still not too late. Gu Xiao stepped forward, responding with action. Yi Weining followed closely, her small face pale, yet her gaze resolute. All right. Su Feiyu revealed a satisfied smile. Then you speak to Elder Fong yourselves. I will wait here for the results. Gu Xiao and Yi Weining approached the table. Elder, we wish to enroll. Elder Fong yawned again, pointing at the rippling mirror. The Mirror Sea does not accept those who are half-hearted and does not welcome those who drift without roots. Extend your hands and let it see your true colors. Gu Xiao did not hesitate and slowly extended his right hand. Yi Weining followed suit, extending her hand as well. Just as their fingertips were about to touch the mirror surface, an unexpected change occurred. Yi Weining, seeing this, also imitated his actions and reached out her own hand. Suddenly, 2 transparent arms made entirely of flowing water shot out from the mirror, firmly grasping their wrists. The icy, bone-chilling touch penetrated their souls, and a tremendous pulling force surged, attempting to strip their consciousness from their bodies. Yi Weining cried out in surprise, and the power of the light flame within her erupted autonomously, attempting to dispel the cold. However, the moment the light shone, the suction force of the water arms increased several times. She felt the world spinning, her consciousness beginning to blur. Gu Xiao felt no better. The Chao Feng and dragon bloodlines were both activated, instinctively resisting. But this force was like adding fuel to the fire. The mirror's surface boiled instantly, and within the grasp of the water flow, countless crimson eyes belonging to the black tide appeared, filled with resentment and madness. The mirror sea was probing the essence of their powers. Focus. Hold on to your original heart. Su Feiyu's voice exploded in both their minds. Su Feiyu's voice roared like a thunderclap in their minds. Gu Xiao suddenly bit his tongue, giving up resisting the pulling force, allowing his consciousness to be dragged. One moment he was still on the streets of a prosperous city in the old era, the next his ears were filled with the roars of beasts and the screams of humans. The immense pain caused by the collision of the Oran continent struck at his nerves, and an endless darkness and resentment surged forward. Soon after, an unending darkness and resentment flooded in the whispers of the black tide, trying to pull him into eternal despair and assimilation. Who are you? A grand voice echoed in his mind. I am Gu Xiao. No matter where the soul came from or what bloodline it originated from at this moment, he was simply himself. This realization stabilized his spiritual sea, shattering the chaotic illusions, and the pulling force transformed into propulsion. He opened his eyes and found himself on the other side of the mirror. Beside him, Yi Wenying was panting heavily, her face pale. They stood on a vast plaza with the ground covered by energy alloy plates inscribed with orange defensive magic arrays. In the distance, amidst swirling clouds and mist, several floating islands glimmered with streams of data, quietly suspended, connected by Azure energy bridges. The air was filled with a high concentration of spiritual energy. This was the true Mirror Sea Academy. Looking back, the mirrors still shimmered, reflecting the scene within the courtyard. Elder Fong straightened his body, and his murky eyes became clear. He glanced at the crystal pieces on the table, satisfied, and flicked his finger. The crystal pieces instantly dissolved, transforming into 2 micro-runes interwoven with magical power and spiritual energy, penetrating the mirror and branding themselves onto Gu Xiao and Yi Wenying's hands. One's heart is like a rock, the other's light is like fireflies. Not bad. The old man's voice came through clearly. Take these and go to the Heart Inquiry Pavilion. Remember, the first lesson of the Mirror Sea begins when you find your way there. The plaza stretched vast and imposing. The alloy plates beneath their feet were cold and unyielding, inscribed with Oran runes that intertwined with the energy circuits of the Azure Star, forming a grand, yet uncanny tableau. The mark on the back of her hand pulsed faintly with warmth, a complex sigil woven from threads of arcane energy and magical incantations. Yi Wenying leaned in and whispered, "Where is the Hall of Heart-Seeking?" Gu Xiao's gaze swept past the plaza, fixed upon the distant horizon. Several colossal floating islands shimmered in and out of view amid the mist, linked to one another by luminous Azure energy bridges. Occasionally, figures clad in garments of varied hues traversed those bridges, silent, weightless like phantoms. Everything here exuded an eerie unreality. Let's look around, Gu Xiao said. As they strolled across the plaza, they realized far more freshmen had gathered there than just the 2 of them. A youth crowned with jagged dragon horns and draped in an ornate Oran robe stood at the center of a cluster of admirers, his expression haughty, his gaze dismissive of all around him. Nearby, a beastkin girl bearing a massive battle axe tapped her foot impatiently against the ground, each kick sending sparks skittering across the alloy. Elsewhere, several students resembling elves huddled together, conversing softly in the ancient elvish tongue, deliberately excluding all outsiders. The air hummed with tentative surges of arcane energy, entwined with an atmosphere thick with uncertainty. My father said the first lesson at Mirror Sea Academy is finding the path. The Hall of Heart-Seeking is where every freshman must report. To fail to find it means you lack even the basic qualification for entry. The youth, surrounded by admirers, declared loudly, his voice brimming with self-assurance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Hearing his words, the beastkin girl lost patience first. Shouldering her great axe, she charged toward the nearest energy bridge. Once someone took the lead, the others stirred restlessly, each choosing what they believed to be the correct direction, and hurried away. In an instant, the plaza emptied by more than half. The golden-haired youth seemed to notice Gu Xiao and Yi Wenying lingering behind. Rather than sneer, he observed them with quiet fascination and remarked to his companions, "Look, there are still clever ones trying to find a shortcut. Pity. They do not yet understand sometimes the most open and straightforward path is the only road to true success." With that, he smiled confidently and led his entourage onto the central bridge, the most majestic of all, radiating the strongest energy flux. "Shall we not go too?" Yi Wenying tugged gently at Gu Xiao's sleeve, uneasy under so many watching eyes. "Not yet." Gu Xiao's gaze swept slowly over the retreating figures. Activating his lofty vision, he perceived no change in his pupils, but within his sight the world's energy currents suddenly resolved with crystalline clarity. The students who rushed off carried turbulent, restless arcs of arcane energy, and the bridges they chose flowed with stable yet rigid energy, like pre-programmed sightseeing routes. This was not a test. It was a selection, designed to cull those too impatient to wait. Master Fong said the first lesson begins only when we truly find it. The word find is chosen with exquisite precision, Gu Xiao murmured, then guided Yi whinnying to the plaza's edge. There stood a stone steely half a person's height blank of inscription, save for a single sigil identical to the one branded upon their wrists. Gu Xiao extended his hand, gently pressing his sigil against the steel's imprint. Nothing happened. Yi whinnying tried next, likewise met with silence. Did I misjudge? Gu Xiao frowned. He circled the steel and discovered carved into its base a line of minuscule, nearly eroded orange script. Where the heart turns, the path opens in a single thought. Yi whinnying could not read it, but Gu Xiao had seen such script before in his father's study. Where the heart turns, the path opens in a single thought, the hall of heart-seeking. A flash of insight blazed through Gu Xiao's mind, stitching every clue into coherence. He understood now this was never a game of footsteps. It was a trial of intent. Whinnying, he turned, meeting her clear almond-shaped eyes. Close your eyes. Oh. She hesitated, then obeyed. Do not think where the hall lies. Do not think which path to take. Think only this: why did you come here? His voice was calm, resonant, imbued with a quiet, anchoring strength. Why had she come? To escape being seen as weak, forever sheltered behind Gu Xiao. To prove herself to those who once ignored or sought to exploit her. Or was it simply to keep pace with him? To stay close enough that he would never leave her behind? One thought after another surged through her mind, threatening to overwhelm her breath. A wave of helplessness washed over her, echoing that childhood moment when she could only watch, powerless, as those she loved fell into peril. Thoughts tumbled, chaotically tightening her chest. Do not think so much. Gu Xiao's voice returned, steady and sure. Think of just one thing, simplest, truest. What passed through your mind when you held that bullet casing? The bullet casing. Yi whinnying's breathing slowed. She remembered her parents, remembered the casing they left her, and with it the unbroken vow to protect. She never wanted to stand frozen again, watching helplessly as though she cherished faced danger, unable to act, unable to shield. She wanted strength, strength enough to stand beside him, not always hidden behind him. That resolve, like a seed breaking through chaos, erupted swiftly into a towering, unwavering truth. A warm, pure light emanated from beneath her closed eyelids, and the sigil on her wrist flared softly, glowing with gentle white radiance. Good. Gu Xiao watched the halo of light bloom around her, then closed his own eyes. Why had he come here? To uncover the world's hidden truths, to forge a path that harmonized his dual bloodlines, or to amass enough power to resist the black tide, the ever-looming abyss poised to devour all. He recalled his father Gu Yuanting, a solitary, aloof man, whose eyes as he clapped He Chuan's shoulder on the training grounds had flickered with rare, quiet hope. He recalled his mother Su Feiyu, a radiant, proud woman, whose lips as she uttered, "Don't embarrass yourself," curved with an unmistakable, unspoken pride. He had entered this world bearing their blood, carrying their love and expectations. His path had never been his alone. He would rise higher, see farther, not only for himself, but to discern the gathering storms ahead, for everyone standing behind him. That conviction burned with absolute clarity, absolute certainty. The sigil on his wrist ignited, its light more restrained than Yi whinnying's, yet piercing, sharp enough to cleave illusion itself. The instant both sigils blazed in unison, the sigil on the steel stirred to life, spreading like ink in water, tracing in midair a luminous archway before them. Within the arch swirled mist-laden clouds, and beyond, a stone staircase winding into unfathomable depths. Gu Xiao and Yi whinnying opened their eyes simultaneously, finding in each other's gaze profound understanding and unshakable resolve. Without hesitation, they stepped side by side through the gate. The moment they crossed its threshold, the plaza and sky behind them dissolved utterly. They stood upon a serpentine stone staircase flanked on either side by bottomless seas of cloud. At its summit, an ancient pavilion rested in serene stillness. Carved entirely from lustrous white jade, its eaves and brackets blended Oran classicism with Azure Star minimalism. Above its entrance hung a plaque bearing 3 characters: Hall of Heart-Seeking. The stone steps are not long, only about 100 or so. Beneath their feet the sea of clouds churns, and in the distance a floating island reveals a corner through the mist. The surrounding noise is completely isolated, leaving only the sound of the wind and the faint breaths of the two. Someone arrived before us. Gu Xiao stopped in his tracks, gazing toward the entrance of the pavilion. A short-haired girl dressed in the standard student uniform of the Azure Star Academy stood there facing away from them, her posture straight. She seems to be observing the pavilion as well, not in a hurry to enter. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, the girl turned her head. Her features are quite delicate, Yet her gaze is exceptionally sharp, carrying a calmness akin to an engineer assessing intricate components. She merely cast a glance at Xiao and Yi Weining before retracting her gaze, offering no greeting or any unnecessary display. Yi Weining felt somewhat uneasy under that gaze and instinctively leaned closer to Xiao. Xiao, however, seemed unconcerned and walked straight to the door of the pavilion. The door was ajar, and soft light spilled out from within, obscuring the view. He did not step in immediately, but instead observed the plaque that read Wenshin Pavilion. The characters were ancient and elegant, yet there was a sharp aura in the brushstrokes, as if the writer had imprinted their will within. Hey, the previously silent short-haired girl suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as her gaze. Are you also from Azure Star? Yes, Xiao replied. I'm Lin Shi. She succinctly introduced herself, reserve of Tianqing Technology. Lin Shi pointed inside. There's something strange in there, a peculiar energy field. I can't analyze it, but my intuition tells me this is the real second trial. With that, she ignored the two and stepped in first. Xiao and Yi Weining exchanged glances before following her inside. The pavilion revealed a different world. It was not filled with desks and bookshelves as imagined, but an expansive hall. The floor of the hall was made of pure black crystal, reflecting the scene of the dome above. This was not a roof beam, but a slowly flowing, dazzling galaxy composed of countless points of light. In the center of the hall, over 100 orbs of light floated, each containing an item. There were shining Aluan runic longswords, uniquely designed Azure Star energy, guns, a hefty spellbook, and a high-speed operating chip. There was even a piece of dry wood, a stone, and a handful of soil exuding the scent of earth. Lin Shi stood before these orbs, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if countless data streams were flashing in her pupils, conducting some form of scanning and calculation. Pick any one, little ones. A slightly lazy female voice came from deep within the hall. The three turned toward the voice and discovered a young woman in a loose mentor's robe reclining on a rocking chair in the shadows of the corner, holding a steaming cup of drink, watching them with keen interest. She appeared to be just over 20, with long ocean blue hair, casually cascading down, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Senior, Lin Shi asked tentatively. Just call me Lon Xi. The woman waved her cup. I'm your guide. Congratulations to the three of you. While those fools are still wandering in the square, you have already found the right path. Her tone was casual, but Xiao noticed that when she said the words guide, the runic mark on the back of her hand warmed slightly. These items, are they our rewards? Yi Weining looked curiously at the orbs. Rewards? No, Lon Xi chuckled softly. This is your token of loyalty, or rather your resume, submitted to the Jinghai Academy. Your choice determines which academic domain you will enter and also shapes your future path. Oh, by the way, a reminder, there is only one chance, so choose decisively, no regrets. Hearing this, Lin Shi no longer hesitated. She walked straight to an orb that contained a piece of liquid metal that constantly changed its form. I choose this. As her fingertip touched the orb, it transformed into a stream of light and vanished into her brow. Lon Xi raised an eyebrow. Construct an alchemy domain, a good choice. Alright, next. Her gaze fell on Xiao and Yi Weining. Yi Weining felt a bit nervous, overwhelmed by the hundreds of items before her. The staff embedded with a huge luminous magic crystal looked formidable, and the floating turret that could automatically seek targets was also quite cool. She clenched the hem of her clothing, her palms damp with sweat, her eyes frequently darting toward Xiao. However, Xiao did not look at those powerful weapons. To him, each item emitted different energy fluctuations. The weapons and spellbooks exuded strong and outward energy, but that was all. His gaze ultimately landed on a most unremarkable corner. It was a small orb containing an ordinary black key with no discernible material. It floated quietly, devoid of any energy fluctuations, like a lifeless object. Yet in Xiao's vision, the energy flow of other items was fixed, while around this key the energy movement presented a chaotic state, hinting at countless possibilities. I choose it. Xiao extended his hand and grasped the key. It felt cold to the touch with no anomalies. The orb shattered, and the key lay quietly in his palm. Oh. Lon Xi straightened up for the first time from the rocking chair, a hint of surprise flashing in her ocean blue eyes. Exploration and secret realm domain. You little one have quite the discerning eye. It's rare for anyone to choose this universal key. She did not elaborate further, turning her gaze to the last Yi Weining. All eyes focused on her, and Yi Weining's cheeks flushed slightly. She took a deep breath, no longer looking at the distracting items, but instead, like before in the square, closed her eyes and sought her inner self. What does she want? She wants to grow stronger, strong enough to dispel the darkness, strong enough to protect those around her. Like a firefly, though faint, it can shine in the night. Just like the moon that night, casting down its gentle light, sheltering the lost traveler. She suddenly opened her eyes, no longer hesitating, and quickly walked toward an orb. Inside that orb, it was neither a weapon nor a magical artifact, but an ancient palm-sized bronze lantern. A tiny light was quietly burning at the wick. When her hand touched the lantern, the tiny light suddenly blazed brightly, and the soft glow instantly enveloped the entire hall. It was warm, pure, carrying a soothing power. After the light faded, the lantern appeared in her hand, its light reflecting in her bright eyes. What a surprise! It's actually the lamp of the Watcher. Purification and healing domain, welcome little firefly. She walked up to the three, her smile becoming much more sincere. Alright, the first lesson for the new students ends here. I am your direct guide, Lon Xin. From now on, you are the special reserve students of Jinghai Academy. Special recruitment of preparatory students. After saying these 5 words, Lon Xin leaned back in her rocking chair. Lin Shi frowned tightly, the first to ask, what does preparatory mean? Yi Weining furrowed her brows slightly, gripping the still warm bronze lantern tightly, and whispered, does preparatory mean we are not qualified yet? Good question. Lon Xin set down her cup and stretched languidly, her loose mentor's robe failing to conceal her alluring curves. She approached the 3 of them leisurely. It means that 1 foot of yours has stepped into the gates of the Jinghai Academy, but the other foot is still outside. You are qualified to enjoy some of the Academy's resources, but you are not yet true students. She walked up to Lin Shi and pointed at her smooth forehead. In the domain of constructs and alchemy, to become a formal student, you must independently complete a high-grade 3-tier spiritual construct within 3 months and receive a good evaluation from 3 mentors. Lin Shi's expression instantly turned serious. A high-grade 3-tier task is nearly impossible for a novice just starting out. Lon Xin then turned to Yi Weining with a smile. In the domain of purification and sacred healing, your task is even simpler. Do you see the lamp in your hand? Go to the Black Tide simulated battlefield and keep it lit for 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the battlefield difficulty is 3-tier, and you must ensure that the purification level of the area you are responsible for does not fall below 70%. Yi Weining's face went pale in an instant. Finally, Lon Xin's gaze fell on Gu Xiao with a hint of playfulness. As for you, in the domain of exploration and secret realms, your task is the most flexible, but also the hardest. Within 3 months, use the key in your hand to open a miniature secret realm recorded in the Academy's database. Remember, only one of the secret realms can be opened with this key. Then return alive with some valuable local products. If you can't find it or die inside, it will be considered as your voluntary abandonment. She clapped her hands and summarized, so this is your formal assessment. If you fail to complete it, you will be politely sent back to the plaza, just like those fools, still going in circles, starting all over again. Of course, the treasures in your hands will be kindly kept by the Academy. This is unfair. Lin Shi said coldly. We passed the previous tests. Unfair. Lon Xin laughed, her laughter as clear as Wen Chan's little sister. In Jinghai Academy, the word fair must be earned with strength. The very fact that you can stand here is the greatest unfairness to those outside. Enough complaining, follow me, and I'll familiarize you with the environment while spreading some of the survival rules here. Having said that, she turned and walked deeper into the hall. A wall silently slid open, revealing the real world outside. The 3 of them followed. Beneath their feet was a crystal corridor suspended above the sea of clouds, connecting to a more magnificent floating island in the distance. On the island, the spires of the Oren-style mage towers gleamed alongside the metallic dome of the Azure Star, while figures riding flying swords and spiritual flying vehicles occasionally soared overhead. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and each breath felt as though it cleansed both body and mind. Occasionally, figures riding flying vehicles or standing on flying swords whizzed past overhead, moving so fast that they left only an afterimage. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was countless times higher than outside, with each breath feeling like drinking nectar. Jinghai Academy is an independent subspace. Lon Xin's voice remained relaxed. Here, remember one word: credits. She snapped her fingers lazily. From this second onward, your breathing, eating, sleeping, and even the water you use to go to the bathroom will theoretically require these things. No credits. She smiled mischievously. Well, do you see that surging sea of clouds below? If you're thirsty, you can go over there and drink to your heart's content for free. How to acquire credits? Gu Xiao's voice broke the silence. Lon Xin glanced at him. You hit the nail on the head. There are many ways to earn credits. Complete tasks released by the Academy, achieve rankings in various assessments and competitions, or submit valuable research results, rare materials, ancient relics, etc. to the Academy. For you 3 poor souls, the initial credits are of course 0. Lon Xin raised a finger and waved it in front of them. However, the Academy occasionally shows mercy and will grant you 3 months of free accommodations plus a high-interest loan that allows for an overdraft of 100 credits. Oh, interest-free, don't be so nervous. She paused, her steps at a fork in the road. At the junction, there was a sign made of spiritual energy with 3 arrows pointing in different directions. For constructs and alchemy, go left to Tiangong Island. There are the most advanced alchemy workshops and machine shops, but of course the usage fees are also very high. Lan Xian nodded towards Lin Shi. For purification and sacred healing, go right to Chunxi Island. There is the Academy's largest Holy Light Cathedral and Garden of Life, a paradise for all healers and purifiers. She then turned to Yi Wenying. As for exploration and secret realms, Lan Xian pointed to the unassuming little path leading into a misty area ahead. You don't have a fixed island. All the unmarked safe zones in the entire Jinghai are your classrooms. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability to get in and come out alive. Lin Shi glanced deeply at the two of them, nodded, and then walked alone toward the left path, her back resolute. Yi Wenying anxiously looked at the island bathed in soft light on the right, and then at Gu Xiao's path leading into the unknown mist. She tightened her grip on the lamp of the watcher, and the faint light seemed to give her courage. I will go with you. Her voice was still soft, but her gaze was exceptionally determined. Oh, little firefly is not leaving. Lan Xian looked at her with interest. You should think carefully. Your assessments are on completely different paths. Staying together won't make your task any easier. Yi Wenying's cheeks flushed slightly, but she stubbornly shook her head. I know, but I want to see the place he is going first. All right then. Lan Xian shrugged, looking nonchalant. She led the two onto the path that led into the mist. As soon as they stepped into it, the surrounding scenery changed. No longer was there the sea of clouds and floating islands, but a primal jungle that exuded an air of danger. The air was humid and hot, and distant roars of exotic beasts could be heard. This is the 10,000 Forms Forest, one of the Academy's simulated ecological zones, and also a necessary path to your dormitory. Lan Xian explained, don't worry, the path is safe. Oh, as long as you don't run around aimlessly, no monsters will come to trouble you. As they passed through the jungle, the view suddenly opened up before them. At the edge of a cliff below was a bottomless abyss swirling with black mist with occasional purple lightning flashing within it. 2 3-story small buildings were built at the edge of this breathtaking cliff. Here we are, listening to the wind cottage. Lan Xian lazily pointed at the 2 small buildings, a playful smile on her lips. Exclusive, luxurious rooms for the special recruitment preparatory students built above the abyss, facing the void. The environment is absolutely tranquil, ensuring that apart from ghosts, no one will disturb you. So what do you think? Isn't it very touching? Gu Xiao remained expressionless, yet in his heart he thought this is not just peaceful, it's practically exile. Lan Xian seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled softly, don't be ungrateful. Though it's remote, it connects to the Academy's void terminal, and the energy tides are stable, making it very suitable for meditation. Here, take your identity credentials and terminal. Lan Xian casually tossed 2 cards as thin as cicada wings, which were neither gold nor jade, tracing 2 faint glimmers in the air before precisely hovering in front of the 2. These are your identity credentials and also your void terminals. Blood binding is required. Don't lose them, or it will cost you 50 credits to replace. Gu Xiao reached out to catch them. The cards felt icy in his hands, each embossed with the same runes as those on the back of his hand. Without hesitation, he pricked his finger to draw a drop of blood, which fell onto the card. The blood was quickly absorbed, and the card emitted a faint glow before transforming into a stream of data that fused with the back of his hand. Yi Wenying followed suit. The next moment, a semi-transparent light screen projected from the backs of their hands, hovering in front of them. Name: Gu Xiao. Identity: Special Enrollment Trainee, Domain of Exploration and Secret Realm Studies. Credits: 100. Permission level 0. Name: Yi Wenying. Identity: Special Enrollment Trainee, Domain of Purification and Holy Healing. Credits: 100. Permission level 0. The glaring red 100 stood out painfully. At the bottom of the light screen, there was a line of fine print: New student benefits activated. Accommodation period 3 months, already paid. No interest. Loan limit of 100 credits, already activated. Well, even before we start, we're already in deep debt, Gu Xiao said self-deprecatingly. All right, my job here is done. Lan Xian yawned, stretched lazily, and turned toward the edge of the cliff, saying, the building on the left is for the boy, and the one on the right is for the girl. Friendly reminder, don't die in the first week, as that will add a lot of unnecessary paperwork for me. Just as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and directly walked off the cliff. Yi Wenying gasped in shock, instinctively reaching out to pull her back, but saw Lan Xian enveloped in a gentle blue glow as she fell, creating ripples in the void before disappearing. Coming and going freely, it was stunningly graceful. At the edge of the cliff, only Gu Xiao and Yi Wenying stared at each other in disbelief. Has she always been this powerful? Yi Wenying whispered. Guides may sound like mere errand runners, but anyone who can be a guide at the Mirror Sea Academy is certainly no ordinary person. Gu Xiao withdrew his gaze and walked toward the left building. The 2 small buildings were identical in structure, both made of a gray-black stone with an extremely simplistic style. Pushing open the door, the inside was even more bare. A stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair, nothing more. The only modern facility was likely the energy lamp on the wall that could adjust indoor lighting. Most striking was the huge window facing the cliff. There was no glass, only a layer of flowing energy shield that kept the howling winds from the abyss at bay while retaining the mournful sound of the wind. Truly deserving of the name, Wind Listening Cottage. Yi Weining entered her own room, but quickly poked her head back out, her small face slightly pale. Will we not have nightmares sleeping here at night? The energy tide is stable and the concentration of spiritual energy is 30% higher than outside, making it very suitable for meditation. Xiao was already seated at the stone table, his fingers swiftly tapping on the light screen of the void terminal, answering, without raising his head, think of it as a top-notch cultivation room, and you won't feel scared. His words were spoken lightly, but Yi Weining looked at the swirling black mist outside and the occasional flicker of purple lightning, still feeling a chill run down her spine. Can we really complete our assessment within 3 months? She leaned against the door frame of Xiao's room, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The Black Tide Simulation Battlefield at difficulty level 3. I've never even seen a real black tide. Xiao paused for a moment. He looked up at Yi Weining. Her face was filled with unease and anxiety, tightly clutching the lamp of the Watcher, as if it were her only support. The difficulty of the assessment lies in the fact that it evaluates not our current strength, but the heights we can reach in 3 months. His voice was calm, yet carried a stabilizing power. The Mirror Sea Academy seeks geniuses, but also madmen. He lightly swiped his finger across the light screen, pushing the entire virtual display in front of Yi Weining. What appeared was a section resembling the Academy's internal forum, with a post pinned at the top highlighted in red about the Black Tide Simulation Battlefield. The rookie's tale of blood and tears in the level 3 battlefield. Don't be fooled by those adorable soul-eating entities. Oh, lurking behind them are the Hatred Lords. Help! My purification level is stuck at 69 and won't go up. I'm seeking guidance from an expert in the Holy Healing Domain. Compensation offered 10 credits. Selling a survival guide for the first 5 minutes of the level 3 battlefield exclusive map of monster spawn points, only 5 credits, no deception. A plethora of posts filled the screen, portraying a landscape of despair. Yi Weining's worries only intensified as she read them. Xiao, however, seemed oblivious to her expression. With another swipe, he opened another search interface, entering the 2 characters, Secret Realm. In an instant, a long list popped up, densely packed with over 100 entries. Miniature Secret Realm Sleeping Tomb. Status not opened. Opening conditions permission level 3, or holding the tomb key. Miniature Secret Realm Reflection Lake. Status not opened. Opening conditions permission level 4, Moonlight Stone. Miniature Secret Realm first level of the Eternal Library. Status opened. Entry conditions permission level 1, 100 credits hour. Do you see? Xiao pointed at the light screen. Your path is clear. It's the simulation battlefield of Dawn Island. What you need to do is practice, continuously familiarize yourself with the battlefield, and enhance your purification ability. All resources can be exchanged for credits. Even though we are currently in the negative. He scrolled past the 100 entries in the Secret Realm list, each accompanied by different opening conditions and permission levels. The answer lies within these mazes. Moreover, it seems that just having the key is not enough. One requires extreme specialization and practice. The other requires vast amounts of information and trial and error. Both necessitate a common prerequisite, credits. Yi Weining looked at Xiao's calm profile. There was not a hint of fear in his deep-set eyes, but rather a flame of challenge burning bright. Her unease and confusion were inexplicably ignited and dispelled by this flame. Her heart strangely settled as well. She tightened her grip on the lamp, the soft glow illuminating her face and diminishing her pallor. I understand now. She nodded, her gaze regaining its determination. Tomorrow, I will go to Dawn Island. Xiao replied, his attention already rapidly searching on the terminal. What about you? Yi Weining asked curiously. Me. Xiao's finger lightly tapped the light screen, enlarging the negative 100 credit figure. I need to figure out how to earn our food expenses first. Food expenses? Yi Weining leaned against the door frame, repeating the word. For the first time, a sense of confusion about the future appeared in her clear eyes. At the Jinghai Academy, their welcome gift turned out to be a debt of negative 100 credits and a precarious cliffside building. Strictly speaking, it encompasses all expenses. Xiao's fingers glided across the holographic screen without lifting his head. He was fully focused, as if this small virtual screen before him was the entirety of his objective to conquer. I've checked. The cheapest nutritional meal at the Academy's cafeteria costs 1 credit per meal. Entering any training ground like your Sanctuary of Light on Dawn Island costs 5 credits per hour. Want to view the database's analysis of the weaknesses of the Black Tide monsters? Sorry, insufficient permissions. Even if you had them, each inquiry would cost 20 credits. Each time he spoke, Yi Wanying's small face paled a bit. Are we unable to do anything? She tightened her grip on the watcher's lamp, and the faint glow seemed to dim slightly. No. Gu Xiao finally raised his head and turned off the holographic screen. His deep-set eyes held no trace of anxiety. We just need to change our perspective. What perspective? We currently have negative assets. But from another angle, the Academy has provided us with 100 credits of interest-free startup funds and covered 3 months of accommodation. This condition is far better than those self-made entrepreneurs from the old era. Yi Waning was momentarily taken aback by his unique line of thought. How can a debt of 100 turn into startup capital? Gu Xiao stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the swirling black abyss below. Senior Blue said there are many ways to earn credits. Completing tasks, submitting results. But she didn't mention that these methods are nearly all closed off to us, the preppers, with 0 permissions. He reopened the task hall interface on the terminal and pushed it in front of Yi Waning. Emergency task: assist the mentor in hunting down the Void Wanderer. Requirements: permission level 3, a mastery of at least 1 advanced spatial spell. Reward: 500 credits. Long-term task: maintain the stability of the elemental furnace. Requirements: permission level 2, fire or earth affinity of grade A or above. Reward: 20 credits day. Bounty task: find the lost alchemical pet, Gold Devourer. Requirements: none. Reward: 500 credits. Yi Ying's eyes brightened at the sight of the words no requirements, but quickly dimmed again. The Jinghai Academy is so vast, finding a single pet is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Did you see that? We do not have the qualifications to take on most tasks. Gu Xiao's finger slid down, and the list on the holographic screen scrolled rapidly, landing at the very bottom, which was a completely different area: logistics affairs. The nature of tasks here took a sudden turn. Clear the weeds in Spirit Plantation Area 3. Requirements: none. Reward: 2 credits. Clean the Griffin enclosure. Requirements: none. Reward: 3 credits. Protective gear required. Organize the texts in the outer area of library No. 6. Requirements: none. Reward: 0. 5 credits hour. The rewards for these tasks were pitifully low. A day's work might not even be enough for a decent meal. Are we really doing this? Yi Ying's tone was filled with skepticism. We can. Gu Xiao's fingertip pointed at one of the tasks, the content, causing Yi Waning to frown. Assist in cleaning the Tiangong Island Waste Processing Station No. 7. Requirements: none. Reward: 5 credits. Task duration: approximately half a day. Note: harsh environment, chaotic energy, slight corrosiveness. Please take precautions. Picking up garbage. Yi Waning blurted out. Garbage is just treasure placed in the wrong location. Gu Xiao's lips curled slightly, his pupils holding a glimmer of light imperceptible to most. You should know a bit about my abilities. Yi Waning nodded. After 6 years of living together and previous tests, she had witnessed Gu Xiao's extraordinary insight. Tiangong Island is the domain of construction and alchemy and the busiest, most industrialized area of the entire Jinghai Academy. Countless spirit energy constructs, alchemical potions, and magical artifacts are birthed here. Naturally, this brings a massive amount of industrial waste. Most of this waste is the result of failed experiments or the remnants left after refining high-grade materials. With mixed energy and unstable properties for the vast majority of people, they are not only useless, but even harmful. That's why the Academy employs the lowest tier of laborers to handle it for a mere few credits. But for Gu Xiao, this was practically a treasure trove tailor-made for him. His eye of truth could penetrate the chaotic energy facade and accurately pinpoint those weak, yet highly valuable energy cores. Perhaps it was a fragment of an ether crystal that had failed to refine, but whose core structure remained intact, or a drop of active solution that was accidentally synthesized under high-intensity energy shock, or a thread of star silver mixed in with metal scraps infused with energy. These items taken individually might not even be worth a single credit. But what if they could be efficiently filtered out in large quantities? Many a little makes a mickle. Grains of sand accumulate to form a tower. This is his first pot of gold as a prep student with negative assets. Yi Waning was left in a daze. She looked at Gu Xiao, the young man before her, still appeared calm, yet his words opened a brand new door for her. So it can be done this way. Suddenly she felt that the debt of 100 credits didn't seem so terrifying after all. What about you? Gu Xiao countered. Have you made up your mind? To Dawn Island, or? Yi Ying's eyes gradually lit up, the previous confusion replaced by a bubbling excitement. She tightly grasped the watcher's lamp in her hand. The faint glow of the wick seemed to sync with her heartbeat. Count me in. Seeing Gu Xiao look over, she straightened her chest and brightly analyzed. The waste station's chaotic energy and corrosiveness make it a dangerous place for others, but for us it is an excellent training ground. Your eyes will be in charge of treasure hunting, and my watcher's lamp will handle purification and protection while also training my control over light elements. We are partners, right? Gu Xiao glanced at her, and in those usually calm eyes there seemed to be a hint of something different. He said no more, just nodded simply. Let's go. The two walked out of the solitary, listening wind pavilion one after the other. As they stepped onto the crystal corridor leading to the outside, the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the sea of clouds and bathed them. Behind them lay the unfathomable abyss of the cliff, symbolizing their precarious situation. Before them stretched countless paths leading to a flourishing academy, representing unlimited opportunities and challenges. Xiao smiled slightly and accepted the task that offered only 5 credits as a reward. The task status on the terminal hologram changed to in progress. Let's go. Our first pot of gold will start from the garbage mountain of Tiangong Island. Their journey at the Jinghai Academy officially began with the task of picking up garbage for a debt of negative 100 credits. The air above Tiangong Island carried a peculiar acrid scent, a volatile blend of rusted metal-scorched spirit stones and ozone, far from pleasant. Their spirit energy skimmer descended onto a colossal steel platform. This was the Academy's public transit system ferrying students between floating aisles. The one-way fare stood at 1 academic credit. Fair and transparent for all. Xiao paid the fee without flinching while Yi Weining winced beside him, whispering under her breath, round-trip costs 4 credits. Enough for 2 servings of premium nutrient paste. This is a necessary investment, Xiao said calmly as he led her toward Waste Processing Station No. 7, the designated task location. Time itself is a cost. Soon they understood what Waste Processing Station truly meant. Not a station at all, but a mountain. A genuine mountain of refuse, warped metal girders, shattered alchemical glass, charred remnants of spell scrolls, and countless unidentifiable substances haphazardly piled into a jagged, uneven hillock, where iridescent arcs of energy crackled intermittently, hissing softly. At its base, a portly foreman in gray workwear dozed against a waste-time mana compressor. Hearing their footsteps, he lazily cracked open one eye. New arrivals. Probationary students. The foreman glanced at the near-invisible authorization glyphs flickering on their terminals and curled his lip. Hazard suits. Rent 1 credit, deposit 5. Damaged or lost, deposit forfeited. Unnecessary, Xiao replied coolly. The foreman snorted as if hearing an absurd joke. Unnecessary. Boy, let me warn you. This place's energy radiation can twist your gene strands into knots, and those corrosive fluids. 1 drop dissolves bone to slurry. Bravado kills fastest here. Xiao ignored him, turning slightly toward Yi Weining. Ready. Yi Weining nodded firmly. She drew a deep breath and lifted the Watcher's lamp cradled at her chest with both hands. As her spiritual energy surged into it, the tiny flame bloomed instantly, expanding into a 3-meter diameter spherical barrier radiating soft, pure white light, enveloping them both. The moment the barrier met the chaotic ambient energy field, it resonated with a faint honeyed chime. Drifting corrosive mists and volatile energy particles dissolved upon contact with the barrier's edge, like frost beneath morning sun, purified instantly into harmless motes of light that faded into silence. The foreman's mocking grin froze mid-contortion. He muttered, "A girl wielding a purification domain. Oomph, she's got some skill. Let's see how long her spiritual energy holds." Xiao had already stepped onto the garbage mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly. Deep within his pupils, a hidden cosmos stirred once more, invisible to ordinary sight. The world before him transformed utterly. The riotously colored refuse heap shed all hue, dissolving into layered monochrome silhouettes of varying grays. Yet within those grays, countless slender filaments, each pulsing with the distinct resonance of a different energy attribute, wove and tangled like spectral threads. Most glowed dimly, knotted in decay. But here and there amid the desolation, a faint solitary point of light flickered, like a firefly in absolute night, vanishing almost as soon as it appeared. Those were his targets. 3 o'clock, half a meter beneath the surface, Xiao murmured, softly yet clearly audible to Yi Weining. Yi Weining instantly guided the luminous barrier forward. Where it passed, filth receded, carving out a pristine, inviolable path for Xiao. Xiao halted at the precise spot, not reaching barehanded, but selecting a thick, sturdy metal rod and driving it precisely into the refuse pile. A sharp click echoed. Then with a deft wrist flick and levering motion, he dislodged a greasy metal slab. Brushing away grime with the rod, he revealed a sliver of dull silver beneath. Stellar silver slag. Refinement yield approximately 3%. Recyclable value 0. 2 academic credits. Xiao assessed it at a glance, then tossed it into his recovery sack. The foreman scoffed, rolled over, and resumed his nap, convinced these 2 novices were chasing folly unlikely to earn even the rental fee for hazard suits. Xiao remained unperturbed, issuing calm directives to the right, beneath that charred timber board. Beneath your feet, in that pile of glass shards, there's one. Wait, halt. At his command, Yi Weining stopped. Her barrier held steady, but her lips paled and fine beads of sweat glistened at her temples, betraying the immense strain of sustaining this sanctuary of purity. Gu Xiao's gaze locked onto a narrow fissure formed by several massive interlocked metal plates. Within that crevice, visible only through his true sight, shimmered an exquisitely faint yet astonishingly pure azure luminescence. Its energetic signature far surpassed anything they'd recovered thus far. "There's something valuable inside," Gu Xiao said, crouching to probe the gap with his metal rod. "Hey, kid, don't touch that zone." The foreman had sprung awake again, shouting. "That's the high-risk waste zone. Residue from Lab 3's alchemical furnace explosion. Energy instability is extreme. Touch it, and it detonates. Foreman Zhou, per regulation, risk is borne solely by the task taker." Gu Xiao didn't turn. His meaning clear: if it exploded, it bore no consequence for the foreman. You'll never afford the damage." The foreman charged forward, jowls quivering. "Break my compressor, and selling you wouldn't cover the cost." Gu Xiao paid no heed. Finding the rod too short and unwieldy, he turned to Yi Wanying, condensed the light into a spear. Without hesitation, she understood. She instantly contracted the protective sphere, diverting every saved iota of spiritual energy into the lamp's wick. The flame blazed fiercely, then under her masterful control coalesced into a razor-sharp beam of light that lanced forth from the lamp's mouth. Silent and precise, the light spear pierced the fissure, striking the azure glowing object dead center. "Now lift," Gu Xiao commanded, voice low and taut. Yi Wanying clenched her teeth, channeling all her strength into the spear, and thrust upward with explosive force. A deep, thunderous boom shook the ground as the heavy metal plates were hurled skyward by a violent concussive wave. The foreman yelped, collapsing backward onto the ground and scrambling frantically away. As dust settled, a thumb-sized crystal lay exposed, its entire form a profound abyssal blue veined with fine cracks, yet pulsing faintly with residual energy at its core. A wave of pristine, chilling energy rippled outward. Source energy, crystal fragment. The foreman's eyes bulged from their sockets. "Even flawed, it's worth at least 10 academic credits." He scrambled upright, greed flashing across his face. "This came from the high-risk zone. By regulation, 50% of finds here must be surrendered to the processing station." Gu Xiao rose slowly, brushing dust from his palms. Without glancing at the foreman, he walked straight to the crystal and picked it up. Gu Xiao raised his hand, and a holographic screen popped up directly in front of the steward Zhou. Chapter 3, Article 17 of the General Regulations of Mirror Sea Academy. The steward's responsibilities are limited to safety supervision and does not have the authority to allocate task rewards. He pulled up another regulation. Article 9 of the Logistics Department Guidelines. Valuable items discovered during assisted cleanup tasks may be decided by the cleaner whether to submit or exchange for credits based on the Academy's official recovery price. Gu Xiao's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "Shall I remind you of the consequences of privately withholding the rewards of preparatory students and reporting to the enforcement team?" Zhou's face twitched with rage, and his fierce demeanor instantly wilted. If this reached the enforcement team, the crime of privately withholding compensation would be confirmed, and his cushy job on Tiangong Island would come to an end. He stared into Gu Xiao's deep, cold eyes, his fingers trembling for a long time, and finally could only spit out 3 words with a fierce expression: "You are ruthless." He was clearer about these regulations than anyone else. He initially intended to bully the newcomer who didn't understand the rules, not expecting to encounter someone who had studied the regulations more thoroughly than he had. Gu Xiao ignored him carefully, placing the crystal into the recycling bag, turning to the somewhat exhausted Yi Wanying. "Can you still hold on?" Yi Wanying's small face was a bit pale, but she still nodded vigorously, showing a bright smile. "I can. We haven't recouped our investment yet." "Good." The two ignored the furious fat steward, turning to another pile of garbage. With the incentive of the source energy crystal, their subsequent actions became more composed. By the afternoon's end, with Gu Xiao's precise positioning and Yi Wanying's tireless purification assistance, their recycling bag had become heavy. As the setting sun cast a golden edge over Tiangong Island, the two of them dragged their weary bodies to the recycling exchange machine at the other end of the processing station. The fat steward watched from a distance, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Xiao dumped an entire bag of garbage into the recycling slot. The machine roared, and lines of identification results and credits rapidly scrolled across the light screen. Star silver, or 1. 3 kilograms, exchange for 3. 9 credits. Dust of the secret method 11G, exchange for 3. 3 credits. Damaged magic energy gears, 17 pieces, exchange for 1. 7 credits. In the end, that cracked source energy crystal was scanned separately. Fragment of a damaged source core, defective energy activity 13, structural integrity 7, comprehensive evaluation, exchange for 15 credits. Total item exchange 23. 9 credits. Task completion, reward 5 credits. Total earnings this time 28. 9 credits. Looking at the terminal, the credit balance jumped from 100 to 71. 1 inch, and Yi Weiniang let out a long breath, feeling her fatigue dissipate considerably. She tugged at Gu Xiao's sleeve, her eyes sparkling, and whispered in excitement, "We have money for food now. We can even have a good meal." Gu Xiao put away the terminal and looked towards the gradually brightening lights of the academy. In his deep eyes a rare warmth appeared. Let's treat ourselves today." On the return energy shuttle, Yi Weiniang almost sank into the soft seat, too lazy to move even a finger. After maintaining the high-intensity purification force field for half a day, her spiritual energy and mental state were nearing exhaustion. Yet her clear apricot eyes shone brighter than ever, occasionally glancing at the terminal display, watching the number change from 100 to 71. 1 inch, her lips involuntarily lifting into a slight smile. Gu Xiao took off his coat and gently draped it over her, then closed his eyes to rest, taking long breaths to adjust his state. The shuttle docked at a floating island, Yunji Island, that was even more bustling than Tiangong Island, where most of the academy's living and commercial areas were concentrated. As soon as they disembarked, the aroma of food mixed with human voices rushed towards them. Not far away was a huge domed building with a bustling crowd at the entrance. It was the academy's largest public cafeteria. Yi Weiniang instinctively wanted to head that way, where the prices were reasonable, perfectly aligning with her frugal mindset. The cafeteria on Yunji Island was called Hai Na Bai Chuan. The name sounded grand, but stepping inside was met with deafening noise. Inside the massive circular building, hundreds of energy dining tables floated in midair, with upperclassmen in various uniforms gathered in groups. Alchemical puppets carrying flaming grilled frogs and mechanical arms delivering chilled magical potions whizzed through the air, leaving trails of energy light. The heavy noise and dense crowd pressed in on her. As soon as Yi Weiniang stepped over the threshold, she instinctively shrank her shoulders. She subtly took half a step behind Gu Xiao, gently gripping the hem of his clothes, immediately slipping into silent energy-saving mode. At that moment, a warm, dry hand covered her wrist, not applying much force, but exceptionally firm. Gu Xiao did not turn back. He merely turned sideways, using his body to shield most of the noise outside, and said in a low voice, "Stay close to me." He carved a straight line through the crowded flow, avoiding several upperclassmen who were playfully waving magical energy cups, leading her straight to the most secluded corner of the cafeteria. After taking a seat, he opened the projection menu on the table. Holographic images of various dishes popped up, with the red prices glaringly prominent. Nutritional synthesis porridge, 1 credit serving. Provides basic satiety, no energy add-ons. Steamed moonlight koi, 4 credit serving. Contains water attributes, spiritual energy, alleviates mental fatigue. Secret recipe thunderboar ribs, 3 credit serving. Meat from fire and thunder magical beast, strengthens muscle fibers. Yi Weiniang stared at those red prices, feeling a slight pain in her heart. Every credit was hard-earned money they had dug out from the corrosive waste pile in the afternoon. She bit her lip, tugging at Gu Xiao's sleeve, her voice lowered to a whisper, afraid of being overheard by passers-by. "Gu Xiao, the porridge. The porridge is quite good. It fills you up and only costs 1 credit. The crisp, prompt sound in the quiet corner seemed particularly clear. The account balance changed from 71, 1 inch to 81, 1 inch in an instant. He ordered 2 servings of the boar ribs and 1 serving of the koi. He pushed the steamed moonlight koi in front of her, his tone calm, yet unyielding. "Your spiritual energy consumption is very high. You need to replenish it. This is an investment, so you can earn more tomorrow." Looking at the food in front of her, and then at the calm side profile of the boy next to her, Yi Weiniang's nose suddenly felt a bit sour. She nodded, vigorously picked up her utensils, and softly, yet firmly replied, The coarse, fibrous meat of the wild boar burst between his teeth, releasing a torrent of violent fire elemental energy that surged as a warm current through his limbs and meridians, instantly dispelling the fatigue accumulated over half a day. Yi Weiniang ate in small, delicate bites. The pallor on her cheeks gradually softened into a healthy flush. Even more extraordinary was the steamed moonlight carp, its flesh dissolved upon contact with the tongue, transforming into a cool, soothing energy that precisely calmed her spirit, aching faintly from excessive expenditure. The meal passed in profound silence. Yi Weiniang lifted the last morsel of fish to her lips and closed her eyes contentedly. She could feel it, the spiritual energy within her body, once utterly depleted, now slowly replenishing under the gentle embrace of that soothing essence. When the two stepped out of the bustling cafeteria, the night over Yunji Island had deepened into velvety stillness. Energy light trails arced between floating islands, weaving a flowing river of stars that illuminated their path home. "They'll see you back," Gu Xiao said, glancing at Yi Weiniang, her exhaustion now unmistakable in the shadows beneath her eyes. "No need. I can manage on my own." Yi Weiniang rubbed her eyes, summoning a fragile reserve of vigor. "Will we go to Tiangong Island again tomorrow?" I think I can endure longer. Well, decide tomorrow, Gu Xiao replied, without breaking stride, already guiding her toward the shuttle dock for the return journey to Tingfeng Cottage. You suffered severe spiritual energy depletion today. Don't dwell on anything tonight. Just sleep deeply. Yi Weiniang offered no further protest, merely walking quietly beside him. She knew his judgment was sound. After boarding Yi Weiniang onto the shuttle bound for the cliffside precarious tower and watching the small vessel vanish into the nocturnal haze, Gu Xiao turned and strode toward the far side of Yanji Island. He had no intention of returning to Tingfeng Cottage. For him, an afternoon spent maintaining his true I had drained his mind far more than his body. The innate resilience of his dragon bloodline allowed him to recover nearly 70 to 80% of his faculties after only a brief respite. Time. This was the scarcest resource he possessed. He would not return to Tiangong Island. Scavenging, though reliable, was inefficient and dangerously conspicuous. The avaricious gleam in Supervisor Zhou's gaze earlier that day had been a clear warning. Grazing too long in one pasture inevitably draws wolves far hungrier and more formidable. His destination was the flea market on the opposite end of Yanji Island. Tiangong Island was off limits, for now. Supervisor Zhou's covetous stare flickered once more across his mind's eye. Overgrazing in a single location invites only fiercer predators, a truth he understood more intimately than anyone else. Though scavenging was safe, its pace remained intolerably slow. He required capital accumulation that was swifter, quieter, and infinitely more precise. His destination was the flea market on the opposite end of Yanji Island, an unofficial, yet tacitly sanctioned student-run trading zone where upperclassmen discarded obsolete experimental materials and outdated gear, chaotic, unregulated, and rife with deception. To most students, it was mere diversion, a gamble of chance. To Gu Xiao, it was another treasure vault denser in information than any library. Above the market's arched entrance, alchemical flames traced the four bold characters, "Sift the world entire, brazen, mercantile, unapologetic." The moment he crossed the threshold, a cacophony 100 times louder than the cafeteria crashed over him. Sharpshout arrows, enchanted by a senior from the combat domain. 3 for 5 academic credits, guaranteed to quell all defiance. Freshly brewed vitality elixir. 80% discount for junior sisters. Branchwood of the world tree, struck by lightning. Price negotiable for the fated buyer. 800 academic credits. Gu Xiao moved through the crowd expressionless and unmoved. His gaze did not linger, not on the shimmering enchanted weapons nor on the gilded vials of elixirs. The so-called artifacts touted by vendors as miracles were to his eyes nothing but crude industrial artifacts, energetically impure and structurally unsound. Occasionally a few pieces held promise, cores relatively pure, but their asking prices were absurd. Patiently, methodically, he wove through the throng, a hunter honed by instinct and precision. At last he halted at a secluded corner. The vendor was a slender boy wearing thick, heavy goggles. His stall overflowed with bizarre metallic components and a crudely scrawled sign read, "Failure is the mother of success, but I've failed too many times. Selling cheap, just need lunch money." Gu Xiao's eyes settled upon an unremarkable metal cube buried among the clutter. Palm's eyes dull gray, its surface scarred with weld marks and forced pry points, its edges charred black from energy surges. Yet through his true eye, the interior of this scrap revealed a radically different reality. Countless energy pathways, finer than a single human hair, wove a staggeringly intricate three-dimensional lattice. Most of these circuits lay severed and dark, but at the very core, a node no larger than a grain of rice pulsed with a faint, unervingly stable spatial energy resonance. This artifact was unquestionably beyond the reach of any freshman. How much for this? Gu Xiao crouched, casually nudging aside a broken mechanical arm before pointing to the cube. "Oh, that thing." The vendor followed his finger, scratching his head. "A failed construct. Its core burned out. If you want it, 1 academic credit. Take it as scrap." He flushed slightly. His own failure being bargained over felt vaguely humiliating. "Can it go lower?" Gu Xiao picked up the cube, weighing it in his palm. "Look, it's practically carbonized. I'd probably have to pay just to recycle the metal." Then, 0.8 credits. Not a cent less. I haven't made a single sale today. Agreed. Gu Xiao paid the 0.8 credits without hesitation. The underperforming student accepted the payment with visible relief and eagerly added, "Senior, take a look at something else. These gears are high-strength alloy." Gu Xiao said nothing more. He tucked the cube away and vanished into the crowd. Only after walking far beyond the market's edge did he stop in a deserted alley and retrieve the scrap metal once more. His fingers traced its rough surface, and the light in his eyes blazed brighter than a 15-credit source energy crystal. A spatial storage box. He nearly laughed aloud. The core structure was unmistakably the embryonic form of a spatial beacon, a hyper-rare construct capable of marking spatial coordinates and in theory anchoring stable teleportation arrays. The vendor had likely attempted to build a simple storage device, using a low-tier power source to activate an ultra-advanced core. The result: catastrophic circuit failure, and the core's automatic descent into protective hibernation. It wasn't broken, merely sleeping. And the key to awakening it: a faint instinctive spatial affinity inherited from his Xiao bloodline whispered an indistinct guidance into his mind. He couldn't activate it yet, but he knew with absolute certainty that he had just unearthed a fulcrum capable of shifting the future itself. He secured the metal cube against his chest, then lifted his gaze toward the brightest floating island in the night sky, the Mirror Sea Academy's central spire, the very heart of the institution. Turning away, Xiao walked steadily toward the shuttle dock. His silhouette framed against the glittering clamor of the city behind him stood serene and unshakably resolute. He knew his path had only just begun. The shuttle hovered steadily in front of the stone platform of the Listening Wind Cottage. Xiao stepped out of the cabin, leaving the bustling Yunjidao far behind with only the wailing wind from the abyss surrounding him. The cliffside building lay quietly at the edge of the world under the night sky. He pushed open the door of his stone house, and a cold breeze rushed in. Without lighting the spiritual energy lamp, Xiao adapted to the darkness inside the room, guided by the occasional flicker of purple lightning from the abyss outside the window. He directly sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, allowing the incessant sound of the wind to permeate his eardrums. The bloodline of the wind mockery made him naturally close to heights and strong winds. The environment here was not a torment, but would allow him to settle his mind more quickly. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, completely expelling the fatigue of the afternoon. His mental strength then retracted cautiously, reaching towards the small metal cube before him. The metal cube obtained with 0.8 credits. He carefully extended a thread of mental power towards the metal cube in front of him. In his vision, the rough exterior of the cube faded away once more, revealing the vast energy circuits within like a river of stars. Most of the circuits were broken, dimly glowing, except for a node the size of a grain of rice at the center, which stubbornly emitted a faint, yet stable spatial fluctuation. Xiao mobilized the minuscule spatial affinity from his bloodline, attempting to touch it. The core node remained motionless, offering not even the slightest resonance. Xiao was not discouraged, as this was entirely within his expectations. What he needed to do now was not to forcibly awaken it, but rather to remember the structure of each circuit through this contact, familiarizing himself with the breathing frequency of its slumber. The value of this thing far exceeded that of the source energy crystal. It was a key to higher dimensions. After a long while, Xiao withdrew his mental power and opened his eyes. The sky outside the window remained deep and somber. He picked up the terminal, leaned against the cold wall, and began browsing information. He first entered the internal database of the Mirror Sea Academy, typing in keywords like spatial constructs and coordinate beacons. There were many search results, but almost all the materials had been set with high reading permissions. Even the most basic theoretical overview required 50 credits. With a calm expression, he noted down the titles and summaries of these materials, then exited the database and opened the livelier internal forum of the Academy. The forum was much livelier than the database, with various sections all over the place. There was a martial arts tea house for sharing cultivation insights, an adventurers guild for posting team missions, and of course the deep water pool, where students vented their emotions and gossiped. Xiao's goal was clear. He clicked into the Heavenly Craft section, hoping to find information about the vendor who sold him the cube. Any creator of constructs would leave behind their unique spiritual imprint on the energy circuits. If he could find this person, he might glean more clues about the origins of this spatial beacon. However, a hot post unexpectedly caught his attention. It was posted in the deep water pool section with a title written in glaring red bold letters filled with anger and accusations, strong condemnation. The Heavenly Craft Island has been visited by a pair of male and female thieves who openly rob without regard for the rules, and the overseer has been wrongfully accused. Posted by Lao Zhou from Heavenly Craft Island. Xiao raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He clicked in. The content of the post was vividly written, highly provocative. Dear teachers and fellow students, I am an ordinary overseer from the logistics department of Heavenly Craft Island, Zhoutao. I have worked here for 15 years, always conscientious and uncomplaining. But just this afternoon, a pair of new students, relying on their brute strength, openly violated the rules. They ignored my advice and forcefully took away a core fragment of source energy that should have been reported to the Academy. I kindly advised them that this item needed to be reported and the Academy would reward them. But they not only disregarded me, but also threatened me with the Academy's rules. They left, taking away that invaluable treasure, leaving me, an honest person, facing a pile of excavated waste, wanting to cry, but having no tears. I'm just an overseer. I have no authority to enforce the law. I can only watch helplessly as the Academy's property slips away. My heart aches. Are today's young people so lacking in public morality, so disregardful of martial ethics? At the end of the post, there was also a low-resolution image taken from a surveillance angle. In the image, Xiao was seen placing the source energy crystal into a recovery bag, with Yi Weiniang standing beside him. The two indeed looked like they were dividing the spoils. This little essay was written with great fervor, reversing black and white. Xiao nearly laughed out loud as he continued to scroll through the comments. The comment section was already filled with hundreds of replies, and the sentiment was quite interesting. Wow, is this real? Are new students that fierce? Support Overseer Xiao. I hate those who do not follow the rules the most, thinking they are impressive just because they know a few rules. The person above must be an idiot. Aren't rules meant to be followed? If they are following the rules, how can they be called thieves? Agreeing with the person above, Lao Zhou's professional level is lacking. Even boasting is done in the wrong place. However, those two new students are indeed ruthless. They caught a sheep and sheared it. As he was reading, a new comment refreshed, posted by none other than Lao Zhou from Heavenly Craft Island. Lao Zhou from Heavenly Craft Island. Some people should not confuse right and wrong here. The value of that item is beyond your understanding. I have already reported to the enforcement team, demanding a thorough investigation. I don't believe the Academy will tolerate such a harmful element. Under this comment, someone quickly replied, Old Zhou, you reported to the enforcement team. Are you sure? You didn't withhold their task rewards and exchange credits, did you? Laughing to death, is this preparing to self-destruct and take a truck for a one-for-one swap? I bet 10 credits that before the enforcement team arrives, the logistics department will handle him first. The clown is actually me. Doge emoji. Xiao finally laughed out loud. This fat man was not only greedy but also foolish. He had thought the other party would secretly make trouble, but did not expect to directly stab into the forum. This level of suicidal charge was truly rare in a century. He seemed to be digging his own grave, and then jumping in gracefully, conveniently burying the dirt. His ruckus instead helped Xiao a great deal. Heavenly Craft Island would surely be quiet in the short term. At the same time, it also served as an advertisement for Heavenly Craft Island on the Academy forum. Here treasures can truly be unearthed. Next time he goes, they would only be submerged among more gold diggers, no longer noticeable. This Overseer Zhou was truly a good person. Xiao casually bookmarked that post, then turned off the terminal. Leaning against the wall, listening to the unchanging sound of the wind outside, his mood was surprisingly good. This world is filled with crises, but also opportunities everywhere. There are treasures like the spatial beacon lying dormant, as well as fun like Overseer Zhou actively delivering to his door. He took the metal cube back into his embrace, its touch cold. The road ahead is still long. He needs more credits and stronger power to awaken this little thing. A gray mist clung to the damp, chill air at dawn, curling around Tingfeng Cottage. Xiao pushed open the stone gate. The farcical commotion on last night's forum had left no ripple in his heart. Instead, it deepened his insight into the regulatory architecture of Tiangong Island. He had taken only a few steps when two streaks of sharp light slashed through the sea of clouds, crashing heavily onto the open ground before the cottage. As the radiance faded, two enforcement officers stood there, clad in gleaming silver-white battle armor, their expressions stern and unyielding. Moments later, a round figure puffed up behind them, breathless. Zhou Guanshi, the same steward who had raged across the forum yesterday. His face now gleamed with smug satisfaction and venom as he pointed straight at Xiao and raised his voice, Captain. It's him. This freshman. Yesterday, he brazenly seized strategic resources that should have been surrendered to the Academy. Yi Weiniang emerged from her room upon hearing the clamor. At the sight, her delicate features paled. Yet the moment her gaze fell upon Xiao's calm profile, her tension dissolved into quiet resolve. Without a word, she stepped forward, shoulder to shoulder with him. Xiao smiled, not even glancing at old Zhou. Instead, he brushed imaginary dust from his sleeve and met the lead officer's gaze with unruffled composure. Cooperation with the investigation is, of course, our duty. However, we also have a matter to report regarding certain violations within Tiangong Island's logistics department. Oh, the enforcement captain raised an eyebrow, his tone devoid of inflection. Speak. Per Article 108 of the Logistics Management Regulations, ownership of waste and public disposal zones transfers to the assigned cleaner upon task acceptance. Xiao pulled up his terminal log, his voice clear and steady. Tell me, when did a metallic artifact abandoned at Waste Processing Station 7 awaiting pulverization become the strategic resource cited by Guanshi Zhou? If this object were truly valuable, why was it discarded in a landfill? Is this evidence of systemic mismanagement in the Academy's asset control, or proof of Guanshi Zhou's grave dereliction of duty? A barrage of questions struck Zhou like iron hammers. The triumph on his face froze instantly. That was experimental equipment, still awaiting inventory. He blustered weakly. High-precision apparatus, unregistered, lost in the waste zone. Xiao's voice sharpened, incisive as a blade. Guanshi Zhou, do you accuse the alchemy domain's mentors of negligence? Or do you confess your own failed attempt at embezzlement? The atmosphere turned glacial. The enforcement captain's eyes grew colder still as he fixed Xiao with a look of unmasked scrutiny. No, it's not. Sweat beaded on Zhou's brow, his words tumbled out incoherently. We possess full documentation of yesterday's task execution, Gu Xiao interjected, without pause, transmitting a video record directly to the captain. After reviewing it, the captain's expression darkened. He waved off Zhou's stammering protests to Tiangong Island for on-site verification. En route to Tiangong Island, Zhou's face was ashen. He could not fathom how two green newcomers had proven so formidable. At Waste Processing Station 7, the captain ignored surveillance feeds entirely, instead reaching casually into the excavated mound dubbed the treasure trove and scooping up a handful of debris. A faint pulse of spiritual energy probed the residue, and he let out a cold snort. "Zhou Tao," he said, using the man's given name, his voice glacial. "Is this the priceless strategic resource you claimed? Industrial scrap with no detectable energy signature, not even the lowest grade. You fabricated charges out of personal grudge, wasted enforcement time, and maliciously manipulated public opinion on the Academy forum. Now tell me, what punishment do you deserve?" With a muffled thud, Zhou collapsed to his knees, sobbing, "Captain, I beg your mercy. I acted in folly. I'll compensate, fully. They're reputational damages. I'll pay in credits however many are required." The captain turned to Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang. "Do you accept his proposal?" "Reputational damages are unnecessary," Gu Xiao waved dismissively, as if truly unconcerned. "But to prevent such misunderstandings in the future, I have a suggestion. We request a 1-week extension for the cleanup task at Station 7, and formal designation of priority processing rights over that zone. During this period, all waste therein falls under our sole jurisdiction. Whatever we recover, whether salvage or rare components, shall constitute our task remuneration. Thus, Guanxi Zhou may rest assured the Academy's strategic resources remain in competent hands. What say you, Captain?" His words were flawless, gracious yet ironclad, magnanimous, while securing every latent advantage. A flicker of anguish crossed Zhou's face, but under the captain's warning glare he swallowed his pride and ground out, "I agree." "Recorded." The captain held Gu Xiao's gaze a beat longer, then led his team away. Only Zhou's slumped departure remained, and Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang exchanging quiet, knowing smiles. "Gu Xiao, you were incredible just now," Yi Weiniang breathed, admiration spilling from her eyes, her lips curving into a crescent moon of delight. She realized that in navigating such intricate human dynamics, he moved with effortless precision, as though conducting a masterful tactical symphony. That's not skill, that's business arriving at our doorstep. Gu Xiao powered down his terminal and gazed toward the colossal mountain of refuse, his eyes alight. "Let's go. Real performance begins now." Before him stretched the vast garbage pit. Not waste, but a dormant gold mine. "Let's move. While no one watches, let's sweep Station 7 clean." "Yes." Yi Weiniang tightened her grip on her lantern, her eyes blazing brighter than ever. "This time, we'll unearth far more. Don't fixate only on the large pieces." Gu Xiao donned his protective gloves, and before the sentence ended, his arm shot like lightning into a tangled heap of or slag, emerging with a thumbnail-sized purple crystal chip shimmering faintly in his palm. "Crystals bearing violet flow veins. Collect every one. These are byproducts of void violet crystals, foundational materials for spatial constructs." That fool Zhou dismissed them as trash, yet they sell by the gram. Gu Xiao wove through the debris field with uncanny speed. Each gesture precise, each sweep of his hand, retrieving high-value energy cores from heaps of apparent detritus. In that instant, amid the refuse, they were undisputed victors. Then as he cleared another section, the cool spatial waypoint cube nestled in his chest suddenly flared with heat and emitted the faintest resonant hum. Gu Xiao froze. His head snapped up, his gaze a blade, piercing the deepest, most shadowed corner of the station, where corrosive waste piled thick. The source of resonance lay there. "What is it?" Yi Weiniang sensed his shift and hurried over. Gu Xiao said nothing, only pointed into the darkness, his voice trembling with suppressed exhilaration. "Something enormous lies buried beneath." Beneath layers of industrial waste, a fractured black stone slab pulsed with invisible light. The No. 7 processing station resembled a massive rusted stomach quietly digesting the experimental remnants with spatial radiation from the Academy. The air was filled with the acrid scent of acid corroding metal. Gu Xiao held his breath, carefully moving aside the mountainous pile of debris beneath his feet. Yi Weiniang followed closely behind him, the light from her lantern deliberately dimmed to its lowest, casting only a small circle of hazy yellow at her feet. She scanned the surroundings warily, trying not to touch the twisted, serrated metal scraps. "The resonance. Is it coming from underneath here?" she asked softly, her tone tinged with tension. Gu Xiao nodded without turning back. He crouched down, pressing his palm against a piece of distorted metal plate that exhibited a bizarre deep black color. The edge of the plate was sharp like a remnant forcefully severed by some high-energy laser. Not resonance, Xiao corrected. It's swallowing. What? It is trying to absorb the surrounding free energy. Xiao's fingers gently caressed the cold surface through his gloves, sensing the dying beast-like rhythm. The core is too severely damaged. The movement is minimal. Only objects with spatial characteristics will evoke such a greedy response from it. He did not explain the origin of the spatial marker. He merely raised his hand, signaling Yi to step back. Xiao did not forcibly pull the object out. He was well aware that such a grade of spatial module, once its defensive mechanism was abruptly activated due to external force, would be enough to shatter the mental strength of everyone within 100 meters, even just from the aftermath. He slowly closed his eyes, releasing a trace of the mocking wind's bloodline fluctuation, guiding and soothing. In the air there was no explosion of light, only a barely audible click. A soft sound. The object buried deep beneath the debris shifted. Xiao swiftly collected it into a specially made sealed isolation bag, the entire motion fluid and seamless. Got it. Yi peeked over. Just a shell, but the core is inside. Xiao tossed the bag into his tactical backpack, preventing it from coming into excessive contact with the air. Let's retreat. He knew very well that such an object in this place was an unstable bomb. Exposing it prematurely without understanding its nature would only invite trouble. Aren't we going to clean it up? Yi asked, a bit surprised. Since Manager Xiao has already allocated this area to us, we will have plenty of time in the future. Xiao looked at the pile of black debris, his gaze calm. If we dig deeper it will attract others, and that would be troublesome. The No. 7 Waste Processing Station became their hunting ground. For the next week this place became the territory of Xiao and Yi. The two changed into a set of lightweight protective suits. The tedious task of sorting garbage, which seemed dull to outsiders, transformed into an art of dismantling and treasure hunting in their hands. Xiao stood at the top of the debris pile, his eyes slightly squinted. His abilities allowed him to dissect the vast metal graveyard in the swirling dust and interference fields with clarity. The industrial waste that seemed worthless to others revealed distinct spectral layers to him. This pile, the third piece from the left, that alloy plate with dark red rust spots, don't miss it. Xiao pointed casually without turning his head. Yi followed closely behind, the light from her lantern steady and precise. She crouched down, deftly removing the heavy scraps, exposing the hidden active metal module inside. That is a thermal conduction slot. Although damaged, this material can be refined into high-temperature alloys, and the Academy's recycling center pays £2 per credit for it. Xiao walked over, casually picking up the metal piece and weighing it in his hand. Another profit. Yi smiled, no longer as reserved as she had been days prior. Instead, she showed remarkable adaptability. To her, those complex mechanical structures were not just scrap metal. They resembled puzzles, with each disassembled part being a chip that could be exchanged for credits. This piece can be sold. Xiao tossed a glowing blue crystal to Yi. It was a low-tier water elemental core, carelessly disposed of as waste by some negligent experimenter. This week, they treated the junkyard as an ATM. It's done. He patted Yi's shoulder. The two sat side by side at the top of the debris pile, watching the fading glow of the spiritual energy lights in the distance. The terminal vibrated slightly. Xiao lifted his wrist, bringing up his personal account interface. The red negative number that had once left them in despair had disappeared, replaced by a string of vibrant green digits. Account balance 648 credits. Seeing that number, Yi, who had remained tense, finally relaxed. She leaned back, lying directly on the pile of metal scraps, letting out a long sigh. She raised her hand, tucking a braid adorned with luminous stones behind her ear, her eyes smiling as she looked at Xiao. Xiao, what do you think others will look like if they knew we turned the Academy's junkyard into an ATM in just a week? Xiao smiled and did not respond. What others think is not important. What matters is that we not only cleared our debts, but also accumulated resources for the next phase. Xiao bit into a piece of dry food, his gaze directed toward the dark abyss. The two of them tacitly organized their gear and left the area filled with the scent of rust. By the time they returned to the Listening Wind cottage, the night was deep. Xiao pushed open the stone house's door and set down his heavy tactical bag. Though the fatigue of the past week weighed heavily on him, his mind was exceptionally clear. He sent a message through the terminal to a familiar face responsible for material recovery at Jinghai Academy. Although they weren't closed, their reputation was reliable. Output from Zone 7, a batch of high-purity slag and incomplete cores, a large quantity, discounted for sale. Shortly after, he received an OK emoji in response. The transaction was completed and another substantial sum of credits was credited to his account. Gu Xiao walked to the window, gazing at the ever-changing abyssal light outside. We are now in the positive assets. Yi Weiniang stood behind him, holding an old-style lantern, the flickering flame illuminating her slightly fatigued but spirited face. Yes, positive assets, Gu Xiao nodded, turning to look at her. You worked hard this week. Not at all. Yi Weiniang pouted, her slight social anxiety resurfacing as she murmured softly. As long as I don't have to clean up in crowded plazas, it's actually quite fun. As she spoke, her fingers gently fiddled with the brass shell casing around her neck, a keepsake left by her parents that she always kept warm from constant touching. What's next? Are we going to continue lurking in the junkyard? Gu Xiao shook his head. No. It's time to change things up. Now that we have credits, it's time to get something that can enhance our strength. A week ago, this number was still a shocking negative. Now, thanks to the carpet search of the No. 7 waste disposal station and precise refining technology, they have finally completed their initial accumulation. She extended her slender finger, pointing at the number as if it were a rare treasure. Gu Xiao looked quickly. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Our credits are still here. I thought last night was a dream. She turned around, a hint of disbelief mixed with excitement. A week ago, we were still digging in the No. 7 waste station, and now, are we considered newly rich? Seeing her eager expression, Gu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and gently flicked Yi Weiniang's smooth forehead. Stop counting, little miser. Credits sitting in the account won't appreciate by themselves. He'll listen to you. Yi Weiniang shrank her neck at his flick, her cheeks flushing, but her eyes sparkled. Let's go spend it. Gu Xiao stood up, dusting off non-existent dust from his protective suit, his voice calm and resolute. Time waits for no one. The two took a shuttle and headed straight to the heart of the Mirror Sea Academy, the Wuxiang Sky Pavilion. This is the heart of the Mirror Sea Academy and the largest material trading center, a massive island floating in the sea of clouds. Metal spires in the style of the Azure Star gleamed alongside orange-style magical runes, and under the enormous crystal dome, students in strange outfits flowed continuously. Gu Xiao didn't rush to shop, but first opened the Academy forum, quickly browsing through the freshman handbook and pitfall guide. Moments later, he made a decision. Gu Xiao led Yi Weiniang through the bustling crowd to a secluded self-service retrieval terminal. The domain of purification and sacred healing requires the purity and endurance of spiritual energy as its core needs. Gu Xiao swiftly scrolled on the light screen, filtering out the flashy advertisements. This one, the calming and light concentration array disc, 300 credits. It can help you purify 10 of your spiritual energy during meditation. Though expensive, it is a fundamental necessity. When Yi Weiniang saw the price tag of 300 credits, her heart felt like it was twisted and her small face scrunched up. 300. Gu Xiao, this is what we earned by eating dust at the No. 7 station for a week. Buy it. Gu Xiao's tone left no room for argument. Yi Weiniang trembled as she swiped her card, feeling as if she were cutting flesh. And this, the light dust potion. 3 in a set, 90 credits. Your assessment is in the Black Tide simulation battlefield. If an emergency occurs, this potion can double your holy light intensity in an instant, potentially saving your life at a crucial moment. The flowing light silkworm armor, 150 credits, can filter out the erosion of the Black Tide without affecting spellcasting. These are essential for your assessment. Under Gu Xiao's calm analysis, Yi Weiniang tearfully completed the payment, holding the array disc potion and a piece of armor as light as a cicada's wing that had just been ejected from the retrieval outlet. This was the fruit of her week of scavenging. When it was Gu Xiao's turn, he chose 3 minor teleportation talismans, which were his trump card for survival at the edge of the abyss, costing 300 credits. Finally, he set his sights on the category under the gray lock, Pioneer Column, Intelligence and Secrets. This was the main event. He spent 200 credits to purchase the analysis of the matching logic of ancient keys and Academy archives. He knew very well that the key given by Mentor Lanshin could not be inserted into just any lock. There are hundreds of secret realms in the Academy's database. Without this logic analysis, he might wander in the mist of Wuxiang Forest for 3 months without finding the entrance. Payment successful, credits deducted 500. Now I only have 62 credits left in my account. Yi Weiniang looked at the pitiful 2-digit number on the terminal and sighed deeply. I still have 148 credits. Gu Xiao looked at his balance. The two exchanged glances, both seeing a huge broke in each other's eyes. Gu Xiao looked at her expression and felt a stir in his heart. He led her out of the trading hall and stopped in front of a small shop named Spirit Fruit House at the edge of the Wuxiang Sky Pavilion. 2 ice crystal fruit extracts. I want the sweet and sour flavor. Gu Xiao skillfully paid 4 credits and received 2 cups of icy drinks emitting a faint blue light and chilling aura from the window. Here, this is a reward for you. He handed 1 cup to Yi Weiniang. Yi Weiniang was momentarily taken aback, accepting the icy drink, and the cold sensation that passed through her fingertips relaxed her previously tense nerves. She took a small sip and the flavor of mixed berry tartness and refreshing spiritual energy exploded on her taste buds. So delicious. Her eyes sparkled again, and it seemed that her vitality had returned. Xiao took a bite of his icy drink, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, a rare sense of contentment in his eyes. Once we return, I will definitely practice hard and make sure not to waste the 300 credits on the array disc. Yi Weining waved her small fist, her tone resolute. The two sat side by side on a crystal bench at the edge of the Wuxiang Sky Pavilion. At this moment, the sunlight was just right, spilling through the enormous dome and warming both of them. Yi Weining swung her legs absent-mindedly, holding the icy drink, and asked indistinctly, "Xiao, do you think we can pass the assessment?" "We can," Xiao answered simply and directly. What if I can't last those 10 minutes? Xiao turned his head, looking at her, eyes filled with anxiety, yet longing for reassurance, his tone calm and powerful. "There is no what if." Yi Weining was stunned. She looked at Xiao's sharply contoured profile, and the slight unease in her heart miraculously vanished. She took a deep breath, finishing the remaining fruit extract in one go. When they returned to the listening wind cottage, night had already fallen. Outside the window, the abyss roiled, with purple lightning occasionally illuminating the room and casting faint shadows on the walls. Yi Weining sat cross-legged on a specially made cushion, with Xiao's newly bought calming and light concentration array disc floating in front of her. Her eyes were tightly closed, breathing steady, her fingertips constantly changing hand seals, attempting to guide the overflowing spiritual energy from the array disc into her body. This was an extremely patience-testing tug-of-war. The light elements were not only bright, but also extremely elusive. With the slightest carelessness, they would slip away from her meridians like a slippery eel. She frowned, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. That unease originating from the depths of her soul resurfaced. The abyss outside was not silent. The occasional deep resonance, like the breathing of a giant beast, echoed faintly. It made her feel as if every glimmer of light within her was like a torch in the night, attracting the attention of some indescribable entity lurking in the abyss. This made her anxious, causing the operation of her spiritual energy to become sluggish. A soft sound echoed, resembling the popping of a bubble. The light spots that had finally gathered on the calm mind and gather light array disc in front of Yi Weining instantly dissipated, transforming into scattered energy that vanished into the air. She suddenly opened her eyes, feeling a heaviness in her chest, the hair on her forehead already damp with sweat clinging tightly to her skin. Again. I have failed again. She lowered her head, a hint of despair in her voice as her hands unconsciously twisted together. The sense of being watched from the abyss outside felt like a parasite. No matter how she concentrated, it could always find the slightest flaw, causing her efforts to end in vain. "I'm sorry, Xiao," she whispered apologetically, like a child who had done something wrong. "Am I really that foolish, wasting 300 credits for nothing?" Xiao's gaze shifted away from the complex logic hologram of the secret realm, looking out at the swirling darkness filled with purple lightning. In his true eye, the world outside the listening wind pavilion appeared utterly different. Countless strands of invisible negative energy surged from the abyss, brushing past the stone house like seaweed. These strands had no effect on physical entities, but possessed an innate attraction and pollution towards spiritual and energetic beings. Yi Weining's light attribute, spiritual energy, stood out in this darkness like a bonfire in the night, far too conspicuous. Those black strands instinctively drew closer, attempting to entwine, erode, and assimilate that warm light. "It's not your fault." Xiao finally spoke, his tone flat. He stood up and walked over to Yi Weining's side, succinctly advising, "Reign in your brightness, envision your mental strength as an impenetrable wall rather than a lamp that lures moths." Yi Weining nodded, seemingly understanding, yet the worry etched on her brow remained. She grasped the concept, but that feeling of being watched was too real, preventing her from erecting a solid wall. Xiao did not elaborate further. He walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window facing the abyss. Outside lay an endless darkness, twisted with electric light enough to make anyone with claustrophobia faint. He raised his right hand towards the cold crystal window, lightly gliding as if riding in the air. Where his fingertip passed, a complex emblem composed of faint silver threads flickered and vanished. The emblem did not belong to any known magical runes or technological patterns. It was ancient, imposing, exuding an undeniable sense of command that stemmed from deep within the bloodline. Suppress the evil. It was a slight manifestation of the untapped potential within his Xiaofeng bloodline. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Seated cross-legged before the array disc, Yi Weining suddenly felt a lightness throughout her body. The chilling sense of being watched that had shadowed her, akin to an invisible hand abruptly severing the signal, vanished without a trace. The aura within the stone house seemed to be isolated by an invisible membrane. Outside remained that terrifying abyss, yet all its malice was thoroughly kept at bay. The world was tranquil. What? What did you do? Yi Weining asked in astonishment, raising her head. She saw Xiao had returned to his previous position, as if he had done nothing at all. What? What did you do? She asked in surprise as she lifted her head. It's nothing. Xiao had returned to his position, his tone as indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. I added a spiritual energy concealment field to the window, a little gadget from the academy that can block prying. Yi Weining blinked, instinctively moving to the window, extending her small hand to touch the cold crystal surface, feeling nothing at all. Yet the prickling sensation had indeed disappeared. She turned to glance at Xiao's focused profile, murmuring softly, "Does the academy even sell things like this? How impressive." She closed her eyes again, forming seals with her hands. Without the distraction from the outside world, the calm mind and gather light array disc worth 300 credits finally showcased its intended effect. Purified strands of light elements were drawn towards her, gathering and condensing in front of her, the process smooth and fluid without a hint of sluggishness. The warm light enveloped her, enhancing the solemnity of her serious little face. Seeing her enter a focused state, Xiao no longer divided his attention. His fingers danced swiftly across the hologram, meticulously dissecting and analyzing the paper, matching logic of the ancient keys and academy archive, which was valued at 200 credits. The author of this paper was undoubtedly a genius, or perhaps a madman. He did not adopt the conventional logic of matching keys and locks, but proposed a revolutionary concept: spatial frequency alignment. In his view, every miniature secret realm was an independent universe bubble with its own spatial resonance frequency. The so-called key is essentially a frequency modulator. Only when the key's frequency perfectly matches the realm's frequency will they resonate, thus opening the passage. Spatial resonance frequency is influenced by various variables: timestamp echoes, core energy attributes, and the energy flow direction reflections of spatial coordinates. Xiao read quickly, yet his brain computed at an astonishing speed. These esoteric theories would likely leave any newcomer dizzy, but for him it felt like a gateway to a new world had opened. His aspirational vision ability, derived from his Chaofeng bloodline, granted him an extraordinary intuition regarding the flow of space and energy. He called up another document, the Global Spiritual Pulse Flow Map of the Mirror Sea Academy, placing it alongside the logical analysis. On the hologram, one displayed a dense collection of texts and formulas, while the other showcased interwoven, vibrant energy lines. He quietly observed, his obsidian-black pupils seemingly filled with countless data streams flashing by. Time passed second by second. Within the stone house, two distinctly different forms of focus reached a harmonious unity. Yi Weining's cultivation had gradually entered a fine state. Her radiance grew brighter and purer, even faintly outlining a pair of blurred light wings behind her. As for Xiao, his fingers continued to glide back and forth between the two documents, constantly comparing and eliminating options. Xiao aligned the originally intertwined and complex energy lines, causing dozens of minute dark red light points to precisely pulse within the global spiritual pulse map. "I found it," he muttered to himself. Though his voice was soft, it carried an air of cold authority, as if he were commanding the entire situation. These light points were scattered across the extensive territory of the academy, some hidden in the cold pool behind the snow-capped mountains, while others bizarrely overlapped beneath the shadows of ancient buildings in the teaching area. Each marker corresponded to a spatial frequency that generated a faint resonance with the key in his hand. Although the scope had been narrowed down to these few coordinates from a vast amount of data, what lay behind each coordinate could be either a long-sealed treasure trove or a deadly spatial trap. His slender fingers lightly traced the hologram, encrypting and backing up these coordinates to his private terminal. Xiao turned his head to glance at Yi Weining, still immersed in her cultivation. The aura surrounding the girl had stabilized, and the illusory light wings rhythmically pulsed with her breath. He did not disturb her, quietly retracting all the holograms, his gaze deep as he looked out at the rich night. Theoretical deductions had reached their limit. The rest could only be validated through field investigations. He planned to investigate these secret realm points one by one over the next few weeks. A night passed without a word. When the first rays of dawn penetrated the thin mist above the abyss and slanted into the listening wind cottage, Yi Weining slowly awakened from her profound meditation. In that moment of awakening, there was no trace of fatigue. Instead, she was filled with an unprecedented sense of abundance. The spiritual energy within her body was no longer the scattered points of light that were difficult to control, but rather coalesced into a gentle stream flowing quietly through her meridians, with every strand of energy imprinted with her unique spiritual mark. The calm heart and light array disc, 300 credits, truly worth every penny. She let out a long breath, and her exhalation contained a few sparkling golden specks, which looked quite beautiful in the morning light. How do you feel? Gu Xiao's voice came from not far away. Yi Weining turned back to find him still sitting at the table, the light screen displaying coordinates and energy diagrams that she couldn't comprehend. He seemed to have not slept all night, yet his spirit was even better than hers. It feels like my body is filled with an entire flowing galaxy of light. Yi Weining stood up, stretching her somewhat numb legs, her face unable to hide her excitement. I think I understand now. This power is inherently opposed to darkness. No wonder the assessment is set in the Black Tide simulated battlefield. She opened her palm, and a soft, holy light gathered in her hand, warm and not blinding, with a stability and purity far superior to that of yesterday. Before I could barely ignite it, but now I feel I can keep it burning continuously. Gu Xiao nodded and turned off the light screen. Very good, maintain this progress, and the probability of passing the assessment can increase by 20%. However, Yi Weining's smile faded when he closed the light screen. She leaned closer and whispered, "What about your side? Have there been any leads on the secret realm?" "Filtered out a dozen or so alternative targets," Gu Xiao replied succinctly. "So when do we set off?" Yi Weining's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "No rush." Gu Xiao swiped open his personal terminal, projecting their credit balances into the air. Yi Weining 62 points. Gu Xiao 148 points. "With this amount we can't even handle one mishap." Gu Xiao's finger tapped on the number 148. There are still many things to prepare for the secret realm adventure. Yi Weining's small face scrunched up like a bun. "Are we going back to the No. 7 waste station? That's just physical labor. The efficiency is too low." Gu Xiao's gaze shifted to the mutual assistance bounty section of the Academy Forum, which was unlocked for credit redemption. At the Mirror Sea Academy, knowledge and technology are always the most valuable. He did not accept high-value bounties that required teams to fight, but instead set the selection criteria extremely strict: task type, technical support, remote diagnosis bounty, amount 1050 credits, release time within 12 hours. The light screen refreshed and a dense array of help requests popped up. "What is this for?" Yi Weining couldn't understand his actions. "Picking up money." Gu Xiao's fingertip paused on a bounty. "Bounty of 20 credits. Urgent. Seeking help with the energy cycle debugging of the Hyacinth Type 3 spiritual plant cultivation base. My hyacinth keeps wilting prematurely. It's been 3 batches in a row. Attached are the cultivation base design diagram and real-time monitoring footage." The poster was a freshman with the ID flower planting rabbit whose avatar was a crying cartoon rabbit. Gu Xiao clicked accept and immediately downloaded the materials provided by the other party. He didn't look at the complex design diagram, but opened the monitoring footage directly. Most of the energy was running smoothly along the preset route. However, in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, a pipe used to transport trace amounts of wood element exhibited extremely slight pulsing fluctuations in energy output. This fluctuation was too subtle for conventional instruments to detect, but for the delicate hyacinth spiritual plant, it was equivalent to intermittent nutritional excess, ultimately leading to the burning and wilting of the roots. "Found it." Gu Xiao switched to the anonymous chat box and typed quickly. "Wanderer, the 3rd wood element auxiliary flow pipe in the lower left corner. Replace it with a D7 type flexible conduit or install a micro light series energy buffer on your existing pipe." Problem solved. After sending this message, he closed the window and continued browsing the next bounty. Yi Weining looked confused. "Is that it? Don't you need to calculate it? If it's something I can tell at a glance, why calculate it?" Yi Weining. She felt Gu Xiao was bragging, but she had no evidence. In less than 5 minutes, a soft ding sounded and a message came through the terminal. "Flower planting rabbit has confirmed the bounty completion. You have earned 20 credits. Flower planting rabbit, big shot. Wow, it really worked. How did you know it was that pipe's problem?" "I asked 3 seniors to look at it, and they all said my design was fine." Gu Xiao took a glance and casually replied, "Wanderer, your design is a simplified version from some botanist of the old era. That version has a common flaw. When the spiritual energy concentration exceeds 120, the wood element conduction will resonate and overflow. It's just common knowledge." After sending this, he directly added the other party to the completed clients list, hiding his achievements. Yi Weining leaned over her mouth, forming an O shape. "Common knowledge? What kind of common knowledge is that?" Next, Gu Xiao's actions left her completely numb. For the next hour, Yi Weining felt as if her worldview was being repeatedly ground into the ground by Gu Xiao. At first, she would curiously lean over to look at each problem, trying to understand Gu Xiao's thought process. 10 minutes later, she gave up because she couldn't keep up at all. Half an hour later, she was curled up in the corner of the sofa with a pillow, looking at Gu Xiao as if he were a supercomputer in human guise. "Bounty of 15 credits. My mechanical dog's left hind leg synchronization gear always makes a noise, seeking a repair plan. Wanderer, you used the wrong lubricant. I'll replace it with dragon lizard oil mixed with iron fern powder." 5 minutes later. "Ding. You have earned 15 credits. Bounty of 25 credits. When the credit balance on the terminal jumped to 328, Xiao finally stopped. He stretched his neck and looked at the petrified Yi Weining beside him. What's wrong? You. Yi Weining organized her words and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. What on earth is in your head? A library from the old era plus a little bit of innate talent, Xiao explained nonchalantly. Of course, he wouldn't say that this was due to the vast knowledge he had accumulated from living 2 lives and the terrifying ability of the Eye of Truth that saw through the essence of things. Alright, that's it for today. Xiao closed the forum. Excessive effort can attract attention. Low prices lead to high sales. Accumulating small amounts can solve the current economic crisis without drawing attention for being too extraordinary. This was his way of survival. Yi Weining looked at the 328 balance and then at her pitiful 62, suddenly finding the array disk she had just bought all the more appealing. So, do we have enough credits now? She asked cautiously. Not yet. Xiao shook his head, but there's no need to rush. He looked at Yi Weining, whose face still bore the rosy glow of a night of hard practice and a hint of confusion for the future. Our progress is already much faster than the vast majority of people. Xiao's voice was not loud, but it was very clear. What you need to do now is not to worry about credits, but to make the most out of the array disk that costs 300 credits. When you can compress the holy light in your palm into a needle, we will consider the next step. For the next 3 days, the listening wind cottage fell into a peculiar tranquility. Most of the time, only 2 sounds filled the stone house. One was the crisp explosions like stardust emitted by Yi Weining due to her uncontrolled spiritual energy. The other was the nearly inaudible sound of weak electric currents as Xiao's fingers glided across the light screen. Compress it into a needle, Xiao said lightly, yet it was as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Yi Weining sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, a sphere of soft, holy light the size of a human head floating before her. This sphere of light was stable and pure, the result of her arduous cultivation over the past few days. But that was as far as it went. She attempted to probe her spiritual power into the light sphere, trying to compress the soft, light cotton inward. However, the light had its own temperament. When she applied a little force, the edges of the light sphere began to flicker violently, as if protesting. With another push, the entire light sphere burst with a poof, like a soap bubble being popped, scattering into countless light points, ultimately unwillingly extinguishing into the air. Another failure. Yi Weining opened her eyes, her small face flushed from the spiritual energy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She looked despondently at her empty hands. Not far away at the desk, Xiao did not lift his head, his gaze still locked on the light screen. The purer the light, the closer it is to its essence, the more it has its own temperament. His voice was very calm. You are wrestling with it, not guiding it. Guiding? Yi Weining pondered over the word, deep in thought. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao's terminal beeped with a notification. Another business opportunity had arrived. Reward 30 credits. My sound imitation stone has malfunctioned. The treasure brought back from the Alolan continent was supposed to imitate the songs of 100 birds, but now it only produces a woman's scream. My roommate is ready to throw me and the stone into the abyss. The poster's ID was musical poet with an avatar of a melancholic elf. Xiao clicked on the 3-dimensional structure diagram of the sound imitation stone sent by the other party, and under the real eye, the energy patterns inside the stone were clear. He didn't even look at the complex Alolan runes, his eyes directly fixating on a physical crack at the bottom of the stone finer than a strand of hair. He switched to the anonymous account of Windwalker and typed, Windwalker, there is a crack at the bottom, the sound has gone astray. Use crystallized spider silk mixed with lizard saliva to seal it up. Yi Weining leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but mutter softly, using dried lizard saliva. That's just too disgusting, isn't it? As long as it works, that's all that matters. Xiao replied casually. 3 minutes later. Ding. Musical poet has confirmed the reward completion. You have received 30 credits. Musical poet God. Lord Windwalker. How did you know? It really stopped making noise. May I ask if you are still taking apprentices? The kind that serves tea and pours water. Xiao took a glance and directly closed the chat box. The credit balance jumped to 368. Making money was just a subplot. His main focus remained on the dozen or so secret realm coordinates he had filtered. The Explorer's log on the Academy forum was his primary battlefield for information, filled with lessons bought with blood and credits by senior students. The Snow Peak ruins confirmed to have a cluster of Icebone Sentinels, strength approximately equivalent to peak level 3. The leader was ambushed, almost didn't return, advisable to form a team of 3 or more, and must be equipped with demon-breaking gear. Xiao swiped his finger, marking a coordinate on the map gray. The risk-toward ratio was not proportional. The old botanical garden greenhouse No. 3 is someone entered last week and dug up a few fire dragon grasses. It is said that the vine giant guarding the greenhouse was heavily injured and is currently in hibernation. Gu Xiao tapped this coordinate with his fingertip, marking it with a yellow tentative label. He was like the calmest hunter, meticulously assessing the risks of every inch of land before setting out. Meanwhile, Yu Weining's path of guidance had also reached a dead end. She tried to soothe the light sphere with her spiritual power, only for the light to stretch out more comfortably under her gentle, while even sending out a strand of light to affectionately brush against her cheek. Yu Weining was at a loss for words, feeling like she was coaxing a clingy child. Time flowed by in this concentrated calculation and arduous research. Until the dusk of the third day, after experiencing hundreds of failures, Yu Weining's spirit felt somewhat hazy. She stared blankly at her empty palms, and a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Guidance is not about soothing it nor forcing it, but telling it what I need it to do. What I crave is protection, the brilliance that pierces through all gloom. Then it should take on that form. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes once again. This time her spiritual power was no longer a cradle, no longer a hand, but transformed into a point, a minuscule point that condensed all her will and desire. She placed this spiritual point at the center of the light sphere, no longer issuing the command to compress, but instead conveying a pure intent: penetrate. A clear and melodious tremor resonated through the air. The human head-sized light sphere seemed to have found its soul in an instant. All the light began to collapse and converge madly towards the central spiritual point instead of scattering outward. The volume of the light sphere shrank at a visible speed, and finally all the radiance converged into one point. From that extreme bright point, a half-inch long, hair thin yet so bright it was blinding light needle trembled into existence. It was unstable, yet it had taken shape. Yu Weining abruptly opened her eyes, filled with excitement and disbelief. She exerted all her strength to maintain this light needle, feeling her spiritual power rapidly depleting. She raised her head and saw Gu Xiao still with his back to her, focused on studying the light screen map. A playful thought surged in her mind. She lightly bit her lip, maneuvering the light needle to silently drift a few meters away, gently tapping on the light screen in front of Gu Xiao. It was a region marked deep red, labeled as extremely dangerous, known as the ant nest. Her light needle precisely pointed at a gray coordinate marked as unexplored next to the ant nest. On the light screen, a white point more dazzling than a pixel abruptly lit up. Gu Xiao's movements came to a halt. He slowly turned around, and Yu Weining was struggling to maintain her posture, her small face pale from the depletion of spiritual power, but her almond-shaped eyes shone with a startling brightness, filled with anticipation of "look at me, praise me." Gu Xiao's gaze lingered on the floating light needle for 2 seconds, his tone as calm as ever. Energy dissipation exceeds 30. A structure unstable can last at most 10 seconds. However, it's enough to point the way. Before he finished speaking, Yu Weining could no longer maintain her strength. Her spirit relaxed, and the light needle crumbled into bits. A strong feeling of fatigue made her body sway. Gu Xiao had already turned back, his long fingers gliding on the light screen, deleting all other pending and gray coordinates, leaving only 2. One was Old Botanical Garden Greenhouse No. 3. The other was the one recently illuminated by Yu Weining's light needle, the unknown coordinate next to the ant nest. He pointed at the inconspicuous coordinate illuminated by the light needle, his voice carrying a hint of undeniable determination. "You chose for me. Let's go here in the next few days." In front of the trading light screen of the Wuxiang Tiange, Gu Xiao looked at the 2 options displayed: Old Botanical Garden Greenhouse No. 3 and Ant Nest, unknown coordinates. He explained to Yu Weining beside him, "The place you chose is too mysterious, lacking reference materials, and our current equipment is insufficient to face unknown risks. The Botanical Garden is an open exploration area with complete data and controllable difficulty. We should go there first to accumulate initial capital and practice in real combat." Yu Weining nodded vigorously, completely trusting Gu Xiao's judgment. He directly skipped the overpriced beginner-recommended gear and did not look at the hazardous recycled waste materials. Instead, he precisely entered the second-hand practical equipment area. The internal environment of the Botanical Garden is complex. We do not need flashy multifunctionality, just the utmost performance in specific areas. Gu Xiao's fingertips swiftly glided across the light screen, filtering out several high-value hard currencies, a set of Gray Falcon series breathing filters. Though an older model, the filter cartridge is compatible and has a toxin prevention efficiency of 70, costing 30 credits. 2 bottles of industrial-grade powerful herbicide concentrate with simple packaging, but high purity, more lethal than those fancy sprays, costing 20 credits. A pair of Eagle Eye Type 2 infrared goggles, sacrificing the elaborate AR/UI interface, specifically enhancing the capture of plant thermal fluctuations, costing 45 credits. In a place like the Old Botanical Garden, simpler structures are less prone to malfunction. He was not just purchasing, he was extracting every bit of value from his credits with knowledge. Finally, Gu Xiao's gaze fixed on a long-handled machete, entirely black. It was an alloy weapon called Jungle Cleaner with a heavy blade that had no excess vibration arrays, relying solely on the hardness and sharpness of the material, priced at 80 credits. This is it. Xiao clicked to purchase, and the conveyor belt at the pickup point delivered the sturdy weapon. The handle was wrapped in a non-slip sweat-absorbing strap, offering an excellent grip. He casually swung a cut in the air. The sound of slicing through the wind was deep and powerful, displaying an excellent sense of balance. The alloy ratio of this knife can withstand most acidic juices of mutated plants, offering far better value than those expensive laser blades. As he spoke, Xiao placed another order for 2 sets of reinforced leg guards and 2 high-energy emergency batteries. When he exited the trading hall, his account balance had turned to 163 credits. The shuttle carried them across the cloud bridge and landed at the helipad of the old botanical garden. As soon as they disembarked, a wave of humid air mixed with soil humus and a certain sweet floral scent rushed toward them. The greenhouse door had transformed into a slowly rotating dark green vortex of space. The secret door of the academy. Yi tightened her backpack behind her, looking somewhat nervous. The door had long since vanished, replaced by a constantly changing distorted space vortex about 3 people tall, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Xiao took out the key given by Lan Xian. The key hovered at the edge of the vortex, not opening the passage as expected, but instead causing a wave of dark red warning light to ripple from within the vortex. Xiao retracted his hand, looking at the key in his palm, without a trace of surprise. As expected, Xiao put the key away, understanding in his heart the frequency is mismatched. This key corresponds to a higher energy level spatial node. He walked to a stone tablet beside the spatial vortex, wiping away the moss on it to reveal a credit payment port and a line of small text. Greenhouse No. 3 low-risk exploration area, entry fee 50 credits, person time. Payment successful, credits deducted 100. Welcome to Greenhouse No. 3, wishing you a pleasant exploration. As the payment success notification sounded, the originally calm, distorted vortex suddenly expanded violently, creating a ripple like water waves that instantly engulfed the two. The feeling of dizziness flashed by. The alloy floor beneath their feet transformed into slippery humus, and the soles of their boots made a sticky, muffled sound as they stepped on it. The virtual sky above was obscured by layers of overlapping leaves, with only a few dim rays of fluorescence filtering through. The originally neatly trimmed greenery had now transformed into towering, monstrous trees, with massive leaves flowing with blue-purple fluorescence and tiny spores silently swirling in the air. Why are the plants here so quiet? She lowered her voice, trying to find a sense of security. Xiao said nothing, his gaze scanning the surrounding tangled giant trees. These plants were not just quiet, they were utterly silent. They were waiting for these 2 intruders to let their guard down. Stay behind me, step in my footprints. Xiao drew the jungle cleaner in reverse, the black blade appearing incredibly rigid in the dim light. Just as they had walked less than 100 meters, a seemingly withered willow vine suddenly straightened, without warning, like a poisoned iron chain, stabbing toward Yi's neck from behind. That was the bloody wind brought by the rapid thrust. Xiao did not turn back, his muscles instinctively tensed in response to the crisis. He twisted his waist and exerted force, the long knife carving a half circle that accurately sliced through the middle of the vine. With a crisp snap, the severed vine thrashed violently in the mud, and faint purple acid squirted from the wound, corroding the grass and making a hissing sound. He didn't even let the acid touch the blade. In that split second, the long knife had already bypassed the splash trajectory. Xiao sheathed his knife, glancing at the severed piece, and spoke blandly, "Worth it. The weight of this knife is better than I imagined." He calmly directed his gaze deeper into the jungle, where larger life forms were slowly writhing. "The ticket cost 100, we must at least bring back 200 credits in gains." His voice was calm and powerful. After saying that, his figure vanished into the light screen. Yi gritted her teeth, looking at the balance that had fallen back to the poverty line, her gaze becoming resolute. "That's right, we'll earn it back. Double." Yi clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and closely followed that black figure into the dense forest. As the 2 delved deeper, the surrounding light grew increasingly eerie. The trunks of those towering, monstrous trees resembled the cracked skin of ancient elephants, with every fold harboring moss that emitted a faint glow. The humidity in the air had reached saturation. The green light in the canopy had become increasingly dim, and the sweet, rotten smell in the air was thick and sticky. "We are now in the central axis of the greenhouse." Xiao stopped the blade of the jungle cleaner, hanging diagonally. He did not use the infrared imaging of the goggles, directly relying on his vision to capture the subtle energy fluctuations in the air. Those so-called sleeping vines were in fact lurking predators. Yi maintained a half-body's distance behind him, her apricot eyes alertly scanning the surroundings beneath her short hair. In her palm hovered a flickering glow, maintaining her firefly state. Though the beam was weak, it could disperse the surrounding spores attempting to cling. There, Gu Xiao stared a few meters ahead. It was a giant vine covered in dark red tumor-like growths, the surface of the vine coated with a layer of rough scales. Ordinary students might mistake it for a dead object, but in Gu Xiao's eyes the core area was pulsating with high-frequency energy. It was accumulating energy by absorbing the underground waste liquid ready to strike at any moment. It's breathing. Gu Xiao's voice was hushed. Yi Weining followed his gaze to the darker tumor-like growths on the colossal vine's surface, pulsing with a subtle rhythmic contraction and expansion driven by some internal energy flow. This thing was alive and thriving. The Watcher's Lantern, Gu Xiao said without turning his command crisp and unambiguous. Yi Weining understood instantly. She raised the small bronze lantern to her chest and channeled a thread of spiritual energy into it. Ancient Orin runes etched upon its surface flared one by one, radiating a gentle warm halo that enveloped them both. Where the light touched, the viscous spores hanging in the air crackled faintly, sizzling like embers, before vanishing without a trace. Yi Weining felt her spiritual energy drain slow, while Gu Xiao's breath deepened and steadied, an enhancement granted by the firefly state. The sudden glow struck the silence like a boulder dropped into a stagnant pond. The vine's breathing ceased abruptly. In the next instant, the loamy soil beneath their feet erupted. 7 or 8 thick spear-tipped root stems, dark brown and as thick as an adult's arm, surged upward from all directions, converging with lethal precision. Their coordination was flawless, sealing every possible evasion route, a disciplined phalanx of spearmen executing a flawless fatal encirclement. "Fall back," Gu Xiao roared. His blade jungle scavenger slashed upward in a fierce, sweeping arc, the black steel carving a cold, gleaming curve through the gloom. Clang, clang, clang. Metal rang against substance. Yet these root stems seemingly earthen possessed hardness rivaling tempered steel. Gu Xiao used the recoil from each strike to glide backward, landing precisely before Yi Weining, shielding her with his body. His arms trembled with numbness, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. Its root system is the true offensive weapon. The vine itself is merely camouflage for its vital core. Gu Xiao analyzed the battle at breakneck speed. Each thrust creates a split-second hesitation. That's our opening. Yi Weining's face paled, but her grip on the lantern tightened. She was no hothouse bloom. Her parents' sacrifice had taught her the brutal reality of combat long before her peers. What can I do? Disrupt. Gu Xiao instructed, his eyes scanning the root stems protruding from the earth. Use your light needles. Target the joint nodes where the chitinous scales are absent. In his perception, several unassuming nodes along the roots pulsed with sluggish, obstructed energy. Before he finished speaking, the next assault began. This time the assault was ferocious. Dozens of root stems lanced forth from the soil, from the trunks of nearby trees, even from the shadows overhead, interweaving into an inescapable net of death. Yi Weining drew a slow, steady breath, not watching the monstrous roots, but sinking all her focus into her palms. A radiant sanctity bloomed, then collapsed inward with terrifying speed. A half-inch-long needle of pure light coalesced at her fingertip. With a flick of will, it shot forth, silent, precise, embedding itself into the energy node on the midsection of a root stem, lunging from the left exactly where Gu Xiao had glanced. SSSSS. Now, Gu Xiao moved. He did not meet force with force, but slipped sideways along the deflected root stem with impossible grace. His footwork was uncanny, each step landing just clear of a stabbing earth spine, his entire motion fluid, lethal, like dancing atop razor-edged blades. The blade jungle scavenger blurred through the air, leaving afterimages in its wake. Each swing fell with surgical accuracy, striking the rigid moment just before a root stem recoiled. Whip. One stroke. Two halves. Violet sap gushed forth, but Gu Xiao was already gone, evading the spray. Without pause, he pivoted, wrist snapping, his long blade cleaving toward another incoming root stem. Yi Weining watched, heart pounding, but her hands never faltered. She forced calm, compressing her spiritual energy again and again. A second light needle. A third. Sweat beaded at her temples, her mind throbbed with sharp, insistent pain from the strain. Yet each time her needle created even a fleeting opening for Gu Xiao, a surge of fierce satisfaction and rising battle lust flooded her veins. She was no longer merely the timid little firefly passively glowing in the rear. Her light had become a blade sharp enough to pierce the deepest dark. As root after root fell severed, the colossal vine could no longer contain its fury. Its massive body writhed violently, the dark red tumors on its surface deepened to a lurid, blood-saturated crimson, as if ready to burst open and weep gore. "Watch out, it's attacking with its main body," Yi Weining cried urgently. The vine's trunk surged forward like an awakened leviathan, sweeping across them with such force that surrounding trees shuddered in its wake. Gu Xiao charged, not away but straight into the storm. Firefly, illuminate its core. Yi Weiniang raised the Watcher's lantern high. Its glow flared blindingly, not a soft halo now, but a dense focused beam lancing directly at the largest tumor on the vine's trunk. Under the intense light, the tumor's skin turned translucent, revealing a dense web of vein-like energy conduits pulsing beneath its surface. At their convergence set a fist-sized, violently throbbing heart core, exposed, vulnerable, undeniable. There it was. Gu Xiao slammed both feet into the ground and launched himself forward, straight into the path of the sweeping trunk. His blade drank in his full strength, its edge shimmering faintly red from friction with the air. Break! Man and sword fused midair, becoming a single luminous line that tore through shadow. The blade pierced the tough hide, driving deep, all his power concentrated into the tip, aimed unerringly at the heart core laid bare under the searing light. An instant later, a blinding flash erupted from within the vine, followed by a deafening boom. The colossal vine froze mid-swing, its immense form suspended in the air. Then fissures exploded outward from the largest tumor, spreading like cracks across glass. Thick violet sap gushed forth like floodwaters breaking a dam. Gu Xiao burst from one of the widening rifts, landing lightly on the earth. He flicked viscous fluid from his blade and didn't glance back. The great vine let out a final guttural cry of defiance, then crashed down in thunderous ruin, sending up a storm of decayed leaves. The battle was over. We won. Gu Xiao approached the wreckage, using his blade to pry open the shattered heart core, and extracted a pigeon egg-sized crystal blood red veined with faint pulses of life. Pulsing blood gall, a grade 3 mid-tier alchemical material, used to craft vitality-enhancing elixirs or serve as core power sources for certain constructs. Market value roughly 90 academic credits. He wrapped the crystal carefully in a clean cloth and tossed it to Yi Weiniang. Keep it. You earned it. Yi Weiniang fumbled to catch it, the warmth of the still-throbbing crystal spreading from her palm. She looked at Gu Xiao, words catching in her throat, then simply nodded hard, tucking the pulsing blood gall reverently into her pack. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao knelt and selected several metallic flecked fibers from the severed roots. Tempered wood core, when alloyed, dramatically increases a weapon's shock resistance. Minor salvage, but worth 20 or 30 credits. Yi Weiniang silently tallied 90 plus 20, makes 110. Subtract the 100 credit entry fee, and they'd net 10 credits. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, exhaustion vanished. Was this the feeling of earning something through one's own strength? Don't celebrate yet. Gu Xiao rose, his gaze fixed deeper into the jungle. We've only reached the central axis, and the apex predators here number more than one. But this time fear did not rise. Instead, a fierce burning resolve kindled within her. She glanced at the softly pulsing crystal in her pack, then at the steady, unwavering back before her, and clenched her fists. Let's go double our haul. Gu Xiao and Yi Weiniang pressed deeper into the interior, each battle precise and efficient. The vines lurking in the shadows and the predatory plants disguised as dead branches suffered no mercy under Gu Xiao's jungle pathfinder. Yi Weiniang's light needle became increasingly adept and accurate, resembling another blade extending from Gu Xiao's hand. Their cooperation grew ever more tacit, requiring no words. A glance or a subtle movement was enough for the other to understand the intention. We're almost at the central area ahead. The center of the greenhouse was starkly different from the periphery. The opaque canopy of trees vanished here, replaced by a circular clearing nearly 100 meters in diameter. The ground was covered with a thick, grayish-white fungal blanket, soft and yielding underfoot, each step squishing out a pale yellow liquid. The sweet, cloying odor in the air had noticeably diminished. This was not due to a reduction in toxins, but rather because the space here was sufficiently expansive to prevent harmful substances from accumulating to lethal concentrations. Gu Xiao's footsteps halted at the edge of the clearing. He saw it. In the center of the clearing lay a massive cluster of dark green vines. Vine behemoth. Yi Weiniang's voice tightened. Upper third tier. Gu Xiao gave a more precise assessment. His gaze swept over the behemoth, pausing at a strikingly charred wound on its main vine. The wound had yet to heal, the tissue at the edges slowly writhing and regenerating. Can we fight it? Yi Weiniang asked. The resource core of the entire greenhouse lies beneath that mound it guards. Gu Xiao's response did not directly confirm or deny, but the implication was clear. He crouched down, using the tip of his blade to sketch a simple diagram on the fungal blanket. Its main vine has suffered serious damage, resulting in decreased mobility, yet its defenses remain largely intact. Those branches are its primary means of attack, numerous and extensive in coverage. A direct charge is impossible. Yi Weiniang crouched beside him, staring at the diagram on the ground. Can my light needle reach its weak spot? The wound on the main vine is its greatest weakness, but it will certainly protect that spot fiercely. Gu Xiao drew several lines on the diagram with the tip of his knife. I need you to do two things. First, maintain the firefly state with the Watcher's lamp to provide me with continuous enhancement. Second, he paused. At my signal, condense all your remaining spiritual energy into a light needle and drive it into that wound. All of it. All of it. Yi Weiniang fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding. Xiao stood up, spinning the jungle pathfinder in his hand, tightening his grip on the hilt slightly. He refrained from saying any more unnecessary words. He stepped into the clearing, reacting faster than he had anticipated. As soon as his foot landed on the fungal blanket, the behemoth coiled upon the mound moved. Over 30 branches stood upright, the spikes at their tips transitioning from drooping to spreading outward, causing the entire plant to swell nearly twice its size in an instant. There were no tests, no warnings. 6 branches lashed down simultaneously, their speed producing a sharp whistle through the air. Xiao's body had already slid sideways before the branches launched. He did not choose to retreat. Retreating meant exiting the range of attack, but it also meant forfeiting the opportunity to strike. He slid past the edge of the first branch, his long knife dragged backwards, severing a thinner twig as he passed. The severed and sprayed out purple sap, and he sidestepped to avoid it, his pace unbroken. The second wave came from the ground. The fungal blanket erupted as 3 thick roots burst through the soil. Xiao pushed off the ground and soared into the air, the roots brushing past the soles of his shoes, missing him entirely. In midair, he adjusted his landing, and when his feet touched down, he was already within 10 meters of the mound's perimeter. Closer. The behemoth emitted a low creaking sound, and the vines surrounding the charred wound on the main vine suddenly constricted tightly, enclosing the injury. The ensuing battle transformed into a brutal war of attrition. Xiao constantly attempted to close the distance, only to be pushed back repeatedly. The behemoth's branches covered most of the clearing, its roots pervasive. Even if he severed, 4 new shoots sprouted immediately from the stubs. His arms were scratched by the spike's blood, and sweat mingling as they dripped down the hilt of his knife. This won't work. Prolonging this rhythm leads to only one outcome. The branches are endless. He wiped his arm. Yi Weiniang held the lamp with one hand to maintain the enhancement, her other hand clenched tightly. Her spiritual energy was nearly half depleted. Maintaining the firefly state was already exhausting. I have an idea, Xiao said as he wiped the blood from his arm. Speak. Bloodline power. The air pressure suddenly dropped. An invisible pressure surged towards the vine behemoth like a tide. The behemoth's branches displayed a brief delay under this pressure. As a mutated plant, it lacked higher intelligence, but its biological instincts made it fear higher bloodlines. Xiao's figure shot forward. This time his speed was like night and day compared to before. Each push from the ground propelled him 7 to 8 meters forward, his body nearly skimming the ground. The branches struck down behind him, lifting swathes of the fungal blanket, but each strike fell just short. He reached the base of the mound, cleaved through 2 branches blocking his path, and climbed upward using the stubs. The behemoth gathered all its remaining branches towards Xiao's position, a dense array of spikes raining down like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, the protective layer of vines around the wound had to allocate a portion to participate in the encirclement. Now, Xiao's voice pierced through the creaking of the vines. Yi Weiniang did not hesitate. The lamp was clamped under her arm, her hands coming together as all her remaining spiritual energy surged wildly into her palms. In the moment just before the light needle was about to pierce, the main vine of the behemoth suddenly quaked violently. It was pure biological instinct, needing no brain, no judgment, only the perception of destruction. A sharp shriek pierced the air as the purple sap around the wound erupted outward at a visible speed. Xiao had previously observed this rapid coagulation. The hardened ring at the wound's edge was proof. He just hadn't expected the large-scale trigger to happen so quickly. The thick chitin layer sealed the entire wound in mere tenths of a second. Clang. The light needle struck, fracturing inch by inch, dissipating into flowing light in the air. Fall back, Weiniang. He released the long knife, allowing its inertia to drive it diagonally into the fungal blanket, stabilizing himself. He raised both hands, palms facing upward. His left palm flipped, a deep blue seeping from the depths of his bone and blood. Dragon breath, almost devoid of temperature, compressing the surrounding air into ice. His right hand simultaneously lifted phoenix fire, igniting silently, not orangered, but a blazing golden, the heat waves rolling, distorting vision. The 2 opposing powers converged between his palms. The behemoth sensed the breath of death, and all vines retracted in a frenzied attempt to shield the wound. Too late. At the instant 2 forces collided in his palm, Xiao's arm convulsed. He gritted his molars and poured every scrap of his spiritual force into the meeting point on his palm, refusing to let either side run wild. The orb in his palm shrank from the size of a fist to that of an egg, its outer layer etched with an ice-blue frost pattern, while, at its core, golden-red flames danced with frantic intensity. The border where the 2 colors met writhed continuously, producing faint crackling sounds. Unstable. Extremely unstable. Exactly what he wanted. The giant's vines had all withdrawn, densely coiling around the wound on the main vine to form a defensive layer. A hard shell of purple sap had condensed over it, and its surface continued to thicken. Xiao raised his hand and hurled the orb of energy toward the wound. The sphere flew across more than 10 meters before striking the barricade of vines. At the moment of contact, nothing seemed to happen. Then white light swallowed everything. Immediately after, an orange-red fireball detonated from the center of that white blaze. The two colors alternated so rapidly they blurred into a silver-white flash. The shockwave overturned the fungal mat within 10 meters, shredded vine tissue, scattered some still hissing with white vapor. Boom. The dull sound was different this time. Not a deafening explosion, but the noise of something bursting from within. Dull and abrupt, the vibration made the roots of one's teeth ache. The defensive layer was torn open by a 2-meter-wide hole. One side of the rim was frosted, the other smoked. That charred wound lay exposed to the air, utterly unguarded. The giant convulsed violently. The remaining branches flailed aimlessly in the air, driven purely by pain. Xiao was already moving. He picked up the jungle scavenger embedded in the fungal mat and sprang forward low to the ground. He climbed the earthen mound, stepped on smoking vine debris, and set the blade's tip toward the split wound. Deep within the wound throbbed a dark red heart core 3 times the size of the earlier, pulsing blood gall, beating at an unnaturally rapid frequency. All surrounding energy conduits flared with a piercing purple light as the heart core made its final struggle. Xiao gave it no chance. Puffed, the blade sank half a foot into the heart core. Its pulsing reached a peak at that instant, then stopped abruptly. A scalding purple ichor spurted from the wound. Xiao turned his head, avoiding most of it, but a few droplets splashed his left cheek, burning sharply. All of the giant's vines lost their strength at once and fell from above, thudding onto the fungal mat with muffled thumps. The main vine began to wither from midsection, its dark green skin turned ashen, cracked, and peeled away. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Xiao drew the blade from the heart core and shook off the clinging ichor. He tapped the core with the back of the knife. The movement had ceased. Done. Urgent footsteps sounded from behind. Yi Weiniang ran over the watcher's lantern in her hand, already dark. She stumbled, the after-effects of spiritual force overexertion showing. Her face was alarmingly pale, but her eyes shone with fierce light. What did you call the thing you threw just now, eh? No name. You should at least give it a name, right? We'll talk about it when we get back. Xiao was already crouched beside the heart core and began to work. He guided the blade along the fissure, cutting inward with cautious layer-by-layer precision. The heart core's outer shell had shattered, revealing an inner crystal larger than an egg, its color a dense dark red. Though its pulse had stopped, faint patterns still drifted slowly across its surface. A third-rank superior pulsing blood gall. He split the core open. The crystal inside exceeded an egg in size, its hue solemn, and faint, slowly swirling patterns lingered on its surface despite the stillness. How much is this worth? Yi Weiniang's voice took on the keen edge of a trader. At least 200 credits. There is room to haggle depending on the buyer. Yi Weiniang did a rapid mental calculation. The earlier 90 plus scattered 20, and this 200, 310 credits. After deducting 2 admission tickets, the net profit was 201. She slapped her thigh to stand, then uttered a small hiss as dizziness from spirit overuse hit her. Sit down. Xiao did not lift his head. Yi Weiniang obediently crouched again, though a grin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Xiao wrapped the crystal in cloth and turned toward the mound. With the heart core removed, the fungal mat on the mound's surface had already begun to dry and shrink, revealing whatever had been wrapped by the vine roots beneath. He used the hilt to push aside the dead tendrils and unearthed 3 items. The first was a vial of silvery liquid sealed in a spirit energy glass container, tiny motes of light floating on its surface. Concentrated spirit liquid, it can replenish spiritual energy directly or serve as alchemical material. Worth 20 to 30 credits. The second was a palm-sized piece of bark-like material, its surface naturally patterned like circuit traces. Spirit patterned bark, a substrate for making low-tier rune scrolls. Around 30 credits. The third, Xiao hesitated. It was a pea-sized seed, vividly green, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow despite the absence of any light. Yi Weiniang leaned in so close her forehead nearly bumped Xiao's chin. What is that? Not sure. Xiao held the seed up to his eyes and examined it for several seconds. His pupils contracted slightly. A passive ascend and survey had triggered. The energy flow inside the seed was exquisitely precise, a spiraling structure layer upon layer. He could only make out the outer 2 layers. But its value may exceed that of everything else we found combined. He wrapped the seed separately in cloth and slipped it into an inner pocket. Keep it for now, or we'll find someone to appraise it when we return. After inventorying their spoils, the two retraced their steps back the way they had come. Without the giants suppressing the greenhouse's core, the remaining small mutated plants seemed to lose their backbone, retreating into the earth and losing the courage even to attack. When they stepped out through the greenhouse door, the outside light made them both squint. At the secret realm's exit, a translucent luminous screen flashed up 2 lines of text. Once your secret realm cleared. Settlement in progress. The screen flickered several times, then a stream of data scrolled by: kill records, material collection logs, completion, time, team evaluation. The final line froze in place. Composite rating A. Yi Weiying stared at the grade for 3 seconds, then turned to Xiao. Not bad. Not bad. Yi Weiying's voice rose, excitement barely contained. Do you know what my senior sister told me? Most people on their first run through the greenhouse realm would be lucky to get a B. Xiao glanced at her. That's because most people don't have a good support. Yi Weiying fell silent for a moment. A braid threaded with a glowing stone at her right ear swayed gently, scattering tiny glints of light. She lowered her head, tugged hard at her backpack strap. The corner of her mouth lifted before she forced it back down. Let's go. She hurried past Xiao, waving over her shoulder, her voice returning to its usual, sprightly tone. First stop the material trading center. I want to watch those credits post to my account. Xiao followed, flexing his aching wrist. The skin on his palm had already begun to knit, the restoring power of a dragon bloodline. Yet the layered traces of frostbite and burns remained, faint lines one after another. His first fusion of ice and fire had cost less than he had feared and achieved more than he had expected. But in the instant the junction went awry, he had not been absolutely certain he could contain it. Next time he would try a different approach. The spot on his left cheek, where the purple ichor had splashed, still throbbed faintly. He raised a hand to touch it. A fleck of dried purple came away on his fingertip. He did not bother with it. When they returned to the Myriad Manifestations Pavilion, Yi Weiying was already asleep, slumped against the back of her seat on the shuttle. The after effects of her drained mental energy hit her much harder than physical fatigue. Since she boarded the shuttle, her eyelids had been fighting against each other, and she finally succumbed and gave up resisting after barely 3 minutes. Xiao did not wake her. As the shuttle came to a stop at the platform of the Myriad Manifestations Pavilion, he gently tapped Yi Weiying on the shoulder. We have arrived. Yi Weiying jolted awake, a red imprint visible on her right cheek from where it pressed against the seat, almost drooling. Flustered, she wiped her mouth, only to find Xiao had already stepped off the shuttle with his gear. Wait for me. The Materials Trading Center was on the 2nd floor of the Myriad Manifestations Pavilion, where a middle-aged man, wearing a monocle, sat behind the counter. His hair was meticulously combed and his nails were neatly trimmed, revealing that he was someone accustomed to dealing with precise materials. Xiao placed the packaged materials in order on the counter. Toughened wood core, concentrated spiritual essence, and spirit pattern tree bark, followed by 2 pulsating blood cores, one of medium quality and one of high quality. The middle-aged man scanned each item with a spiritual energy scanner. The first 3 items were quoted succinctly. Toughened wood core for 25, concentrated spiritual essence for 20, and spirit pattern tree bark for 30. His tone is flat, as if counting stock. After scanning the medium quality pulsating blood core, he raised an eyebrow. 85. This was until he picked up the high-quality one. The pupil behind the monocle slightly constricted. He flipped the crystal over in his fingers, rubbing the surface where the slow-moving patterns were. Then he held it up to the light, tilting his head as he examined it for a full 5 seconds. The patterns are still alive. It was taken out no more than 2 hours ago. He set down the crystal, his tone finally warming up a bit. 104. Deal. Xiao did not haggle. 300 credits were credited to his account. Just comparing it to the 100 credits ticket price, the return rate was already 3 times. Equipment is a long-term investment, reusable. This trip was guaranteed profit. Xiao put away his terminal and took out the seed from his inner pocket. The cloth bag opened, and the emerald green fluorescence was not very conspicuous under the bright lights of the trading center. However, the life aura emanating from it made the middle-aged man's hands pause momentarily. Can this be identified? Xiao asked. The middle-aged man took the seed into his palm, studied it for 2 seconds, and his originally calm demeanor slightly stiffened. He placed the seed in the spiritual energy analyzer on the counter and adjusted the scanning precision through 3 settings. A string of data flashed on the screen, garbling, restarting, and stabilizing after 2 attempts. Cannot scan through. He removed his monocle to clean it and put it back on again. The outer structure is too dense. The precision of my device isn't sufficient. I can only tell you that it is alive and its activity level is very high. The middle-aged man pushed the seed back, speaking cautiously. As for the specific type, you need to find a professional identifier. There is one on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Manifestations Pavilion named Wenqing, and the fee isn't cheap. Xiao stored the seed securely, nodded, and led Yi Weiying toward the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the Myriad Manifestations Pavilion was entirely different from the first 2 floors. There were no crowded shelves or bustling students. The corridor was quiet enough to hear their footsteps. The doors on either side were closed without signs, only numbers. At the end of the hallway, the last door was ajar, and a faint aroma of grass and wood wafted from inside. Xiao knocked twice on the door frame. "Come in." The voice inside was lazy, carrying a nasal tone as if just waking up. Pushing the door open, the room was small, but chaotically organized. The shelves on all four walls were filled with glass containers of various sizes, soaking various colored plant specimens. By the window was a large workbench cluttered with tools, blueprints, and half-eaten dried fruit. Behind the workbench sat a young woman with short grass-green hair styled into two little pigtails, wearing a white lab coat speckled with mud. She was intently holding a pair of tweezers, staring at a seedling no larger than a fingernail. "Wenqing?" Xiao asked. She did not lift her head. "What do you have?" "Put it on the table." Xiao opened the cloth bag, and the seeds, emerald fluorescence, remained discernible under the room's light. Wenqing's tweezers halted. She raised her head, her gaze falling on the seed. Then she stood up, walked to the counter, and leaned in for a closer look. "Where did you get this?" "In greenhouse number 3, under the nest of a vine giant." "Did you two kill that thing?" "It was injured," Wenqing said, without further questioning. She pulled out a thin pair of gloves from a drawer, carefully picked up the seed with the tweezers, and placed it in a crystal base on the workbench. The base lit up, a significant upgrade compared to the analyzer downstairs. The stream of data on the screen was dense, and Wenqing's eyes followed the data, occasionally blurting out terms that Xiao could not understand. She leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, tossed a piece of dried fruit into her mouth, and stared at Xiao for quite some time. "You are quite lucky. What type is it?" "Yunling seed, a seed of a 4th-tier spiritual plant, which can continuously produce spiritual essence once fully grown. It is not a one-time consumable, it can be harvested repeatedly." Xiao remained silent, rapidly calculating in his mind. Continuous production of spiritual essence. This was no longer the logic of selling materials, this was a cash cow. What conditions are needed to grow it? Wenqing tossed another piece of dried fruit into her mouth. "You've hit the nail on the head. The Yunling seed has very strict requirements for its growth environment. It needs a concentration of spiritual energy above tier, for a specific ratio of cultivation medium, and," she raised a finger. "Most importantly, it requires a cultivator with wood or light attribute affinity to regularly inject vitality to activate its sprouting process. Without a suitable cultivator, this seed is merely a pretty stone." Xiao turned to look at Yi Weiniang. Yi Weiniang was staring at a pattern on the floor, lost in thought, and when he glanced at her, she snapped back to reality instinctively, taking a half-step back. "What are you looking at me for?" "You have light attribute affinity." Yi Weiniang blinked a couple of times, realizing what he meant. "Are you saying I should take care of it?" She looked down at her palm, where a faint warm light was gathering. The glow was soft, stable, and resonated with the fluorescence on the seed's surface. Wenqing raised an eyebrow. "The affinity is not low. Have you ever dealt with spiritual plant cultivation?" Yi Weiniang shook her head. "That's perfect. A blank slate is the easiest to teach." Wenqing pulled out a thin booklet from the shelf and tossed it over. Yi Weiniang fumbled to catch it. "A beginner's manual on spiritual plant cultivation. I read the first 3 chapters at home. There's no rush to plant the seed, but can remain dormant in its current state for about a month." "How much is the identification fee?" Xiao asked. Wenqing tilted her head in thought. "This seed is quite interesting. The identification fee is waived, but I have one condition. Once it's alive, you have to share 2 vials of the first batch of spiritual essence with me." "Deal." Stepping out of Wenqing's door, only the 2 of them remained in the corridor. Yi Weiniang clutched the small booklet, her expression a complex mix. Excitement, nervousness, and a bit of confusion all stirred together. "Can I really keep it alive?" Wenqing said, "Your affinity is not low." "Then I'll start reading the book as soon as I get back." I will definitely keep it alive." The 2 of them took the shuttle back to the Listening Wind cottage. The wind by the cliff still wailed, but today it didn't sound so eerie. Yi Weiniang slipped into her room, adjusting the spiritual energy lamp on the stone table to its brightest setting, and opened the first page of the booklet. She glanced at it for 2 seconds, flipped it over, and began to delve into the main text. Xiao sat on the stone chair, counting today's gains. The numbers on his terminal flickered a few times before settling at 293 credits. Yi Weiniang received 120 credits. After deducting the investment in equipment, the net profit was just over 100. Moreover, there was a 4th-tier spiritual plant seed. This was a fairly decent result for the first time entering a secret realm. In the morning at the Listening Wind Pavilion, the cliff winds moaned as usual. In Xiao's room, the terminal screen displayed several new entries in the Wind Patrol order records. The frequency remained the same as the previous days, neither hurried nor slow. Every morning, Xiao spent 2 hours processing Wind Patrol orders. The frequency was kept steady, capped at 5 orders per day, with a total controlled within 100 academic credits. No more orders were accepted, and no less caused panic. Several threads about Wind Patrol had already emerged on the forum. The hottest post had the most liked comment stating this person is undoubtedly an experienced player, definitely not someone who has been stuck in the database for 10 years to produce such work. Xiao glanced at it and closed the post. He spent the remaining time immersing himself in the public database, thoroughly exploring the spatial theories related to key frequencies. Though the clues were still far from sufficient, accumulating information was essential. It would eventually be useful. A warm glow emanated from the window of the adjacent building. Weiniying was once again infusing spiritual energy into that seed. During the day, she attended classes on Dawn Island, learning the foundational applications of holy light from her mentor. Upon returning at night, she squatted in front of the stone table, her hands enveloping the seed, the warm light in her palms pulsing steadily, its rhythm as steady as a metronome. A cup of water rested on the corner of the stone table, the surface undisturbed. She even set an alarm to drink water, fearing that the infusion rhythm would be interrupted. The cultivation manual lay open beside her, its first 3 chapters already frayed at the edges. On the night of the 7th day, Weiniying, as usual, sat in front of the stone table, infusing spiritual energy. The seed lay in its crystal base, unresponsive, just like the previous 6 days. Her mental energy had already been depleted by more than half, and the warm light in her palm began to tremble. Just when she thought tonight would be another futile attempt, a faint vibration suddenly coursed through her fingertips. At the bottom of the seed, a crack silently appeared. A tender sprout thinner than a hair quivered as it emerged, entirely green, with a drop of dew the size of a fingernail at its tip, refracting scattered arcs of light under the spiritual energy lamp. Weiniying's scream drowned out the cliff winds outside, echoing back and forth between the 2 stone buildings. It sprouted. It sprouted. Xiao, come quick. Xiao walked over from the adjacent building, looking down at the sprout that was shorter than an eyelash. It's alive. Just This is a 4th-tier spirit plant. I brought it to life. Xiao adjusted the brightness of the spiritual energy lamp on the stone table. The seed needed light. Keep it up, don't let it die. Weiniying rolled her eyes in frustration, but as she looked at the sprout, she couldn't help but smile. She squatted in front of the stone table, resting her chin on the edge, staring at the green sprout for a full half-hour, fearing that a blink would cause it to retract. In terms of academic credits, their finances were steadily growing. The second secret realm was the Rusty Iron Mine Path, a transitional secret realm between 2nd and 3rd tier, inhabited by swarms of armored centipedes, individually weak but highly cooperative. When a dozen charged at once, they left no space even for breathing. Xiao's sole purpose in bringing her in was to train. They spent 4 hours in the mine, clearing 3 nests of insects. The first insect nest was the most chaotic. When Weiniying's light needle pierced through a gap in the centipede's shell, her wrist trembled, causing the needle to veer half an inch. The centipede didn't die completely and exploded towards her. Xiao swiftly dispatched the half-dead insect with a strike, glancing back at her again. By the time they reached the 3rd nest, Weiniying's light needle had stopped trembling. 1 needle per insect, so precise that Xiao didn't even have a chance to intervene. When they emerged, her light needle maintained its effect for over 3 minutes. The centipede shells were alchemical materials, and deeper in the mine, they unearthed several good-quality spirit stone ores, netting a profit of 200 after selling them. The 3rd secret realm was the Wind Erosion Canyon. This place was more perilous than the previous 2. A fierce wind carrying fragments of spiritual energy blew through the canyon year-round, causing armor wear to happen at 3 times the rate compared to flat ground. The wind-blade eagles residing at the canyon bottom were peak 3rd-tier flying beasts, fast, and with tricky attack angles. Charging Hedon was tantamount to suicide. However, the howling wind vines growing on the canyon walls were core materials for crafting wind attribute spiritual energy armaments. Xiao did not charge in recklessly. He spent an entire day studying the habits of the wind-blade eagles. The publicly available data in the database was insufficient. He switched to the Wind Patrol account and found a senior student on the forum researching wind attribute creatures with the ID Luo. The other party was currently troubled by a yaw issue with a spiritual energy aircraft. Xiao spent 10 minutes helping her pinpoint the problem. In return, she asked for one thing, not academic credits. Wind Patrol, the patrol route of the eagle flock in the Wind Erosion Canyon, the more detailed the better. The other side fell silent for 20 seconds. Luo, are you going to the Wind Erosion Canyon? Wind Patrol, yes. Luo. All right, I'll send you the data. The route is based on my own observations and does not have official endorsement. Don't blame me if you die. A hand-drawn patrol schedule for the Eagles was sent over, detailing the wind direction changes for each time period. Xiao analyzed the schedule alongside the canyon map, drawing a winding route that specifically traversed the blind spots of the Eagle patrols. Before entering the canyon, he told Weiniying, only one thing, stick close to the canyon wall, lower your body, and don't look up. Then they crawled for 6 hours. Shadows of wind-blade eagles occasionally swept overhead, the sound of their wings slicing through the air was sharp, and piercing so close that it felt like they would dive down at any moment. Yi Weining bit her lips silent, her right hand pressed against the watcher's lamp, while her left hand felt her way along the canyon wall. By the third hour, her knees were no longer her own, and the last 3 hours were endured solely on sheer will. 3 howling wind vines, not a single one missing. When they emerged, her legs trembled. It wasn't feared, it was from squatting too long. In the last 50 meters out of the canyon, she had to support herself against the canyon wall. Xiao waited at the exit, glancing at her trembling knees, saying nothing, and summoned the shuttle to the nearest docking point. The buying price for the howling wind vines was higher than expected. After half a month, their account balances no longer reflected what a preparatory student should have. Xiao's academic credits had exceeded 1,000, while Yi Weining had saved just over 500. She stared at the numbers on her terminal for quite a while, suddenly recalling the words spoken by Lan Xin on the first day of enrollment: initial academic credits 0. It felt like a lifetime ago. Xiao sat by the window with the terminal resting on his lap. The screen displayed data he had casually recorded over the past half-month. Yi Weining's light needle maintenance time, the coverage diameter of her firefly state, and the intervals for mental energy recovery. He stared at the last set of numbers, fell silent for a few seconds, then dialed a communication. Tomorrow we go to the Black Tide simulation battlefield. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. So soon. Your light needle can stabilize for 3 minutes now, and the coverage range of the firefly state has also increased by 30%. Continuing to practice would yield limited improvement. It was better to go directly to the battlefield for testing. Another 2 seconds of silence. Okay. Yi Weining's voice was slightly lighter, but there was no hesitation. What time? 6 in the morning. See you at the shuttle station. Bring your watcher's lamp. Understood. Xiao turned off the terminal and glanced outside. The thin mist above the abyss was torn apart by the night wind, and purple lightning silently erupted deep within the fog. He picked up the key from the table, turned it between his fingers, and then set it down. The matter of the key would be discussed later. Tomorrow's protagonist would not be him. At 5:50 in the morning, Yi Weining was already standing on the shuttle platform. She had changed into a lightweight training suit. The watcher's lantern hung at her waist, and her right hand unconsciously rubbed the brass bullet shell around her neck. The platform was empty, with the spiritual energy streetlights casting her long silhouette. When Xiao arrived, she was staring blankly at the metal railing at the edge of the platform. Came early. Yi Weining turned her head and forced a smile. Couldn't sleep, woke up at 3. The Black Tide. It was a real Black Tide simulation body. 10 minutes. She wasn't sure if she could hold on. Xiao pulled out her terminal to check the appointment information. 6 o'clock sharp, 2nd level difficulty, single player mode. Yi Weining leaned in to take a look at the light screen, the smile in her voice fading. Single player? Yi Weining leaned in to look at the light screen, her voice's cheerfulness diminished. Then you. Watch you. Xiao turned off the light screen. Go in and fight. I will give you a debrief when you come out. The shuttle stopped on the west side of Dawn Island. The building had no windows, only a heavy 3-meter-high gate with a glowing sign embedded above it. Black Tide Simulation Battlefield Training Area. A short-haired, middle-aged woman waited in front of the gate, dressed in a training supervisor's uniform. She glanced at the record board and pointed to the gate. Maintain a purification rate above 50 within 10 minutes. After pausing, she grinned. You want I go in? Yi Weining nodded and turned to take a look at Xiao. Xiao nodded. She exhaled, turned back. The gate opened. Inside was pitch black. She walked in. In the observation room, Xiao chose a position directly facing the center of the arena. The training ground below lit up. In a space of 200 square meters, there were deployment ports and sensors everywhere. In the center of the arena, a circle with a diameter of 10 meters was marked, which was the purification area Yi Weining needed to defend. She stood in the center of the circle, the watcher's lantern held in her left hand, her right hand hanging by her side. Her figure appeared small in the vast arena. 3 seconds remained on the countdown when the deployment ports on the walls opened simultaneously. Black mist surged out, spreading across the ground like spilled ink. The front end of the mist coalesced into shape. A 2nd-level Black Tide simulation body larger than a dog with dark red light spots embedded in its black body. The first wave, 4 of them. They crept up to the circle close to the ground. 2 came from the front, while 2 circled around to the side and rear. Yi Weining's reaction was swift. She didn't wait for them to approach, her right hand raised, forming a light needle. There was no tremor, the brightness concentrated. The light needle shot out, piercing the core of the first simulation body. The simulation body emitted a piercing shriek, its body splitting in half, dissipating into black mist. The second one followed closely behind. She flicked her right hand, the second light needle following suit, hitting its target. But the 2 from the side and back had already reached the edge of the circle. They didn't rush in, instead they crouched outside the circle, black liquid seeping from their bodies, spreading towards the inside. On the data panel, the purification rate began to drop from 100, 98, 96, 93. Yi Weiniing turned around and saw the two pools of spreading black liquid. She gritted her teeth. The light of the lamp suddenly intensified. The brightness of the light membrane inside the circle doubled. The black liquid made contact with the enhanced light membrane, emitting a sizzling sound, its evaporation rate noticeably increasing. The purification rate stabilized, resting at 89. But the cost of this operation was double the consumption of spiritual power. Xiao glanced at the timer. 1 minute and 40 seconds. The second wave came. 6 of them, but no longer the clumsy simulation bodies of before. This time 3 rift stalkers and 3 corruption spitters appeared. The stalkers had long limbs and moved at high speed, while the spitters stayed at the edge of the circle, their back cysts constantly contracting, preparing to launch pollution from a distance. This time there was no time for her to breathe. 3 stalkers divided into 3 paths, zigzagging towards her at high speed to draw attention. The spitters behind seized the moment, suddenly opening their mouths wide, 3 blobs of concentrated black liquid arcing through the air, directly smashing towards the center of the circle. Yi Weiniing began to panic. The speed of the light needles couldn't keep up with this 3-dimensional attack rhythm. Just as she nailed one charging stalker with a light needle, 2 blobs of corrosive black liquid exploded at her feet. The black liquid spread quickly, causing the purification rate to plummet to 83. She glanced down at the rapidly eroding black liquid on the ground, her brows furrowing. Then she made a move that Xiao had not anticipated. She suddenly crouched down, placing the Watcher's lantern flat on the ground, her hands pressing tightly on it. The light of the lantern no longer spread outwards, but was forcibly compressed into a horizontal direction, forming a thin, high-brightness light carpet against the ground. When the black liquid touched the light carpet, its evaporation speed tripled compared to before. The purification rate rose, reaching 85, 87, 89. But in order to suppress the erosion on the ground, her defense above was completely empty. A rift stalker seized the opportunity, leaping high and pouncing down towards her from above. Yi Weiniing took a heavy blow to the back of her head. The attack from the simulation body was weakened and wouldn't cause real damage, but the pain was real. She grunted, her body leaning forward, nearly crashing her forehead against the lantern. Her right hand lifted from the ground. The light needle shot out almost parallel to her scalp, accurately nailing the airborne stalker, which turned into a cloud of black smoke. In the observation room, Xiao tapped her fingers on the armrest. That was close, but the judgment was correct. Facing mixed troops, she decisively prioritized ground purification over taking hits. The thought process was right, but the problem was also exposed. The formation speed of the light needles was about 5 seconds per shot, and against the 3 incoming stalkers, she could only handle 2 directions at most. The remaining direction could only be braced with her body. This wasn't a technical problem, it was a matter of insufficient spiritual power. For minutes had passed. The number of simulation bodies in the arena stabilized between 6 and 8, with some being eliminated and replaced, alternating between stalkers and spitters. Yi Weiniing found her rhythm. Her left hand pressed the lantern to maintain the light carpet on the ground, while her right hand shot light needles to take them down one by one. Occasionally an attack that slipped through would hit her back or shoulder, which she would endure before dealing with it. The purification rate fluctuated between 70 and 85. Her breathing became heavier, and the formation speed of the light needles noticeably slowed, from just over 3 seconds at the start to nearly 8 seconds now. Xiao noticed her right fingertips beginning to tremble, slightly a sign of spiritual power depletion. At the end of the 8th minute, a light needle shot wide, grazing past the core of a simulation body without hitting. The simulation body charged into the circle. Yi Weiniing shouted loudly. The light of the Watcher's lantern surged. All the black liquid within the circle evaporated in an instant, and the simulation body that charged in was enveloped by the light, struggling for a moment before collapsing and dissipating. The purification rate jumped back to 85. Then the light dimmed by half. Yi Weiniing knelt on the ground, her hands still pressing on the lantern, her arms trembling. The light needles could no longer be shot out, her spiritual power depleted. She could only rely on the last remaining glow of the Watcher's lantern to maintain the purification area, which was draining every second. The offensive of the simulation bodies slowed down, no longer charging in, but surrounding the circle and continuously seeping out black liquid. Yi Weiniing couldn't think about why all her attention was focused on the increasingly dim light of the Watcher's lantern. Purification rate 73, 71, 70. The timer hit 0. Training completed. The mechanical female voice echoed throughout the arena. The black mist of the simulation gradually dissipated, revealing the arena's original gray-white metallic floor. Yi Weiniing remained kneeling, both hands pressed firmly upon the Watcher's lamp, her arms trembling violently, from shoulders down to fingertips. The flame shrank to a pinprick of light. Her face was pallid, drained of color. Her shoulder-length hair clung damply to her temples, soaked with sweat. Final purification rate 70. Evaluation pass. A mechanical female voice announced the result, and the sensors lining the arena's perimeter dimmed one by one. Yi Weiniang attempted to rise. Her knees had barely lifted from the ground when her body lurched sharply to the right. She reached out to brace herself, but her arms gave way as her elbows buckled, her shoulders struck the floor first, and she collapsed sideways. The Watcher's lamp rolled from her grasp, spinning twice before coming to rest. The short-haired supervisor tapped her comm device. Observation room. Trainee has lost consciousness due to severe spiritual energy depletion. Vital signs remain stable. In the observation room, Xiao was already on his feet. He bypassed the stairs entirely, leaping straight through the energy-sealed viewing window. The semi-transparent barrier designed to contain the simulation's black mist posed no physical resistance to human passage. From 3 stories up, he landed with knees slightly bent to absorb impact, the soles of his boots scraping sharply against the metal floor. The supervisor turned, arching one brow in quiet appraisal. Xiao knelt beside Yi Weiniang. She lay on her side, eyes closed, breathing shallow and rapid. A braid threaded with luminescent stones dangled loosely from her right ear, half unraveled, several stones having tumbled onto the floor, still glowing faintly. A brass bullet casing slipped from her collar, rested against her clavicle. Xiao gently checked her pulse. Spiritual energy exhaustion-induced coma, the supervisor remarked, glancing down. A common occurrence. She'll awaken after several hours' rest. Shall we summon a med transport? No need. Xiao retrieved the Watcher's lamp and secured it at his waist. Then, sliding one arm beneath her knees and the other supporting her back, he lifted her effortlessly. She was lighter than he'd anticipated. Her head, unanchored, settled naturally into the hollow of his shoulder. Her breath brushed his neck, warm, soft, fleeting. The supervisor assessed his hold, confirming no abnormal strain on her cervical spine, then nodded once and signed handover confirmed on her datapad. Xiao carried her toward the exit. As they passed through the airlock, dawn light spilled in. At just past 6 o'clock, the sun cast a gentle glow across Yi Weiniang's face, causing her brow to furrow faintly, her head instinctively tilting deeper into the shelter of his shoulder to evade the brightness. The transit pod platform stood nearly empty. With one hand, Xiao summoned his terminal and called a pod bound for Tingfeng Cottage. While waiting, he glanced down at the woman cradled in his arms. Yi Weiniang's lips were cracked and dry, a small bruise bloomed beneath her left eyebrow, likely from striking the lamp during the simulacrum's blow to the back of her head. Her hand hung limp, fingers twitching faintly, a neural aftereffect of spiritual energy depletion. Then the pod arrived, its hatch sliding open. Xiao stepped inside sideways and placed her gently onto the adjacent seat. As the pod accelerated, inertia pulled her body sideways. He drew her back, guiding her to rest against his shoulder. The pod glided smoothly across the energy light bridge spanning the chasm between 2 floating aisles bathed in morning gold. Inside the cabin, silence reigned, broken only by the low, resonant hum of the engine. Yi Weiniang's breathing gradually eased from ragged urgency into deep, even rhythm. Her warmth seeped through the fabric of his shoulder. As they neared Tingfeng Cottage, she stirred, not awakening, but shifting unconsciously in sleep. Her hand groped, found his sleeve, and curled tightly around it, 5 fingers clenching with quiet insistence. He did not pull his sleeve free. The pod halted. Morning dew glistened on the jungle undergrowth, dampening his pant legs. High above, mutated sapphire-tailed sparrows trilled, thin, sharp, piercing. At the cliff's edge stood 2 quiet ash-gray cottages. Below, the abyss churned with violet-black mist, and the wind moaned low and hollow. Xiao pushed open the door to Yi Weiniang's room. Her training log lay stacked neatly at the corner of the stone table. Spare spirit silk threads and luminescent stones rested in a small iron box, its lid askew, revealing a glittering corner within. He laid her down upon the stone bed. Her hand still gripped his sleeve. He began carefully prying her fingers loose, one by one. By the 3rd finger, her brow furrowed again. A muffled murmur escaped her lips, indistinct, half-formed, and her grip tightened further. He paused, standing motionless for 2 seconds. Then he dragged over a stone chair, sat beside the bed, and placed his captured hand gently along the edge, settling it in a position that caused neither discomfort nor strain. With his free left hand, he activated his terminal and cued the training footage for playback. On screen, Yi Weiniang fired her first light needle, launching into the opening wave of assault. He slowed playback to 1/4 speed, analyzing frame by frame the curve of her spiritual energy output. Her light needle formation efficiency was actually high, but each shot carried excessive spiritual energy. The core of a Tier II simulacrum required no such penetrating force. Yet she delivered every needle as though targeting a Tier III adversary. Xiao typed a note into his terminal: spiritual energy allocation, chronic overexertion. Requires muscle memory conditioning for minimum effective output during low-tier simulations. He continued watching. Between minutes 4 and 6, Yi Weining demonstrated remarkable tactical acuity. Faced with mixed enemy units, she established priority in under 2 seconds purification first, personal safety second. That decision would be flawless in real combat. The Watcher's duty was to preserve the purification zone, not tally kills. Yet she lacked a means to share or deflect incoming fire. The Watcher's lamp projected a defensive light membrane, area control, while light needles served as pinpoint offense. A vital middle layer was missing. Had she integrated fire elemental application, even just a 10-meter diameter aura granting attribute enhancement and resilience buff applied solely to herself, she could conserve at least 20% of her spiritual energy expenditure. Xiao closed the playback. Leaning back in the stone chair, he listened to the abyssal wind sighing softly through the energy shield beyond the window. Then he turned his gaze toward the sleeping figure on the bed. Yi Weining slept deeply. Her grip on his sleeve had loosened slightly, but not fully released. Her fingertips still rested lightly upon his wrist. Her breathing was steady. Color slowly returned to her cheeks, no longer the paper-pale hue of moments before. Her unraveled braids spilled across the pillow, luminescent stones pulsing softly, their glow flickering like distant stars in the dim room. Xiao unbuckled the Watcher's lamp and placed it on the stone table. Then he opened Yi Weining's training dossier and compiled his analytical notes into a concise post-training review report. Optimization protocol for light needle condensation efficiency, tiered spiritual energy output training regimen, tactical integration nodes for Firefly auxiliary form. Each item detailed meticulously line by line. Midway through the third entry, his right wrist was tugged gently. Yi Weining shifted onto her side, drawing his wrist beside her pillow and pressing her cheek against it, rubbing softly. Xiao's fingers stilled. He held her face in his quiet gaze for several breaths. His left hand hovered suspended midair, then descended slow and deliberate. He did not press, only cupped her crown with his palm, smoothing back her sweat-damp, tousled short hair with infinite care. His fingertips skirted the protruding luminescent stones, pausing briefly tenderly at the whirl of her hair, restrained almost to rigidity, yet softened imperceptibly by the wind's low song. Silence stretched for a few heartbeats before his left hand resumed typing. After entering the final point, he saved the report and powered down the terminal. Only wind and breath remained in the room. He did not withdraw his wrist. Adjusting his posture in the stone chair, he leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. The unforgiving stone dug sharply into his spine. But then again, Tingfeng Cottage had never offered comfort. Xiao was awakened by the pain in his back. The edge of the stone chair pressed against his shoulder blade, causing his entire spine to ache with numbness. He opened his eyes. The deep purple-black mist of the abyss outside the window was lighter than in the morning, indicating it was nearing noon. The weight on his right wrist remained. He glanced down to see Yi Weining had changed her position, curling into a ball, her profile buried in the pillow, revealing only one ear and the tips of her disheveled hair. Her hand no longer gripped his wrist, but rested lightly on top, her 5 fingers loosely clasping, as if holding on to something to sleep soundly. The color had returned to her face significantly. Xiao slowly withdrew his wrist. This time she did not hold on tightly. Her fingers merely twitched, grasping at nothing before she turned over and continued to sleep. He stood up and stretched his stiff neck. The Watcher's lamp on the stone table lay quietly with a faint glow still lingering in the wick. He picked up the lamp to inspect it. The wick was not severely depleted, and it could still be restored with a supplement of spiritual energy. Upon stepping outside, the wind from the cliff rushed into his collar. Xiao returned to his room to wash his face, changed into clean clothes, and then headed to the nearest supply station. The location of the Listening Wind Pavilion was absurdly remote. Even the nearest supply station required a shuttle ride. When he returned, the door to Yi Weining's room was open. She was sitting on the edge of the stone bed, her feet dangling in midair, focusing on fiddling with a loose braid of hair. Several luminescent stones were scattered across the bed, with a strand of spiritual thread having snapped. Her movements were slow, her fingers had not yet fully regained their agility, and after 2 attempts, she still couldn't string the luminescent stones together. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, momentarily stunned. Then her face turned crimson from her ears down. How did I get back? Xiao placed the food package and recovery agent on the stone table, responding straightforwardly, carried back. Yi Weining's hands froze. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Then she opened it once more. A princess carry. MHM. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Yi Weining buried her face in her palms, her ears reddening to the point of resembling ripe fruit. She mumbled something muffled, barely audible. Xiao did not intend to dwell on this topic. He pulled out a stone chair and sat down. Let's eat first, and then we can review. Yi Weining sat at the stone table, cradling the food package, taking small bites. Her fingers had stopped trembling, but her mind was still hazy, not entirely due to the after effects of spiritual energy depletion. The person across from her was unfolding the terminal screen, his expression akin to preparing for a tactical briefing devoid of any awareness of having carried someone. An empty bottle of recovery agent was placed in the corner of the table with a layer of medicinal mist clinging to its walls. She stared at the packaging of the food package for quite a while, not digesting a single word of the ingredient list printed on it. Yet she vividly remembered the sensations from that journey. The curve of his shoulder, the faint scent of soap from his clothes, and the moment her cheek grazed his collarbone as they passed through the forest. Clearly there shouldn't have been any awareness while she was unconscious, yet she remembered everything. But now the main subject across from her was expressionlessly displaying the terminal screen, striking a pose that suggested, "I'm about to start the lesson." Yi Weiniang swallowed those chaotic thoughts down her throat, forcefully gulping them down along with the food package. Look here. On Gu Xiao's screen was training footage. He dragged it to the point of the first wave of attack, adjusting it to a quarter speed, where Yi Weiniang was seen launching the first light needle. Your light needle has enough penetrating power to strike the core of a mid-stage tier 3. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiniang instinctively straightened her back. But you are facing tier 2. Her back slumped again, her gaze drifting outside the window as she pretended to observe the mist density of the abyss. You wasted at least 30% of your spiritual energy. Gu Xiao drew a line on the screen, marking her spiritual energy output curve for each light needle fired. How much did you pour into the first one? Yi Weiniang recalled, I didn't control it, I just went all out. All out. To strike a tier 2 simulation. I was nervous at the time. He enlarged the curve, pointing to the comparison between the first 4 minutes and the last 6 minutes. In the first 4 minutes, your spiritual energy had already dipped below half. Conversely, you conserved quite a bit in the last 6 minutes. Do you know how much time that wasted at the beginning? Yi Weiniang remained silent. 2 minutes. Enough for you to pull the purification level from 70 back above 80. So what should we practice next? Controlling output. Minimal effective output. The problem lies in the aftermath. Gu Xiao dragged the footage to the frame, where she was pounced on by a stealthy enemy from above, freezing it there. The moment you crouched down, you had no defense from above. Light needles require visual locking. If you're staring at the ground, you can't see what's above you. If this were actual combat, Yi Weiniang fell silent. She looked down at the cup of water in her hands, hunching her shoulders. Silence lingered for a few seconds. And your supporting abilities. Gu Xiao broke the silence. Yi Weiniang opened her mouth, then closed it. Third, he turned off the video, pulling up the review report fire attribute. Yi Weiniang paused for a moment. Your affinity for the fire attribute is not low, you know that. But after entering the training ground, you relied solely on the light attribute, not touching the fire elements at all. When dealing with the black tide, the fire attribute's restraining effect is far inferior to the light attribute, right? While the fire elements indeed do not restrain the black tide as strongly as the light elements, you still need to learn how to utilize them. Gu Xiao showed her a segment of data he extracted from the database. Within the basic applications of the fire attribute, there is a technique called purifying flame. It involves attaching fire elements to the outer layer of light attribute attacks, causing additional burning damage to negative energy entities of the black tide type. It doesn't require overly complex control. Basic proficiency is sufficient. Yi Weiniang pursed her lips, pulling the review report closer to examine it thoroughly. The report was written in great detail. Not only did it outline 3 major directions, but each direction was also broken down into specific training steps, even detailing how many shots to practice each day and the target values for each shot. As she read, she paused when she flipped to the last page. There was a line of annotation printed in a smaller font than the main text. Overall assessment. First simulation of the black tide performance exceeded expectations. Decision-making process was clear, adaptability was strong, and endurance was excellent. Spiritual energy management and skill integration still need refinement, but the fundamentals are solid. Yi Weiniang stared at that line for several readings. She didn't lift her head. I'll take the report back to review it myself. It has already been sent to your terminal. It fell silent again for a few seconds. There's one more thing. Yi Weiniang spoke quickly, her pace a notch faster than usual. Did I grab your sleeve after I fell asleep? How long did I grab it? Didn't time it. Yi Weiniang suddenly stood up, turning to walk to the window, her back to him. Her fingers twisted the freshly braided hair, causing the luminescent stones to flicker in and out. Tomorrow morning at 6, same place. Still going tomorrow. When will I advance to tier 3? We'll talk about it after stabilizing the purification level above 90. Yi Weiniang reached out to pick up the scattered luminescent stones from the table, putting them back into the iron box. She compared the length of the broken spiritual thread, pulled out a new one from the iron box, and began rebraiding it. When she reached the final stone, she glanced at Gu Xiao. He had already walked to the door. Gu Xiao. He turned back. Yi Weiniang tucked the finished braid behind her ear, the luminescent stones clinking together, producing a delicate sound. About today's princess carry. This is a one-time thing. After finishing this sentence, she quickly turned her face towards the window. The abyss outside wailed as the wind blew. After taking 3 steps, a flicker of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The wind was loud enough to drown out the muffled scream from Yi Weining's room buried in the pillow. For the next 5 days, Yi Weining was like a wound-up toy appearing punctually at the shuttle station every morning at 6, unwavering in her resolve. She tackled the training content item by item according to Gu Xiao's review report. Minimum effective output fire attribute, scorching purification attachment, and defensive awareness above her head. On the evening of the 5th day, Yi Weining emerged from the training ground looking rather good, not pale, as she had been after previous bouts of mental exhaustion. She shook the sweat from her wrist and gave an okay gesture towards the observation room. Gu Xiao turned off the light curtain and stood up. It was his turn now. Gu Xiao boarded the shuttle alone, his back, carrying a lightweight adventure pack stuffed with 3 recovery potions, 2 blocks of compressed rations, and a short energy blade from the academy. The black key hung around his neck, pressed against his skin, its temperature matching that of his body. He pulled up the terminal map, the target coordinates already marked, the gray unexplored area on the flank of the ant nest. Choosing this coordinate wasn't solely due to Yi Weining's guidance. He spent 3 days cross-referencing all the adventure logs about the ant nest on the forums and discovered something interesting. This coordinate was scarcely found in the Academy's public database. The information on the ant nest itself was detailed to the extent that even the internal temperature curve was available, yet this neighboring area was completely blank. Either no one had been there or someone had, but the records were erased. Regardless of which scenario it was, they both pointed to the same conclusion, that this coordinate itself was part of a selection process. The Academy left it there waiting for the one who has the key to find it. You must find it yourself, judge whether it is worth going, and bear the consequences. This has always been the Academy's style. Gu Xiao followed the path marked on the map for about 40 minutes, where the trees began to thin out and the soil's color transitioned from dark brown to an unusually pale gray. A scent filled the air, sour and reminiscent of the ant nest. He did not approach the direction of the ant nest, but instead deviated eastward along the preset route. The gray coordinate on the map was approximately 1.3 kilometers to the northeast. Having walked less than 1,000 meters, the key began to stir. As he neared the coordinate, the refreshing scent of the forest was replaced by a sticky and heavy oppression. Gu Xiao could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy here even exceeded the average levels within the Academy, yet this accumulation did not bring any pleasure. The vibrant shrubs and towering ancient trees seemed to be cut off by some invisible boundary hundreds of meters away from the coordinate. In their place was a desolate gray wasteland, the ground covered with a thick layer of grayish-white moss. This moss held no moisture, dried up like layers of stacked ashes. When Gu Xiao stepped on it with his boots, it produced not the sound of breaking grass and wood, but an exceedingly subtle powdery crunch. With each step, a cloud of gray dust would rise, lingering in the air, as if in silent tribute. Gu Xiao halted, pulling out the black object named Universal Key from his collar. At this moment, the key was no longer that cold metal object. It was trembling slightly at a high frequency, even causing a numbing pain in Gu Xiao's palm. Most bizarrely, a layer of glistening droplets had condensed on the surface of the key. At some point, these droplets did not slide off due to Gu Xiao's movements, but seemed to be drawn by some magnetic force, slowly flowing along the key's ancient tooth patterns. As the droplets gathered at the tip of the key, Gu Xiao's eye of truth suddenly felt a burning sensation. In the faint golden view, the world before him changed. The accumulated spiritual energy was no longer static. It was frantically converging towards a stone wall ahead. The stone wall was not high, about 3 meters, standing between 2 massive natural rock formations, its surface similarly covered with that grayish-white desolate moss. But in Gu Xiao's eyes, the central lower part of the stone wall presented an extremely strange distortion. It was rotating at an extremely slow speed, and with each full rotation, the surrounding sticky spiritual energy would be forcibly stripped away, consumed by it. "This is the place," Gu Xiao murmured to himself, his gaze sharp as a hawk. He approached the stone wall and pressed his left hand against the distorted fold. The touch was cool and rough, the grayish-white moss powder sliding through his fingers. He opened his right hand, and the droplet at the tip of the universal key had completely frozen, transforming into a crystal radiating a bone-chilling cold. The tip of the crystal pointed firmly towards the interior of the stone wall. Due to the high-frequency vibrations, Gu Xiao's palm began to ache slightly. However, just as Gu Xiao was about to press the key into that twisted space, his eye of truth caught a glimpse of unusual flowing light. In that swirling, viscous, spiritual energy, several lines of dark red characters emerged intermittently as the spiritual energy was stripped away, appearing on the rough surface of the rock. The characters were slanted and bore a childish, mischievous quality, yet they exuded a chilling cruelty for preparatory students only. Once activated, the timer starts, limited to 3 days. No compensation in case of death. Gu Xiao's hand reaching towards the stone wall stopped just a few centimeters from the faintly visible keyhole. Once activated, the timer starts. Gu Xiao repeated each word slowly. He withdrew his hand, the cold sting at his fingertips making him more composed. This perfectly aligned with the Academy's cruel definition of pioneers. This place does not welcome reckless warriors fueled only by passion, but rather gamblers who can precisely calculate every chip, even in dire situations. In the face of absolute unknowns, any slight decline in condition opens the door to death. Gu Xiao took 3 steps back, tucking the key back into his collar. He did not hesitate for long. He turned and retraced his steps. The phrase limited to 3 days, no compensation in case of death, conveyed to him. There was no room for error after entering. What kind of environment, what enemies, what traps lay within the secret realm, he had no idea. The only certain information was limited to 3 days, and for preparatory students only. On the shuttle, Gu Xiao opened his terminal and began making a list. By the time he returned to the listening wind pavilion, night had already fallen. The light in Yi Weining's room was on, and the warm glow spilling from under the door indicated she was practicing light attribute control. Gu Xiao did not disturb her and went straight back to his room. He spread out the terminal on the stone table and began entering the data from today's field reconnaissance one by one. Soil composition, spiritual energy concentration, gradient rotational frequency of the spatial folding point surrounding ecological distribution. These data could not tell him what existed in the secret realm, but they could help him deduce the type of the secret realm. High spiritual energy concentration, but a dead ecological environment, spatial folding points absorbing rather than releasing spiritual energy. This was a typical characteristic of a closed secret realm. The internal spiritual energy cycle is a self-sufficient, closed loop, not exchanging with the outside world. It has been 2 full months since I arrived at the Mirror Sea Academy. Yi Weining stood at the entrance of the Black Tide simulation battlefield, clutching the bronze lantern, the flame of the wick steadily burning. Today is the formal assessment. In the observation room, senior sister Lan Xin held a drink, her gaze fixed on the light screen. There were 2 more people beside her, a man and a woman, both dressed in minter robes wearing the badge of Dawn Island on their chests. The examiners of the purification and healing domain. Gu Xiao sat in the far corner of the observation room, his terminal open, recording function already activated. Candidate Yi Weining, the formal assessment for the purification and healing domain now begins. The battlefield lit up. In the 3rd-tier difficulty Black Tide simulation arena, the black mycelium carpet on the ground was thicker, the concentration of negative energy in the air was higher, and the refresh interval of the simulation entities was shortened from 15 seconds to 12 seconds. Yi Weining stood at the center of the purification area, raising the watcher's lantern to her chest, closing her eyes to adjust her breathing for 3 seconds. The light from the wick began to radiate outward. It was not an explosive burst, but rather a steady push outward in concentric circles, each layer having nearly the same thickness and brightness. 2 months of training had honed her mental control to a remarkably fine level. The first wave of simulation entities surged out from the left side. 6 second-tier soul-eating entities. Yi Weining raised her right hand, launching 3 light needles, each infused with mental energy strictly constrained to the threshold of just piercing through the 2nd-tier core. The outer layer of the light needles was wrapped in a thin layer of fire attribute, zhuijing. 3 soul-eating entities exploded. The remaining 3 slowed down under the purifying light domain expanded by the watcher's lantern, and Yi Weining supplemented with 3 more needles, clean and efficient. In the observation room, the 2 examiners exchanged a glance. The infusion amount is very precise. The male examiner flipped through the data board beside him, his tone becoming more serious. This level of control doesn't seem like someone who has only trained for 2 months. Lan Xin held her cup, tapping her fingertip on the cup's wall, remaining silent. In the 4th minute, the stalker appeared. This time, Yi Weining did not repeat her previous mistake. Her watcher's lantern was adjusted to a special mode. The light domain was no longer a uniform spherical shape, but had been shaped into an inverted bowl with the bottom covered normally, and the top layer of light fabric nearly twice as thick as the surrounding area. The stalker's stealth ability was significantly weakened within the light domain, and Yi Weining didn't even need to look up. The feedback from the light domain could inform her of the enemy's position. A light needle was shot, accompanied by zhuijing, and the stalker fell from the ceiling, dispersing into black mist before even hitting the ground. In the 6th minute, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A creature not listed on the regular refresh chart emerged from beneath the mycelium carpet. A 3rd-tier upper-level corrosive spider. As its 8 legs broke through the ground, charging towards her, the negative energy black liquid seeping from its surface instantly dropped the purification level within a 2-meter radius back to 0. The purification level plummeted from 89 to 81. In the observation room, the male examiner's hand paused above the data board. Lan Xin's eyes narrowed. Yi Weining took a step back, the light from the wick abruptly contracting. She voluntarily reduced the coverage area of the light domain by 30%, pouring all the saved mental energy into a reinforced light needle. The zhuzhing flames surrounding the outer layer of the light needle were compressed to extreme density. When that light needle was launched, it produced a sharp, explosive sound. It struck the connection point between the corrosive spider's thorax and abdomen. The zhuzhing flames flowed into the wound, incinerating the core of the simulation entity with intense heat. The 8 legs twitched twice before the entire spider transformed into a pool of steaming black residue. Yi Weining immediately expanded the light domain again, and the purification level began to rise. 83, 85, 88. In the observation room, the female examiner slowly lowered her hand that was holding the cup. Good situational judgment. Her evaluation was much more generous than the male examiner's, giving only 4 words. Lan Xin placed her cup on the windowsill. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Yi Weining's forehead was beaded with sweat, but her breathing rhythm remained steady. The wick of the Watcher's lantern was nearly twice as bright as when it began. The flame, which was only the size of a fingernail before, had now swelled into a fist-sized warm golden flame, steadily hovering above the lantern. In the 10th minute, the timer ended. The battlefield extinguished. The final data popped up on the light screen. Purification level 91. Remaining mental energy 21. Kill count 47. Injury count 0. The observation room fell silent for 2 seconds. The female examiner wrote a "excellent" on the evaluation form. She paused for a moment, then added a note beside it. The male examiner took it, glanced at the note. Suggestion for follow-up attention. He made no changes and signed his name. Lan Xin finally set her drink down. She pressed the communicator. "Xiao, you passed the assessment. Welcome to become a formal student of the Mirror Sea Academy." "Thank you, senior sister." Xiao turned off the recording and leaned back in his chair. When Yi Weining emerged from the battlefield, her hair was wet with sweat, sticking her bangs to her forehead. As she walked, she untangled the spiritual threads caught in her braids, murmuring to herself whether she could further optimize her positioning from the 6th-minute wave just now. Seeing Xiao waiting at the door, she paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Her nose was still red, and her eyes were slightly red as well. 91. She extended her hand, showing a gesture for 9 and 1. "I saw it, let's go." Yi Weining blinked. "Where to?" "To eat." The shuttle boat docked, and the pier of Yunji Island was bustling with people. Yi Weining jumped off the boat, her steps light, as if she were stepping on springs. The sweat had dried long ago, but her bangs were still a bit frizzy as she pressed down on them a couple of times without success, and simply gave up. "Haina Baichuan?" she asked. "Not going there." Yi Weining's steps hesitated for a moment. Xiao didn't explain, turning into a narrow alley on the right side of the pier. The alley was lined with various shops displaying spiritual energy, signs, the light being chopped into fragments by the architecture falling at their feet. The further they went inside, the fewer people there were, and the noise grew more distant. At the end of the alley stood an inconspicuous stone archway with no sign hanging above, only a frosted spiritual energy plaque embedded with 2 characters. Banshan. 2 people. Yes. By the window or inside. "Is there a terrace?" The old man looked at him from above, his glasses, nodded, and stepped aside to let them through. After passing through a very short corridor, the view brightened. Banshan was built into the side wall of Yunji Island, with most of the restaurant hanging over the cliff. There was no clamor, no bustling alchemical automatons, and even the background music was absent, only the sound of the wind. Yi Weining stood at the edge of the terrace, resting her hand on the railing and glancing down, a sea of clouds roiling bottomless. She retracted her hand, patting her chest. The menu projected onto the table. Yi Weining leaned over to take a look, her pupils constricting. The cheapest dish was 20 credit points. "He'll treat you." Xiao slid the menu in front of himself. "Then I won't be polite." She pulled the menu back, seriously reading it from start to finish, mentally calculating the price of each dish. Finally, she chose a dish of frost leaf venison, a portion of mushroom soup, and hesitated for a moment before adding a dish of honeyed starfruit. 30 credit points labeled as signature dish on the menu. Xiao ordered a grilled ironback beast and 2 bowls of staple food. The venison was sliced thin, laid on a sizzling spirit stone plate, the edges sizzling with oil. Yi Weining picked up a slice and sent it to her mouth, her eyes curving in delight. Delicious. The honeyed starfruit was served last. The fist-sized golden fruit was arranged on an ice plate covered with a layer of solidified honey shell. Yi Weining pinched one, biting into it. The honey shell shattered, revealing the translucent light green flesh, with juice trickling down her fingertips. She quickly lowered her head to catch it, licking her fingertip, only to look up and find Xiao staring at her. "What?" "Nothing." He shifted his gaze back to the sea of clouds. Yi Weining stuffed the last starfruit into her mouth, chewed it, and leaned back in her chair, resting her hands on the armrests, her toes lifting and swaying. He finished the last sip of water in his cup and set it down. Happy formal assessment. Yi Weiniang was taken aback for a moment. Then she smiled, her nose wrinkling. At 5:40 in the morning, Gu Xiao opened his eyes. He packed his gear into the exploration bag, tightening the straps. He pulled the key from his collar, gripping it in his hand, the metallic surface slightly cool. As he stepped outside, the light next door was off. He took 3 steps when a sound came from behind him. Yi Weiniang stood at the door, her hair a bit disheveled, clearly just awakened. She wasn't wearing shoes, her bare feet touching the cold stone floor. Rubbing her eyes with her right hand, she held a bronze lantern in her left hand. Are you going today? Yes. For how many days? 3 days. Yi Weiniang's hand rubbing her eyes stopped. She looked down at the lantern in her hand, and then up at the bag on Gu Xiao's back. Her lips moved, but in the end she only said, knock on my door when you come back, no matter the time. All right. Gu Xiao turned and left. There were no more words from behind, but he could feel that gaze following him until he turned into the small path of Wanxiang Forest, swallowed by the jungle. The shuttle's speed was rapid. He arrived at 6:30, the sky still not fully bright. Gu Xiao deviated eastward according to the predetermined route. 15 minutes later, the soil underfoot changed color. The brown-black turned to gray-white, and the air became acrid. The familiar silence of the desolate wilderness unfolded, covered in gray moss that crunched underfoot. Gu Xiao quickened his pace as the stone wall appeared in his sight. The Eye of Truth activated, revealing a faint golden view where a distorted spatial vortex slowly rotated, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The dark red lettering reappeared as the spiritual energy peeled away, for preparatory students only. Timing begins upon activation, limited to 3 days. No compensation for death. Gu Xiao pointed the tip of the key at the barely visible keyhole in the center of the vortex. The moment the key entered, the entire stone wall trembled violently. Large chunks of gray-white moss fell away, revealing the deep gray rock beneath. A circle of cold blue light patterns illuminated the keyhole, rapidly spreading outward along the key's teeth, instantly covering the whole stone wall. Gu Xiao glanced down at the key. It had already embedded itself in the keyhole, unable to be withdrawn. Precisely speaking, it was growing into the rock wall. The cold blue light extending from the teeth fused it with the entire stone wall. The timer has started, Gu Xiao murmured to himself. He took one last look back at the direction he came from. The gray-white wasteland, the acrid air, and the low-frequency vibrations of the ant nest in the distance. Turning back, he stepped into the rift. Darkness engulfed him. The darkness inside the rift lasted less than 3 seconds. Gu Xiao's feet landed on a hard surface, his knees slightly bending to absorb the impact, stabilizing his balance with one hand on the ground. Above him, dense mineral crystal veins were embedded in the rock layers, emitting a cold blue-white glow. The light was weak, barely illuminating the environment. Within 20 meters beyond that, it blurred into indistinct shapes. The air was dry, carrying a metallic, rusty smell. The temperature was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. 3 days, he squatted down, pressing his index and middle fingers against the ground, feeling the texture and temperature of the rock. The gray-black rock was dense and hard. The surface was covered with a very thin layer of dust. When he rubbed it with his fingers, it felt dry and delicate, with no moisture. Bringing his nose closer, he detected, besides the metallic blood smell, a faint whiff of sulfide. Volcanic rock. No, the temperature is too low. He opened the terminal. The screen lit up for a moment, then a line of red text popped up. Signal interrupted, offline mode. As expected, a closed-type secret realm with no communication inside or out. The timing function of the terminal still worked, but the map and communication features were completely useless. He stood still, looking around. This was a naturally formed cavernous space, not large, about the size of a basketball court. The ground was relatively flat, and the surrounding rock walls sloped upward, forming an irregular dome. The cavern had 3 exits. Directly ahead, a passage about 2 meters wide stretched straight into deeper darkness, the glow of mineral crystals inside gradually thinning, swallowed within a few steps. To the left was a much narrower fissure, just wide enough for one person to pass sideways. There was no light inside, but there were sounds. Extremely faint, intermittent rustling sounds. To the right was a sloped surface that dipped at about 30 degrees smooth and with faint orangered points of light flickering at the bottom. Gu Xiao activated the Eye of Truth. A faint golden view spread out, revealing the information disparity among the 3 paths. The spiritual energy in the passage ahead was nearly dead calm, with no gains expected in the short term. In the left narrow fissure, the spiritual energy churned into a chaotic vortex. There was something alive moving inside. But what truly caught his gaze was the right side. In the depths of the slope, spiritual energy gathered layer by layer, increasing in concentration with depth. Those orangered points of light pulsed rhythmically under the Eye of Truth, stable and even. Alive. Gu Xiao withdrew his gaze, having made a decision. He walked towards the left narrow fissure. There was no rush to explore the core area. First, he needed to ascertain what living things were present here. The fissure was even narrower than it appeared, and after about 40 meters the passage suddenly widened. The moment Xiao squeezed through the gap, he held a knife across his chest, his back pressed against the rock wall. Before him was a long narrow rift about 10 meters wide with no visible end. The walls on both sides were sparsely embedded with blue-white mineral crystals, far fewer than at the entrance, and the light was dim. The bottom of the rift was not rock. It was bones. Some of the skeletal forms did not belong to any creatures he recognized. Xiao did not descend immediately. He crouched at the fissure's exit, observing for a full 2 minutes. His gaze traced the claw marks upward. About 7 to 8 meters high on the right wall of the rift, there was a dark horizontal cave. The edges of the cave's entrance were polished to a shine. A nest. Xiao was estimating the size of the cave when the chaotic spiritual energy in the Eye of Truth suddenly thrashed violently. His body reacted faster than his awareness. He rolled to the left, his backpack crashing onto the pile of bones with a crisp sound. A mass of gray-black material fell from above to the spot where he had just crouched, causing the rock wall to explode into fragments. Xiao knelt on one knee among the bones, a short knife held in front of him, clearly seeing the newcomer. It was a bug, an arthropod roughly the size of a large dog. With 6 legs, the front 2 had evolved into scythe-like appendages, their surface covered with deep gray exoskeleton. The head had no eyes, only a bare shell with 2 constantly quivering antennae and a mouth split vertically with 3 rows of inward-facing teeth. A thin layer of glowing moss clung to the exoskeleton, its color almost identical to the rock wall. After landing, the bug did not immediately attack. Its 6 legs retracted, the sides crossed defensively in front of its head, its antennae vibrating wildly. 3 seconds passed. The bug abandoned its defense, spreading its 6 legs and lowering its body, the sides extending outward. Xiao shifted half a step to the right, the bones crunching under his boot. The bug's antennae suddenly swerved, correcting its direction, and its speed skyrocketed. Xiao did not retreat. He stepped forward, lifting the knife from below. It was not a slash, but a probe. The spiritual energy short knife struck the bug's scythe-like forelimb, producing a piercing metallic clang. Xiao's palm stung from the impact, and the blade acquired a shallow notch. Hard. The bug was knocked off balance, exposing the connection point of its thorax and abdomen for a moment. Under the Eye of Truth, the flow of spiritual energy at the joint of the exoskeleton was noticeably more active, the hue warmer. The soft spot. The second scythe had already swung down from the other side, the angle and speed exceedingly tricky, entirely unlike a blind attack from a creature without eyes. Xiao sidestepped the end of the knife handle, striking the base of the bug's antenna. It didn't take much strength, yet the effect was surprisingly good. The bug's entire body spasmed, all 6 legs losing coordination and stumbling into the pile of bones. The antennae were its core sensory organs and also its weak point. Xiao noted this information and took 2 steps back to create distance. The bug crawled out from the pile of bones, one antenna bent, dark green body fluid seeping from the broken end. It did not charge again, its 6 legs alternated backward, its body slowly merging into the shadows of the rock wall, disappearing. Xiao watched the direction it vanished, moving his wrist to relieve the numbness. Xiao did not give chase. An injured predator always returns to its lair. That was basic instinct. Crawling into its den behind a maimed insect was not courage, it was suicide. He crouched again at the edge of the fissure, holding his short blade level before his eyes. Dark green bodily fluid still clung to the blade's back, trickling slowly along the blood groove. Even from half an arm's length away, a sharp, acrid stench pierced his nostrils. With the tip of his knife, he flicked a droplet onto a nearby bone. Hiss! Tiny bubbles erupted across the surface, white vapor rose, and a small depression formed where the bone had been. Highly acidic bodily fluid. Xiao added this detail to the mental dossier he was compiling, then rose and began moving deeper along the fissure's rim. The distribution of bones was uneven. They clustered most densely near the entrance, thinning gradually with distance. By the 200-meter mark, only scattered fragments remained on the ground. Yet claw marks on the rock walls grew increasingly numerous, dense, overlapping, old and new interwoven. This suggested the insect swarm was more active in the depths, but dragged their prey back to the entrance for feeding. After several more minutes, the fissure ended. A sheer vertical cliff face blocked the way, embedded with a single vein crystal far larger than any seen in the entrance cavern, its full diameter exceeding 2 meters. Its pale blue fluorescence cast a ghastly white halo on the ground beneath, compressing shadows to mere slivers. Xiao tilted his head upward, studying the crystal. Through his true sight, the spiritual energy within the crystal surged with exceptional intensity, its density 5 to 6 times greater than that of the smaller crystals near the entrance. A naturally occurring high-purity spirit stone, of no inferior quality. He would not linger further in the fissure. He had gathered all essential intelligence: the insect's combat metrics, the swarm's behavioral patterns, and the vein crystal's distribution logic. Returning to the entrance cavern, Xiao stood at the junction of 3 tunnels reassessing. The left fissure had been fully explored. The central passage ahead radiated absolute spiritual silence, temporarily ruled out. The rightward incline, those pulsing orange-eared light points, unchanged in rhythm since his arrival, contracted and expanded with steady, unwavering regularity. His terminal's chronometer indicated 3 hours had elapsed since entering the secret realm. The slope angled just over 30 degrees. Not steep, yet its glassy surface demanded precise, center-off-gravity control with every step. He braced one hand against the tunnel wall, gripped his knife in the other, and lowered his center of gravity. The deeper he descended, the hotter the air grew. At 100 meters, his throat tightened, dry, searing air scorched his lungs with each breath. The orange-eared lights drew nearer, brighter, more intense. At the base of the incline, Xiao halted. Heat radiated unmistakably from the rocks beneath his boots, penetrating the soles. He lifted his gaze. Before him stretched a colossal subterranean chamber, at least 20 times the scale of the entrance cavern. Its vault soared 40 to 50 meters high. Vein crystals no longer appeared sporadically here. Instead, they grew in vast clusters across the vault and side walls, their pale blue fluorescence bathing the entire space in crystalline clarity. Yet the true source of illumination lay not overhead. At the chamber's heart rose a massive stone pillar stretching from floor to vault. Its surface bristled with countless orange-eared crystals, each pulsing in unison, identical in rhythm and hue. In that instant, Xiao's true sight nearly overloaded. Spiritual energy throughout the entire chamber spiraled around the pillar in a vast coherent current. Energy was drawn in at the pillar's base, ascended through internal channels released at its apex, then diffused outward along the vault's network of vein crystals, only to be drawn back down and recycled at the foundation. A perfect spiritual energy circulation system. So why hadn't those insects descended? He recalled the dense claw marks and bone piles in the fissure. Those insects were clearly native to this secret realm. Their range spanned both the entrance layer and the fissure, yet not a single claw mark marred this deeper chamber. Only 2 possibilities existed: either something far more formidable dwelled here, or the pillar itself served as a barrier. Xiao began circling the chamber's periphery, maintaining a minimum distance of 40 meters from the pillar. 3 circular depressions, each roughly half a meter in diameter, were arranged equidistantly, radiating outward from the pillar's base. Their inner rims bore finely incised runes. The spiritual states of the 3 depressions differed entirely. The first 2 were empty, the third held an object, a fist-sized orange-eared crystal identical in appearance to those embedded in the pillar, resting motionless at its bottom. The moment he grasped it, 2 impressions flooded his awareness. First, it weighed far more than anticipated, its density extraordinary, easily 3 or 4 gene in mass. Second, it was not inert. Through his true sight, deep within the crystal glimmered an infinitesimal point of light, so faint it verged on invisibility, yet pulsing with unmistakable languid rhythm. Turning the crystal over, he found its base perfectly flat. On the cut surface, a line of exquisitely fine engraving ran parallel to the edge. He recognized several characters. His father had taught him foundational Oran script, but 3 glyphs exceeded his lexicon. The legible fragments coalesced into meaning. Core. Inject. Activate. He rose and studied the pillar anew. Up close, the arrangement of orange-eared crystals on the pillar was anything but random. They spiraled upward in a clear ascending path, from base to apex, growing incrementally larger and deepening in hue from pale orange to rich crimson. The apex crystal, over 1 meter in diameter, emitted such deep crimson radiance that it nearly drowned out the surrounding pale blue fluorescence. Xiao traced the spiral downward with his gaze settling upon the pillar's base. A narrow gap, about 2 fingers wide, encircled the juncture between base and floor, exhaling a steady stream of warm air. He dropped to his knees and pressed his face close to the fissure. Scorching wind gusted into his face, thick with the pungent scent of raw minerals. Darkness swallowed the fissure's interior. Even his true sight could penetrate only half a meter, revealing void and space beyond. Beneath this secret realm lay another layer. Xiao withdrew from the pillar zone and returned to the entrance cavern, selecting a broad visibility corner backed by solid rock to rest. He unzipped his expedition pack, chewed 2 bites of compressed rations, and drank deeply. His terminal's chronometer reads 6 hours elapsed since entry. From the pack, he retrieved the crystal and placed it gently on his knee. Infuse spiritual energy to activate. This was the most direct interpretation. But how much? And what would activation unleash? The inscription offered no answers. Holding the crystal before him, he activated his true sight fully. Within his golden-tinted vision, the faint inner light pulsed faster, subtly but unmistakably. Not dramatically, only about 10% quicker, but the change was definite. Was it reacting to his gaze? No. Xiao instantly realized it responded to the activation of his true sight itself. His true sight consumed spiritual energy, and the crystal sensed those fluctuations. It was absorbing his spiritual essence. Fascinating. He resealed the crystal inside his pack. The pillar was the core. Were the orange-eared crystals keys, fuel, or something else entirely? He required more data. That central passage, previously dismissed as spiritually inert, now demanded urgent reconsideration. Spiritual silence did not necessarily imply emptiness. It might instead signify deliberate suppression by some unseen force. Xiao brushed dust from his trousers and strode toward the central passage. At 300 meters, Xiao halted. His glow stick illuminated the tunnel's terminus, a door. 3 meters tall and slightly over 2 meters wide, it was embedded seamlessly into the cliff face, its edges indistinguishable from the surrounding rock. No handle, no keyhole, no hinges. Through his faint golden vision, the door's interior revealed a delicate network of spiritual energy lines, woven like a web, converging inward from all 4 edges toward the center. The recess's dimensions matched almost exactly the cross-section of the tangerine crystal. Xiao did not rush to retrieve the crystal. Instead, he crouched to inspect the base of the door. A finger-width gap exhaled dry, tempered air, devoid of mineral scent or thermal currents. This stood in stark contrast to the scorching updraft emanating from beneath the stone pillar's base. He snapped a glow stick in half and slid it inside. Its light cast a soft pool on the floor beyond. There was space behind the door, its floor smooth and level. Rising, Xiao withdrew the tangerine crystal from his pack. The instant it touched his palm, the spiritual energy network across the door's surface flared to life. Peach-tinged light flowed inward from all 4 edges. Xiao aligned the crystal with the recess and slotted it in, perfectly flush. Instantly, every energy line contracted sharply, their luminance surging into the crystal, which blazed with intensified tangerine radiance. The moment the crystal seated itself, the entire energy network recoiled violently, all luminous pathways converged upon it, and its tangerine glow flared with sudden, searing intensity. The door opened. A square chamber unfolded before him. Each wall approximately 15 meters long, its floor composed of polished stone slabs, so flawlessly smooth they mirrored the light. Embedded into each wall was a sapphire-white vein crystal bathing the space in even shadowless illumination. The air held no scent, not even the faint dusty dryness of age. At the chamber's exact center stood a stone dais bearing a palm-sized black wooden casket. When Xiao swept his true sight across it, he instinctively recoiled half a step. Within the dais lay a fully integrated array of runes, the intricacy of its spiritual energy circuitry far surpassing the network on the door. The circuitry extended from the dais downward into the stone floor, then climbed upward along the walls to the vaulted ceiling, enveloping the entire chamber. This room itself was a formation. His gaze shifted to the inner edge of the doorframe. A line of minute script was carved there, its style identical to that inscribed upon the crystal's base, or in script. He recognized most of the glyphs. Trial, past may take. Trial. A formation near trial chamber. Whatever lay within this sanctum's core could be nothing but extraordinary. The risk lay in the unknown severity of combat, the reward whatever rested inside the casket. 3 days allowed no margin for hesitation, and he had already spent 6 hours mapping the outer perimeter. When the time came to wager, one wagered. Clutching his short blade, he stepped across the threshold. Behind him the door slammed shut, swift, absolute, with a muffled, resonant impact that shuddered through the sealed chamber. Xiao faced inward, short blade held horizontally before him, spine subtly arched. The rune array beneath the stone dais ignited in unison. Tangerine light surged from the seams between the stone slabs, racing along preordained channels to flood all 4 walls and the vaulted ceiling. In 3 seconds, the radiance collapsed inward, funneling violently into the floor 3 meters directly before the dais. The stone floor fractured. Something rose from the chasm. Xiao retreated 2 paces. From the fissure ascended a humanoid figure. Its torso and limbs were carved from ashen black stone, joints connected by luminous tangerine threads of spiritual energy. It bore no face, only a smooth, ovoid head. Over 2 meters tall, nearly half a head taller than Xiao. It stood motionless before the dais, arms hanging limply at its sides, weaponless. 3 seconds passed in silence. Then its right arm rose slowly, halting across its chest. Its left hand overlaid it, palms clasped, offering a formal bow. Xiao gripped his short blade and inclined his upper body in return. The inscription spoke of trial. The chamber itself was a formation. This entity rose from a preordained fissure and now bowed. It was no feral beast, but a guardian, a deliberate component of the trial mechanism. If it was designed, then it followed rules, and if rules existed, there must be conditions for passage. Conditions implied structure. The stone figure released its clasped hands, then drove its right fist forward without warning. Blindingly fast, Xiao slid leftward, sweeping his blade sideways. Metal shrieked against stone, sparks erupting like startled fireflies. The jolt reverberating up his wrist dwarfed the insect's earlier strike by more than threefold. Numbness shot from his palm to his elbow, nearly wrenching the blade from his grip. He pushed off with his toes leaping backward 4 meters. Unbelievably dense. The golem granted no respite. It retracted its fist, pivoted, and charged, fluid seamless. Its towering frame shook the floor with each stride, yet its balance remained flawless, its movements utterly devoid of clumsiness. Left hook, dodged. Right sweep, ducked low, then slashed its waist in passing. A grating screech tore the air, leaving only a pale hair-thin scratch less than a millimeter deep. His short blade scraped it like a fingernail on granite. Xiao circled behind the golem, activating his true sight at full capacity. Through its faint golden lens, its internal architecture lay bare. The stony exterior was mere shell. Its true core consisted of Tangerine's spiritual energy filaments, forming both skeletal framework and sinewy musculature. 7 nexus points pulsed with concentrated energy, both shoulders, both hips, the center of the thorax, the nape of the neck, and the lumbar vertebra. The thoracic nexus burned brightest and largest, channeling over 40% of its total spiritual energy flow. That was the core. The question was how to reach it. With his current spiritual output, the outer shell remained impervious. The golem spun to face him again, faster still. Its fist struck the spot where he'd stood half a second earlier, shattering the stone slab and sending jagged shards flying. For 30 full seconds, Xiao was driven backward, dodging, weaving, retreating, circling, observing intently. And then he saw a pattern. Before each strike, the corresponding shoulder nexus flared with gathering energy, a half-second tell. Right shoulder lit. Right fist followed. Left shoulder glowed. Left fist launched. Each blow carried its own warning. The right shoulder nexus ignited. Xiao did not evade. He lunged forward, meeting the blow heat in. Then, milliseconds before impact, rotated his torso 90 degrees to the right. The fist scale ripped past his left shoulder, shredding fabric with a deafening, ear-splitting tear. Simultaneously, his left hand seized the golem's right forearm, its rough, granular surface offering perfect purchase. He sought no contest of strength. Using the punch's momentum, he yanked hard, sliding his body flush against the golem's inner right arm, lifting both feet from the ground and swinging himself upward with centrifugal force and raw arm strength onto its shoulder. The golem reacted instantly, its left hand snapping upward toward its own right shoulder. But Xiao had already registered the flare in its left shoulder nexus. He kicked off its nape, flipping backward midair, his left palm slamming onto the smooth, ovoid crown of its head. Through his true sight, he saw it clearly. The thinnest point of the outer shell lay just above the nape nexus, a mere 3 centimeters thick. Its left hand struck empty air, crashing instead onto its own shoulder. The entire right arm's energy filaments flickered erratically, its motion locking for half a second. It could wound itself. Xiao rolled upon landing, putting distance between them. The golem shook its shoulder, reset its stance, and turned to face him anew. 3 facts were now confirmed. The shell was impenetrable to his blade. The nape was its thinnest point, 3 centimeters, and its own force could breach its own armor. A complete offensive sequence crystallized in his mind. The golem charged once more, both shoulders flaring simultaneously, a dual fist barrage. Xiao did not retreat. He sprinted forward 3 steps, then abruptly veered left, darting behind it. The golem's fists crashed together into the floor, shaking the entire chamber and scattering razor-sharp stone fragments. He leapt atop a rebounding shard, using it as a springboard to land squarely on the golem's back. It arched and twisted violently to dislodge him, but Xiao's left hand dug 5 fingers deep into the fissures of its stony back. His nails split, blood welling from his fingertips, but he held fast. His right hand tightened around the short blade, its tip aimed unerringly at the nape's thinnest point. Every iota of spiritual energy he could muster flooded the blade. It hummed with resonant power, its surface shimmering, the 2 ancient hairline fractures along its length glowing faintly, threatening imminent fracture. There was no time for caution. The blade's tip pierced inward. A sharp crack echoed. The blade's tip sank 2 cun and 9 feet into the rocky shell, then halted, unable to advance further. With a final anguished groan, the spirit energy short sword, its surface scarred by countless battles, shattered explosively under the torrent of high-intensity chi, fracturing into over a dozen glittering shards. Xiao had anticipated this. The instant he released the hilt, he pushed off hard with both feet from the stone golem's back, arching his body backward as a howling gale swept overhead. The golem's massive palm slammed squarely into its own nape, the very spot already weakened and grooved by the blade's earlier strike, utterly defenseless against such brute, irrational force. A muffled thump reverberated as fragments of stone sprayed outward as the orange-earth spiritual energy beam short-circuited in a blinding flash. The golem's colossal frame froze mid-motion, and the luminous core pulsing fiercely within its chest flickered twice, then died extinguished forever. Its 2-meter-tall husk collapsed inward, crumbling into a heap of ashen dust. At the center of the stone platform, a black lacquered chest sprang open. Xiao strode forward. Velvet-lined within lay a crystal no larger than a thumb's knuckle. Unlike the crude ores scattered beyond, this crystal glowed with flawless milky white purity. Its internal spiritual energy, so dense it seemed nearly liquid, blazing with searing brilliance beneath his true sight. High-purity spirit marrow. He held it aloft for 2 silent seconds, then slipped it into his pocket. Dusting his palms clean, he swept his gaze across the now empty platform, gaining a clear measure of the trial's intensity calibrated for probationary cultivators. No sooner had the thought settled than the orange array patterns on floor and walls reignited, twisting, reconfiguring, expanding the chamber's boundaries outward. Dozens of fist-sized voids silently bloomed across the 4 walls. Xiao drew his backup blade, a sleek black lacquered straight sword, from the side pouch of his exploration pack. A sharp shrike. With no warning, 3 invisible wind blades slashed toward him from disparate angles, swift as streaking light. Agility and spatial perception test. Beneath his true sight, the wind element's trajectories traced luminous crystalline paths through the air. Xiao lowered his center of gravity and twisted his torso at an uncanny angle. 2 wind blades grazing his sleeve, carving deep, smoking gashes into the unyielding stone floor. The 3rd blade struck straight for his face. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, his long sword rising in a fluid arc, its faintly glowing edge striking the wind blade's spiritual node with pinpoint precision. The violent energy unraveled, instantly dissipating into a gentle, harmless breeze. His blade swept upward, guided by a shimmering aura of chi clinging to its surface, striking the wind blade's most vulnerable spiritual node. Instantly, the blade dissolved into wisps of calm air. The wall voids began flashing in rapid sequence, wind blades multiplying to dozens, interweaving into an inescapable celestial net that sealed every possible evasion route. Xiao inhaled deeply, then exploded upward, his feet driving into the ground with impossible force. He hung suspended midair, gliding with ethereal lightness through the lethal lattice of wind. His true sight scanned the array at blinding speed, detecting flaws even in motion. In the upper corner of the ceiling, 1 void pulsed half a beat slower than the rest, and the spiritual energy eddying around it lagged noticeably. There, the array's vital node. Midair, Xiao wrenched his waist sharply, his right arm coiling and releasing in one seamless motion. His backup short sword shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Tink! The blade pierced the stone wall, severing the concealed primary spiritual conduit. Instantly, every wind blade in the chamber froze, then fragmented, dissolving entirely into thin air. The wall solidified once more. His discarded short sword clattered onto the floor with a clear, ringing chime. A second black lacquered chest slid smoothly from a hidden recess in the wall, hovering silently before him. Xiao approached and opened it. Inside rested an ancient Orland defensive runestone, palm-sized and inscribed with 3 layered earth element barrier arrays. A life-saving artifact, designed to activate automatically upon receiving fatal damage. He secured it tightly against his chest. "Will there be more?" he murmured, retrieving the fallen short sword. Without warning, the 4 white walls dissolved and crumbled. The smooth stone floor vanished beneath his feet. The scene shifted violently. Xiao found himself standing alone upon a solitary floating rock. Around him churned endless black mist. No light, no sense of gravity. The air thickened with a stench of profound decay and metallic rot. Simulated combat. Before him, the mist roiled violently, then parted as a grotesque, stitched-together monstrosity emerged, towering over 5 meters tall. Its torso resembled a bestial humanoid, but its limbs were warped, writhing tentacles slicked with nauseating black ichor. 3rd trial: mental suppression and corruption resistance. The creature unleashed a piercing guttural roar, not carried by air, but detonating directly inside Xiao's skull. Dizziness crashed over him like a tidal wave, his neural pathways screamed with dull, tearing agony. Yet he stood rigid, veins bulging across his temples, eyes burning with incandescent clarity. Xiao closed his eyes, refusing to see the abomination. Deep within his bloodline, the pure dragon essence surged awake, forcibly awakened. The dragon's aura descended. Then a subtler power unfurled from his marrow. The Chaofeng bloodline's absolute repulsion of evil and defilement, the divine edict of purity. He snapped his eyes open, The obsidian-black irises now ringed with a faint vertical golden halo. Leave. Just one word. No gesture, no flourish. That single command erupted outward as a tangible psychic shockwave radiating from him in a thunderous pulse. A ripple of pale gold struck the monstrous amalgam heaton. Where the golden wave met the thick black ichor, the slime began to boil and vaporize violently. The creature shrieked, a sound of raw existential terror, as its tentacles flailed wildly futilely, resisting a force that nullified it at the conceptual level. It was useless. Within 3 seconds, its massive form disintegrated into wisps of acrid black smoke, utterly cleansed, erased by the golden resonance. The surrounding mist receded like a tide. Reality reassembled, back to the square chamber, its 4 white walls and flat stone floor intact. Only one thing had changed. A door now stood directly ahead. The true exit. Before it rose a white jade pillar no taller than half a meter. Upon its summit rested the third black lacquered chest. Xiao walked forward. After 3 successive waves of extreme trials, his breath came heavy and ragged. His tactical uniform clung drenched to his back. He unlatched the chest. Nestled within serene and still lay a matte silver ring, its surface etched with fine ancient Orlan script, its texture weathered and solemn. A spatial artifact, a storage ring. Xiao lifted it, pricked his fingertip, and smeared a drop of blood across the inner inscription, simultaneously channeling a thread of spiritual energy into its core. The inscription flared with a soft silver light, bonding complete. He extended his spiritual sense inward. The space was modest, roughly 1 cubic meter. Instantly, he deposited his pack, the backup short sword, the spirit marrow, and the defensive runestone. His shoulders relaxed, suddenly impossibly light. Slipping the matte silver ring onto his finger, Xiao stepped through the newly revealed door. The moment his heel touched solid ground behind him, the space collapsed inward, shattering like fractured glass into countless shimmering motes that dissolved into the dry, warm air. Tap! An ambered crystal rolled to a stop beside his foot, the key used to unlock the door. Xiao bent, retrieved it, and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm. Most of its internal spiritual energy had been depleted, but its casing remained intact. He tossed it casually into the ring's storage space. Glancing around, he found himself once again in the vast subterranean hall. The central stone pillar still stood, its surface pulsing steadily with rhythmic points of light. The terminal read, 10 hours elapsed within the secret realm. Plenty of time remained. To leave empty-handed was simply not his way. Halfway along the chasm, a rustling stirred overhead in the cavern ceiling. Not just above, gray-black silhouettes also emerged simultaneously from fissures on both sides and from the path behind him. A quick count, 9 in total. The lead creature was slightly larger than those encountered earlier, its carapace marked with patches of dark brown. Its antennae stood rigid, vibrating intensely, locked directly onto him. It was issuing commands. All 9 insects lowered their 4 bodies in unison. Their scythe-like limbs scraped the stone with a grating, nerve-shredding shriek. Xiao rotated his neck with a quiet crack. His black lacquered backup blade angled downward, tip grazing the floor. Schwa! 3 insects lunged at once, from left, right, and directly above, moving with flawless coordination. Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he dipped his knees, his calf muscles coiling like springs, activating the child of the wind bloodline. His figure blurred into a phantom streak, charging headlong toward the central attacker. At the last possible instant, just as the scythe descended toward his skull, he shifted sideways half a foot, evading the killing blow by a hair's breadth. Hand raised. Blade fell. The black blade pierced the insect's thoracic seam with surgical precision. Through his true sight, that junction glowed, the nexus of chaotic, unstable spiritual flow. A dark green acidic fluid burst forth. Xiao did not even glance, twisting his waist in midair, using the recoil from the blade, his left leg sweeping out like a steel whip, striking the abdomen of the insect that had missed its attack. With immense force, the insect tumbled midair and smashed against the rock wall. Xiao landed, turned, and swung his knife, precisely deflecting the last sneak attack. The leading insect let out a sharp screech. The remaining swarm immediately changed tactics, no longer leaping to attack, but quickly crawling along the ground and the side rock walls to encircle. But it was all in vain. Under the true, either seemingly complex encircling routes were nothing but clear highlighted trajectories. In less than 10 minutes, a pile of severed limbs and dark green acidic liquid lay on the ground. The remaining intact insects retreated. The lead armored insect had a broken antenna, its 6 legs retracting as it tried to retreat back into the cave in the rock wall. Trying to run, Xiao picked up a sharp bone fragment from the ground, infused it with a bit of spiritual energy, and kicked it away. The bone fragment transformed into white light, piercing through the remaining antenna of the armored insect. The insect lost its balance, tumbling to the ground and convulsing violently. Xiao approached and swiftly delivered a finishing blow. He shook off the acidic liquid from the blade, stepped over the insect's corpse, and was about to turn when he stopped. From deep within the rock walls cave a faint warm wind blew out. The true eye activated. Behind the cave a sloping dark passage clearly emerged. The passage's rock walls bore traces of dark red mucus with a spiritual energy concentration an order of magnitude higher than outside, its color darker and tinged with agitation. There was also warm air beneath the stone pillar in the center of the hall. So this is where the door leading to the lower level lies. Xiao glanced at the insect's corpse on the ground. No wonder those insects dared not approach the stone pillar. They had their own exclusive way down. The large crystal was merely a wind block, or rather a natural barrier. The interior of the dark passage was much wider than imagined. After walking down about 50 meters, the height allowed Xiao to stand fully upright. The rock walls on both sides presented a dark red color as if scorched by high temperatures, and some areas even showed crystalline reflections as if they had been vitrified. The air was filled with a pungent mix of sulfur and decay. The evil subduing command lightly circulated within his veins, wrapping his body in a warm breath, completely isolating the barely perceptible negative energy in the air. The passage gradually leveled out, and the space ahead opened up. Xiao turned off his flashlight and peered out from the rocky edge. This was an extraordinarily vast underground cavern, at least 10 times the area of the previous stone pillar hall. The cavern's ceiling was adorned with massive thorn-like stalactites. In the center was a dark red magma lake. The magma was incredibly viscous, occasionally erupting with huge bubbles that upon bursting splashed dark yellow toxic mist. In the center of the magma lake stood an island. On the island a colossal creature lay coiled. Over 10 meters long, its shape resembled an enormously magnified centipede, yet each segment of its shell bore a grotesque, fleshy growth resembling a human face. Dozens of sharp claws tightly gripped the rocks, its head resting on the edge of the magma, greedily gulping down the scalding viscous liquid. The crimson flame, human-faced centipede. Xiao had seen this creature in the internal illustrations of the academy. It preferred to inhabit extremely hot areas. Its shell was remarkably hard, and its venom was highly corrosive and capable of inducing mental paralysis. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a formidable beast would make him turn and flee. But at this moment, he bypassed the gigantic centipede, focusing on the pedestal at the center of the island. There floated a sword. The blade was not solid, formed from pure dark red wind blades, and the surrounding space displayed slight distortions due to the high-frequency energy slicing. A fine treasure. Dual attributes of wind and fire perfectly aligned with his affinities. Xiao retreated into the shadows of the passage, his mind racing with plans. He needed to employ some tactics. He observed the structure of the cavern and the distribution of spiritual energy once more. The crimson flame, human-faced centipede was in a state of utter relaxation, feasting. The island was surrounded by water with a discontinuous stone bridge dozens of meters long connecting it to the shore on the right side. The stalactites atop the cavern were precariously dangling in several places. One of the largest was hovering above the left side of the magma lake. The most crucial point was that the entire cavern's fire attribute spiritual energy was methodically converging towards the floating wind blade sword. The sword's body acted like a pump, continuously siphoning the surrounding energy. "I've got a plan." Xiao flipped his wrist and pulled out 2 items from his ring. The orange-ered crystal used to open the door on the previous level, along with several ordinary blue-white stones he had casually picked up in the chasm. Although most of the spiritual energy within the orange-ered crystal had been depleted, it was itself an extremely unstable energy aggregate. If he forcibly shoved the cold blue-white crystals inside, adding a bit of external force for stimulation, a miniature bomb would be ready. He took out a short knife and carefully scraped a groove into the surface of the orange-ered crystal, filled it with the crushed blue-white crystal powder, and finally sealed it with the acidic liquid from the dark green insect. The acidic liquid was slowly corroding the crystal shell, expected to completely burn through in 3 minutes, causing an internal explosion. Xiao shook the special bomb in his hand, fixing his gaze on the giant stalactite above the island. He stepped back and took a running leap. At the edge of the passage, he sprang up. The glide activated. Flying towards the target stalactite, Xiao used his fingertips to launch the orange-ered crystal with force. The crystal lodged precisely into the crevice at the base of the stalactite. No sooner had he landed than a deafening explosion roared above him. Boom. The explosion, triggered by the conflict of ice and fire's spiritual energies, directly severed the base of the stalactite. Dozens of tons of rock mixed with debris fell like a meteor towards the left side of the magma lake. Splash. The magma surged, creating a massive wave higher than 10 meters, the scalding dark red liquid pouring over the crimson flame, human-faced centipede. Although it was not afraid of fire, the immense physical impact still left it dazed. The centipede let out a piercing scream, its massive body thrashing wildly on the island. Now's the time. The attention of the human-faced centipede was entirely drawn to the attack from the left, its dozens of legs flailing wildly as it tried to regain its balance. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Xiao charged onto the island, completely ignoring the rolling giant beast beside him, reaching for the floating wind blade sword on the pedestal. The moment his palm touched the hilt, a terrifying heat and cutting force surged through his palm and shot up his arm. He gripped it tightly without letting go. The evil subduing command, combined with the powerful recovery ability of the dragon lineage, held firm against this wave of violent backlash. Enter. His mental energy surged, forcefully shoving this extremely dangerous weapon into the ring's space. The pedestal was left empty. Just then, beside the island, the crimson flame, human-faced centipede finally stabilized itself. Dozens of human-face flesh lumps simultaneously turned towards Xiao, emitting an extremely vengeful screech. The walnut-sized eyeballs gleamed with a chilling rage. How dare an ant steal its food? A thick, dark yellow toxic mist erupted from its mouth, instantly enveloping half the island. Having obtained the item, Xiao did not pause for a second, turning and sprinting towards the stone bridge. The toxic mist had yet to dissipate when a thick, dark red limb broke through the fog. The air was compressed with a loud bang, leaving no room to evade. Xiao did not even look back, reaching into his pocket for the orange defensive rune stone obtained from the trial room and crushing it in a single motion. 3 layers of earth element shields erupted, enveloping him in a thick halo. The moment the limb struck, the outermost shield crumbled in less than a tenth of a second, shattering like paper. The second layer of the earth element shield emerged with a dull glow far dimmer than the first. Crack. Web-like cracks instantly spread across the surface of the shield. Xiao paid no heed to how long the shield could hold. All he needed was to buy a fraction of a second for a reaction. His foot stomped heavily on the shattered stone beam. Boom. The second strike of the crimson flame, human-faced centipede violently slammed down, causing the entire island reef to tremble violently, and that fragile stone beam was completely turned to dust, swept into the magma. Using the overwhelming force of the impact, Xiao pushed the bloodline power of the Son of the Wind to its limits, his body shooting like an arrow towards the entrance of the dark passage. Behind him was the boiling lava surging upwards, mixed with the furious howls of vengeance. The wind howled piercingly in his ears. He landed steadily on the rocks at the entrance of the dark passage, not looking back, diving headfirst into the profound darkness. A thunderous roar came from behind. The massive body of the crimson flame, human-faced centipede crashed against the cave entrance, the hard rock wall, cracking wide open with debris cascading down. The passage was too narrow for it. It couldn't squeeze through, only waving its front claws wildly at the entrance while spewing dark yellow poisonous mist. Xiao held his breath, his feet relentless as he sprinted. By the time he returned to the stone pillar hall of the previous layer, his combat suit was already soaked in sweat, with several charred holes burned from splashes of magma. The value of this rune stone was vividly demonstrated in that brief fraction of a second. 1 life exchanged for a consumable, this transaction was not a loss. Leaning against the cool stone wall, Xiao calmed his racing heartbeat and surging blood. His gaze swept across the hall. Where the massive stone pillar in the center still pulsed with orange light, and the clusters of blue-white mineral crystals on the dome sparkled like stars in the dark night. On the terminal screen, the countdown showed 40 hours remaining. He touched the dark silver ring on his finger. A cubic space. He had just taken a sword and a few stones, but there was still plenty of empty space. In the next 40 hours, he intended to fully utilize this secret realm. Xiao straightened his body, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the following 2 days, this isolated underground secret realm welcomed a highly efficient auditor. The Eye of Truth maintained its low power mode, making any substance with energy reactions visible within his sight. On the afternoon of the first day, in the depths of the rift and the insect nest, several surviving shellbugs huddled in the deepest shadows of their nest, fearfully watching the intruder. Xiao partially leaned into the insect nest's breeding chamber, carefully peeling off a type of dark purple symbiotic moss from the rock wall with a short knife. Under the Eye of Truth, this moss was rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent alchemical material. The unhatched insect eggs were sealed by him, using a special method serving as a superb source of living energy. The half-shed shell on the ground, with hardness comparable to spirit alloy, was an exceptional material for crafting lightweight armor and was also collected. On the morning of the second day in the stone pillar hall's dome, Xiao utilized the technique of hovering glide, aided by 2 appendages taken from the shellbug's sickle legs, as climbing picks, and climbed up the 4-meter high dome. Like the most skilled miner, he precisely stripped the highest quality blue-white ores from the rock body, allowing them to fall onto the hard ground below. Only when the brightest stars on the dome dimmed did he slide down the stone wall, collecting his spoils one by one. By the evening of the second day, Xiao turned his gaze towards the massive stone pillar that pierced the heavens. He attempted to dismantle the orange-earth crystals, but found that the crystals were symbiotically fused with the stone pillar. Forcibly damaging them would only trigger an energy backlash. Can't take them, huh? Xiao stroked his chin, carefully examining the pillar. Xiao stroked his chin as he circled the stone pillar twice. Finally, he discovered that the 3 rune grooves at the base of the pillar were not all cast as one, but rather detachable modules. He not only completely removed the 2 rune grooves, but also extracted the special stone slabs laid nearby used for stabilizing the flow of spiritual energy intact along the structural seams. On the third day, 10 minutes remained before the countdown ended. Xiao sat in a corner of the cave entrance, his combat suit covered in spots from acid corrosion and charred marks from lava splashes mixed with gray-white mineral dust, making him look as if he had just crawled out of the ruins of a disaster-ridden mining area. Yet his eyes were bright and his spirit remarkably good. His fingers rubbed the dark silver ring. The cubic space was now so full that even squeezing in a bun would be a challenge. Inside were 14 pieces of high-purity blue-white ores, 2 large bundles of dark purple moss, a pile of insect eggs and shell materials, and 2 rune groove plates. Of course, the most valuable was that wind blade sword and a small piece of exquisite spiritual marrow obtained from the trial room. If not for the consideration that exiting the secret realm would require passing through the Academy's inspection, he might have even wanted to take a few special bones from the pile in the rift. That should be enough. He stood up and walked to the stone wall where he had entered. The dark red spatial vortex was still spinning, and the key inserted in the lock hole had already lost all its luster. As the countdown on the terminal hit 0, the stone wall emitted a dull rumble. The vortex suddenly expanded, and an irresistible pulling force emerged. Xiao did not resist allowing that force to engulf him. Darkness enveloped him, then clarity returned. He found himself on solid ground once more. The acrid smell of decay filled his nostrils again, and the gray-white moss of the wasteland crunched underfoot. He had emerged. The key automatically withdrew from the stone wall, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The key, which originally glimmered with cold blue patterns, had now turned gray and looked no different from the stones scattered across the wasteland. Xiao picked it up, weighed it in his hand, and then casually tossed it into the ring. He opened the terminal, and the signal strength was instantly full. He flipped to the first name in the contact list and dialed. Beep. It rang once before the call connected. Xiao. The calm voice of Lon Xin came through with a faint hum of machinery operating in the background. It's me, senior sister, I've come out. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. Coordinates. Entrance of the secret realm. Remain in place. The shuttle will arrive in 15 minutes. Lon Xin's tone was crisp and efficient without a single unnecessary word, and she cut off the communication. Xiao found a relatively clean stone to sit down, pulling out a bottle of water from the ring. The cool liquid slid down his throat, washing away the lingering sulfur and decay in his lungs. He looked up at the sky. It was morning. These 3 days felt like an exceptionally fruitful long dream. 10 minutes later, a small private shuttle broke through the clouds, precisely hovering above the wasteland. The cabin door slid open and a beam of light descended before him. Xiao stood up and walked into the beam. Inside the shuttle, it was quiet with only the steady hum of the engine. Lon Xin crossed her legs, leaning back in the soft seat, her gaze sweeping over Xiao several times before finally resting on his battle suit, which was torn like a fishing net. Did you go on an adventure in a secret realm, or did you roll around in a garbage compactor? She shook the drink in her hand, her tone revealing neither sarcasm nor curiosity. Pretty much. Xiao leaned against the wall of the cabin, responding with his eyes closed. The fatigue in his body was real, yet his spirit was exceptionally high. Every nerve was still savoring the thrill of brushing past the Qian Renmian Gong. Heh, Lon Xin chuckled softly, no longer pressing for more questions. She had accompanied many preparatory students who had narrowly escaped from secret realms, and the vast majority emerged either trembling or emotionally shattered. Someone like Xiao appearing calm despite his tattered appearance was exceedingly rare. The shuttle did not return to the Listening Wind Pavilion, but landed on a high-tech floating island. Get off the ship and tally the spoils. Lon Xin was the first to step out of the cabin, your final step in the formal assessment. Lon Xin expertly led Xiao to an independent verification room. The room was small, with a metallic circular platform in the center. A middle-aged man with a monocle and neatly combed hair sat behind the platform. Upon seeing Lon Xin enter, he simply nodded slightly. New student. The man adjusted his glasses, glanced at Xiao, and spoke in a flat tone. It's an assessment for the exploration and secret realm studies, Lon Xin stated succinctly. Place your items here. The man pointed at the circular platform. Xiao walked up to the platform, raised his hand, and with a thought whoosh, a pile of assorted items was dumped out. A half-burnt insect shell, several detached scythes, and a small handful of dark purple moss wrapped in cloth appeared. The man glanced at them and tapped a few times on the holographic screen. Burnt shell insect, molted hardness, B level, slight damage, 10 credits. The scythes can be used as basic weapon parts, a pair for 20 credits. The dark moss is still active. This bundle counts as 30 credits. Lon Xian stood by, her expression entirely unperturbed. For a newly admitted preparatory student, managing to return alive with these scraps from a miniature secret realm was already a considerable achievement. After finishing the valuation, the man looked at Gu Xiao. Is there anything else? Gu Xiao remained silent, and a faint glow flickered from his ring. Dozens of mineral stones fell onto the platform in quick succession, producing a dull thud. Each stone emitted a translucent blue-white cold light, with internal energy patterns resembling frozen blood vessels, clear and distinct. The middle-aged man, originally leaning back in his chair, leaned forward slightly. He removed his glasses and closely examined the cross-section of one of the stones. Ice marrow ore. This purity is at least mid-grade of the 3rd tier. He raised his head, reassessing Gu Xiao. Where did you dig these from? The dome. The man was left speechless. He had reviewed the terrain report for that miniature secret realm. To conduct fine mining without damaging the energy structure at the 40-meter-high dome was simply a fantasy. 14 pieces totaling 700 credits. The man announced a number, his voice carrying a note of seriousness. Lon Xian paused her drink. 700 credits. The vast majority of preparatory students would scrape by for 3 months just to earn this many credits in assessments. Gu Xiao took out 2 more items from his ring. They were 2 thick stone slabs intricately engraved with ancient runes. The cutting marks on the edges of the slabs were very neat, clearly not a result of violent destruction, but rather disassembled along the intact structure. Geological stability, rune module. My God, did you dismantle the base of the stone column? I only disassembled what could be taken apart. Gu Xiao spoke the truth. She looked at the calmly composed youth and then at the excited assessment officer. This kid, did he treat the realm like his own backyard? This was beyond mere plundering. It was as if he had uprooted the entire nest. Wait a moment, Gu Xiao interrupted him. He took a step back, palm flat. In the next moment, an intangible longsword was forcefully slammed onto the identification platform. A scorching and violent wave of energy erupted. The sword body was formed by countless dark red wind blades cutting at high speed, causing the room temperature to soar within 2 seconds, with the air filled with a sharp sonic boom. The fervor on the middle-aged man's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of horror. He staggered back, knocking over the chair behind him. Wind. Storm-forged sword. A 4th-tier elemental weapon. Did you take the guardian item of the Qian Rimian Gong? He had reviewed the data on that Qian Rimian Gong, an elite beast of mid-tier 4th rank. Even with geographical advantages, a formal student leading a team into it would still have to think twice. This new student not only stole from right under its nose, but also made it out alive. She looked at the sword, radiating a sense of destruction, then at Gu Xiao, whose expression conveyed, I just casually picked up a few local specialties, and her mind went blank. When did the formal assessment for exploration and secret realm studies become so competitive? Wasn't it just about mining a bit and collecting some herbs? Returning alive was considered a victory. Senior sister, Gu Xiao ignored the alarms, and the man, who looked almost dumbfounded, turning to Lon Xian. So am I considered officially recognized now? Lon Xian took a deep breath, almost squeezing out 2 words through her teeth. Yes. This was not just a yes, this achievement would impress even 2nd-year students. When the long string of numbers representing credits stopped bouncing on the terminal, Gu Xiao's personal account balance finally settled at 1569 credits. All right, monster sir, Lon Xian led Gu Xiao out of the exchange center. The sky outside had darkened. Congratulations, you have officially become a 1st-year student of the Exploration and Secret Realm Studies at the Mirror Sea Academy. Gu Xiao replied noncommittally. There will be a half-month adjustment period next with no mandatory tasks. You can arrange your time freely. Gu Xiao nodded. Returning to the Listening Wind Pavilion, he took a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes. He sat by the window at the cliff's edge, watching the swirling black mist below, and accessed his terminal. He first sent a message to Yi Wenying. I'm out. Almost immediately, he received a reply. Great. Congratulations. Accompanied by a small dynamic emoji of fireworks. Gu Xiao looked at the emoji of the little figure setting off fireworks on the terminal screen and casually replied with a short He tossed the terminal onto the rough stone table and turned to pour himself some water. The black mist outside continued to churn, with strong winds crashing against the energy shield, emitting a low whimper. In less than 2 minutes, there was a loud bang 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 at the door. The rhythm was very fast, carrying an unmistakable urgency. Gu Xiao walked over and pulled the door open. Yi Wenying stood outside. She was still wearing the battle suit speckled with mud, her hair casually tied back a few strands stuck to her forehead with sweat, and her breathing was somewhat hurried. Without waiting for Xiao to speak, she squeezed past him into the room. She circled around Xiao, inspecting him from top to bottom. After confirming that his arms and legs were intact, and that there were no visible scars, she let out a long sigh of relief. You guy? Yi Weining pulled out the stone chair and plopped down. You just sent a message saying I'm out, and left me hanging. I thought you had been taken to the infirmary with some serious injuries. Xiao pushed the glass of water he had just poured in front of her. I'm fine. As long as you're fine. Yi Weining grabbed the cup and gulped down a big mouthful. She had run too fast earlier, and her throat felt parched. Yi Weining finished more than half a glass of water in one breath, slamming the cup back onto the stone table with a sound louder than when she entered. She let out a long breath, collapsing into the stone chair. That scared me to death, she muttered softly. Xiao said nothing and poured himself a glass of water, sipping it slowly. In the stone chamber of the Listening Wind cottage, only the wailing wind beneath the cliff and Yi Weining's slightly hurried breaths could be heard. Is your assessment dangerous? Yi Weining regained her composure, sitting up straight and staring at Xiao's face, trying to find some trace of something there. It's fine. Xiao set down his cup. What do you mean by fine? Yi Weining pressed on. I heard that the regularization assessment for the exploration domain has people coming out missing limbs every year. Well, I'm perfectly fine. Xiao stretched his limbs, joints cracking lightly. Seeing him so relaxed, Yi Weining finally set her anxious heart back at ease. She suddenly remembered something, her eyes brightening as she leaned forward and lowered her voice. So how many credits did you earn? This was one of her primary concerns. Xiao swiped his terminal, bringing up the final settlement page and pushing it in front of her. Yi Weining leaned and counting the zeros one by one. 1,569. Her voice uncontrollably rose, the ending note cracking. Her own assessment rating was excellent, and with the rewards from kills and purification, she barely earned less than 300 credits after all her hard work. Xiao's earnings equated to those from 5 of her assessments. Did you rob the secret realm? Yi Weining stared at him in disbelief. Pretty much, Xiao replied, retrieving his terminal. I just brought back some local specialties. Yi Weining opened her mouth, ultimately deciding to give up on her inquiries. This guy's local specialties likely didn't conform to the average person's definition. No way, I've decided you will be my key investment from now on. Yi Weining clenched her fists, quickly deflating, and then her eyes lit up as she changed the subject. Enough of this. We are officially regularized, and we have half a month of vacation. Any plans? Xiao leaned back in his chair, looking out at the swirling black mist. First, we need to move. Move? Listening Wind Cottage is a temporary dormitory for trainees. Now that we are regularized, we should move to the dormitory area for official students, Xiao explained. Moreover, this place is too far from other functional areas and inconvenient. Yi Weining pondered for a moment and agreed. Every trip to the Wanshang Pavilion required a long ride on the shuttle, which indeed wasted a lot of time. All right, then let's check out the new dormitory tomorrow. She appeared enthusiastic. And after that, with half a month of vacation, how about we explore the academy thoroughly? I heard that the Starlight Library on the central floating island has rare books left over from the old era. Sounds good, Xiao nodded. First, let's familiarize ourselves with the academy map. It will be beneficial for future tasks. The next day, the two received a notice from the Academic Affairs Office instructing them to go collect the keys to their new dormitory. The dormitory area was divided according to different domains and grades situated on several different floating islands. Xiao's exploration and secret realm domain was on West Island 3, while Yi Weining's purification and holy healing domain was on East Island 7. The two islands were separated by most of the academy, taking 20 minutes by shuttle. At the intersection of the distribution center, the two stopped. Then I'll be heading over there. Yi Weining pointed towards the eastern route, her toes unconsciously tracing circles on the ground. The dormitory key is on the terminal. Just scan it when you arrive. Message me if you need anything. You too. Yi Weining nodded, carrying her belongings, and turned towards the shuttle station on the eastern side. After taking a few steps, she turned back and waved energetically at Xiao. She stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Xiao watched her figure disappear into the crowd before turning to walk towards the platform, heading to West Island 3. West Island 3 was humorously referred to by the students as the insane asylum and miners' camp. Xiao's dormitory was in living area 3. He found his room, room 307. The door had no keyhole, only a scanning area for a nameplate. Xiao scanned it with his terminal. Ding! Identity confirmed. Xiao, first year of the exploration and secret realm domain. Welcome to your new residence. The door opened silently. The room was significantly larger than the Listening Wind Cottage, a standard 4-person room with upper and lower bunks. The room was empty. All 3 desks were piled with items, indicating that someone had already moved in. One desk was cluttered with various precision instruments and parts, all illuminating with indicator lights. Next to it lay a disassembled mechanical arm. Another desk was simple and crude, holding two large dumbbells, with a colossal alloy battle axe leaning beside it. The third desk was the strangest, completely clean, with only a half-dead potted plant. Only the spot by the window was vacant. Xiao casually tossed his backpack onto the desk, surveying his new dormitory. The space was indeed spacious, even featuring a separate washroom, which was far superior to the primitive stone house of the Listening Wind cottage. Just as he finished tidying up his bed, the dormitory door was pushed open with a click. A round figure squeezed in. The newcomer was a chubby fellow, not very tall, but impressively broad-dressed in loose training gear that was stretched to its limits. He held a metal food bowl larger than his face, brimming with food, and with his mouth full he greeted Xiao indistinctly. New brother. Finally someone arrived. The chubby guy swallowed a few bites, placed the bowl on the desk cluttered with parts, and wiped his mouth with his hand. I'm Qian, Qian meaning wealth and Duo meaning plenty. He grinned, his eyes narrowing into a slit. What's your name, brother? Which major? Xiao, exploration and secret realm domain. Xiao's response was succinct. From the exploration domain. What a coincidence. Me too. Qian Duo clapped his thigh, familiarizing himself as he approached, Xiao scrutinizing him from head to toe. Not bad, brother, you look delicate and refined, unlike the rough men from our exploration domain. Exploration domain students often dealt with wastelands and secret realms, usually either tanned and rugged or covered in scars. Someone like Xiao with clean skin and a calm demeanor was indeed an anomaly. As they were talking, the door was pushed open again. This time a young man of average height, but exceptionally sturdy, walked in. He was shirtless, his bronze skin covered in muscle sweat dripping along his muscular lines, exuding the heat of someone fresh from the training grounds. He was the owner of the colossal alloy battle axe. New here. The sturdy youth glanced at Xiao, his voice sounding like two stones grinding together. This is Shirley, my roommate, also from our exploration domain, a tough guy. Qian Duo quickly introduced. Shirley scanned Xiao from top to bottom and grunted a sign of acknowledgement. He turned around and walked straight to his desk, picking up the battle axe taller than himself. With a soft cloth soaked in a special oil, he began to meticulously wipe it down. The atmosphere in the dormitory became a bit stagnant. Hey, don't mind him, Shirley is just like that, tough and not talkative. Qian Duo said, nonchalantly nudging Xiao with his elbow and lowering his voice, making exaggerated facial expressions. Brother, now that we're in the madman's asylum, what are your plans? Want to tag along with me? My connections are wild, I guarantee you'll earn credits like crazy. Qian Duo mysteriously pulled Xiao to his table, dragging out a half-meter tall metal box from underneath. He lifted the lid, revealing a collection of modified parts and devices inside. Brother, just tell me which one you like. He picked up a palm-sized mechanical spider. Black Spider secondhand, 90% new, a divine tool for exploring academic domains, much better than risking your life to scout right. Market price is 300, but I'll give you a brotherly price of 200. Mighty Bull type, 3 those in the know understand. When you encounter something you can't defeat, one shot will let you go toe-a-toe with even the third stage. Of course, he lowered his voice, the side effects are a bit severe, so don't use it unless absolutely necessary. This stuff is banned on the market. I have exclusive channels. Is 100 credits too much for something that could save your life? Xiao's gaze swept over the pile of items, finally landing back on Qian Duo's smiling face. Your table is covered in parts. You look more like a technician. PE technology is the primary productive force. Tinkering with a few gadgets makes things easier for brothers and myself. Not interested. Xiao flatly refused and walked to his windowside spot to start organizing his simple luggage. Don't rush to refuse, brother. Qian Duo was persistent in the academic domain. You can't just bury your head in tasks and expect to get rich. You need to circle some connections. Look at Shirley, isn't he fierce? He charges into the front line for every task, and most of the credits he earns go to his precious axe, a pure laborer's fate. Shirley, who was polishing his axe, paused for a moment, not looking up as he muttered, damn fatty, shut up. All right, enough said. Qian Duo raised his hands in surrender and leaned closer to Xiao, lowering his voice even more. Brother, take my advice, this academy is deep water. Especially for us first years, those seasoned veterans are all watching. If we don't band together, we'll definitely be slaughtered like lambs. Xiao placed the academy map on the table and finally looked up at him. For example, Qian Duo pointed to the third empty table with his chin, his tone turning strange. That's our dorm's 4th member, Lin Mo. Brother, I tell you, that guy is harder to spot than a ghost in a secret realm. Since school started, I've only seen him 3 times. Each time he returns, he stares blankly at that nearly dying plant without saying a word, then turns and disappears again. There are people like that in the academic domain. Xiao asked, following up. Of course. Qian Duo slapped his thigh. I thought he was some hidden master but during the last academic assessment, he was rated C and nearly got expelled. Isn't that strange? A C guy can still stay and pretends to be mysterious all day. Shirley suddenly interjected, he's strong. Strong my ass. Tindu scoffed. Last time I saw with my own eyes, son Dadu from the next dorm bumped into him. He didn't even dare to let out a peep. If it weren't for his decent-looking face, he'd probably have been bagged long ago. Xiao didn't respond, but his gaze was drawn to the half-dead plant. To Tindu and Shirley, it was just an ordinary malnourished ornamental plant. But in Xiao's elevated perspective, the scene was entirely different. Beneath the withered leaves, slender threads of energy finer than hair and resembling molten jade were slowly and steadily circulating. They were drawing some unknown substance from the void and slowly injecting it into the soil, mixed with ghostly crystal shards beneath. A miniature, yet extremely intricate energy cycle. Linmo is definitely not simple. Just as the three in the dorm were each lost in their thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Bang! The dormitory door was violently kicked open. 3 students dressed in second-year combat uniforms blocked the entrance. The leader, a bald man with a face full of muscles, swaggered in with a menacing chainsaw, sword surveying the room arrogantly. Oh, the 307 crew is all here. Perfect. The bald man grinned. Newcomer, do you understand the rules? Tindu's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a fawning expression as he approached its brother Xiao. What brings you here? Have a smoke, have a smoke. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a pack of old era cigarettes, offering them. The man known as Brother Xiong swatted the cigarettes away, scattering them all over the floor. Don't give me that crap. He pointed the tip of the chainsaw sword at Tindu. Damn fatty, have you prepared this month's living guidance fee? Tindu's face turned pale, stuttering, Brother Xiong, this. It's just the beginning of school. We newcomers don't have any credits yet. None. Brother Xiong squinted, his gaze sweeping around the dorm before landing on the shiny alloy battle axe of Shirley. This axe looks pretty good. You can pawn it for a decent amount of money. You dare? Shirley suddenly stood up, his 1'8" stature exuding a sense of oppression as he lifted the battle axe with one hand, the veins on his muscular arm bulging. Oh, you dare to bare your teeth. The 2 lackeys behind Brother Xiong grinned viciously, each drawing their weapons. The atmosphere in the dorm instantly became tense. Xiao stood beside his bed, quietly observing the scene, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his storage ring. He was assessing the situation, 2 at the 3rd stage upper tier and 2 at the 3rd stage middle tier. Their strength wasn't overwhelming, but sufficient to crush newcomers. However, what would be the cost of resorting to violence within the academy? Newcomers should act like newcomers. Brother Xiong stepped forward, his aura of spiritual energy erupting violently. Today, I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of your seniors. Tindu was so scared his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shirley let out a low growl, gripping the battle axe tightly as he prepared to confront them. At that moment, in the corner beside Lin Mo's exceptionally clean desk, the shadow seemed to move slightly. But at this tense moment, everyone's attention was focused on Brother Xiong and Shirley, and no one noticed the slender figure that had quietly appeared in the long-ignored corner. He wore a faded gray training uniform, his figure slim, with a pale complexion and slightly long black hair covering half his eye. No one knew when he returned. Brother Xiong's attention was also drawn to him, staring at the suddenly emerging handsome youth. He paused for a moment, then grinned menacingly. Another one sent to die? Perfect, let's take all of you out today. Lin Mo didn't even bother to look up at Brother Xiong, his gaze fixed on the half-dead plant at the corner of the desk. He extended his long pale fingers, touching one of the withered yellow leaves before quickly retracting, as if soothing a sleeping companion. In the next moment, an abrupt change occurred. Whoosh! A dark green shadow shot out from the pot, like lightning moving too fast for the naked eye to capture. Brother Xiong's malicious grin was still frozen on his face, and he didn't even have time to react. The shadow had already wrapped around his neck. It was a vine that had grown out from that half-dead plant, only as thick as a pinky finger. The vine's surface was smooth as jade, yet it bore an irresistible, terrifying power that forcibly lifted Brother Xiong's burly body off the ground. Ugh! Ugh! Brother Xiong's face turned a liver-like color, his feet flailing helplessly in the air as his impressive chainsaw sword clattered to the ground. His 2 lackeys were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at this bizarre scene, unable to even hold onto their weapons. The entire dorm fell into a deathly silence. Shirley's grip on the battle axe loosened as the sinews of his forearm gradually relaxed. He stared at Xionggu, suspended midair by creeping vines like a dying leviathan thrashing in vain, then glanced toward the slender solitary figure hunched in the corner, his expression struck with profound awe. He prided himself on reading people accurately. He had long since Lin Mo was no ordinary youth, yet never imagined this kind of extraordinariness. This was not a matter of strength or weakness. It was annihilation across dimensions. Duoduo's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his jowls trembling faintly from sheer shock. He tried to utter something, but his throat constricted as if stuffed with cotton, allowing only ragged, breathless gasps. Huh? Just moments earlier he'd mocked the quiet boy behind his back as Class C, a soft target ripe for squeezing. This was no soft target. This was a bottomless abyssal man-eater disguised as a potted plant. Xionggu. At last Xiongji's two lackeys snapped out of their petrified stupor. One clutched his knife with a hand shaking like a sieve, yet still forced himself half a step forward, his voice warped with terror. "DDO, you even know who Xionggu is? Release him immediately. Our guild master will never let this go." Lin Mo didn't turn. To him the shout was no louder than the droning of a fly. With his other slender hand, he brushed almost imperceptibly across another withered leaf of the potted plant. Whoosh! A flash of emerald shot forth, faster, sharper, more treacherous than before. The shouting lackey felt a sudden chill at his wrist. Glancing down, he saw a slender vine coiling around it like a living serpent. At its tip, a tender bud no larger than a needlepoint pressed precisely against his carotid artery. Its icy touch made every hair on his body stand rigid. He harbored no doubt with but a flicker of intent that fragile-looking sprout could pierce his skin and end his life in an instant. Clang! The short blade dropped to the floor. The second lackey's knees buckled. He collapsed with a thud, then scrambled backward on hands and knees, babbling incoherent pleas. "It's got nothing to do with me. Xionggu ordered us here." In the dormitory, only Xiongji's choked, oxygen-starved gurgles, "Irk, irk," and the second lackey's chattering teeth, chatter, broke the silence. The air hung unnervingly still. Xiao leaned against his bedframe, arms crossed, observing the scene in quiet stillness. Through his lofty vantage perception, luminous green energy filaments pulsed within the vine, flowing in an impossibly intricate rhythmic pattern. One stream locked onto Xiongji's cervical vertebrae and spiritual energy nodes, another fragmented into countless microscopic probes, ruthlessly penetrating and dissecting the architecture of his inner energy pathways. This was no crude binding. It was a surgical precision of spiritual force. Lin Mo wasn't merely powerful. He wielded control over energy at a terrifying, almost inhuman level. Seemingly bored, he withdrew his hand. The vine holding Xionggu abruptly slackened. His 200-pound frame crashed onto the floor like a sack of grain, landing with a heavy, muffled thud. He clutched his throat, gulping air, ravenously coughing violently. Tears and snot streaming down his face, all arrogance utterly erased. The vine coiled around the second lackey's wrist, retracted soundlessly, vanishing into the pod, as if it had never existed. "Leave." A cool, crystalline voice rang through the dormitory, the first word Lin Mo had spoken all day. The lackeys scrambled to their feet as if granted divine pardon, dragging the still coughing Xionggu toward the door, leaving behind his fallen chainsaw sword, and fled 307 dormitory in abject disarray. The door remained ajar, echoing with the fading, frantic footsteps down the corridor. Duo shuffled forward, trembling, and shut it softly. He turned back, eyes fixed on the slender, unyielding silhouette, still facing away from them, forcing a smile so ghastly it resembled a grimace. "Ling." He rubbed his palms together nervously. "Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." Lin Mo ignored him entirely, his gaze still locked on the potted plant, as though nothing that had just transpired held any relevance to him. Duo recoiled, stung by the rebuff. Too flustered to speak further, he stood frozen, silently pleading for help with his eyes toward Shirley. Shirley walked quietly to his bunk, placed the massive alloy battle axe gently back in its stand, then bowed deeply, formally, reverently, toward Lin Mo's back. It was a warrior's salute to appear beyond measure. Lin Mo remained motionless. Once again the dormitory fell into an uneasy, charged silence. "That potted plant needs new soil." A calm voice broke the stillness. Duo and Shirley both jerked their heads toward its source. Xiao. Xiao had already approached Lin Mo's desk, peering intently at the seemingly moribund plant. Only then did Lin Mo stir. Slowly he turned, those eyes half hidden beneath dark bangs meeting Xiao's gaze for the first time. Their irises were pale like mist-veiled crystal, cold, detached, almost inhuman. Xiao met his stare without flinching. He extended a finger and pointed, not touching but hovering, over the soil. "Baimu Changsheng vine feeds on spiritual energy motes drawn from the void. Your pot contains shards of umbral-like crystal. Though they supply initial energy, their infused resonance suppresses root development. Left unchecked, the vine will wither from within." For the first time, he truly looked at this new roommate. Before him stood a youth devoid of exaggerated musculature or overwhelming aura, his presence as unremarkable as that of an ordinary man. Yet with one sentence he had laid bare Lin Mo's deepest secret. Even elders of his own clan had been helpless before the decline of this soul-bound spirit plant. Yet Gu Xiao had diagnosed its fatal flaw in an instant. How do you know? Lin Mo's voice was hoarse, as if unused for years. Gu Xiao smiled faintly and countered, does it matter? Lin Mo studied him. At last a genuine ripple stirred in those pale, distant eyes. He fell silent for a long while, so long that the other two in the room unconsciously held their breath. Finally Lin Mo extended his own pale, elegant hand. Gu Xiao reached out in return. Their palms touched lightly, briefly, then parted. Lin Mo. Gu Xiao. One voice cold and restrained, the other calm and unwavering. That fleeting contact drew an invisible line across the dormitory. A new boundary quietly established. Qian Duo pointed toward the door. The Raging Bear Guild is a moderately renowned student society in the pioneer learning domain. Its leader Xiong Ba is a third-year cadet, level 4 mid-stitch. Today's Xiong Gu is his younger brother, Xiong Er. He won't die, Gu Xiao said, glancing at him. Lethal duels are strictly forbidden within academy grounds. But retaliation, subtle and insidious, is inevitable. Then what do we do? Qian Duo nearly wailed. Therefore Gu Xiao's gaze swept over Shirley's solemn face, Qian Duo's tearful panic, and finally settled on Lin Mo. One person's trouble is a catastrophe. For people's trouble ceases to be trouble. Lin Mo looked at Gu Xiao, then at the others. After a long pause, a single syllable escaped his clenched teeth. Instantly Qian Duo rebounded, bounding over to Gu Xiao, eyes gleaming with the fervor of a man beholding a mythical treasure, rubbing his palms eagerly. Xiaoga, from now on you're my real big brother. No, my boss. Anything filthy, exhausting, or requiring intel gathering or black market parts, you name it, I'll deliver flawlessly. Gu Xiao shot him a look of mild disdain and said nothing. In the corner Shirley watched the spectacle unfold, then grinned. A simple, honest, slightly awkward smile. This dormitory, it seemed, was growing ever more intriguing. The dormitory was surprisingly quiet. The door that had been kicked open was now closed by Qian Duo, effectively isolating the noise from the corridor. The mess left by Xiong Gu and his companions, such as the overturned cigarette butts, had been swiftly tidied up by the plump boy as if nothing had ever happened. However, the atmosphere had completely changed. Qian Duo moved a chair, but did not sit down, instead standing by Gu Xiao's desk, appearing ready to serve at any moment. The way he looked at Gu Xiao and Lin Mo had transformed from initial scrutiny and curiosity to awe and fervor. Shirley returned to his position, the massive battle axe leaning against the desk. He did not wipe it again, merely glancing up occasionally, his gaze shifting between Gu Xiao and Lin Mo, a hint of contemplation on his stout face. One newcomer could see through Lin Mo's secrets at a glance, while another could dominate seniors using just a pot of weeds. This dormitory 307 seemed to harbor even more hidden talents than the exploration domain itself. Just changing the soil is not enough. Gu Xiao's voice shattered the silence once more. He remained standing before Lin Mo's desk, his gaze fixed on the potted plant. Lin Mo suddenly looked up, the mist in his glassy eyes seeming to clear a bit as he stared intently at Gu Xiao. The negative energy of the dark crystal has already invaded its roots' spiritual veins. Even if we replace the soil, it would merely change its condition from terminally ill to barely surviving. We must first neutralize the negative corruption with revitalizing soil to repair the damaged spiritual veins. He continued, then we can use something like essence of firm earth to rebuild a stable energy cycle for it. Only then can it live and live well. Revitalizing soil. Essence of firm earth. Lin Mo's lips moved slightly. These two terms brought a complex emotion to his pale face, for the first time a mix of desire and melancholy. Revitalizing soil only exists in specific areas of the Qingmu secret realm. Essence of firm earth. That is a controlled resource of the academy. He spoke, his voice still hoarse, but now carrying a hint of vitality. Beside them Qian Duo, who had been eavesdropping, gasped in shock, the flesh on his chubby face quivering. My boss. The Qingmu secret realm is a standard 4th-year secret realm, and as first-year students we don't even have the qualifications to apply for a team. As for essence of firm earth, I heard that it costs hundreds of credits per gram. So this is a problem. Qian Duo counted on his fingers, growing increasingly alarmed. This wasn't just about saving a pot of flowers, it was practically risking their entire fortune. It's also an opportunity, Gu Xiao added, looking at Lin Mo, and then glancing at Qian Duo and Shirley. No one in the dormitory spoke, but everyone's breaths had grown heavier. The trouble referred to facing the retaliation of the Wild Bear Club and challenging secret realms far beyond the capabilities of newcomers. The opportunity, however, was self-evident. If they could truly accomplish this, the four of them in dormitory 307 would no longer be mere newcomers at the mercy of others. They would possess their own voice, resources, and strength far exceeding their peers. I will join. Shirley was the first to speak, his voice deep yet resolute. He looked at Gu Xiao. You lead, and I will fight. He was a pure warrior, believing only in strength. Gu Xiao and Lin Mo had proven their strength, one with the mind and the other with skill. This was worth following. Lin Mo remained silent, merely gazing at Gu Xiao and slowly nodding in agreement. Duo looked from one to the other, his chubby face trembling with excitement, his little eyes sparkling with schemes and eagerness. Let's do it. He slapped his thigh. This deal, no, this venture I'm in. Xiao Gu, you will be the chairman, Lin Gu will be the technical director, Shi Gu the head of the arm department, and I will be your administrative assistant, logistics, procurement, and marketing director. He assigned himself a long list of titles, rubbing his hands together, grinning widely. Xiao Gu, this is called angel investing, using minimal costs to leverage the greatest future. My eyes never miss a person. Gu Xiao was too lazy to bother with his chatter and took out his terminal. First, let's add each other's contact numbers. A few beeps later, the 4 terminals completed, adding each other as friends. A new group chat named 307 was established. At that moment, Gu Xiao's terminal vibrated, gently displaying a message. The sender was Yi Wenying. He clicked on it. It was a 30-second video. In the video, Yi Wenying stood in an impossibly clean room, the background painted in light pink with a tidy desk adorned with a small bouquet of unknown white flowers. Gu Xiao, I'm here. The girl in the video had sparkling eyes, her shoulder-length hair swaying slightly with her movements. My dorm is amazing. It's all girls, and every one of them is so gentle, speaking softly, and there's a faint floral fragrance in the room. How's it over there? Are there really a lot of crazies in the insane asylum? She made a face, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. I've heard that the Starlight Library on the central floating island is open 24 hours. Let's go once we're settled in, okay? Gu Xiao looked at the vibrant face on the screen, listening to her melodious voice, and the tense atmosphere in the dormitory seemed to lighten considerably. Before he could respond, Duo beside him had already stretched his neck, sneaking a glance at the screen. Oh, Xiao, not bad. The fat boy squinted, emitting a series of meaningful ha-ha sounds. Gu Xiao expressionlessly turned off the video and glanced at him coolly. Duo immediately retracted his neck, standing straight and adopting an innocent expression of I saw nothing. All right, let's get down to business. Gu Xiao placed the terminal on the table, tapping the surface. Regarding the Wild Bear Club. Mentioning this, Duo's face fell again. Xiao Gu, that guy Xiong Air is just a mindless brute, but his brother Xiong Ba is different. He is a seasoned third-year student, a mid-4th-year powerhouse, very influential in the exploration domain, and he holds grudges. After we made him suffer such a huge loss today, he will definitely not let it go. Shirley frowned as well. Though we can't kill in the academy, it's too easy for them to trip us up. Task distribution, resource exchange, credit assessment. They can sabotage us at every turn. There's no need to waste time on them. Gu Xiao's fingertips lightly tapped the table, his tone calm. Xiong Ba is a businessman, not a madman. As long as we demonstrate value and destructive power far beyond his expectations, making him realize that provoking us carries a higher cost than benefit, he will manage his own dogs. So your Greenwood longevity vine must recover quickly. He looked at Lin Mo. This is not just for you, but also for this newly formed little group. Lin Mo's combat power was their trump card against all troubles. Lin Mo's eyes also sharpened. What should we do? Let's go to the Wuxiang Pavilion. Gu Xiao stood up. Since newcomers are not qualified to take level missions, we will create our own qualifications. Duo and Shirley stood up as well, their eyes brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. Thus a strange team was born in dormitory 307, consisting of a calm mind, a silent ace, a straightforward muscle man, and a shrewd fat boy. Let's go. Gu Xiao took the lead and pushed open the dormitory door. Outside, the hustle and bustle of the West Third Island living area rushed in. As the 4 of them walked out side by side, the previously noisy conversations in the corridor came to a halt, all eyes drawn to them, filled with undisguised surprise and curiosity. A boy with an exceptionally clean demeanor walked at the forefront, followed by a sullen, slender youth, a solidly built, silent man, and a shrewd-looking fat boy nodding and bowing. These 4 individuals, no matter how you looked at them, seemed unlikely to come together. Yet none of them paid attention to the gazes directed at them. With a clear goal, they strode through the crowd toward the shuttle station leading to the academy's central area. They were heading to the Wuxiang Pavilion. Beneath the massive dome of the Wuxiang Pavilion, a bizarre world unfolds before the eyes. A towering orc warrior over 2 meters tall is fervently arguing with a diminutive goblin merchant over the ownership of a source mineral. A student from the Azure Star Academy, clad in heavy-powered exoskeleton, trudges forward with heavy steps, brushing past an Oran mage surrounded by shimmering elemental light, where the weight of technology meets the fluidity of magic. This place serves as a crucible for 2 civilizations and a treasure trove for the students' credits. My dear brother Xiaoga, look, the flagship store of Deep Sea Gene. Duo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clicked his tongue. His fingers even danced in the air as if calculating how much profit this store could extract from every passing student. A basic class gene optimization fluid priced at 500. It's faster than robbery. This profit margin TSK. Shirley said calmly, stepping back slightly, his robust frame instinctively shielding Gu Xiao's flank, fingers gripping the battle axe, his gaze scanning every unfamiliar figure that approached. Lin Mo kept his head down, his presence barely felt. Only when passing a stall selling exotic flowers did his glassy eyes hidden in the shadows flicker with a hint of longing. To the task center. Gu Xiao's tone was flat, disregarding the surrounding splendor. The task center hall was bustling with noise, thousands of screens displaying a dazzling stream of information. Xiao, wait for my good news. Qian Duo patted his chest, relying on his silver tongue and outgoing nature as he dove into the crowd, seeking out those who looked well-informed. However, within a few minutes he returned with a darkened face, not dejected, but furious, as if he had been struck on a sensitive spot. Damn it, a bunch of price-gouging task traders. They want 2,000 credits right off the bat, not even allowing for negotiation. They call this a green channel service fee. They are clearly treating me, Qian Duodua, as a naive lamb freshly arrived in the city, taking advantage of me. Lin Mo's lips pressed into a thin pale line, and the light in his eyes dimmed further. Gu Xiao, however, seemed to have not heard the shocking quote at all, standing in the center of the hall. Follow me. He did not head toward any popular area, but walked straight toward an inconspicuous corner section on the navigation screen labeled Mortgage Task Publishing and Claiming Area. This is... Qian Duo was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, his eyes brightening. The recycling station for failed tasks. Xiao, impressive. The mortgage task claiming area was located in a remote corner of the Wanxiang Pavilion, featuring only a solitary desolate counter. Behind the counter, a senior student with hair resembling a bird's nest was wearing an eye mask, fingers rapidly swiping on his screen terminal, seemingly engaged in an intense online card battle. Senior, I have a question. Qian Duo politely tapped the table. Question. The senior didn't even lift his eyelids, casually pointing to the side. Mortgage tasks, look for yourself. The rules are all written there. Once accepted, you bear the consequences. Don't come asking me, I only handle registrations. The list on the screen was indeed sparse, but each entry was alarming. Xiaoga, this isn't a backdoor. This is clearly a one-way ticket to hell. Qian Duo said, sweating coldly. Gu Xiao, however, directly took action, ignoring the high-risk, high-reward death missions, typing several keywords into the search bar. Class, outer area, gathering. The list refreshed, revealing over a dozen tasks, most of which involved gathering ordinary herbs, but the reasons for failure were invariably encounters with terrifying creatures far exceeding the task level. Gu Xiao's gaze quickly scanned through, ultimately settling on what appeared to be the most ordinary task. Task ID Mortgage C104. Content: enter the outskirts of the Qingmu secret realm to collect 3 condensation herbs. Failure reason: encountered a peak tier 3 demon beast. Ironback, Song Yuan team severely injured and forced to retreat. New requirement: no need to collect, just confirm the current activity range and state of the Ironback Song Yuan. Reward: 300 credits, temporary access permit to the outskirts of the Qingmu secret realm, 72 hours. Claiming restrictions: none. No way, absolutely not. Qian Duo immediately blew up. Xiaoga, I heard those task traders boast that a second-year team, with 3 peak tier 3 and 1 upper tier 3, returned all severely injured, with one having lost an arm. That beast could smash a psionic alloy shield into a pancake. Shirley's breathing became heavy, his hand unconsciously tightening around the battle axe behind him. Ironback Song Yuan. Lin Mo softly uttered the name, and a faint flicker of light reignited in his deadened eyes. The Qingmu secret realm, this was his only hope. Gu Xiao paid no mind to their reactions and directly opened the failure report of the dagger squad attached to the task. The report was chaotic, mixed with excessive emotional outbursts. But Gu Xiao meticulously extracted the key information fragments. Fragment 1 map. On the map included with the report, the area where the Song Yuan appeared was marked as a rocky slope, but at the edge of the slope an inconspicuous symbol was drawn indicating purple mist moss. Fragment 2 on-site description. Before that beast charged out, there was a sweet and muddy earthy smell in the air. We thought it was marsh gas. Fragment 3 a team member's last words. My combat boots got stuck in the slippery black mud. I couldn't run fast. Purple mist moss, a low-level spiritual plant that thrives in damp, humus-rich soil. The sweet muddy smell, the slippery black mud. 3 seemingly unrelated clues instantly connected in Gu Xiao's mind, pointing toward one answer. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Rejuvenation soil, often found in spiritually rich marshes, its accompanying fungi emit a unique sweet and fishy smell when mature. Found it. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently tapped the screen. A bright red warning box immediately popped up. This task has recorded casualties. Responsibility lies with the claimant. Do you confirm? He clicked yes. Task successfully claimed. Please proceed to the Secret Realm's teleportation array within 24 hours. The cold system notification echoed. At that moment, the senior behind the counter abruptly looked up, staring at the four of them with the eyes of a madman. Tindu was rendered completely dumbfounded. Shirley's muscles tensed, a blend of battle intent and anxiety. Lin Mo raised his head for the first time. The glimmering gaze of his eyes met Gu Xiao's back, swirling with indescribable complex emotions. Gu Xiao turned around, meeting the distinct gazes of his three roommates, his expression calm as ever. I mentioned before, one person's trouble is a tremendous trouble. When shared among four, it is no longer a burden. He shifted his tone, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Now this trouble is the very qualification for us to set everything in motion. It's time for us to become someone else's nightmare. Behind the counter, the senior student pushed his slipping eye patch up the bridge of his nose and scrutinized the four fresh-faced freshmen as if they were strange anomalies. He had sat here for 2 years witnessing countless self-proclaimed prodigies. Yet this was the first time he'd seen first-years dare to accept a collateral mission. After a long silence, he picked up a cup of brand beverage on the desk, cold and forgotten for who knew how long, and took a slow sip, then spoke in a voice weathered by disillusionment and time. "Kid," he said, draining another gulp of the chilled brand drink, his tone steeped in world-weary resignation. "Every year brings hordes like you chasing shortcuts. I've seen dozens of such groups. Fewer than 5 return standing." His gaze lingered over Lin Mo's pallid face. "Wish you luck." Around them, fellow students watched with mixed expressions, pity, mockery, and a faint grudging, all reserved for madmen. Only true lunatics, or genuine predators, dared take on a collateral mission as freshmen. Gu Xiao ignored the glances entirely and turned sharply. "Return and prepare." His voice was quiet, yet it settled their frayed nerves like an anchor. The door of dormitory 307 slammed shut, sealing them off from the outside world. The atmosphere shifted instantly, from public tension to the taut stillness of a pre-battle council. Tindu dropped heavily into a chair which groaned under his weight. He wiped sweat from his brow, his round face crumpling like a steamed bun. "Brother Xiao, I'm not scared. But from a cost-benefit perspective, this deal is pure hemorrhage. I can cover the penalty fee, but not my life." Shirley said nothing. Silently, he dragged a heavy metal case from beneath his bed and opened it. Inside lay tools and ointments for maintaining his battle axe. His steady, deliberate motions spoke volumes. Lin Mo stood by the window, his back solitary and still. Gu Xiao connected his terminal to the holo display and pulled up the mission report. And this isn't a failure log, it's a treasure map. On the holo display, Gu Xiao had redrawn the chaotic map in crimson lines, as several obscure symbols were now enlarged. Purple mist moss grows only in damp, humus-rich soil. That cloying earthen scent signals the ripening of symbiotic fungi. And that slick black mud, a hallmark of marshland surfaces. Gu Xiao circled a region on the map, the territory frequented by iron-backed gray apes spanning roughly 500 meters. Rejuvenating soil must lie right here. The previous team had sought dewdrop grass and blundered straight into the ape's domain, a needless provocation. Our objective, however, was never the ape itself. "Brother Xiao, so we're fainting?" "No," Gu Xiao shook his head. "We enter openly and leave with what we came for." He turned to the others and began assigning roles. "Shirley, you won't confront the ape Hedon. Your task is to create sufficient diversion at the critical moment, drawing its attention away from our path." Shirley paused mid-polish, then gave a firm, solemn nod. "Tindu, your expertise is vital. I need you to construct a trap zone capable of delaying the iron-backed gray ape for 30 seconds, using minimal resources. No lethality required, only disruption and obstruction. 30 seconds. Tindu's eyes gleamed. He slapped his chest. "Brother Xiao, just watch. Not just 30 seconds. I'll make it feel like stepping into a bottomless pit of traps." Gu Xiao's gaze finally settled on Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, you are our eyes and ears. Your verdant wood longevity vine resonates most acutely with wood-aligned energy. Once inside the secret realm, you'll sense the environment, guiding us around every unnecessary hazard, especially the layers of height-eared demonic beasts." Lin Mo turned. For the first time, those lapis-colored eyes focused, not with uncertainty, but with quiet intensity. He looked directly at Gu Xiao, lips parting slightly before uttering a single word. "Understood. As for me," Gu Xiao deactivated the holo display. "I'll locate the rejuvenating soil and lead us all out." Thus, within that modest dormitory, a meticulously calibrated theft operation against a 4th-rank demonic beast took shape. Departure, procurement. Under Tindu's lead, the four headed once more toward the Wanxiang Tianga's second-hand trading district and the black market materials bazaar. Blast resonance talismans, sticky sap, stink bloom pollen. Tindu hauled bulging sacks, his face alight with the glee of a merchant who'd just closed a perfect deal. Gu Xiao and the others each received vials of spirit-concealing elixir, capable of suppressing ambient spiritual energy fluctuations for 30 minutes. Qian Duo chattered incessantly, eyes sparkling with mercantile triumph. This time no one flinched at the cost. The Mirror Sea Academy's realm transmission zone occupied an isolated floating island. There a squad composed solely of 4 first-year students stood out starkly, like ink splashed onto pristine silk. The officer registering them wore the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, his gaze sharp as a honed blade. He accepted Gu Xiao's mission credentials, glanced briefly at the document, then lifted his eyes to survey the 4 of them. A collateral mission. His voice was low grave. First years. Yes. Without further comment, he stamped the document and returned it. He offered no hollow blessing, only a long penetrating look from eyes etched deep with sorrow and wisdom. Remember, within the secret realm, your greatest enemies are not demonic beasts, but your own greed and fear. Survival matters above all else. With no further words, he gestured toward a nearby transmission gate shimmering with emerald green light. Gate C13, Greenwood's secret realm. May you return alive. They approached the gate. Shirley tightened his grip on his great axe. Qian Duo clenched talismans in sweaty palms. Lin Mo's face flushed, not with fear, but with fierce resolve and longing. Gu Xiao clapped him on the shoulder and stepped forward first. One stride, and reality dissolved. Space stretched, warped streaks of iridescent energy flashed across his vision. In the next instant, solid ground met his soles. A pungent earthy aroma, rotting leaves and damp loam, flooded his nostrils. The Academy's climate-controlled serenity vanished, replaced by the humid, suffocating heat of primeval jungle. Towering trees blocked the sky, whose sunlight filtered through leafy gaps in fractured, dappled gold. Beneath their feet lay thick, springy layers of decomposing humus. From the distance rose the haunting cries of unseen beasts. This was the Greenwood secret realm, a world teeming with peril and promise. Everyone, drink the spirit-concealing elixir. Gu Xiao's voice remained calm, utterly devoid of tremor. They obeyed instantly. As the elixir touched their tongues, a cool current spread through their limbs and veins, suppressing their naturally radiating spiritual energy to near imperceptibility. Lin Mo. Gu Xiao turned to him. Lin Mo closed his eyes. A slender viridian vine slipped silently from his sleeve and sank into the soil beneath their feet. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed leftward. 300 meters that way, a den of third-rank spine-armored boars. To the rear, right energy is most turbulent. That must be the chaotic stone slope mentioned in the report. Excellent. Gu Xiao nodded, cross-referencing the real-time terrain with the digital map on his terminal. We'll skirt westward. Our destination, the marshlands. They moved immediately, gliding through the dense forest like silent phantoms. After 10 minutes, Lin Mo abruptly raised his hand, signaling a halt. Ahead, something stirs. His voice tightened, edged with quiet alarm. The team froze instantly, their breathing instinctively softening. Qian Duoduo's plump face paled in an instant. His fleshy hand shot into his robe and clutched a stack of talismans. Shirley stepped half a pace forward, unslung his massive battle axe from his back, and let its heavy head sink toward the ground, his corded arms bulging, tendons stark against taut skin. Gu Xiao remained still, merely raising a finger to his lips in a silent command to hush. His obsidian-black eyes fixed upon the direction Lin Mo had indicated. Within the primeval jungle, light dimmed and faltered, colossal trunks and serpentine vines wove an impenetrable natural veil before the eyes. Only the rustle of wind through leaves and the distant, nameless chirping of insects broke the silence. But Gu Xiao trusted Lin Mo's judgment. The verdant wood longevity vine's sensitivity to life energy far surpassed that of ears or eyes. Lin Mo stood with eyes closed, fine beads of sweat glistening on his brow, while a slender vine, slipping from his sleeve, trembled faintly. 3 people. Their spiritual energy fluctuations are intense, no less than 3rd-tier high rank. They've halted, as if waiting for something. Waiting for what? Waiting for prey, or for allies. Gu Xiao's mind raced. This location lay desolate, neither village nor settlement in sight, and still lay a considerable distance from the mission-marked boulder slope. To set an ambush here betrayed unmistakable intent. With silent lip movements, he asked Lin Mo direction. Lin Mo opened his eyes and pointed toward a dense thicket ahead and slightly to the left. Gu Xiao signaled once. The 4 retreated without a whisper, vanishing behind the massive trunk of an ancient tree, broad enough to require several men to encircle, and peered out through a narrow, concealed gap. The jungle fell silent once more, so thick, so suffocating it tightened the chest. Qian Duo nervously swallowed, muttering softly, "Brother, Xiao, could it be second-year veterans collecting tolls here? This place is barren. Not even a bird would drop dung here, and we're penniless besides." No one answered him. After 2 or 3 minutes, movement finally stirred within the thicket. 3 figures emerged. At their head strode a tall, lean youth clad in custom-fitted dark green combat gear, a second-year insignia pinned proudly over his chest. His expression radiated undisguised arrogance. His gaze swept the surroundings like a sovereign surveying his domain. Behind him walked a young man and woman, also second-year students, relaxed and unruffled, as though this peril-laden secret realm held no threat at all. Damn it, intelligence was flawed. The tall youth frowned and spat. They promised several freshman squads would pass this route today. Where are they? The buzz-cut youth behind him grinned. Chief, no need to rush. Freshmen are slow, probably still dawdling somewhere behind us. We'll just wait and trap them like rabbits. The female student twirled a dagger idly between her fingers and drawled lazily, anyway, we haven't met this month's quota for newbie tax. Let's wait half an hour. If no fat lambs appear, we'll raid a windwolf den for pups. That'll cover our report. Behind the giant tree, Qianduoduo's face turned green. In a hushed breath, he whispered to Xiao, holy hell. It really is protection money. These bastards are shameless. Fellow students acting like highway bandits. Xiao's gaze, however, remained calm. It did not linger on the tall youth at the front, but settled instead upon the shadow beneath his feet. His true sight activated silently. Before his eyes, the world shed its vibrant hues, dissolving into a monochrome tapestry of flowing energy, black, white, and gray. The spiritual energy signatures of the 3 second years glowed clearly, indeed stronger than theirs. Yet 50 meters behind them, perched upon a massive tree, another energy presence coiled in stealthy stillness. A human, gravely wounded, and cultivating some sinister forbidden art. A perfect mantis. And these 3 swaggering second years. Merely the cicadas in that mantis's hungry gaze. Fascinating. Xiao's mind settled upon a plan. Chief, movement over there. The buzz-cut youth suddenly pointed toward their hiding place. The tall youth's eyes lit up, a hunter's smile spread across his face. Come out, little mice. Let your seniors show you what true secret realm exploration really means. Xiao stepped forth from behind the tree, unflustered, composed. Shirley Qianduoduo and Lin Mo followed closely behind him. Seeing their pristine first-year insignias, and this bizarre quartet of 1 tank, 1 mage, 1 support, plus 1 enigma, the tall youth laughed louder still. Oh, truly, freshman. Bold, aren't you, to accept a secret realm assignment? He spoke with condescending benevolence. You know the rules, right? 500 academy credits per person, or surrender everything you've gathered on this mission. I'm feeling generous today. I'll guarantee your safe exit from the Qingmu secret realm. Qianduoduo nearly exploded with rage. This wasn't taxation, it was total confiscation. Senior, isn't this against regulations? The academy expressly forbids. Regulations. The tall youth barked a laugh as if hearing the greatest absurdity. In the secret realm, strength is the law. I am stronger than you, so my word is the law. Understood, little fatty. The moment he finished speaking, a crushing wave of spiritual pressure slammed directly toward Qianduoduo. Qianduoduo grunted, his round face flushing crimson as he staggered backward. 3 steps, then collapsed hard onto the forest floor. Shirley roared. His colossal axe slammed down onto the earth with a thunderous thud, unleashing a fierce, defiant aura that cleaved the oppressive force cleanly in two. Want to fight? The buzz-cut youth cracked his knuckles, each pop sharp and menacing, and glared at Shirley with a predator's grin. Tension snapped taut as drawn steel. At that moment, Xiao spoke. Senior, do you truly wish to fight here? His voice was level, devoid of emotion. The tall youth arched a brow. What, scared witless? Or begging for mercy? Too late. No. Xiao shook his head gently and extended a finger pointing past the tall youth's shoulder. I only meant to remind you. Your friend behind you has waited quite long. The tall youth blinked, then burst into booming laughter. Kid, have you lost your mind? Trying to trick me with a toddler's ruse. Do you think I was raised on fairy tales? The buzz-cut youth and the female student joined in their laughter laced with scorn, as if gazing upon a fool. Xiao said nothing more. He simply watched the tall youth, his obsidian eyes holding no fear, only a quiet, unsettling pity. That look sent an inexplicable chill down the tall youth's spine. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to see empty space and swaying shadows cast by the trees. Spirit tricks. Enraged and humiliated, he whirled to lash out, when chaos erupted without warning. A black shape hurtled down from the canopy of the very tree he'd just scanned, a blur of phantom speed, aimed straight at the female student who'd been idly spinning her dagger. Watch out. The tall youth's eyes widened in horror. He lunged to intercept, but it was already too late. She reacted swiftly, instinctively crossing the dagger before her chest to block. Clang. Her blade shattered outright under the impact of a bone-edged weapon, and the sickly green tip slashed deep across her chest, gouging flesh down to the bone. She screamed, a shrill guttural cry, as black venom bloomed across the wound, oozing foul, acrid fumes. "It's you, Reborn." The tall youth, Wang Yu, recognized the assailant's face, a visage grotesquely veined with writhing black sigils, eyes burning with venomous madness. "Haha, Wang Yu, didn't expect this, did you?" Reborn cackled, retreating swiftly after his strike, his voice raw and broken. "You stole my monster hunting assignment. You should have known retribution would come. Dare you?" Wang Yu erupted in fury, spiritual energy flaring as he charged headlong at Reborn. The buzzcut youth rushed to stabilize the wounded girl, frantically rummaging through his pack for antivenom. In seconds, the scene devolved into utter pandemonium. No one spared another glance toward Xiao and his companions, the forgotten ghosts in the corner. The silence of the jungle was completely shattered by the crisp sound of breaking bones and a piercing scream. The change happened too quickly. Qian had just gotten up from the ground and hadn't even had time to brush off the dirt from his pants. He saw the previously arrogant female student spurt a jet of black blood from her chest, collapsing weakly to the ground. The attacker Corrupt Bone had struck successfully and retreated like a wraith, engaging in a fierce battle with the enraged Wang Yu. The attack patterns of Corrupt Bone were exceedingly strange, always targeting vital spots. The gruesome green bone blades extending from his arms carried corrosive toxins, creating a stench with every swing. In an instant, the dull sounds of energy collisions, venomous curses, and the groans of the wounded mingled together, creating a chaotic scene. "Damn!" Qian eyelids twitched as he instinctively shrank back, lowering his voice. "It's dark eating dark. Xiao, your mouth has been blessed, hasn't it? When I say there are people, there are people." Xiao ignored him, his gaze calmly sweeping across the battlefield. The buzzcut man was frantically feeding the female student an antidote, but the black mist around her wound continued to spread, indicating that the ordinary antidote was utterly ineffective. His attention was entirely focused on his companion, leaving him no time to spare. Meanwhile, the battle between Wang Yu and Corrupt Bone had reached a boiling point. Both were at the pinnacle of the third stage, their strengths evenly matched. Corrupt Bone had the advantage of surprise and poison, while Wang Yu relied on his deeper reserves of spiritual energy to hold his ground. For the time being, neither could gain the upper hand. The three bandits who had just moments ago wanted to devour them were now entirely preoccupied with their own survival. The four of them, first-year freshmen, seemed to have become forgotten spectators in the corner. Shirley's grip on his battle axe remained firm, his robust body acting as a wall to shield Lin Mo and Qian Duo behind him. Lin Mo's face was somewhat pale. The mixed aura of resentment and death emanating from Corrupt Bone made him very uncomfortable. "Let's go." Xiao's voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Huh. Oh." Qian Duo was the quickest to react, crouching down and comically following behind Xiao. Shirley and Lin Mo quickly followed suit. Wang Yu, engaged in fierce combat, caught sight of the moving shadows out of the corner of his eye, his anger intensifying. He wanted to shout a warning, but Corrupt Bone's bone blades skillfully lunged at his throat, forcing him to block with all his might. Clang! Sparks flew. Wang Yu could only watch helplessly as those fat sheep slipped away right under his nose, infuriated to the point where he felt like his lungs would explode as his attacks grew fiercer. "Corrupt Bone, I will kill you today. Let's see if you have that capability." The roaring and fighting sounds behind him gradually faded away until they were completely swallowed by the dense jungle. After running for nearly 10 more minutes, and confirming they were completely safe, the four finally stopped by a stream. "Phew. That scared me half to death." Qian Duo plopped down, panting heavily, yet his face bore the excitement of having survived a disaster. "Xiao, you are simply amazing. How did you know there were people behind us?" Even Lin Mo didn't notice. Lin Mo also cast a curious glance. He had only sensed 3 powerful energies before completely unaware of the fourth, Corrupt Bone, who seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. "Intuition," was Xiao's concise answer. This explanation clearly did not satisfy Qian Duo, but the astute chubby boy knew what to ask and what not to. With a flick of his eyes, he chuckled, "Regardless, we've escaped with our lives for free. Those bastards had it coming. This is what's called evil will be met with evil." Shirley unscrewed his water bottle for a drink and said in a deep voice, "That person is very dangerous." He was referring to Corrupt Bone. That kind of reckless life-or-death fighting style was the opponent he least wanted to face. "All right, stop wasting time." Xiao interrupted their discussion, opening his terminal to recheck the map. "We've deviated from the original route, but it's just right we can approach the swamp area from the other side." Lin Mo. Lin Mo closed his eyes, the vines from his sleeves once again extending into the moist soil. After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed ahead. "This way the energy response is stable, and there are no signs of large creatures gathering. Let's go." Passing through a tangle of vines, the humidity in the air suddenly increased, and a unique smell mingled with the scent of decaying plants, and a strange sweetness wafted into their nostrils. This is the smell. Tindu sniffed, and his face lit up with joy. The ground beneath Gu Xiao's feet had also turned soft and muddy, stepping down would sink a little. Ahead the trees grew sparse, replaced by large patches of dark green low shrubs and bubbling muddy ponds. We've arrived. Gu Xiao looked at the scene before him, feeling a sense of reassurance. His gaze crossed the swamp, landing on a rugged rocky slope about 700 to 800 meters away. Lin Mo sense where the wood-type energy is the most concentrated. Gu Xiao said softly. Lin Mo nodded and activated his ability again. After a full 5 minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointing to a small hill surrounded by a few crooked trees to the front left there. The energy is the purest right beneath that hill. The four exchanged excited glances, all seeing the thrill in each other's eyes. Surely keep watch, a Tindu prepare traps, I will dig. Gu Xiao immediately made arrangements. Wait. Lin Mo suddenly spoke up again, his voice trembling slightly. There's movement over by the rocky slope. The four's hearts tightened as they all looked towards the distant rocky slope. Roar. Just the sound of that roar made Tindu's face turn pale and his legs go weak. On the rocky slope, a massive figure stood up. It was a giant ape over 5 meters tall, covered in gray-black fur with bulging muscles on its back and skin that resembled a steel blue hue. It pounded its fist against its chest, producing a thundering sound, and its fierce face bore a pair of crimson eyes filled with brutality. Iron-backed song ape. It seemed to be awakened by something angrily pacing its territory, its massive feet thudding against the rocks, creating a booming sound. Xiao, it seems it hasn't noticed us, Tindu whispered, his tone tinged with a hint of luck. However, Gu Xiao's brow furrowed. Something's off. In the view of the Eye of Truth, although the energy fluctuations of the iron-backed song ape were violent, they were not directed towards them. Its attention was focused on the other side of the rocky slope, a blind spot obscured by boulders. There. Were there other people? At that moment, the iron-backed song ape let out another furious roar, suddenly grabbing a rock the size of a grinding stone and smashing it towards that blind spot. Boom. The massive rock hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. A swift figure stumbled out from the dust, darting a few times before landing on another boulder, barely evading the deadly strike. It was a girl dressed in the Academy's standard combat uniform. She appeared to be only 15 or 16, slender in figure with a hint of youthful innocence on her face, yet her gaze was exceptionally resolute. She held a silver longbow, its limbs shimmering with a faint glow of spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary item. At that moment, she was staring intently at the iron-backed song ape below her chest, slightly heaving, evidently exhausted from the earlier evasion. Wow, isn't that Hanya ranked 7th on the second-year elite list? Tindu's eyes nearly popped out as he whispered in astonishment. Didn't she take a Clevel team mission in Thunder Valley? Why is she here facing off against a Quasi-4th stage monkey? This is a losing deal. Gu Xiao's gaze fell on a boulder behind Hanya, where a small grass glimmering with a soft white light swayed gently in the night breeze. Luminous dew grass, so that's how it is.